Upon entering the narrative, the girl finds herself endowed with 7 brothers. I once thought I could be the charming darling of the group. Little did one know, they had inadvertently bound themselves to a self-destructive system. The task unexpectedly drives the brothers to become twisted and darkened. She gritted her teeth and engaged in various antics. As she tearfully bid farewell on the high platform, she secretly fantasized about escaping with billions. Unexpectedly, the style took a dramatic turn. The brothers did not adhere to the expected norms, transforming instead into fervent admirers of their sister. Even the originally aloof antagonists have gathered to seek favor. The male and female protagonists find themselves inexplicably subjected to a fate of unparalleled misery, culminating in bankruptcy and a tragic demise on the streets. The girl was utterly bewildered. Unbeknownst to her, they could all hear the whispers of her heart. Xiao Chu was originally an orphan abandoned in an orphanage due to a hereditary illness in the real world. Despite the relentless pursuit of financial means for medical care, one remains unable to escape the clutches of fate, ultimately departing from this world. Perhaps it is the whimsical arrangement of fate that she traversed into a realm teeming with a multitude of men vying for her affection. At the tender age of 3, she traversed into the realm of this narrative. I have encountered the profound tragedy of losing my beloved parents. Fortunately, her adoptive mother, who is also Pei Yuan's mother, took her in. Her adoptive mother is her biological mother's close friend. After the passing of her mother and father, the adoptive mother was consumed by grief, resolutely determined to raise her to adulthood. She experienced a warmth of family that she had never felt before. 7 elder brothers have truly cherished her, turning her into the beloved jewel of the Pei family. At the age of 10, my adoptive parents perished in a plane crash. Elder brother Pei Yuan, despite his youth, undertook the responsibilities of the Pei family. Though the brothers are burdened with immense pressure, their affection for her remains undiminished. Yet she found herself bound by a system, transformed into a mere instrument. The task is to compel the brothers to succumb to darkness, thereby paving the way for the emergence of the female protagonist. Should she fail to accomplish the task, she would face dire consequences, potentially even losing her life. She stood atop the towering building, her body trembling uncontrollably. A voice from the system urged her to leap, for if the host were to jump, everything would conclude, bringing an end to her wicked antagonist's fate. A fortune, net of taxes, would instantaneously be credited, as the luxurious mansion on the bund beckoned her. That overwhelming allure of wealth left Xiao Chu momentarily dazed, even envisioning a future where she could lavishly support handsome men with grace. At that moment, 7 handsome men slowly entered her presence, apprehensive of triggering her to leap from the building, their expressions a blend of seriousness tinged with a hint of disdain. The imposing man at the forefront spoke coldly. "Xiao Chu, come down at once. Do not embarrass yourself here." Xiao Chu expressed her profound bewilderment. Despite the multitude of wrongdoings she had committed, she found herself on the brink of death, yet he still demanded that she descend. Xiao Chu feigned sorrow. "I am on the brink of death, yet you remain so unkind to me. Brother, you possess no heart." Pei Yuan gazed at her with an air of indifference, his somber eyes brimming with shadowy intensity. "This is not the first time you have threatened to take your own life. The fact that we have come here is already a testament to the respect we hold for you." Xiao Chu couldn't help but reminisce about the past upon hearing this. Ever since she became bound by the system, she has been performing tasks against her true will. Trample carelessly upon the gifts bestowed by my brothers, and express my heartfelt affection as mere indifference. The brothers, intentionally provoked, harbor an intense disdain for her. Yet, that is not her true self at all. Today, she can finally take charge for once. Gazing at the 7 brothers before me, a sudden wave of reluctance surged within my heart. She gazed up at the starry sky and softly murmured, "Brother, I am truly sorry for you all, but you shall never see me again." Pei Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, a look of bewilderment crossing her features as she pondered the suddenness of her words. Xiao Chu couldn't help but voice her grievances inwardly. She pondered what peculiar kind of novel this was, feeling that the author must possess a deranged mind. Was the fate of the supporting characters not of any significance? It seemed as though he was destined to bid farewell to it all today. Xiao Chu suppressed the bitterness in her throat, forcing out a smile that appeared professional yet bore hints of struggle. She proclaimed loudly, "You will forever be my brothers. I wish to perish before you, ensuring that you will never forget me for all eternity." Having spoken, he turned back, trembling with fear, casting a glance at the abyss-like depths of the floor below. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Goodness, it's so high. I don't want to jump. Will it really send me crashing down? Yet the mere thought of leaping into another world, where I could emerge as a billionaire, tantalizes the imagination. He clenched his teeth once more, silently encouraging himself to endure a little longer. In pursuit of that fleeting wealth, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Pei Yuan, upon hearing his words, was enveloped in confusion, his brows knitted together in a furrow of perplexity as doubts swirled within him, questioning whether he had misheard. The third companion beside me wore a look of bewilderment, shaking his head slowly as he pondered aloud whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. It seemed he had just heard the voice of Xiao Chu echoing in his mind. Pei Yuan, taken aback, turned his astonished gaze towards the third brother. At that moment, the seventh brother chimed in, expressing that he too had heard whispers of a billionaire worth hundreds of billions. Xiao Chu stood at a lofty height, with the wind howling fiercely around her, rendering the whispers of those below completely inaudible. He took a deep breath, filled with a profound sense of reluctance, and called out loudly, "I am leaving, brother." The seven individuals gazed at him in astonishment, their faces reflecting a myriad of complex emotions that eluded comprehension. Tears welled in Xiao Chu's eyes, yet she endeavored to force a smile, her voice trembling as she uttered the words of farewell, vowing never to meet again. "When I possess assets amounting to 100 billion, I shall be a blissful little wealthy woman, no longer constrained by this flawed system. No longer shall I engage in those insincere acts. Although it is true that my dear brothers may meet an untimely demise, there is little that can be done about it. It no longer pertains to me. Farewell to this novel realm, a place of both affection and disdain." Contemplating these thoughts, Xiao Chu gradually closed her eyes, gently leaning her body backward. Memories surged forth like a slideshow, continuously flickering in his mind. Once the joyful self with short legs, running towards seven brothers with outstretched arms, was filled with such happiness. Yet now I am destined to plummet from this rooftop, never to behold them again. A tear slipped from the corner of Xiao Chu's eye as she allowed her body to descend endlessly. At that moment, his descending body abruptly came to a halt. A powerful force emanated from both arms, causing him to open his eyes in pain. What catches the eye is Pei Yuan and his brothers, their slightly serene, yet somewhat frenzied expressions illuminating their brows. Pei Yuan gritted his teeth and, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice, inquired, "Why must we meet such a dreadful fate?" Xiao Chu was momentarily taken aback. Did I inadvertently reveal my innermost thoughts just now? Pei Yuan keenly sensed something, slightly raising an eyebrow, pondering the whispers of his heart. Could this truly be the voice of his own soul? He exchanged a glance with his brothers and began to exert strength to pull him upwards. The system urgently exclaimed, "Host, struggle quickly. If you miss this crucial moment, you shall not return." Xiao Chu finally came to her senses, reaching out to slap Pei Yuan's face, all the while crying out in anguish, begging for her own demise. However, Pei Yuan completely disregarded him and his brothers, cautiously continuing to pull herself upward. Are these people out of their minds? I have already gone to great lengths, and yet they still wish to save me. Though I feel an overwhelming sense of reluctance, my desire for immense wealth surpasses all else. She couldn't quite fathom why she felt as though the grip on her tightened even more. It seems as though her brothers have no intention of letting her go. In the end, Xiao Chu's face turned ashen. He was pulled up by them, kneeling on the ground in a daze, gazing at the brothers before him, each pair of shoes immaculate and untainted. With a vacant gaze, I lift my head, a hint of hope flickering within, cautiously inquiring if you would rescue me. Do you hold me in your hearts? Do you cherish me? Do you wish to take me as your bride? Pei Yuan frowned in disdain and retorted, "Silence your tongue." Xiao Chu was unaware of where her courage stemmed from, as she unexpectedly retorted with the question of how to seal it. "With those alluring lips of yours." Pei Yuan, infuriated to the point of his face turning dark, coldly remarked, "You might as well jump down." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuchu immediately perked up and exclaimed, "I am utterly exhausted." With that, he swiftly descended the stairs in a leap akin to a carp soaring through the dragon gate. Pei Sun, with swift reflexes, lunged forward to embrace him, pinning him to the ground. She was pinned beneath him like a ball. He cried out in despair, "Help me! I beg you, let me die. If I do not perish, I shall never return. Without the possibility of return, how shall I navigate my existence in this world? I have offended this entire group of people." Xiao Chuchu, in despair, opened her eyes and pressed the system. "Hello, are you there? This is not how it was supposed to be." According to the original script, after he leaps down, these individuals should not have time to react, and consequently, he meets his demise. After all, in the past, he always resorted to the theatrics of self-destruction to capture the attention of his brothers. They all believed he was merely putting on a facade, too afraid to genuinely seek death. Yet, what has transpired this time? Didn't you mention that I would fall to my demise? How is it that these individuals have brought me here instead? Xiao Chuchu was in a state of desperate anxiety. "System, why do you ignore me? You wouldn't be attempting to renege, would you?" "Surely not, surely not." Yet, around her, there was only an eerie silence. The system emitted a faint, intermittent sound before falling entirely silent. Xiao Chuchu found herself utterly stunned. Never in the past decade had her mind experienced such tranquility. He cast an awkward glance at the man who was pinning him down. Pei Yuan looked down upon him with an air of superiority, while the sunlight imbued the scene with profound significance. The other brothers regarded him with vigilant eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Chuchu was overwhelmed by sorrow, and she burst into tears. "The system has encountered an error. If I do not return, the Pei family will face bankruptcy after the new year. These 7 individuals will meet a tragic fate, and I too shall face a grim end." Upon hearing his incoherent thoughts, the brothers displayed expressions of perplexity and confusion. Pei Laosi could no longer contain the curiosity that stirred within him, and he was eager to inquire of Xiao Chuchu. The leader, Pei Yuan, with swift reflexes, seized him and pulled him aside, whispering in a calm voice to remain composed. The anxious fourth exclaimed, "Elder brother, this fellow claims that we will meet a dire fate, and further asserts that we shall face bankruptcy. Shouldn't we clarify this matter?" Pei Yuan gazed at the disheartened Xiao Chuchu, lowering his voice to caution her not to forget. "We hear the voice of his heart, and he is bound by the system. The consequences of our inquiries remain shrouded in uncertainty." Old Pei suddenly interjected, "I am well acquainted with the system. I frequently indulge in novels." Upon the utterance of these words, the gaze of my brethren simultaneously turned toward. Pei Laochi earnestly explained that the system within the novel binds the protagonist, compelling them to undertake a myriad of tasks. Upon the successful completion of these quests, the protagonist is entitled to the promised rewards. However, should we recklessly alter the system, it could precipitate the collapse of this world, leading to our inevitable demise. He paused momentarily before continuing, stating that Xiao Chuchu's reward should indeed be a return to her original world as a billionaire. What exactly has Xiao Chuchu done? 7 brothers lowered their gazes in contemplation, reflecting upon the audacious antics of Xiao Chuchu in times past. Gradually, their expressions darkened. Should a debate arise, the multitude of grievances would be immeasurable. I do not believe that Pei Laolu harbors any resentment. Xiao Chuchu desires to monopolize the 7 of us. Since his adolescence, he has harbored ulterior motives towards us. I remain unconvinced that he is merely a pawn under the system's control. Pei Yuan listened to his brothers, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. After a brief pause, he spoke in a deep voice, "Let us give it a try." Here, Xiao Chuchu, trembling with fear, exerted considerable effort to manage to stand upright. He cautiously inched towards the edge of the building, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Even if it required crawling, he was determined to descend today. Suddenly, a hand seized his ankle with great force. Xiao Chuchu turned back in despair. She collided with Pei Yuan's eyes, which were as deep as the ocean. He grasped her ankle with one hand, gazing earnestly at her. "Do you truly hold such affection for us?" Xiao Chuchu was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Chuchu suddenly felt a pang of regret. What does he mean by this? Chapter 11. Jun Lingchuan's dream. If you receive a disciplinary note, your elder brother will undoubtedly be furious. And any aspirations you have of pursuing professional esports will surely be dashed. Jun Lingchuan let out a cold snort, angrily tossing his jacket onto the table, while retrieving a pen, a stack of test papers, and a practice booklet from his pants pocket. The bystanders observed in astonishment, marveling at how much he could fit in those pockets. Noticing this spectacle, his deskmate raised an eyebrow and inquired, Jun, are you planning to game at an internet CAF while doing your assignments again? Jun Lingchuan, still simmering with anger, maintained a stoic expression and simply replied, His deskmate glanced at the densely scribbled test papers on his desk, gulped, and gave a thumbs up, acknowledging, Jun, you're impressive, balancing studies and dreams without compromise. Jun Lingchuan's aspiration was to become a professional esports player, yet his elder brother forbade him from doing so unless he secured the top position in his entire grade. Hence, Jun Lingchuan's obsession with achieving first place was unparalleled. However, misfortune plagued him, as he consistently fell short by a mere point, leading him to channel all his frustrations towards Su Lang, who had repeatedly claimed the title of the top student. From trivial questions to grand competitions, he felt compelled to outshine Su Lang in every endeavor to validate his own capabilities. Over time, it became common knowledge that the academic prodigy Su Lang and the school heartthrob Jun Lingchuan were fierce rivals. Who are you? Jun Lingchuan, fuming, finally recognized that he had a new deskmate. Su Wanruo raised an eyebrow, bemused that it took him half an hour to notice her presence. I am Su Wanruo, the new transfer student. She introduced herself. Jun Lingchuan, lacking enthusiasm, responded with a disinterested "oh," and then, in a rather aloof tone, declared, I have a cleanliness obsession. Please refrain from crossing your books into my space. Furthermore, do not deliver love letters on my behalf, and maintain silence in class to avoid disrupting my noble thoughts. Also, do not. Su Wanruo frowned, exasperated by his incessant chatter. With an impatient glance, she interrupted, have you finished? What right do you have to berate someone who can only manage second place? Jun Lingchuan was taken aback. It was one thing to be mocked by Su Lang, but to be ridiculed by this newcomer? Surely she was unaware of the formidable nature of the school's rigorous examinations. Wait until after the tests. Let us see if she emerges unscathed. Class D. Su Yingying furrowed her brow as she leaned against the window, glancing repeatedly without spotting Su Wanruo in her class. Unable to suppress a smirk, she thought to herself, at this hour, the exams must have concluded, and since Su Wanruo hasn't arrived, she has likely been sent packing by the principal for failing. It serves her right. Her deskmate Lu Wei, intrigued, leaned closer and whispered, Yingying, what are you looking at that has you so amused? Following her gaze, all that could be seen was a barren lawn. Su Yingying withdrew her gaze, about to shake her head in denial, when she suddenly recalled that Lu Wei was the forum moderator of their school's online community and possessed an insatiable curiosity for gossip. Should she choose to disseminate the news of Su Wanruo's failure to gain admission to Jingao, it would undoubtedly lead to Su Wanruo's utter humiliation. In such a comparison, her parents would surely regard her as the more accomplished daughter, consequently showering her with even greater affection. Contemplating this, a sly smile crept upon her lips, her eyes glinting with a piercing coldness. What of a biological daughter? In the end, she would still be ruthlessly trampled beneath my heel, reduced to mere fragments. Lu Wei, unaware of Su Yingying's dark musings, observed her distorted and sinister expression, instinctively recoiling in trepidation. She hesitantly inquired, Yingying, are you all right? Su Yingying was jolted back to reality by her voice. I apologize, Xiao Wei, I did not sleep well last night. She feigned fatigue, rubbing her temples. Lu Wei blinked. Her curiosity piqued as she followed up with, oh, what happened? Feigning weariness, Su Yingying sighed. It's nothing significant. Merely that my sister is also taking the exam at Jingao today. However, as you know, she has grown up in the countryside, attending the most inferior rural high school, where she ranks near the bottom of her class. I fear that her sudden attempt to take the Jingao exam may shatter her self-esteem if she fails. She portrayed a picture of utmost concern, embodying the image of a devoted sister. Yet, in reality, she callously displayed her sister's plight as mere fodder for conversation. As expected, Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement at her words. Glancing at her watch, she exclaimed, the testing time has long passed. Su Yingying exerted every ounce of willpower to suppress the upward curl of her lips, forcing a semblance of despondency. Alas, it seems my sister may truly not have passed. Lu Wei's interest piqued. She eagerly pulled out her phone, furiously tapping the screen. Out of the corner of her eye, Su Yingying smirked, then averted her gaze as if oblivious. However, the number of examinees at Jingao each year was vast, and those who did not succeed were numerous. Such occurrences hardly constituted anything novel. The matter quickly faded into obscurity. Lu Wei, observing the scant replies, pouted and lost interest, setting her phone aside. Suddenly, a gust of wind carrying a sharp scent of tobacco wafted into their nostrils. A tall, aloof youth with deep flaxen hair stood before their table, placing a steaming cup of milk tea before Su Yingying. Here's your milk tea, drink it while it's hot. With that, he turned to leave. The entire exchange executed with the solemnity of a routine obligation. Once he departed, Lu Wei could no longer conceal her envious sparkle, excitedly grasping Su Yingying's arm, her voice trembling with exhilaration. Wow, Yingying, Jun Xiao has brought you milk tea again. Su Yingying's vanity was immensely gratified, as was her custom. She handed the milk tea to Lu Wei. I'm on a diet lately and don't wish to drink it. You have it. Lu Wei, as if receiving a divine decree, was astonished as she cradled the cup of milk tea in her palm, the searing heat causing her hand to tingle. Yet she was reluctant to let it go. Curiously, she gazed at Su Yingying and, with a hint of gossip in her tone, inquired, Yingying, with Jun so handsome and academically accomplished, have you truly remained unmoved despite his persistent pursuit? Have you not yet given him your answer? Su Yingying paused, her fingers faltering briefly before she replied softly, we are still students, with our studies taking precedence. As we approach the looming Gaokao, our primary focus must be on securing admission to a reputable university. Early romantic entanglements are simply not permissible. Lu Wei, cradling the milk tea, regarded her with admiration, exclaiming, wow, Yingying, you are truly remarkable in your self-discipline. Chapter 12. How do you fare at Jingao? If such a handsome gentleman were pursuing me, I would have undoubtedly accepted his affections long ago. Meanwhile, Su Yingying's gaze lowered, her thoughts swirling. The entire school was aware of Jun Lingquan's infatuation with her, as he presented her with gifts each day, yet she had remained unresponsive. What they did not realize was that although Jun Lingquan visited daily, he had never actually confessed his feelings. He would merely drop off his offerings and depart without even casting her a glance, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Had this been in the past, she might have felt a twinge of regret. But ever since she laid eyes on that breathtaking man at the banquet, the boys at school seemed rather unimpressive in comparison. Although Jun Lingquan was the second young master of the Jun family, he wielded no real power. It was common knowledge that the entire Jun clan was under the authority of his elder brother, Jun Guyi. The Su family had long-standing ties with the Jun family, and if she could seize the opportunity to ascend to Jun Guye's favored bed, she would become the lady of the Jun household. The mere thought of this sent exhilarating tremors through her body. At the school gate, a silver-black Rolls-Royce glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, causing numerous passers-by to pause in admiration, with some even contemplating a closer inspection. However, upon noticing the unique emblem on the license plate belonging to the Jun family, they sheepishly retreated. After all, it was the Jun family's vehicle. To inadvertently provoke their displeasure would spell disaster for anyone hoping to thrive in a city. Inside the car, a man clad in a suit frowned deeply as he gazed out the window, occasionally glancing down at his wristwatch. His assistant, Song Chung, observed the CEO's furrowed brow and anxious demeanor, and cautiously suggested, Sir, the second young master does not finish school for another half hour. If you are genuinely concerned, perhaps I should send him a message to come out immediately upon dismissal? Jun Guyi cast a cold, sidelong glance at him, his lips parting slightly. Who said I was waiting for him? Song Chung was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Aside from the second young master, no one else is studying here, is there? Who else would you be here to pick up? Just then, the dismissal bell rang, and students began to stream out of the building. Su Yingying's eyes immediately caught sight of the luxury vehicle stationed at the school gate. Her gaze brightened, and she pretended to casually adjust her hair and clothes. Once she felt perfect, she approached the car amidst the incredulous stares of the onlookers and gently tapped on the window. Wow, that's the Jun family's car, right? I've seen it in magazines. It's worth several million. Look, ISNT that's Su Yingying. She's actually going over. Rumor had it that the second young master of the Jun family was courting her. It seemed he had come to escort her home. How fortunate she is. Coming from a good family, beautiful, and with such an exceptional suitor. These envious whispers reached Su Yingying's ears, and the overwhelming vanity within her could not resist the urge to curl her lips into a smile. What she possessed was beyond the reach of those she regarded as mere simpletons. Upon hearing the sound of knocking on the car door, Assistant Song Ching curiously glanced outside, only to be greeted by the sight of a delicate young woman's face. Could it be that the president was awaiting this very girl? "President, shall I open the door?" she inquired. However, upon raising her gaze, she was met with an expression of disdain that seemed ready to overflow from the president's countenance. Song Cheng's hand, which had been poised on the door, immediately recoiled timidly as she shrank back to her seat, attempting to become invisible. Su Yingying continued to knock for an extended period. Yet there was not a hint of movement from within. Passers-by began to murmur amongst themselves, casting glances at the scene, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. No, she could not simply abandon her efforts. Thus, she cleared her throat and gently called out, "Brother Jun, are you inside?" "It's Yingying. We met at the Su residence last night." Still, silence prevailed. The surrounding whispers, laced with mockery, grew ever louder. Just as Su Yingying found herself in a predicament, a clear, youthful voice suddenly echoed, "Why are you knocking on my family's car door?" Turning around, she spotted Jun Lingchuan, just emerging from school with his backpack in tow. Relieved to see him, she smiled brightly. "Jun, my family's driver is unavailable today. Could you kindly give me a ride?" Jun Lingchuan responded coldly, "I cannot." Su Yingying was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to have feelings for her? Was this the demeanor of someone who harbors affection? Unfazed by Su Yingying's delicate disposition, Jun Lingchuan rapped sharply on the car window, exclaiming, "Open the door. It's sweltering. Hurry up." Inside the vehicle, Song Ching dared not move without the president's command. Meanwhile, Jun Guyi sat in the back seat, frowning as he gently traced the dial on his left wrist, seemingly indifferent to the incessant knocking on the window beside him, exuding a calm demeanor. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of something, and his previously tranquil gaze sparkled with newfound brilliance, his taut lips curving into an involuntary smile. He adjusted his tie and smoothed his cuffs before finally uttering, "Open the door." Startled, Song Ching quickly responded, "Yes, President." As he opened the door, a large hand came down sharply upon his forehead. "Second young master, be gentle," he protested. Jun Lingchuan, rubbing his slightly numbed wrist, complained, "You were here all along. After knocking for so long without a response, I thought no one was inside." Song Ching retorted, "If there was no one, would you have knocked for so long?" Just as he prepared to step into the car, he caught sight of the serious-looking man in the back seat, and his long legs retreated sheepishly. "Brother, you're here too?" He had assumed only the driver would be present. He never expected his elder brother to accompany him, ever since he had insisted on pursuing a career in esports. His elder brother had distanced himself, but today's unexpected appearance made him wonder if his brother had come around to appreciate the merits of esports. Jun Lingchuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and with a beaming smile, he leaned in closer. "Brother, do you think I have a promising future? Is it? Get lost." Before he could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by the cold voice of the man before him. Shortly after, he beheld his elder brother striding down with long strides, passing by him without a second glance, and gradually walking away. At this moment, Su Wanruo wore an expression of exasperation as she gazed at Su Yingying, who stood in her way. Just moments ago, Su Yingying had been resolutely rejected by Jun Lingchuan, leaving her pride bruised. As she contemplated her escape, she suddenly caught sight of Su Wanruo emerging from the school with a backpack slung over her shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, her embarrassment forgotten, she rushed forward in shock to intercept Su Wanruo. "What are you doing coming out of Jingao?" Chapter 13. An apology to Yingying. Su Wanruo was diligently memorizing the Red Cliff's Ode, on the verge of reciting it flawlessly. Suddenly, an unexpected shadow interrupted her concentration, causing her expression to darken instantly. "Step aside." Su Yingying trembled under the piercing gaze of her indifference, instinctively wanting to retreat. However, upon realizing that this seemingly foolish girl had actually gained admission to the prestigious Jingao, she halted her backward steps immediately. With a blink, the jealousy that had briefly surfaced was swiftly concealed, replaced by a gentle, beaming smile. She approached and linked her arm with Su Wanruo's, feigning sweetness as she said, "Sister, I was merely taken aback. Please don't take it to heart." "But sister, your grades aren't that bad. How could you possibly get into Jingao? You didn't somehow sneak in, did you?" Su Yingying's exaggerated tone was piercing, nearly causing Su Wanruo's ears to ring. She yanked her arm away from Su Yingying's grasp, stepping back to create distance. What business is it of yours? How could someone as dim-witted as Su Yingying score over 600? Did she believe the school's security personnel were blind or lame, allowing one to sneak in and then stroll out with impunity? Yet, Su Yingying clung resolutely to her belief, especially upon witnessing Su Wanruo turn to leave, which only fortified her conviction. Her pent-up frustration dissipated as she hastily caught up. Sister, please don't walk so briskly. I know you wish to enter Jinggao to make mom and dad proud, but resorting to such underhanded tactics is unacceptable. If you acknowledge your mistakes to the teachers, I'm sure they won't hold it against you. Sister, one mustn't be vain. Such behavior harms both oneself and others. If you truly wish to study diligently, I can tutor you. Rest assured, with your earnestness, I can help you secure a place at a respectable second-tier university. A second-tier university? Huh. Su Wanruo halted, regarding the ever-persistent Su Yingying with an impassive expression, amusement dancing in her eyes as she inquired, Oh, you wish to assist me? Pray tell. What score can you achieve currently? 750? Instantly, Su Yingying's countenance soured, particularly as she sensed the mocking glances from passers-by. Gritting her teeth, she forced a smile. Heh, sister truly has a sense of humor. The total score is merely 750. That wretched girl. It was undoubtedly intentional. Who could possibly score 750 in the college entrance examination? Su Wanruo chuckled, a sneer of disdain gracing her lips. To be unable to achieve even 750, yet still have the audacity to claim she could tutor me? A burst of laughter erupted from students passing by. Unable to contain themselves. You. Su Yingying's eyes brimmed with tears from humiliation, her expression so pitiful that one might think she had endured a great injustice. At that moment, Su Lang emerged, witnessing the scene unfold. Su Yingying's eyes were red, looking woeful, while Su Wanruo observed coldly, aloof and superior. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lang positioned himself protectively in front of Su Yingying, glaring at the shorter girl before him with a fierce tone. Have you been bullying Yingying? Su Wanruo gazed at Su Lang, who had suddenly appeared before her, raising an eyebrow. Which of yours witnessed me bullying her? Su Lang clenched his fists, his voice trembling with anger. Yingying is in tears. How dare you deny it? At that moment, Su Yingying's eyes were red and swollen, tugging at Su Lang's sleeve. Sixth brother, please don't blame sister. She didn't mean it. Hearing this, Su Wanruo clicked her tongue in disdain. What a fragrant billuacan. Having lived with her brothers for so long, Su Yingying was well aware of their tempers and personalities, knowing precisely how to manipulate them. As expected, upon hearing her veiled words, Su Lang's expression darkened with fury. Su Wanruo, you will apologize to Yingying this instant. Su Wanruo scoffed coldly. Why should I? Su Lang detested the way she looked at him, knowing full well that she could be amiable towards everyone else during the day. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, exclaiming, If you do not apologize, you will no longer be my sister. In that instant, the atmosphere around them froze. Su Wanruo slowly lifted her gaze to meet his, the previously vibrant light in her eyes now extinguished, resembling a cold, lifeless pool of water, bone-chillingly indifferent. At that moment, although she remained still, Su Lang felt as though an insurmountable chasm lay between them. After a pause, her lips parted slightly, her voice frigid. If that is the case, then please keep your distance from me. I no longer wish to see you. With that, she turned and walked away. A wave of frustration lodged in Su Lang's chest, leaving him in discomfort, especially as he recalled Su Wanruo's icy, piercing gaze. His heart tightened painfully, amplifying his distress. Su Yingying, hiding behind Su Lang, observed her brother's protective stance and his conflict with Su Wanruo, unable to suppress the smile that crept across her lips. Look, even with the true daughter of the Su family returned, what difference does it make? She remained the cherished jewel of the Su family, still the apple of their eye. Her status within the family unshakable. Wiping away an imaginary tear from the corner of her eye, she forcibly suppressed her smile before tugging at Su Lang's sleeve, feigning innocence. Sixth brother, please don't argue with sister on my account. She truly didn't mean it. Su Lang shook off his thoughts, feeling a pang of sympathy at her pitiful demeanor, instantly casting aside his earlier discomfort. He ruffled her hair in a comforting gesture. It's all right. You are my sister, and I will not allow anyone to harm you. Su Yingying's eyes brimmed with grateful tears. Thank you, sixth brother. Then, casting a glance at Su Wanruo's figure in the distance, she blinked playfully, pretending to be casual. Shall we invite sister to ride home with us? Typically, Their family chauffeur would pick them up after school. Su Lang's expression stiffened at the thought of that woman, who had arrogantly declared that they should keep their distance. His anger flared anew. With a disdainful snort, she thought, if she does not wish to see us, let her find her own way back. Su Wanruo had no intention of getting into the Su family's car at all. The mere thought of facing a certain individual on the journey was far less appealing than reciting the lament of Chibi while walking. In the autumn of the Rinshu year, on the 15th day of the 7th month, Su Zi and his guest drifted beneath the red cliffs. A gentle breeze wafted the rippling waters. Yet, she had scarcely recited 2 lines when a figure suddenly blocked her path. Miss Su, it has been quite some time. Su Wanruo felt an unsettling realization. Indeed, the feng shui of this capital city was quite unfavorable, as she continually encountered individuals she wished to avoid. Chapter 14. My brother is a fascist. As I slowly lifted my head, I was met with a pair of jet black eyes glimmering with amusement. The owner of those eyes stood with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, exuding an air of languid elegance, as if the evening's golden light had cloaked him in shimmering finery, dazzling and blinding. Jun Guyi stood before me, a smile playing on his lips. Miss Su, may I have the honor of inviting you to my home as a guest? Su Wanruo deftly sidestepped him, her tone frosty. There is no honor. Where had I left off? The waters were still. Raising a glass to the guest, reciting poems of the bright moon. A fluffy little head passed by. So adorable it made one want to reach out and ruffle it. Jun Guyi clenched his fist, forcing himself to suppress that urge. After all, the little hedgehog before him was prickly all over, and provoking it would not be as simple as getting pricked. However, my grandfather wishes to discuss the matter of our betrothal. After all, it was merely a wager and cannot be taken seriously. But if you truly do not wish to pursue it, we may maintain our current relationship for the time being, he said, his voice tinged with regret. Su Wanruo halted at his words, turning back to him in disbelief. Are you serious? Jun Guyi smiled, his eyes alight with sincerity. I, Jun, am always a man of my word. Su Wanruo narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing his gaze, which held a calmness within. Although the Jun family was indeed a prestigious lineage, and aligning with them would undoubtedly elevate her future in both life and career, it was not what she desired. She preferred to carve her own path, acquiring what belonged to her through her own efforts. After all, that which one earns through hard work is truly one's own, impervious to theft by others. If Grandfather Jun had indeed come to his senses and could annul the previous jest, freeing her from the engagement with Jun Guyi, it would indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Perhaps a visit would not be in vain after all. Very well. Upon hearing her acquiescence, the handsome yet aloof features of the man before her instantly relaxed, a smile tugging at his lips. Unable to contain himself, he reached out to touzle her long hair. So obedient. Witnessing this, gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. What was the relationship between the Jun family and this girl? How could it be so indulgent? Standing beside the car, Jun Lingchuan gaped in disbelief, his backpack dropping to the ground unnoticed. Assistant Song, quickly, slap me. I think I just had a hallucination. His brother, his own brother, the one so fastidious that he washed his hands 10 times after touching a document, had just patted someone else's head. Song Chung appeared, equally bewildered. He rubbed his forehead and remarked, Second young master, it seems I too am dreaming. Only Su Wanruo took a step back, warily eyeing him, her gaze filled with hostility, wishing she could detach that hand from the man before her. In the car, Jun Lingchuan scrutinized Su Wanruo from head to toe, then leaned closer, lowering his voice as he believed to be discreet. Hey, what is your relationship with my brother? Su Wanruo's response was icy. There is no relationship. Jun Lingchuan clearly did not believe it. How could there be no connection? I just saw him touch your hair. Oh, I see now. You suddenly transferred to Class A. Didn't he, my brother, arrange that? The purpose was to monitor me. Wasn't he it? After speaking, he nodded affirmatively and muttered under his breath. Humph, he truly is a fascist. A fascist? Su Wanruo was perplexed by the intensity of his grievances. Jun Lingchuan, visibly agitated, declared, he is indeed a fascist. I have such a passion for esports. Yet he forbids me from pursuing it, insisting that I graduate and take over the family business. ISNT that the very act of suffocating my dreams, tormenting my existence? Tell me, what else could such cruelty be but fascism? With each word he uttered, the atmosphere in the car grew increasingly tense. Seated in the passenger seat, Song Chung wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, casting a furtive glance at the increasingly somber-faced president. His heart raced. Is the second young master courting disaster? speaking ill of the president in his presence, and so loudly at that. Upon hearing his words, Su Wanruo looked up and observed the elder brother, Jun Guiyao, who was resting with his eyes closed. Reflecting on his series of questionable actions, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was merit to his claims. Upon realizing that she concurred with his perspective, Jun Lingchuan's eyes sparkled, as if he had found a comrade in arms. He completely forgot his earlier suspicion of her being a spy. Unable to contain his emotions, he grasped Su Wanruo's hand, tears welling in his eyes. I never expected you to understand me. Finally, a sister who shares my thoughts. Su Wanruo was taken aback by his fervent gesture, furrowing her brow. Feeling that something was amiss, Jun Lingchuan continued his lamentation. You have no idea. That group of people only flatters my brother, afraid to speak the truth. You are the only one willing to do so. From now on, we are bound by blood. Su Wanruo thought, this still feels a bit strange. Jun Lingchuan cautiously lifted his head to glance at his elder brother, and, seeing him still lost in thought, breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned closer to Su Wanruo's ear and continued, since we share the same ideals, I hereby grant you special permission to join my anti-fascist alliance. From now on, we shall be comrades, united in our relentless pursuit to overthrow fascism. His voice was fervent and inspiring. Su Wanruo raised an eyebrow, momentarily astonished. An anti-fascist alliance? Although Jun Lingchuan appeared to be carefree and unreliable, it was unexpected that he would go to such lengths for his dreams. Regardless, this spirit was certainly commendable. It seemed she had misjudged him. He was merely pretending to be frivolous. How many members does your alliance have? Su Wanruo inquired softly. Just the two of us. He replied. Su Wanruo. So what was she expecting earlier? Meanwhile, the elder Jun awaited at the villa entrance, his face lighting up with joy as soon as the car arrived. Ah, is that you, my dear Ruoruo? As Su Wanruo alighted from the car, she immediately caught sight of the venerable patriarch of the Jun family, his face beaming with affection. Taking a deep breath, she approached him with utmost respect, greeting, good day, Grandpa Jun. Although she harbored some resentment towards the old man's sudden arrangement of a betrothal for her and was not particularly fond of his eldest grandson, she could not ignore the fact that this elder held a deep affection for her. Despite her grievances, she understood the importance of not involving the innocent in her discontent. Such a good girl, he praised warmly. Come inside. I have instructed someone to prepare sour plum soup for you. In this sweltering heat, a refreshing drink will surely alleviate the discomfort. With a broad smile, he led Su Wanruo into the house, completely oblivious to his two biological grandsons lingering behind. Chapter 15. The bracelet acknowledges its master. Jun Guiyao followed calmly behind, while Jun Lingchuan appeared visibly shaken. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him. His grandfather knew his comrade? Upon accidentally overhearing this, Song Chung staggered, fearing that the second young master might unwittingly approach and put himself in danger. With deep concern, he advised, second young master. Miss Su is the fiancée of Master Jun. It would be wise to speak less in her presence. He truly wished to convey, you ought to be more cautious. A thunderous realization struck Jun Lingchuan, as if he had been struck by lightning. Had his comrade abandoned him? Had the war ended before it had even begun? At that moment, Su Wanruo was equally distressed. She had anticipated that upon being summoned by the old master, he would clarify that the misunderstanding regarding the fiancé was resolved, allowing her to leave. However, to her surprise, even after finishing dinner, he had not mentioned it at all. Meanwhile, Jun Guiyao appeared oblivious to the matter, engrossed in his newspaper. Only Jun Lingchuan seemed to bear the brunt of his grandfather's gaze, which was laden with suspicion, as if he were a betrayer. As the evening deepened, it became apparent that if they did not return soon, the Su family would begin to worry. Unable to contain himself any longer, he addressed the old master. Actually, I came today to discuss the matter of the fiancé you mentioned earlier. Upon hearing this, the old master seemed to awaken from a reverie, tapping his cane as if recalling something significant. Oh dear, how could I forget such an important matter? Su Wanruo smiled demurely, awaiting his next words. The old master then directed Jun Guiyao, who was seated on the nearby sofa, go fetch the box that your grandmother left behind. Obediently, Jun Guiyao ascended the stairs and soon returned with an exquisite redwood box in hand. The old master took the box, opened it, revealing a silver-brown bracelet adorned with scattered diamonds and intricate motifs, exuding an air of understated elegance and mystery. Confused, Su Wanruo wondered why the old master had brought forth the bracelet. In the next moment, whether due to the swiftness of his actions or the bracelet's smoothness. Before she could react, it had already slipped onto her wrist. The contrast of her fair, delicate skin against the silver-brown bracelet accentuated her elegance. "Grandfather, what is the meaning of this?" Wanruo inquired, puzzled. The old master was equally taken aback, not expecting the bracelet to seemingly possess a life of its own, sliding effortlessly onto her wrist. "Ah, it must be fate indeed," he exclaimed, chuckling heartily as he rose unsteadily, his gaze on Wanruo growing earnest. "Child, this is the wish of my late wife." Wanruo felt the bracelet shift slightly on her wrist. When she looked down, it appeared unchanged, as if it were merely a figment of her imagination. As she lifted her gaze once more, Lord Jun had already leaned on his cane and walked away. "Grandfather Jun, please wait. I cannot accept this bracelet." Wanruo stood up, anxiously tugging at the bracelet on her wrist, determined to pursue him. Yet, it seemed as though the bracelet had shrunk, resisting her every attempt to twist and pull it off. How peculiar! It had been so easy to put on moments ago. As the pressure began to redden her wrist, she appeared oblivious to the pain, continuing to exert force. Jungu, filled with concern, grasped her right hand firmly, halting her self-inflicted torment. "Enough. This bracelet belonged to my grandmother. She claimed it possessed a spirit, recognizing its master. It is said to be forged from mysterious iron. Indestructible and unyielding, once it acknowledges its owner, it will never loosen. My grandmother could only remove it after her passing." Wanruo raised her gaze, cold and distant, evading his touch. "And what message do you wish to convey, Mr. Jun?" Her eyes were stark and penetrating, as if they could unveil the tumult within him. "From the very beginning, I have been quite clear. Our so-called childhood betrothal is merely a jest of the older generation, lacking any weight. Furthermore, my grandfather is currently abroad, rendering any validation of this jest impossible. Thus, I believe this matter can conclude here. You may pursue your path, and I shall tread mine. We shall remain unconnected. As for this bracelet, I will find a way to return it to you. No need for farewells. I hope we never meet again." Having spoken, Wanruo turned decisively and departed, her entire demeanor radiating rejection. Jungu sighed, rubbing his aching temples. It seemed he had been too aggressive. The little hedgehog was far more stubborn than he had anticipated. She was evidently one to respond better to gentleness than force, and he had employed the wrong approach, only driving her further away. A change of strategy was necessary to draw closer to her. Song Chung, ensure her safe return home, he mused, reflecting on the girl's penetrating gaze before amending. "Never mind, let us not disturb her, merely observe from afar to ensure she arrives home safely." Song Chung nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, Mr. Jun." Meanwhile, in a corner, Jun Lingchuan regarded Wanruo's retreating figure with a near-worshipful gaze. "Impressive. This is the first time I've witnessed someone speak so boldly to my elder brother." Remarkably, after her words, my brother displayed no anger, instead reflecting on her remarks. "Goodness, such sophisticated skill, when will I ever master it?" Wanruo emerged from the villa with a stern expression and hailed a cab at the entrance. She lowered her gaze to the bracelet on her wrist, noting its antiquated design, which, apart from its intricate patterns, seemed unremarkable. She tugged at it once more, yet it remained steadfastly in place. Recalling the words spoken by Jun Guyi, Suwon could not help but emit a derisive scoff. Crafted from dark iron? How absurd. It is remarkable that he could concoct such a tale, truly mistaking himself for a mere child of 3. She found herself grappling with confusion. The Jun family held a far superior status compared to the Su family, rendering any attempt to draw near her seemingly devoid of purpose or benefit. Perhaps the esteemed elder of the Jun family cherished her due to the life she once saved, but what could be Jun Guye's intention in approaching her? Surely, it could not be merely a whimsical pursuit of a childhood betrothal, could it? Chapter 16. A pair of ill-fated siblings Su family villa. As Wanruo stepped through the threshold, she was met with her elder brother's stern reprimands resonating from within. "What do you mean? Ruoruo is unworthy of riding in the Su family's car? Ruoruo is the esteemed young lady of the Su family, my beloved sister, the biological daughter of our parents. What qualification does she lack to travel in the Su family vehicle? Sixth brother, I warn you for the last time, Ruoruo is my cherished sister. Should anything untoward happen to her, do not expect me to uphold our brotherly bond. Search for her, everyone search. No one is to sleep until Ruoruo is found." A tremor ran through Wanruo's heart, a warm current flooding her soul, nurturing the barren wasteland of indifference within her. She had thought of herself as merely a forsaken spirit in this world, someone whom others could mistreat without consequence. Yet, she had not anticipated that such tender words could resonate so deeply. "Elder brother, I am back." Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, she stepped further inside. In an instant, the bustling living room fell into silence. Standing in the center, his face cold and expression grave, Su Xiao turned slowly upon hearing her voice. As he recognized the delicate girl standing at the door, his demeanor gradually softened. He rushed forward and enveloped her in a fierce embrace, as if she were a treasured possession regained. "Thank goodness, Ruoruo, you are safe. It is my fault for not protecting you well." He was genuinely frightened. Upon Su Lang and Su Yingying's return, he had noticed her absence and learned that Su Lang had returned without her. In that moment, panic gripped him. The memory of the frail, lifeless girl he had seen in the morgue before his rebirth clenched his heart painfully. Held within his warm embrace, Su Wanruo felt the chill of her arduous journey dissipate. Though she did not fully comprehend her brother's distress, she sensed his genuine concern for her disappearance. Unable to resist, she raised her arms to return his embrace. "Elder brother, I am fine. I have returned, haven't I?" Upon hearing her words, Su Xiao gradually regained his composure. Gently ruffling her hair as he affectionately replied, "Yes, Ruoruo is very good. She knows the way home. If you ever wish not to ride with them again, I shall arrange for a new driver for you." Su Wanruo chuckled softly, shaking her head. "There is no need for such extravagance. It is hardly practical to prepare 2 drivers just to pick someone up. That would be quite wasteful." At her words, Su Xiao fell momentarily silent. Recalling the notebook of Su Wanruo's labor and the rusted tea box she used to save money in her past life. "Very well, I shall heed your wishes. No extravagance." Standing aside, Su Yingying clenched her fists tightly, her neatly manicured nails digging into her palms. What kind of enchantment had Su Wanruo cast upon their elder brother? He had once doted on her dearly, yet now he barely spared her a glance. It is evident that Su Wanruo has whispered something to the elder brother. That cunning woman. Moreover, on the way back, she overheard the 6th brother mention that this incompetent individual has indeed been admitted into the prestigious A class of the capital S high school. How can this be? They both scored a mere 600 points. Despite the identical score, she is placed in a class while I languish in D class, undoubtedly. The elder brother has intervened on her behalf. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became. No, she cannot remain passive. Su Wanruo must pay the price. Everything belonging to the Su family, be it wealth and honor, the status of a young lady, or the affection of her brother, should rightfully belong to her. Su Yingying. With this thought, Su Yingying inhaled deeply and timidly stepped forward, feigning vulnerability. "Sister, it is truly wonderful that you have returned. We were all quite worried about you." Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying moments before. Su Wanruo found it somewhat amusing. "You were worried about me? Surely, she must be wishing for my immediate demise in the wilderness." Upon hearing Su Wanruo's words, Su Yingying's eyes reddened even more, her voice choked with emotion, leading one to believe that Su Wanruo had somehow bullied her. "Sister, how can you say that? I genuinely worried for you. After you quarreled with the 6th brother and left, I intended to comfort him by searching for you, but by the time I arrived, you had already departed, and we had no choice but to return home. If you are still upset, I can apologize on behalf of the 6th brother." What a masterclass in the art of conversation. In just a few phrases, she has extricated herself entirely from blame, even managing to cultivate an image of a gentle and kind-hearted damsel. As expected, her pitiful words ensnared the foolish Su Lang, who immediately shielded Su Yingying behind him. Glaring at Su Wanruo in a fit of rage, "What was said today was my own doing, and I instructed the driver as well. If you have grievances, direct them at me and stop bullying Yingying." Su Wanruo chuckled softly. "I merely uttered 4 words, yet you two have rambled on endlessly, ultimately attributing unfounded accusations to me. Do you perhaps suffer from a persecution complex?" "You." Su Lang was left speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. Observing this scene, Su Xiao, concerned that the 6th brother might truly anger Wanruo, hastily interjected, "Enough, 6th brother. Today, you were in the wrong. Apologize to your sister, and then go upstairs to complete your assignments." Su Lang clenched his teeth, remaining rooted to the spot. Su Yingying tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "6th brother, please do not make this difficult. I will apologize to sister. What a pair of unfortunate siblings." Su Wanruo scoffed coldly, feeling a wave of nausea. She was convinced that if she continued to watch, she might develop a rash. No need, elder brother. Young Master Su Lu need not apologize. I shall proceed upstairs to do my homework. With a graceful flick of her clothing, she ascended the staircase. Su Xiao furrowed his brow, wishing to say more. Yet given that Wanruo had remained silent, he refrained from further comment, fearful of displeasing her, and merely shot a glare at the still-standing Su Lang. At this moment, Su Lang's mind was utterly blank. What did she just call him? Young Master Su Lu? Very well. If you possess the ability to refrain from calling me brother for a lifetime, then should I refer to you as sister again, I shall consider myself a mere puppy. Su Wanruo, poised to close the door, hesitated, unable to suppress a light chuckle. How juvenile. Upon shutting the door, the cacophony from outside was completely silenced. She exhaled heavily, removing the oversized glasses from her nose, and the world became significantly clearer. It struck her as peculiar, although the original owner was not nearsighted. Why then did she wear such large frames to obscure her eyes? Turning towards the bathroom, she emerged moments later, her thick bangs swept up, revealing her exquisitely delicate features. Even without a trace of makeup, her beauty was breathtaking. Su Wanruo looked at her bare face in the mirror with satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips as she nodded in approval. After all, with 6 brothers who were paragons of excellence, it was inconceivable for her to fall short. Her appearance mirrored that of her past life, almost indistinguishably so. Chapter 17. A moment of restraint the following day, as Su Wanruo entered the classroom. She immediately sensed something amiss in the gazes directed at her by her peers. No sooner had she taken her seat than her deskmate, Cui Qianqian, turned around and inquired softly, Su, have you seen the posts on the forum? Furrowing her brow, Su Wanruo adjusted her heavy glasses and honestly shook her head. No. For the past few days, she had been consumed with fervently memorizing classical poetry, neglecting even to drink water, leaving her no leisure to glance at her phone. What is going on? Has something happened? Cui Qianqian, a bespectacled girl with a cherubic face and a meek demeanor, pressed her lips together, hesitating for a long moment before ultimately resorting to her phone. After a few taps, she handed it to Su, saying, You might want to see this for yourself. The post has garnered significant attention. It was posted last night and has already amassed hundreds of replies by this morning. Shocking. Transfer student Su Wanruo scored merely 600 points, yet has been placed in Class A. Is the stringent score threshold at Jinggao truly insignificant in the presence of privilege? Or does capital overshadow diligence? Is this fair to us, the diligent students? We seek an official explanation. First floor, what do you mean 600 points gets you into Class A? I scored 670, yet I'm in Class C. This is unjust. Second floor, I reasonably suspect this girl didn't really score 600. What are the odds of that happening? The admission line is 600, and she just happens to score exactly that. Third floor, enough with the noise. Don't you see her surname? It's Su. Her family is wealthy. Fourth floor, wealthy? If she is wealthy, she should go to Baigao next door. They only care about money, not grades. As the discussion intensified and the number of commentators swelled, Su Wanruo felt a throbbing in her forehead. She returned the phone to Cui Qianqian with a quiet, Thank you, I understand now. Cui Qianqian, still in a daze, blinked and asked, Aren't you going to clarify? They're saying some rather unpleasant things about you. Then, she whispered, Don't worry, Su. I believe in you. You can solve even the most challenging math problems, so they must be mistaken. Su Wanruo placed her backpack in the desk compartment and retrieved her literature book for self-study, smiling as she replied, They're not wrong. I did indeed score 600. Cui Qianqian gasped, What? Then you. Su Wanruo responded calmly, I scored 600 because that was my intention, not because I was incapable of achieving more. As for these rumors, once the exam results are released, everyone can speak based on their own merits. Her words resonated powerfully, transforming the initial derision among her classmates into astonishment. Particularly, Cui Qianqian gazed at her with almost reverent admiration, as though she were an idol. Su, rest assured, I will always stand by your side. I will always believe in you. However, despite this show of support, a significant portion of the class continued to express their disdain. In their eyes, what Su Wanruo had just said was nothing more than baseless grandstanding, a notion only a bookish person like Cui Qianqian would believe. Nearby, Su Lang listened to the whispers surrounding him, tightening his grip on the pen in his hand until his fingertips turned white from the pressure. How idle could this group be? Was there not enough homework, or were they simply lacking challenging problems to tackle? Why did they have so much time to meddle in others' affairs? 5 minutes later, The chemistry exam papers were to be collected. Those who had not completed their work would be marked as having failed to submit their assignments. Suddenly, Su Lang spoke coldly. At his words, the previously hushed gossip transformed into a flurry of frantic copying. The chemistry teacher, known for his strictness and as the head of the grade, was notorious. Failing to complete his assignments could lead to reprimands, and in severe cases, one might even have to speak under the national flag on Monday. A truly humiliating prospect. Seeing that the chatter had ceased, Su Lang couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips upward. However, a thought crossed his mind, and his smile instantly vanished. He was not aiding Wanruo. It was merely coincidental that assignments were indeed due. If she were to thank him later and seek his forgiveness for her harsh words from yesterday, he might consider forgiving her. After all, they would inevitably see each other frequently. As her brother, he couldn't afford to be petty. Yet, given the weight of her previous remarks, he decided to maintain a fade of indifference for 10 minutes. No, 3 minutes. Or perhaps just 1 minute would suffice. Yes, he would hold his composure for a minute before granting her forgiveness, allowing her to recognize her mistake. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, suppressing the upward curve of his lips, and casually glanced toward the window seat, where he noticed the girl engrossed in her studies, seemingly oblivious to everything. A jolt of irritation surged through him. How could she remain so unresponsive after his earlier assistance? Fine. He resolved to disregard her from now on and observe how she would navigate her circumstances. Even if she ended up in tears, he would not intervene. At that moment, the familiar sound of a door being kicked open echoed through the room. Bang! In the next instant, Jun Lingchuan sauntered in, lazily carrying his bag. He surveyed the classroom like a regal lion, his noble head held high, before suddenly appearing dazed by whatever he had seen. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the lion transformed into a playful puppy, scampering over to Su Wanruo's desk and eagerly taking a seat. Wow, boss, I've brought you red bean milk tea. Would you like some? It's absolutely delicious. The sweet aroma filled Su Wanruo's senses, prompting her to wrinkle her nose and lean back slightly. Thank you, but I don't enjoy overly sweet drinks. You can have it. Jun Lingchuan, undeterred by her rejection, promptly turned and offered the milk tea to the boy sitting in front of her. Then, he eagerly leaned closer to Su Wanruo once more. Boss, are you studying? Would you like me to check your work? Do you need help with the problems? I'm quite good at chemistry. Would you like some water? Shall I fetch it for you? Hot or cold? Enough. Su Wanruo, unable to endure any longer, shoved the exam paper into his mouth. Silence. Do not address me as boss again. We are not well acquainted. Please maintain your distance. Over the past few days, her head had been pounding from cramming for exams. And yet he incessantly chattered like a sparrow, leaving her bewildered. Was every girl in this school blind? How could someone so foolish be deemed the school heartthrob? Jun Lingchuan extricated the paper from his mouth and earnestly replied, Yesterday, we established a strategic alliance. You are now my comrade. You cannot abandon our cause. Chapter 18. The shadowy figures behind the rumors a strategic united front? Comrades. Turncoats? What a convoluted mess. Jun Lingchuan mysteriously leaned closer to her and whispered, Boss, you have no idea. After you scolded my brother and made a grand exit last night, he actually sulked in the living room. Can you believe it? So, I secretly vowed to learn your methods and aura, to make my brother obedient to me, and thus ascend to the pinnacle of life. However, Assistant Song mentioned that your skills are only to be comprehended but not articulated, so I decided to steadfastly follow in your footsteps, absorbing the cultural essence that surrounds you. Boss, soar bravely, and your little brother will always be by your side. Su Wanruo could hardly suppress a sigh as she rubbed her forehead beneath her heavy bangs, replying, I'm not as formidable as you claim. I merely spoke the truth yesterday. Yet, Jun Lingchuan clearly remained unconvinced, exclaiming, Boss, you are far too modest. Just the fact that you are so unattractive yet still manage to mesmerize my brother speaks volumes. You have already surpassed 99.99% of women in the nation. Su Wanruo, I'm exhausted and wish to remain silent. Fortunately, Jun's surname was Jun. Had it been anything else, he would likely have been met with a barrage of blows. It seemed the heavens had heard her prayer as the school bell rang, signaling the end of their exchange. Ding, ding, ding. Su Wanruo breathed a sigh of relief. At last, the world was tranquil once more. Lu Lily entered the classroom, hefting her textbook and slamming it onto the desk with a resounding thud. Everyone quiet down. Before we begin class, I have something to address. Upon hearing this, All eyes turned expectantly to the podium. Lu Lily, wearing a stern expression, surveyed the room before finally fixing her gaze on Su Wanruo, rolling her eyes before stating, "Today, someone anonymously submitted a letter of complaint, claiming that a certain student in our class lacks the virtue to be in the A class, alleging that their admission wasn't based on merit, but rather through underhanded means. I shall refrain from naming names, as I trust everyone knows who I'm referring to." As her words hung in the air, the class collectively turned their attention to the back of the room. Under the weight of so many eager gazes, Su Wanruo found it difficult to ignore their stares. However, she merely raised an eyebrow and chose to remain silent, curious to see how their homeroom teacher, Lu Lily, would proceed. As expected, Lu Lily continued with a serious tone. "Given that this matter has severely impacted our class's learning environment and tarnished the reputation of Jinggao, I have formally requested from the school administration a course of action. If she can achieve the class average score of 680 points in the upcoming exam, she may remain in a class. Should she fail to do so, she will be immediately dismissed, with no one permitted to shield her." The classroom erupted in chaos at her proclamation. No one expected that a complaint would actually be filed. Such audacity. With only 2 days until the mock exam, how could one possibly raise their score by 80 points in such a short time? Su Wanruo was doomed. Oh dear. To be expelled so soon after arriving would certainly tarnish the Su family's reputation. "Shu, keep your voice down. Su Lang is right next to you. What is there to fear?" Su Lang has already declared that he does not acknowledge Su Wanruo. She is but a shadow compared to his one and only sister, Su Yingying, who is both exquisitely beautiful and exceptionally kind. If it were up to me, I too would only recognize her. Su Lang's face darkened as he clenched the pen in his hand, producing a crack in the plastic casing with a sharp snap. While he had mentioned Su Wanruo, that was a matter pertaining to their family, and it was of no concern to this group. Just as he was about to rise and speak, a voice interjected ahead of him. "Teacher Lu, your assertion is fundamentally flawed. There are laws governing the nation and rules within the school. If my elder brother was able to pass the assessment and even receive special approval from the principal to enter Class A, it is a testament to his own capabilities. On what grounds do you deny this?" Jun Lingchuan stood up, addressing the room with confidence. Tall and handsome, he spoke with an eloquence reminiscent of Jun Guyi. Wait, how could she have recalled that man? Alarmed, Su Wanruo quickly shook her head to dispel the image from her mind. On the podium, Lu Lily had not anticipated that Jun Lingchuan would rise to defend Su Wanruo, openly contradicting her in front of so many, which embarrassed her considerably. Yet, recalling his impressive grades and the influential Jun family behind him, she reluctantly swallowed her reprimand. However, she felt that such actions undermined the very essence of fairness. If everyone were to sneak in through dubious means, would that not be unjust to others? Her words garnered agreement from several classmates. Jun Lingchuan, undeterred by her attempt to steer the conversation, continued his rebuttal. "Let us momentarily set aside whether this complaint has been substantiated, whether it is genuine or merely a prank. Even regarding your own notion of fairness, have you upheld it? Fairness implies impartial and equitable treatment of all participants. Yet you brandish an unverified complaint as a weapon. Is this your version of fairness? Teacher Lu, as an educator, don't you think you are in the wrong?" Lu Lily, incensed, flushed crimson, her finger trembling as she pointed at him, gasping for breath. Jun Lingchuan rolled his eyes, casting a glance at Su Wanruo that brimmed with encouragement, reassuring her that her little brother was there to protect her. Su Wanruo sighed, observing Teacher Lu still heaving with indignation, fearing she might truly faint from the stress. Gradually rising, her voice icy and unwelcoming, she addressed Lu Lily. "Teacher, since you harbor doubts about my abilities, allow me to let my grades speak for themselves. You mentioned that a score of 680 would secure my place in Class A, and previously you indicated that scoring 700 would qualify me for class monitor. I trust that you will keep your word." Lu Lily placed a hand over her heart, slowly regaining her composure, and with a haughty scoff replied, "Naturally." Su Wanruo smiled faintly and sat back down. In recent days, she had diligently memorized the weakest aspects of her language studies, and with a little more time dedicated to reviewing essays, she felt confident. While a score of 750 might be out of reach, 700 was certainly within her grasp. The next 2 days passed swiftly, and soon the time for the examination arrived. During this period, the situation on the forum has been escalating, and since Su Wanruo had no intention of providing an explanation, it only intensified. Even Su Xiao, who works at the company, became aware of it. Enraged, He reached out overnight to the senior executives of the forum, insisting on uncovering the mastermind behind the slander. However, he was stopped by Su Wanruo. Resorting to such methods would merely serve to confirm her identity as a wealthy heiress, offering no other advantages. Chapter 19. Submitting the paper early rather than exerting unnecessary effort. It is far more prudent to await the results and confront the situation with tangible evidence of one's abilities. Su Xiao respects Su Wanruo and understands her desire to resolve matters in her own manner. Thus he refrains from excessive interference. However, he earnestly cautions her that should she struggle to manage the situation, he will engage the finest lawyers and the most formidable team to ensure that justice is served, even if that means enduring a brief incarceration. Su Wanruo's expression darkens at the thought. Were he to discover that this predicament was orchestrated by their other sister, he would likely reconsider his approach. What she did not anticipate, however, was encountering Su Yinging during the examination, which instantly dampened her mood. It appears that this unwelcome presence is indeed persistent. Upon seeing Su Wanruo enter with her pen, Su Yinging quickly raised her hand in greeting, exclaiming with cheerful enthusiasm, "Sister, you are in this examination hall too. What a delightful coincidence." Her voice rang out melodiously, capturing the attention of the entire examination room. With a raised eyebrow, Su Wanruo, amidst the curious gazes of her peers, confidently made her way to her assigned seat. Having once been an acclaimed actress, she had encountered countless scenarios and scrutinizing stares. Such trivial antics hardly fazed her. Yet, Su Yinging remained undeterred, approaching her with a sweet smile. "Sister, I am aware of the situation regarding the forum. Do not fret. I believe you did not cheat. Although your previous scores were lacking, your diligent study in recent days will surely yield improvement." This statement blatantly highlighted her poor performance, insinuating that she was merely clinging to a last-minute hope. Crossing her arms, Su Wanruo scrutinized her sister and coldly replied, "Regardless of my past scores, I am still in Class A. But what of you, dear sister? Were you not supposed to tutor me? Why then are you in the last examination hall?" Su Yinging's expression soured dramatically, resembling one who had just tasted something unpleasant. The examination halls of Jinggao are divided by rankings, and she had barely managed to secure her place in this prestigious venue. Given the fierce competition, maintaining her rank was commendable, yet advancing further was beyond her reach, leaving her to linger at the tail end of her cohort. At that moment, Lu Wei, a friend of Su Yinging, could no longer remain silent. Angrily rising to defend her, she chastised Su Wanruo. "Yinging was merely being kind in greeting you. Is there any merit in your scorn? Furthermore, Yinging's entrance scores far surpassed yours. You only achieved 600 points. What right do you have to criticize her?" Su Wanruo clicked her tongue, bemused by the typical behavior of the protagonist who invariably attracts a cadre of ardent supporters. "Were you present when I scored 600 points? How can you so confidently assert that I am only capable of such a score?" Lu Wei seethed. "Our homeroom teacher, Mr. Lu, has already stated this. Do you wish to dispute that?" With a cold scoff, Su Wanruo retorted, "He also claimed he would expel me from Class A. Yet here I remain quite comfortably. His words bear no authority. How can you trust them? You are speaking nonsense. Once the examination results are released, we shall see what you have to say." Lu Wei, trembling with anger, was on the verge of physically confronting Su Wanruo had the circumstances permitted it. However, at that moment, Su Wanruo was in remarkably high spirits. Having already endured several sleepless nights due to her studies, she was initially quite agitated. Yet, as if inviting trouble, they were now provoking themselves further. Tilting her head, Su Wanruo gazed at the frenzied Lu Wei, a sly smile gracing her lips, her large eyes glimmering with mischief behind her glasses. "What will you two do if I score 700 points, or even higher?" Lu Wei, eager to prevent any change of heart, promptly retorted. "Then both Yinging and I shall bow an apology before the entire school. But if you fail to achieve 700, you'll have to remove your glasses, tie up your hair, and run laps on the playground, proclaiming yourself a fool, and then promptly leave Jinggao." "All right, it's a deal." Su Wanruo accepted the challenge. Upon hearing their wager, Su Yinging's expression shifted momentarily. This foolish Lu Wei had unwittingly allowed Su Wanruo to lead her by the nose, easily jumping into the trap with just a little provocation. Moreover, why did they have to involve her in their bet? However, upon further reflection, 700 points. No matter how hard Su Wanruo tried, it seemed implausible for her to make such a leap in just a few days. Even if she were to lose, it merely entailed an apology. But if Su Wanruo were to falter, She would not only have to leave Jinggao in disgrace, but also reveal her unadorned visage. Su Yingying was genuinely curious about what Su Wanruo actually looked like, considering how meticulously she concealed herself. Surely, she must be hideously unattractive. With this thought, the stakes of the wager appeared rather appealing. Although Su Yingying buried her emotions and thoughts deeply, as a seasoned actress, Su Wanruo could easily discern her inner turmoil with a mere glance. She scoffed softly. Who will ultimately triumph remains uncertain. The first exam was Chinese. The sleepless nights of cramming had yielded positive results, and Su Wanruo felt a smoothness in her responses. Once she penned the final character of her composition, she exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. With the completion of her Chinese exam, her greatest concern had been addressed. The remaining subjects, whether mathematics, science, or English, posed no challenge for her. As expected, during the science exam, she completed all the problems in just 1 hour and turned in her paper, swiftly departing. While the high school exams typically allow for submission only half an hour early, Jinggao had no such stipulation, as their mock exams were notoriously difficult. Merely finishing was a feat in itself, let alone submitting early. Yet today, a remarkable occurrence unfolded. The proctor stood dumbfounded, holding the paper Su Wanruo had submitted, utterly bewildered. And by the time he regained his composure, she had already vanished. Could this child have submitted a blank sheet? He pondered, but upon glancing down, he found the paper filled with dense, clear, and precise workings. Meanwhile, Su Yingying had yet to finish the first page. Seeing that Su Wanruo had already submitted her paper nearly caused her to drop her pen. How could she be done so quickly? At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of the pristine scratch paper on Su Wanruo's desk. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. So fast. Without any calculations, she must have submitted a blank paper. She could already envision a grotesque and repugnant woman standing on the playground, berating her as a fool. It was such an amusing thought that she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The invigilating teacher immediately shot her a stern look, warning her to focus on the exam and refrain from making any disruptive sounds. Su Yingying quickly composed herself, yet the corners of her lips remained irretrievably lifted. Meanwhile, Su Lang, who was seated in Class A, was calculating the answer to the first major question. Just as he completed his response, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 20. The appearance of the pink-haired girl is that. Su Wanruo. Has she completed the exam already? Submitted it early? But it's only been an hour. How could she possibly finish so quickly? Biting her lip, she unconsciously quickened her pace in solving the questions. By the time she inscribed the final character, an hour and a half had elapsed. Without a second thought, she stood up and submitted her paper. It was the first time she had handed in her test without reviewing it. However, she could not afford to dwell on that now. Her mind was solely focused on the determination not to fall short of that woman. Yet, the reality was far more exaggerated than she had anticipated. That woman did not merely submit her science paper early. Afterward, she astonishingly compressed the time for mathematics and English, exiting the examination room in a mere 40 minutes. Su Lang gritted his teeth, his mind racing. The fastest he could manage was to shorten his response time to 1 hour at best. Unbeknownst to Su Lang, who harbored secret competitive thoughts, Su Wanruo, having submitted her exam, sauntered out to indulge in some shaved ice. The shaved ice at the school entrance was truly delectable, both delicious and inexpensive. It was always bustling with people, and this time, having submitted her paper early, she faced no competition. In her previous life, she had been a film queen, needing to maintain her figure and control her weight, which rendered her diet quite strict. Not to mention shaved ice. She had even refrained from indulging in fruit. Now, however, she was liberated from such constraints and was determined to eat to her heart's content. Boss, I'll have a matcha shaved ice with extra red beans, coconut jelly, and raisins. Please. The proprietor, a cheerful lady in her 50s, responded with a smile, certainly. The bowl of shaved ice was hefty, and as she scooped a generous mouthful, the sweet, cool sensation was so delightful that she felt as though she could savor it indefinitely. Just then, a deep, magnetic voice, tinged with a hint of mischief, quietly requested, "Madam, I would like a bowl of shaved ice, without syrup, without toppings, and without sugar. Thank you." Su Wanruo paused mid-scoop. No syrup, no toppings, and no sugar. Was that not simply a bowl of ice? This person was indeed amusing, traveling all this way merely for a bowl of ice shavings. What a lavish indulgence. 5 yuan. Young man, will you pay via WeChat or cash? The auntie's voice rang out. Immediately, A rustling sound accompanied by the clinking of coins reached her ears, likely the sound of the individual rummaging through their clothing for change. The metallic clinks suggested they might even be wearing handcuffs while searching for their money. As she prepared to turn around, a shadow suddenly obstructed her view, and a somewhat awkward voice called out from above, "Little sister, how about I sign an autograph for you in exchange for 5 yuan?" Upon raising her eyes, the first thing that struck her was the bright cherry blossom pink of the person's hair, adorned with an eye-catching fluorescent green leather jacket. And their entire ensemble was festooned with various metallic chains, a sight that was truly indescribable. At last, Wanruo understood the source of those crisp metallic sounds. Fortunately, the individual's strikingly chiseled features managed to anchor the chaos of their fashion choices, lending them an unexpected air of trendiness. He appeared to be in a hurry, furrowing his brows as he glanced anxiously at the watch on his wrist, urging, "Little sister, I'm pressed for time. Have you decided where to sign?" Wanruo, cradling her slushie, stepped back and looked up at him. The oversized frames of his glasses obscured the emotions in his eyes as she replied in a low voice, "I'm sorry, I'm not a fan and I don't require your autograph." The pink-haired individual, having just retrieved a pen, trembled slightly in disbelief, his eyes widening as he pointed to his own nose, exclaiming, "What do you mean? You're not a fan? You don't recognize me?" His astonishment caused his voice to rise several decibels, ringing painfully in Wanruo's ears. She nodded honestly, affirming her lack of recognition. In that moment, she caught a clear glimpse of the collapse of his world reflected in his eyes. It seemed utterly unacceptable to him that she did not know who he was. He inhaled deeply, his previously professional smile fading into a look of despair. "I am a current sensation. My promotional posters adorn the streets. My face commands attention wherever I go. Look closely. I cannot believe you do not recognize me." After saying this, he leaned closer. Wanruo silently glanced up, feeling no sense of familiarity. The sound of a heart-shattering echoed in the silence. The pink-haired man clutched his chest as if wounded, trembling as he pointed at her. Gritting his teeth, "I see now, you're doing this on purpose. You must be a fan of my arch-nemesis, Su Lai, attacking me in an attempt to avenge your idol." "Huh, not a chance. As long as I'm here, Su Lai will never overshadow me." Wanruo paused in her enjoyment of the ice, blinking in surprise. Su Lai? The name rang a bell. After rummaging through her memories, she finally recalled that he was her 5th brother. Although he had not yet achieved the status of a film emperor, he was certainly making a name for himself, having won several awards along the way. It was normal to have a few rivals. Seeing the girl remain silent, the pink-haired man seemed even more resolute in his assumptions. With arms crossed, he smugly declared, I knew it. Aside from Su Lai's fans, how could anyone possibly target my handsome visage?" He then strutted over to Wanruo, bent down, and with his slender fingers, playfully nudged her oversized glasses, softly saying, "Little sister, you ought to consider getting a new pair of glasses. Only someone lacking in judgment would prefer that cold block of ice, Su Lai, over someone as sweet as me. Just look at you." Clearly unable to discern the truth, Wanruo narrowed her eyes, feeling an aversion to the man who had suddenly encroached upon her space. Without a second thought, she raised her arm and swatted his hand away from her glasses, her eyes glinting with coldness. "This is my personal affair. It's none of your business. Su Lai is her brother, and though they had yet to meet, blood ties cannot be altered." This man was maligning her own brother right before her eyes. That slap had merely spared him from more severe reprimand. No wonder the 5th brother was able to become a film emperor. In the entertainment industry, such accolades are often bestowed upon the top-tier celebrities, which is indeed not a formidable challenge. Just as Wanruo was contemplating whether this neurotic fan with the peculiar hairstyle would fly into a rage at her audacity to film his hand, she raised her gaze only to find him staring intently at her wrist, utterly motionless, standing there in a dazed manner. Following his gaze, she noticed the bracelet that Grandpa Jun had previously placed upon her wrist and had yet to remove. Chapter 21 Greetings. Master. Although she was gazing at her own wrist rather than her face, Wanruo felt a peculiar discomfort. Unable to resist, she discreetly adjusted her sleeve to cover the bracelet. Before she could articulate her thoughts, she noticed the once arrogant figure before her, now transformed into a visage of shock, with trembling pupils fixed upon her. He then performed 2 deep bows, exclaiming, "Greetings, Master." "Farewell, Master." By the time Wanruo comprehended the situation, he had vanished without a trace. The ant nearby, witnessing his hasty retreat, attempted to call out to him, "Young man, Do you still want your slushie? However, no trace of the pink-haired individual remained. Su Wanruo glanced at the bracelet on her wrist, pondering whether the startling reaction of the man had stemmed from the bracelet itself. Could it be that this piece of jewelry concealed some hidden secret? Nevertheless, after scrutinizing it for a while, she found nothing extraordinary. It appeared to be an ordinary silver bracelet. That man must be unwell. Meanwhile, the pink-haired individual had fled to the depths of an alley, only relaxing once he was certain he was far enough away to ensure his safety. Leaning against the wall, he exhaled several deep breaths. Trembling, he retrieved a black phone from the pocket of his shimmering green leather jacket, nervously unlocking it to make a call. After a prolonged wait, the line connected. Hello. Ruoruo, you better have something urgent to discuss. If you're calling me in the dead of night just to babble nonsense, I swear I'll end you. The pink-haired youth, known as Ruoruo, paid no heed to the threats from the other end of the line, breathlessly saying, Listen, I saw the master. A silence ensued on the other end. It's night here in M. Country. Is it night where you are too? Could it be that the master's spirit is seeking you out for a midnight chat? Infuriated, Ruoruo stomped his foot and retorted, Pa, you'd better be careful cursing the master. I'm talking about the new master. Truly, I really saw the new master. I cannot mistake that bracelet. However, he was bewildered by the revelation that the new master was merely a high school student. Another silence lingered on the line. After a while, a sound akin to a lighter igniting broke the stillness. Are you certain you did not make a mistake? Do you think so? The bracelet was swaying right before my eyes. If I were wrong, I might as well be kicked out of the ghost gate. Ruoruo replied, fuming. All right, I understand. I will return to the country in a while, and we can discuss this in person. The person on the other end seemed to pick up on Ruoruo's hesitance and did not hang up, instead continuing to inquire, What's wrong? Is there something else? Ruoruo swallowed hard and cautiously asked, I didn't realize she was the master and was somewhat disrespectful towards her. Do you think I'm in danger of being punished? Oh dear, my career is still on the rise. I don't want to be harmed. If I were to truly pass away, do remember to purchase a small box made of zeton for me. I have no fondness for Wanwali. The zeton must be intricately carved, yet it must not feature peonies, for they are too commonplace to complement my refined essence. Before he could finish his statement, the call had already ended. The efficiency of Jinggao's administration was remarkable. By the following morning, the examination results had been released. However, it was not the homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, who entered to announce the results, but rather the principal, whose smile radiated like a blossoming flower. Clutching a sheet of paper, he stood at the podium, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, Ahem, dear students, this time, Class A has shown substantial improvement, with the average score rising from 680 to 705. A remarkable leap indeed. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in astonishment. The difficulty of this examination was considerable, and their ability to surpass such a barrier was unprecedented. One student performed exceptionally well, achieving perfect scores in 3 subjects, with only 5 points deducted in Chinese, totaling 745 points, the highest in the grade. As the principal uttered this revelation, the entire class instinctively turned their gaze toward the back row, where Su Lang sat. Furrowing his brow, Su Lang thought to himself, It cannot be me. I have already missed one multiple-choice question in mathematics, making a perfect score impossible. Could it be Junling Huan? At that moment, Junling Huan was likewise grinding his teeth in frustration. He could no longer claim the top position. He had failed to complete the last question in his comprehensive science exam. Thus he too was not perfect, and Su Lang had evidently outperformed him. How infuriating. Their eyes met, crackling with unspoken tension. The principal continued. Let us congratulate classmate Su Wanruo for achieving the highest score of 745 points in the grade. Everyone, please applaud. He also congratulated Su Lang and Jun Lingchuan for their joint second-place finish with scores of 735. Earlier, when Su Wanruo was in the office calculating her scores, he had sensed the formidable prowess she possessed, yet he had not anticipated it to be even more astounding than he imagined. What does a score of 745 signify? It heralds the emergence of a new academic prodigy from Jinggao, bringing accolades to both myself as the principal and the entire institution. How could this not be exhilarating? The students below were left in awe, mouths agape. Good heavens, the top scorer is actually Su Wanruo. To achieve perfect scores in mathematics, comprehensive science, and English, this is beyond terrifying. Initially, Jun Lingchuan had believed Su Lang would secure the top position and harbored lingering resentment. But upon discovering that the first place belonged to his deskmate, he was suddenly elated. Our leader is magnificent. The entire class gazed at Su Wanruo with expressions of shock and envy, while she herself remained remarkably composed. For someone of her caliber, a doctoral degree from a prestigious university, tackling high school problems felt akin to a deity decimating a novice village. Su Lang pressed his lips together, observing Su Wanruo. Instead of feeling defeated by her occupying the top rank, he found himself harboring a subtle admiration. Perhaps even he was unaware that the emotions in his heart had subtly shifted from disdain to appreciation and awe. As soon as the principal cheerfully announced the completion of the grades and walked away with his hands behind his back, Lu Lily, standing outside with a sullen expression and a thick stack of corrected papers, swiftly entered the room. Despite her class's remarkable improvement and the addition of an exceptionally gifted student, she found herself anything but pleased. Ironically, it was the student she had least expected to excel, one who had recently made a scathing remark, that now marred her joy. Come, class representative, step forward and distribute the papers. We shall begin our lesson by discussing the exam. A girl's clear, vibrant voice rang out, Teacher, shouldn't we first address the matter of my alleged connection that allowed me to enter Class A? Chapter 22, Cheating? Upon hearing those words, Lu Lily's already grim expression darkened further, as if ink were about to drip from her face. This Su Wanruo truly lacked awareness, failing to provide the teacher with a graceful exit. At that moment, Jun Lingchuan recalled Su Wanruo's statement and quickly chimed in. Indeed, teacher, did you not previously mention that my deskmate entered through connections? Now she ranks first in the entire grade. How do you explain that? Did you not also say that if she scored above 700, she could become the class monitor? Surely, you wouldn't go back on your word? Lu Lily clenched the chalk in her hand, forcing herself to regain composure. Very well, henceforth, Class A's monitor shall be Su Wanruo. Now, everyone, focus on the problems, she declared curtly, offering no apology. Just as Jun Lingchuan was about to rise and voice his objections, Su Wanruo placed a hand on him and shook her head. There was no need to stir trouble. Regardless, her academic performance was now firmly established for a place in Class A. The rumors circulating online about her alleged favoritism would likely dissipate on their own. Her goals had been achieved, and there was no need to provoke Lu Lily further. At that moment, Jun Lingchuan regarded Su Wanruo with unwavering admiration. Seeing her shake her head, he suppressed his anger, muttering under his breath, Brother, you are far too magnanimous. Had it been me, I would have confronted her until her own mother wouldn't recognize her. Su Wanruo responded, There is no need for such extremes. She found it perplexing how today's youth could harbor such intense tempers. Su Lang, positioned slightly behind Su Wanruo, could easily observe the two engaged in seemingly endless conversation, their heads drawing closer together. Jun Lingchuan even leaned in to whisper something in Su Wanruo's ear, prompting her to smile. Crack! The plastic pen in Su Lang's hand splintered under pressure. Was Su Wanruo a fool? Did she not realize this was a classroom? Could her first place score guarantee future success? What was there to discuss with a dullard like Jun Lingchuan? Moreover, she had the audacity to smile at him rather than herself. Su Wanruo, something's wrong. You must look at the forum. Cui Qianqian rushed over with a cup in hand, not yet having filled it. Her anxiety palpable as she thrust her phone towards Su Wanruo. Just as Su Wanruo intended to utilize the break to catch a few moments of rest, she was abruptly roused, her mind momentarily disoriented. However, upon glimpsing the glaring headlines on the screen, her mind snapped into focus. Top of the grade, Su Wanruo caught cheating. Scrolling down, she discovered that the individual had even posted several academic transcripts from her previous school, all replete with failing grades. I knew it. Her grades must be fraudulent. Who could possibly achieve perfect scores in 3 subjects? Haha, perhaps her essay in Chinese was poorly copied, hence the lack of a perfect score. Cheating dog. Get out of Jingao. Su Wanruo's lips curled into a faint smile. Such lowly, self-righteous attempts to present evidence, hoping to sway public opinion, were utterly laughable. It is evident who is responsible for this. However, the ability to clearly retrieve the original owner's academic transcript while remaining an aloof observer is quite impressive. Su Yingying is not as foolish as one might assume. Just as the discussion in the classroom reached a fever pitch, a figure appeared at the entrance of Class A. Lu Wei, with an air of arrogance, clutched the transcript and angrily pointed at Su Wanruo, exclaiming, Su Wanruo, how dare you cheat? She arrived quite promptly, revealing her impatience. Su Wanruo raised an eyebrow, returning her phone to Cui Qianqian, and leaned back calmly against her chair, unperturbed by the accusation. You claim I cheated. But where is your evidence? Lu Wei snorted, slamming her phone onto the desk, displaying the original owner's transcript. Here's the evidence. You failed all your previous exams. Yet suddenly scored so high this time. If that isn't cheating, what is? Su Wanruo lazily lifted her gaze to meet Lu Wei's, her eyes glinting with mockery behind her glasses, and said softly, do you understand what evidence means? Evidence is something that can substantiate the facts of a case, such as witnesses, physical evidence, or audiovisual materials. What you have provided cannot be considered evidence at all. Lu Wei trembled with anger at her defiance. At that moment, Su Yingying entered from behind, maintaining her usual innocent demeanor, radiating an aura of kindness. She tugged at Lu Wei's sleeve and gently said, Lu Wei, please don't be upset. Although my sister's previous grades were poor, her high score this time is surely due to her hard work. I believe in her. What a pristine white lotus. Lu Wei nearly jumped in frustration, exclaiming, Yingying, your kindness is blinding you to her deceit. She must have cheated. With newfound confidence, she turned to Su Wanruo, a mocking smile on her face. It doesn't matter if you deny it. I have already informed the principal and the head of the discipline office. They will be here shortly, and then we shall see if you can still maintain your bravado. Su Yingying was taken aback by Lu Wei's ruthlessness. However, this may work to her advantage. Once the situation escalated, it would be interesting to see how this fool would extricate herself. Ideally, her cheating would be conclusively proven, leading to her immediate expulsion from Jingao, which would undoubtedly disappoint her brother and parents. Then she would reclaim her status as the sole favorite in the family. Su Wanruo observed the uncontainable smile at the corners of Su Yingying's lips and rolled her eyes, realizing how simple-minded and physically adept she was. It was impressive that she had concocted such a convoluted scheme. Had this been the original owner, she would have undoubtedly succeeded. Alas, her core had been replaced. Just then, a resonant male voice interrupted. Who are you to sit in my place? Jun Lingchuan had just returned from playing basketball and, upon seeing others gathered around his desk, furrowed his brow in irritation. Lu Wei and Su Yingying were taken aback to discover that Su Wanruo's deskmate was actually Jun Lingchuan, prompting them to hastily retreat a few steps and clear the space around his desk. The tall and handsome youth passed by them, clutching a basketball, and as he moved, beads of perspiration cascaded down into his collar, exuding both vitality and allure. Su Yingying felt a blush creep across her cheeks, betraying her lack of composure. Although she harbored feelings for Jun Guyi, that man was far too aloof, and they seldom crossed paths. However, the notion of leveraging Jun Lingchuan's affection for her to marry into the Jun family and attain all her aspirations did not seem entirely implausible. Her gaze fell upon the slushie that Jun Lingchuan was holding in his left hand, and a smile tugged at her lips, for it was undoubtedly a treat he had purchased for her. Chapter 23. Su Lang speaks for her amidst the gazes of the crowd. Su Yingying tucked her long hair behind her ear, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, and slowly approached Jun Lingchuan. Classmate Jun, how did you know I was craving shaved ice? Thank you, she said, reaching out to take it. Yet, at the moment her fingers brushed against the bag, it was abruptly snatched away. Jun Lingchuan clutched the bag protectively, his expression one of disbelief. Are you out of your mind? You want to eat what you bought yourself? Why steal mine? Su Yingying was momentarily stunned. Had he not always bought her milk tea and snacks? Wasn't this meant for her? Her expression stiffened, and she stammered. Classmate Jun, it's me, Yingying. Jun Lingchuan frowned, looking at her as if she were insane. Call yourself whatever you wish. It has nothing to do with me. Even if you were named Guan Yinchang, you'd still have to pay for what you want. A soft chuckle escaped Su Wanruo at this point. She could hardly contain her amusement. Setting aside everything else, Jun Lingchuan's retorts were indeed quite entertaining. He placed the shaved ice on Su Wanruo's desk and instantly transformed his demeanor, smiling with his eyes sparkling. Boss, this is for you. I added extra coconut jelly and raisins. Under normal circumstances, Su Wanruo would have outright refused the shaved ice. She disliked feeling indebted to others. However, the prospect of savoring the sweet treat while relishing Su Yingying's flustered expression seemed rather delightful. She curved her rosy lips and accepted the shaved ice, saying, Thank you. Upon seeing her acceptance, Jun Lingchuan's eyes lit up, as though this acknowledgement from his superior invigorated him. Boss, if you like it, I'll buy you 10 every day. Su Wanruo replied, There's really no need, thank you. 10 servings of shaved ice. Was he attempting to land himself in the hospital? Su Yingying, filled with indignation, bit her lip and shot a furious glare at Su Wanruo. This wretched girl was doing it on purpose. The entire school was aware that Jun Lingchuan harbored feelings for her, and here she was, scheming to get close to him, only to provoke him into humiliating her. As the laughter erupted around her, her face flushed with embarrassment, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. The shame compelled her to escape from this place immediately. Meanwhile, Lu Wei, despite her own temper, dared not confront Jun Lingchuan directly. She could only gently restrain Su Yingying and whisper, "Yingying, just hold on. Once the principal and teachers arrive, Su Wanruo's mischief will be dealt with." Su Yingying's foot, poised to leave, abruptly halted. Yes, she could not leave just yet. She wanted to witness Su Wanruo's impending downfall. She was eager to see how Su Wanruo would manage to extricate herself from this predicament. At that moment, the principal, who was attending a meeting in the administrative office, was infuriated upon hearing the news. It was a rare occasion for the school to boast a prodigy, a top student, who was so lacking in decorum to spread rumors incessantly. What on earth was happening? The principal led a group of teachers into the classroom, coldly inquiring. The once boisterous classroom fell into an immediate hush. Lu Wei, mustering her courage, stepped forward and pointed at Su Wanruo, beginning her denunciation. "Principal, esteemed teachers, Su Wanruo has committed examination fraud. Her score is fabricated, not reflective of her true abilities." Before the principal could respond, Lu Lily, who stood behind him, jumped in. "I knew something was amiss with Su Wanruo. It turns out she cheated. Principal, since she has violated school regulations by cheating, I request that this morally deficient student be expelled from Jingao." She had long harbored disdain for Su Wanruo, who openly defied authority, causing her to lose face. What good were high scores if they came from such a disrespectful student? Now, with a valid reason to expel her, it could not have been more convenient. Upon hearing this, Jun Lingchuan immediately grew anxious. "Principal, do not heed her baseless accusations. My classmate, no, my deskmate, could never cheat. She wouldn't do such a thing." His unwavering trust momentarily left Su Wanruo at a loss for words. Lu Lily scoffed, clearly skeptical. "Just because you say so, does that make it true? Did you witness it?" Jun Lingchuan found himself speechless. He had taken the exam in Class A while Su Wanruo was in Class D, a considerable distance apart. How could he have seen anything? Lu Wei and Su Yingying exchanged glances, surprised to find even the homeroom teacher of Class A believed Su Wanruo had cheated. It seemed she was doomed this time. Yet, at that moment, a clear voice resonated from the back of the crowd. "I saw it." Everyone turned to look. Spotting a tall, uniform-clad youth at the entrance, clutching a stack of exam papers, apparently just returned from collecting them, he stepped forward, continuing, "During the exam, I witnessed Su Wanruo submit her paper early. For the comprehensive science exam, she handed it in approximately an hour after it began, and for math and English, it was about 40 minutes in. If you doubt my words, Principal, you may inquire with the invigilating teachers or check the surveillance footage." At this point, one teacher spoke up. "That is indeed correct. A student did submit her paper shortly after the exam commenced. I even took a moment to glance at her work, and it was quite impressive." Another teacher concurred. "I too seem to recall such an incident." Su Lang continued calmly. "The exams at Jingao are set by our own faculty, and their answers cannot be found online. Furthermore, Su Wanruo was in the last examination room. She had no opportunity to copy from anyone else. Even if she could, what chance would she have to replicate a perfect score from the last room?" His words, while objectively stating the facts, were undeniably in Su Wanruo's defense. A smile graced Su Wanruo's lips as she languidly reclined in her seat, watching Su Lang stand before her, advocating on her behalf. A warm sensation enveloped her heart. After her mother's passing, she had been sent to an orphanage, growing up as a solitary child without family. Entering the entertainment industry, she navigated a world rife with intrigue and deception, devoid of genuine friendships. No one had ever stood in front of her like kin, shielding her from harm. She had always believed that as long as she was strong enough, she could stand unprotected by others. However, it now seemed that she had been mistaken, for this sensation was rather pleasant. Su Lang appeared to have sensed her gaze. He glanced back briefly, only to quickly divert his eyes, his ears faintly tinged with crimson. Humph. His actions were not meant to assist her. He merely wished to prevent the Su family from being tarnished by her actions. Yes, that was precisely it. The principal, of course, did not believe that Su Wanruo had resorted to cheating, yet with so many questioning her integrity, he could only address the matter formally. "Student Su, do you have anything to say?" Chapter 24. On-site examination. Su Wanruo curved her lips into a smile, rising to her feet. Her gaze towards the principal imbued with unwavering determination. Principal, I reiterate, I did not cheat. However, since there are teachers and classmates who doubt my integrity, the most prudent course of action is to retake the examination. At this proclamation, Lu Lili scoffed derisively. Retake the exam? You've already seen all the papers. If you take it again, you'll simply know the answers. Wanruo raised her eyes, casting a piercing glare that seemed to penetrate the depths of Lu's soul, exuding an icy chill. Since teacher Lu harbors doubts, perhaps the teachers present could pose questions on the spot. Lu Lili was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of that gaze. Once she regained her composure, she realized she had been intimidated by a mere teenager. And with a huff, she retorted impatiently, "Fine, let us have an impromptu quiz. If you fail, you can immediately leave Class A and exit Jingao." Tilting her head, Wanruo accepted the challenge. "That's agreeable, but if I succeed, Teacher Lu, you must pack your things and leave Jingao. What do you say?" Lu Lili had not anticipated being cornered in such a manner, and enraged, she slammed her hand on the table. "How audacious." Unfazed, Wanruo chuckled. "It's merely a wager. A fair exchange adds excitement. Surely, Teacher Lu isn't afraid?" Lu Lili, concerned about her pride, could only grit her teeth and acquiesce in front of so many witnesses. She was determined not to believe that Wanruo could achieve a perfect score. Huh, what a farce. The surrounding teachers exchanged glances, bewildered by how the situation had escalated. Yet they dared not voice their thoughts, awaiting the principal's directive. The principal observed Wanruo's confident demeanor and Lu Lili's clenched jaws, finally raising his hand. "Very well. Let a few teachers present some questions to student Su. If she answers them all correctly, it will indicate that she did not cheat." At that moment, one teacher volunteered. "I have just prepared a few physics problems for my own class. They would be perfect for student Su's examination." He proceeded to approach with the questions. Standing her ground, Wanruo interjected, "Teacher, please read them aloud. I can solve them mentally to avoid any claims of hidden answers." Her words dripped with mockery. Lu Lili, incensed by Su's sardonic tone, felt her temper flare. The teacher furrowed his brow and remarked, "Student Su, these are substantial problems. If you attempt them mentally, you will surely struggle. Physics problems involve not only calculations, but also numerous formulas. It would be impressive even to solve them with a pen in under a minute." Nevertheless, Wanruo remained resolute. "It's quite all right. Teacher, just read them out." Seeing her determination, the teacher reluctantly began. "The angle between the conveyor belt and the horizontal direction is 37. The top conveyor belt AB moves at a constant speed. A mass m 4 kilograms object is placed at point A without initial velocity, and the frictional force exerted by the conveyor belt causes the object to begin uniformly accelerating, after which it moves at a constant velocity equal to that of the conveyor belt. The factors of dynamic friction between the object and the conveyor belt, the distance between A and B, and the acceleration due to gravity, g, taken as 10 ms, lead us to inquire about the magnitude of acceleration when a small object undergoes uniform acceleration. A equals 0 for ms. Wanruo's answer flowed forth almost instantaneously upon the teacher finishing the question. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom how someone could arrive at an answer so swiftly. Only the teacher murmured in astonishment, "Indeed, the answer is it equals 0 for ms. For the second question, if a horizontal force pulls the rod from rest, doing 0.3 of work in 2 seconds." Following a series of questions, Wanruo consistently articulated the answers immediately after hearing each query, even responding adeptly to questions the teacher devised on the spot. After all the subject teachers presented their questions, they regarded her with admiration, their eyes revealing their appreciation. This child is a rare talent. However, Lu Lili's expression changed dramatically upon hearing Wanruo fluently answer question after question, incredulously exclaiming, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could anyone possibly calculate such complex problems mentally?" Wanruo, arms crossed, gazed coolly at her, thinking that if Lu Lili remained unconvinced, she could continue the assessment. After all, she had ample time and would eventually make Lu Lili believe. At this moment, the principal could no longer refrain from intervening. The fact that Wanruo can respond so effortlessly indicates a solid knowledge base. Her achievements are undoubtedly genuine, and there is no need for further testing. Let this matter rest here. Upon hearing the principal's words, no one dared to object. Only Wanruo, with an impassive expression, turned to Lu Lily and proclaimed, "Since I have answered all the questions correctly, proving I did not cheat, may I inquire when the words you just spoke will be fulfilled?" Lu Lily's complexion shifted. Her initial intention was to rid herself of Su Wanruo, but she never anticipated that she would inadvertently place herself on the precipice of a cliff. Jingao is a key high school in the province. Each year, teachers vie to secure a position here, as it offers not only generous compensation, but also immense prestige. Who wouldn't extend a measure of respect to someone who can claim to teach at Jingao? Even the director of the Education Bureau greets them with a smile. Moreover, after years of hard work, she had finally ascended to the position of head teacher of Class A, and in a few more years, she could reach the leadership level. At this critical juncture, the thought of being dismissed was intolerable. The principal found himself in a quandary. With less than 2 months remaining until the college entrance examination, losing a teacher at this stage meant it would be challenging to find a suitable replacement to step in promptly. Su Wanruo, with the imminent examinations, let us not hinder the progress of everyone's studies. How about we discuss this further after the exams? The principal suggested gently. Su Wanruo merely smiled, yet she had no intention of letting the matter rest. Principal, teachers instruct us to be true to our word, to uphold integrity, and to be trustworthy. How can we expect to educate students when teachers themselves do not adhere to these principles? How can students still regard teachers as role models? If such matters become public, what will become of our esteemed reputation at Jingao? The voice was resounding and deafening. Lu Lily's face twisted in fury, her nails digging painfully into her palm. "You wretched girl," she exclaimed, raising her hand, ready to strike. She could no longer endure it. Su Wanruo was clearly opposing her, intent on driving her away. Chapter 25. The teacher's gossip. Su Wanruo raised an eyebrow, feigning a look of terror as she took a step back, coincidentally retreating behind the principal. With a pitiful tone, she exclaimed, "Principal, look, Teacher Lu is still threatening to hit me. How frightening. If she dares to act this way in your presence, what will happen once you're gone? I might as well be beaten to death. How can I study or prepare for exams under such circumstances? Isn't this just a case of a white lotus?" It seems effortlessly done. Upon seeing his prized student so frightened, the principal furrowed his brows protectively and interjected, "Teacher Lu, as an educator, how can you threaten a student in such a public manner? Here's what we will do. You will swap classes with Teacher Lee from Class B. And for the time being, you will teach there. We will hold a meeting to discuss your situation after the college entrance examinations." Turning to Su Wanruo, he spoke gently. "Don't be afraid, Su. If you feel wronged, come to me. I will ensure justice is served, all right?" The principal had a difficult task. He needed to suit the students while also considering the overall academic performance of the school. Su Wanruo had achieved her objective and nodded in agreement. "All right, principal." After all, her intention was to remove Lu Lily from Class A. She had no trust in Lu's motives, considering what tricks she might play next. It wasn't fear that gripped her with the impending exams. She simply wished to avoid wasting time on trivial matters. Hearing the principal's words, Lu Lily had no choice but to swallow her fury. "Yes, principal." Thankfully, she had not yet been expelled. The principal's decision to keep her at the school indicated there was still hope. If she performed well during this period, she was confident she could reclaim what was rightfully hers. As for Su Wanruo, she had previously been careless. But now she had 100 strategies to ensure Su Wanruo would be ousted from Jingao before the exams. Her gaze was filled with sharp malice and resentment, while Su Wanruo merely rolled her eyes, disregarding Lu Lily entirely. Since she had the ability to make Lu lose her position in Class A, she certainly had the means to keep her quiet. The principal wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to have resolved the matter. "All right, since everything has been settled, let us return to class and not linger here." Suddenly, Su Wanruo's expression brightened as she raised an eyebrow and called out towards a corner, "Wait, principal. There is one more matter that requires your intervention for fairness." The principal halted in his tracks. "What is it?" This prized student was indeed remarkable, yet she seemed to be constantly making enemies. Su Wanruo smiled and continued, "Previously, Lu Wei from Class D and Su Yingying promised that if I scored over 700 points, they would publicly apologize to me in front of the entire school. Now that I have achieved that score, I wonder if they will honor their promise?" Lu Wei and Su Yingying, who were preparing to slip away in the corner, paused in surprise. The principal frowned and inquired, "Oh, is that so? You too. Come forward and apologize to Su." Su Yingying gritted her teeth in frustration and shot a resentful glare at Lu Wei. "Witness the commendable deeds she has executed. Indulging in a wager is one thing, but to entangle herself in this predicament is quite another. Now, she finds herself sharing in the humiliation. Lu Wei never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Su Wanruo not only managed to secure a score of 700, but also attained the top position in her grade, with numerous teachers and students observing. Even if they are reluctant, they must step forward to extend their apologies. Student Su, we apologize, we should not have. Stop. Su Wanruo interjected abruptly, her eyes glimmering beneath her glasses. Since the declaration was made in front of the entire school, this setting does not suffice. There is an oath-taking ceremony next week, so let us apologize beneath the national flag. What do you think, Principal? The principal dared not voice any dissent. Just moments ago, in an effort to appease this esteemed student, he had reassigned Teacher Lu. The thought of two students apologizing was trivial. Without hesitation, he acquiesced, stating, "Very well. We shall have the teachers from the Political Education Department arrange the proceedings." Su Wanruo, observing the resentful gazes of Su Yingying and Lu Wei, smiled with satisfaction. This is the way. A matter must have a beginning and an end to be interesting. Once everyone had dispersed, the sole beneficiary of this incident, the current homeroom teacher of Class A, Mr. Li Liang, rubbed his hands together and approached Su Wanruo. Student Su, how fortuitous. We are now in the same class as teacher and student. Who would have thought that your single utterance would spare me a decade of toil? I have surged from Class B to Class A. You are like a rebirth for me. Su Wanruo frowned. This teacher was rather loud. Noticing her indifference, Li Liang felt slightly hurt. Student Su, you haven't forgotten me, have you? I supervised your examination. Surely you remember my name? Su Wanruo, somewhat irritated by his incessant chatter, replied, I don't recall. How could you forget? I was your first teacher when you arrived in the capital. However, I forgive you. I shall remind you once more. My name is Li Liang, quite memorable. Have you not heard the song exclusively written for teachers? Su Wanruo, intrigued, inquired. A song written specifically for you? Noticing her confusion, Li Liang enthusiastically explained, indeed. It's the song Unity is Li Liang. Unity is Li Liang. This Li Liang is iron. This Li Liang is steel. Su Wanruo. In that moment, she suddenly found Lu Lily rather endearing, though she may have harbored a dislike for her. At least she was not so loquacious. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Jun Corporation, Jun Guyi sat in the president's chair, his gaze shrouded in gloom. An aura of chilling malice enveloping him, as if he were on the verge of unleashing a massacre. Song Chung stood trembling beside him, his mind racing through the projects the company had undertaken in recent days, struggling to comprehend the source of the president's ominous demeanor. After a moment, a deep voice resonated. Go, summon all the public relations and technical staff. The meeting will commence in 5 minutes. Song Chung, not daring to be negligent, promptly nodded, yes. President. On the way to the conference room, the manager of the public relations department and the manager of the technical department surrounded Song Chung, wiping the beads of sweat from their brows. Song Assistant, what is happening? Why are we suddenly called to an urgent meeting? Song Ching furrowed his brow, his pace unrelenting, and replied as he walked, I am not entirely certain, but judging by the president's demeanor, it appears to be quite serious. You must all summon every ounce of your energy to face this. It is the first time I have witnessed such an expression on the president's face. I fear this matter may prove truly challenging. Chapter 26. The president's fiancée. Upon hearing these words, everyone instinctively straightened their posture, brimming with anticipation. At the head of the table, Jun Guye's elongated fingers rhythmically tapped against the surface, producing a resounding echo in the otherwise silent conference room. The attendees sat upright, their breaths barely audible, anxious that any misstep might lead to dire consequences. After a considerable pause, Jun Guye finally spoke, his voice clear yet tinged with restraint. Today, there are 4 matters to address, and I expect prompt resolutions. Do not squander my time. The palpable tension in the air hinted that the president's ire signified a serious issue. Without hesitation, everyone hurriedly opened their laptops, fingers poised to record. The first issue, a defamatory post regarding my fiancé, has surfaced on the Jingao forum. I require all information pertaining to the IP address within 1 minute. The attendees' fingers trembled in disbelief, their eyes widening in shock. What? The president has a fiancée? Song Cheng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Is this emergency meeting truly convened over that matter? Jun Guye offered them no time for curiosity, glancing at his watch before stating, time begins now. The technical team of Jun Corporation, composed of elite talents, swiftly gathered the necessary information on the IP address in under 30 seconds. President, we located the post's origin within Jinggao School, utilizing precise location tracking. We identified it was posted by a student named Lu Wei from Class D. Additionally, we accessed the student's information from the school's archive and have sent it to your email. The defamatory post has also been removed. Upon hearing the term fiancé, the icy demeanor surrounding Jun Guyi softened slightly, and even the corners of his lips lifted imperceptibly. This month's bonuses will be increased by 30%. You may collect them from the finance department. The general manager of the technical department was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly that simple? Mother, look, I have succeeded. I hit the right note. Jun Guyi maintained his stoic expression as he deftly opened his email. Instantly, a detailed information sheet featuring a 1-inch photograph appeared on the screen. Lu Wei, heiress of the Lu Corporation. After reviewing the information, he continued. The second issue, within 3 minutes, ascertained the industrial chain of Lu Corporation in City A and their trade relations with other groups. In an instant, the once quiet conference room was filled with the rapid clatter of keyboards. 2 minutes later, comprehensive details landed in Jun Guyi's inbox. He tapped the table thoughtfully, scanning the information regarding the Lu Corporation, then turned to Song Qing, issuing his command. In 1 week, I do not wish to see Lu Corporation in City A again. Song Qing nodded vigorously. Understood. The sheer intensity of the president was indeed intimidating. Though the Jun Group stands as the largest enterprise in the nation, instilling a sense of trepidation in others, the president, from his lofty position, seldom excludes other businesses. On the contrary, he occasionally extends a helping hand to struggling small enterprises on the brink of bankruptcy. However, it appears that Lu's family has truly crossed the president's threshold this time. Yet, it is not entirely the president's fault. After all, they have failed to educate their daughter properly. Instead of targeting anyone else, they chose to bully the future wife of their president. After all the effort he has put into finding a suitable partner, they dare to intimidate her. Are they not courting their own downfall? The third matter at hand is to locate a relatively reputable orphanage in the city. The quality of the environment is of little consequence, but robust security is paramount, preferably one where individuals can be incarcerated without the possibility of escape. Song Qing. An orphanage? For a moment, Song Qing was taken aback by this sudden shift in topic, struggling to comprehend how an orphanage had come into play. Moreover, a place where one could be locked away indefinitely. That sounded less like an orphanage and more akin to a prison, did it not? Could it be that the president intended to confine Lu Wei, who had bullied Miss Su, in an orphanage? But she had parents. Wouldn't she be turned away? After mulling it over for a while, Song Qing could no longer suppress his curiosity and ventured, President, are you planning to send Lu Wei there? However, she is about to turn 18, which complicates matters. Furthermore, since she has parents, confining her would legally be considered a restriction of personal freedom, which could be problematic. Yet, if it must be done, it is not impossible, though it may be somewhat troublesome. Jun Guyi frowned. Who said I would send her there? She is hardly worthy. Song Qing was momentarily stunned. Then who do you intend to send? Jun Lingchuan. Song Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. The second young master? While the president was known for his sternness towards the second young master, he had never deprived him materially. On the contrary, he consistently shielded him. Even when the second young master insisted on participating in esports, the president had thoroughly investigated professional players, aware of the physical toll it could take, thus opposing his involvement. Given the president's evident affection for the second young master, it was perplexing that he would suddenly wish to send him away. Just as he was about to inquire further, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the multitude of photographs on the president's computer, evidently taken by a detective. Some depicted the second young master sharing laughter with Miss Su, while others showed them collaborating on assignments or playfully engaging on the street. In essence, the images conveyed a sense of intimacy between the two. Song Qing. Very well. It seems that the brother's needs pale in comparison to the importance of a wife. As Jun Guyi continued to scrutinize the detective's photographs, his frustration mounted, fueling a desire for vengeance. Forget the orphanage, he decided. Song Qing exhaled a sigh of resignation. It seemed the president was still reluctant to act with cruelty. Perhaps we should look for a cemetery instead. An orphanage could still yield escapees, but a cemetery would ensure finality. Song Qing. Jun Guyi sighed deeply, massaging the tension within his brow, and resumed. All right, the final issue, which also constitutes the crux of today's meeting. Everyone involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief, At last, the conversation returned to the main topic. The CEO finally recalled their primary duty. The crux of the matter today is how to subtly, unobtrusively, and artlessly invite my fiancé to visit my home. Upon uttering these words, the room fell into a profound silence, with even the sound of typing ceasing. Whoever can resolve this dilemma shall be granted a year's leave with full salary and a year-end bonus multiplied tenfold. Instantly, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even Songqing, who had been standing by, felt a surge of eagerness to offer a few suggestions in light of such an enticing proposition. Chapter 27. The Liu family's bankruptcy. Inside the KTV private room, chaos reigned as all the bottles, glasses, and platters of pastries were swept to the floor, creating a scene of utter disarray. Liu Wei was taken aback by Su Yingying's furious outburst and stammered an apology. "Yingying, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. I truly meant to help you, but I had no idea that Su Wanruo, that wretched woman, had a hidden agenda." Liu Wei genuinely regarded Su Yingying as her close sister. Upon hearing Su Yingying's grievances, she instinctively aligned herself with her, viewing Su Wanruo as a common adversary. In truth, Liu Wei harbored no personal grievances against Su Wanruo. However, witnessing Su Yingying's predicament due to her own actions filled her with profound guilt, even causing her to forget that this situation was entirely avoidable. Su Yingying took several deep breaths to suppress the fury boiling within her. Liu Wei, with her naive simplicity, had not only apologized but had also involved Su Yingying in her own public apology. With so many witnesses, her dignity had been utterly compromised. If her brothers and parents discovered this, they would undoubtedly think less of her, jeopardizing everything she had painstakingly built within the Su family. Yet, she could not afford to sever ties with Liu Wei just yet. She was the only pawn left that could still be utilized in her schemes. If Liu Wei withdrew her support, Su Yingying would be left vulnerable against Su Wanruo. "It's all right. I was just overly angry earlier. I didn't expect my sister to be so ruthless, even dragging you into this mess. I'm truly sorry, Liu Wei. It's all my fault." Su Yingying bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice trembling like a wronged little creature. As anticipated, the sight of her distress ignited Liu Wei's sense of justice. With a flurry of indignation, she rolled up her sleeves and declared, "Yingying, you are far too kind. Despite her bullying, you still call her sister." Clearly, she had forgotten that this conflict had commenced with their deliberate provocation. Su Yingying sniffled, her tone heavy with despondency. "Everyone at home adores my sister. She is so exceptional, having topped the entire grade. I can never compare. I dare not voice my grievances, as she despises me." Liu Wei's heart ached at her woeful tone. Initially, she had envied Su Yingying for being born into the Su family, surrounded by 6 brothers who treated her like a princess. Yet, it appeared that she also bore her own burdens and concerns. It was all Su Wanruo's fault. Had she not returned, Yingying would not have faced such humiliation and pain. No, Liu Wei resolved to assist Yingying. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, and she leaned closer to Su Yingying with excitement, saying, "Yingying, I just remembered something. This is something that will surely allow you to surpass your sister, and your parents will be proud of you." Su Yingying, who had been looking downcast, instantly lifted her head, her eyes wide with urgency. "What is it?" Liu Wei continued. "A few days ago, I overheard someone talking to my father about director Yang Zhigua coming to our school to cast for a supporting role in his new film. This character requires a young girl who can dance ballet. Yingying, you've studied ballet, haven't you? And you've reached level 9. You're so beautiful that you must have a good chance of being selected." Upon hearing this, Su Yingying's eyes sparkled with excitement. The name of director Yang Zhigua, a renowned figure who has garnered prestigious awards at both domestic and international film festivals, filled her with anticipation. Every film he directed became a box office sensation, and numerous stars would gladly take on minor roles just to make an appearance in his movies. Moreover, the number of Best Actor and Actress awards he has championed is countless. If she were to be chosen, it would indeed bring great honor to the Su family. But was this news reliable? With so many aspiring actors vying for roles in Yang's films, how could they possibly find someone suitable? Su Yingying felt puzzled. Liu Wei quickly clarified, "I heard that the requirements for this role are exceptionally high. The girl must be innocent and untouched by worldly affairs, yet possess a depth of life experience, along with the ability to dance ballet. Many of the female stars in the entertainment industry would be disqualified right at the first criterion." It's said that director Yang has traveled across much of the country seeking the right fit for this character. Therefore, this news is undoubtedly true. He is coming to our school in the next few days, and the principal has already given his consent. Coincidentally, my father knows one of Director Yang's assistants. And since I happened to be at Jinggao, I mentioned it in passing, which I happened to overhear. So, Ying, prepare yourself. This time, you will surely overshadow Su Wanruo. Su Ying's eyes gleamed with determination as she clenched her fists, suppressing her inner excitement. Although she was the adopted daughter of the Su family, over the years, Su Papa and Su Mama had shifted their affection for their biological daughter onto her, wholeheartedly nurturing her. They provided her with opportunities in etiquette, socializing, and various skills. Among these was ballet, which, fortuitously, was the discipline she had studied the longest and excelled at, having already reached level 9. Su Wanruo, that simpleton who grew up in a poor household, was fortunate enough just to have meals. How could she afford ballet lessons? This time, she was eager to see how Su Wanruo would compete with her. As soon as Lu Wei stepped into her home, she was stunned by a sudden slap. The sharp sound echoed, leaving her momentarily deaf in her left ear. Looking up, she saw Lu Wenguang, his face flushed with anger and sleeves rolled up, clearly furious. Even as Lu Mu tried to restrain him, he seemed ready to strike again. Unfilial child, so you finally decided to come back. Just wait. I'll make you regret it. Lu Mu's eyes were also red, as if she had been crying, yet seeing her daughter being struck filled her with sorrow. Wei, be obedient and go upstairs to sleep. Lu Wei, stubborn as ever, stood her ground, clutching her swollen cheek. Dad, what's wrong? Why did you hit me for no reason? For no reason? Lu Wenguang's chest heaved with anger, as if he might faint at any moment. With trembling hands, he pointed at her, exclaiming, "It is all because of you that our family business has been utterly ruined. That was the culmination of a lifetime's effort by your grandfather and your father. And now, look at what remains, nothing. No money, no projects, no company, nothing at all." After uttering these words, he collapsed onto the carpet, weeping inconsolably. Lu Wei had never witnessed such a sight of her father before, in her memories. He was a spirited and jovial business magnate, commanding respect wherever he went. Yet today, he resembled a despondent beggar, worn and haggard. Chapter 28. Seeking Su Wanruo. Lu Wei's heart sank suddenly, an overwhelming sense of panic engulfing her. Her intuition warned her that something monumental had transpired at home, a matter far beyond her capacity to bear. She gazed at her mother, who stood silently weeping beside her, suppressing her own dread. With a trembling voice, she implored, "Mom, what on earth has happened? Please don't frighten me. Has something occurred?" Lu's mother, with tear-filled eyes, looked at her daughter, choked with emotion. Wei, our family's company, has gone bankrupt." The world seemed to collapse around Lu Wei, an incomprehensible reality crashing down upon her. She widened her eyes in disbelief, shaking her head in a frantic denial as she murmured, "No, it's impossible. Everything was fine just this morning. Dad mentioned we had secured a significant project, and if we executed it well, our company's revenue this year would surpass last year's by several points." With a pallid complexion, Lu Wei anxiously tugged at her mother's sleeve, as if clinging to the last thread of hope. "Mom, you're not deceiving me, are you? You don't want to buy me that new handbag, so you're saying this, right? I can do without it, truly. Please don't lie to me." At this moment, Lu's mother was beyond words, her once graceful demeanor now disheveled. She looked at Lu Wei, her eyes filled with love and helplessness. Wei, when will you grow up?" Suddenly, Lu Wei clamped her hands over her ears and screamed in utter disbelief, her face a portrait of shock. Her voice, sharp and defiant, rang out, "I don't believe it. Our family cannot possibly be bankrupt. You must be lying to me. Yes, it's all a deception." Fearing her emotional outburst, Lu's mother wrapped her arms around her, saying, Wei, please calm down. I've just considered the situation, and it's not without potential for a turnaround." Lu Wei stood frozen, mechanically repeating, "Turnaround?" Even Lu Wenguang, who sat despondently on the floor, looked up at her with a glimmer of hope. "Dear, is that truly the case? Is there really a chance for a turnaround?" Lu's mother nodded. "Do you remember when you called for help earlier? Although they all declined, one of them let slip a crucial piece of information. It seems you've offended someone at school who shouldn't have been crossed, which has led to pressure being exerted on the Lu group. Wei, think carefully about any conflicts you've had at school in recent days." Before her marriage, Lu's mother had been a notable figure in the business world, but following her union with Lu Wenguang, she gradually retreated into the background. Yet, her innate acumen remained intact. Once she regained her composure, she discerned a possible avenue for resolution. Since it was reported that Wei had provoked someone at school, they could explore this matter further, apologizing where necessary and offering reparations. Perhaps the situation could still take a favorable turn. With swollen eyes, Lu Wei clutched her sleeves tightly, earnestly pondering whom she might have offended at school. Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. It was Su Wanruo. The only person she had clashed with in recent days was indeed Su Wanruo. Mother, I remember now, it is Su Wanruo. Lu's mother furrowed her brow, contemplating this information. After a moment, she inquired, "Are you referring to the biological daughter that the Su family recently acknowledged?" Lu Wei nodded affirmatively. Yes, that is indeed her. However, after a moment's reflection, she shook her head in denial, stating, "No, that cannot be right. I am good friends with Su Yingying, and the reason for my falling out with Su Wanruo was to assist Su Yingying. If the Su family truly intended to target our family, Yingying would certainly have informed me." Lu's mother pressed her lips together, remaining silent as her mind raced to process these revelations. Although the Lu group could not be compared to the Su group, it still held considerable influence in the region. It would be impossible for the Su family to bring them down without significant effort. There must be a more formidable force at play behind the scenes. Vivi, please call your good friend Su Yingying and inform her of our family's bankruptcy. Then listen to her response. Lu Wei hesitated, reluctant to lose face in front of her classmate. Mother, Lu's mother discerned her thoughts immediately and shot her a fierce glare. If you wish to continue your education, reside in the villa, and purchase designer brands, you will heed my advice. Reluctantly, Lu Wei complied, retrieving her phone and dialing the number. At that moment, Su Yingying stood delicately at Su Wanruo's door, feigning vulnerability in an effort to elicit sympathy. Sister, congratulations on ranking first in the entire grade. If our parents were to learn of this, they would surely be delighted. Leaning against the door, Su Wanruo raised an eyebrow, skeptical of her sister's seemingly altruistic intentions. As expected, Su Yingying's eyes soon glistened with unshed tears. She stepped forward, her slender fingers gently grasping Su Wanruo's sleeve. Her voice choked with a sorrowful tremor. Sister, I only learned afterward that Lu Wei had posted your previous grades on the forum and humiliated you. I never anticipated her jealousy would lead her to harm you in such a way. Had I known earlier, I would have certainly intervened. The betting incident was not my idea. It was her overestimation of herself. My relationship with her is not at all close. We are merely classmates. I never imagined she would drag me into the wager, creating a rift between us sisters. Truly, her intentions are malicious. Please do not let this wicked woman anger you. All right. Su Wanruo silently marveled at the performance, recognizing the art of misdirection and manipulation. It was no wonder that in novels, both the original protagonist and the business magnates of the Su family were ensnared by her deceitful charms. Even her past life as an acclaimed actress could not compare to the skill displayed here. A smirk played on Su Wanruo's lips as she pondered her sister's next move. Oh, is that all? In that case, I shall forgive my sister. If there is nothing else, I will return to my studies. With that, she turned to leave. Su Yingying never anticipated that she would so effortlessly forgive herself. She had initially believed it would require considerable effort. Thus, she quickly smiled and continued. Since you have forgiven me, sister, could you perhaps speak to the teacher and let the matter of my apology under the national flag be dismissed? After all, it has nothing to do with me. All of this originated from Lu Wei. Upon hearing this, Su Wanruo could not help but snicker. So she had been waiting for her here. Had she not read the original text, she might have genuinely believed in Su Yingying's seemingly pitiful demeanor. According to the book, Lu Wei's actions were all for Su Yingying's sake. Yet here Su Yingying was, easily absolving herself with just a few words. One could only wonder how Lu Wei, who fancied herself as the embodiment of Su Yingying's kindness and charm, would react upon discovering that she had been so disparaged. Chapter 29. The performance begins in truth. Su Yingying's sudden descent into humility to apologize was not solely due to the embarrassment of addressing the entire school. More importantly, the solemn pledge ceremony at Jingao required parental participation, aimed at igniting the students' fighting spirit, while simultaneously instilling a sense of urgency and involvement in the parents regarding the college entrance examination. Although Su Yingying's parents were abroad caring for her grandfather, and her elder brother, Su Xiao, was away on a business trip, leaving the family devoid of attendees. There were other parents present at Jingao who were partners of the Su family. Su Yingying was undoubtedly unwilling to take any risks. After all, if this matter were to surface at a banquet, her family would surely believe she was bullying Su Wanruo. Thus, despite her reluctance, she had no choice but to bow her head and apologize. Ding ding ding, the crisp sound of her mobile phone rang out at just the right moment. At that moment, seeing that Wanruo had forgiven her, she was merely one step away from achieving her goal and escaping the necessity of a public apology. Yet, it was precisely at this juncture that the phone call interrupted her. Ignoring the phone's persistent ringing, she continued to furrow her brow, casting a pitiful glance at Wanruo, attempting to resume their previous conversation. Sister, can we just let the matter of the apology under the national flag slide? The phone continued to ring insistently. Leaning against the door frame, Wanruo did not provide a direct answer. Instead, she leisurely suggested, "You might want to take that call first." Biting her lip in frustration, Su Yingying reluctantly retrieved her phone, which displayed Lu Wei's name. What could Lu Wei possibly want at this time? After a moment of hesitation, she answered the call. And immediately, Lu Wei's voice came through, choked with urgency and sorrow. "Yingying, please help me. Our family has gone bankrupt." Sob, sob, sob. Her voice was not loud, yet the hallway was so silent that Wanruo heard every word, raising an eyebrow in response. Su Yingying was momentarily taken aback, quickly turning her back and softly inquiring, "What happened? Wasn't everything fine during the day?" Lu Wei began to sob quietly. "Dad said it's because I provoked the wrong person at school. Someone has targeted our family. The only conflict I had at school was with Wanruo. It must be her. Yingying, I beg you, please ask Wanruo to spare our family. The conflict between us was only because I was standing up for you." Su Yingying pressed her lips together, her peripheral vision catching sight of Wanruo, effortlessly leaning against the door frame, clad in a silk white nightgown. She appeared as an ethereal being bathed in the soft glow of the orange light, reminiscent of the afterglow of a sunset. Although she possessed an ordinary face, with thick glasses obscuring much of her features, her mere presence, silent and composed, rendered her seemingly unattainable. In her memories, Wanruo had once been pale and emaciated. A picture of malnourishment. It was unclear when she had undergone such a transformation. Su Yingying clenched her fists tightly, her teeth chattering with jealousy. How dare this country bumpkin elevate herself above her? After all, she was the true heiress of the Su family. Taking a deep breath, she forced her voice to sound normal and whispered, "Wei Wei, do not be disheartened. Rest assured, I will advocate for you and your sister." On the other end of the line, a voice filled with joyous tears responded, "Yingying, you are truly wonderful. You are indeed my dear sister." After hanging up, Su Yingying turned around, once again embodying the persona of a delicate flower. "Sister, I apologize. That was Lu Wei on the phone." Wanruo glanced lazily at her, showing no curiosity. "Oh, and what of it?" Su Yingying smiled softly and replied, "It's nothing. She merely called to inquire about the homework." "Sister, since you have already forgiven me, can we consider the matter of speaking under the national flag settled? After all, it was Lu Wei with whom I made the bet, not me." Wanruo suddenly found it amusing. She could hardly fathom the manner in which the Su family had raised Su Yingying, as her audacity seemed boundless. If she had not misheard, she had indeed caught mentions of bankruptcy and pleas for mercy, words that easily intertwined, leading one to deduce the essence of her message. Although she was uncertain how Lu Wei's family's bankruptcy pertained to her, it was evident from her tone that she was indeed soliciting Su Yingying's assistance. Wanruo blinked and tilted her head, mimicking her innocent demeanor as she asked, "But dear sister, are you not good friends with Lu Wei? If you are friends, should you not stand by each other in times of hardship? Who is friends with her?" Su Yingying suddenly retorted sharply, "Sister, you may not be aware, but the Lu group pales in comparison to our Su family. Her proximity to me is merely a matter of mutual benefit, and as you know, being classmates, I simply cannot refuse her." Wanruo adjusted her glasses and continued, "So, what you imply is that you do not genuinely wish to be her friend. Rather, she is the one who clings to you?" Upon hearing a hint of concession in her sister's tone, Su Yingying eagerly nodded, "Yes. It is she who clings to me. Whether it was previously slandering you by posting about your grades or later provoking you for a bet, I was completely unaware of her actions. Had I known, I would never have allowed her to defame you. I truly maintain this friendship solely for the sake of our family's relationship." A flicker of derision passed through Wanruo's eyes, though it quickly dissipated in the reflection of her glasses. "Oh, very well then, I shall speak with the teacher." Su Yingying's eyes brightened instantly, seemingly taken aback by her sister's agreement. "Thank you, sister. Now you should rest. I shall return to my room." With that, she turned and walked away without a trace of reluctance. Wanruo remained where she stood, watching her sister's retreating figure, unable to suppress a cold snicker. This sister of hers possessed not only an impenetrable facade, but a heart as cold as ice. She could easily turn her back on those she professed to cherish. Yet, upon reflection, this behavior seemed rather typical. In the aftermath of the Su family's downfall, had she not fled abroad with all the money? Indifferent to the plight of her once beloved brothers? Returning to her room, Wanruo pulled her phone from the pocket of her pajamas. The recording indicator light was still blinking. She had just contemplated recording, solely to preemptively guard against Su Yingying's potential provocations or any schemes to falsely accuse her, thus allowing herself to be well prepared. Little did she expect to capture something entirely unforeseen, which proved to be fortuitous. She opened her computer and, with a few deft keystrokes, transformed the screen into a programming code interface. Swiftly, her fingers located Lu Wei's contact information, and she bundled all the audio files before sending them off. Then, she powered down the device. The thrilling act is about to commence. Chapter 30. There is still a way at this moment, in the Lu household. Lu Wei was on speakerphone. After hanging up, she gazed at her mother with hopeful eyes, her voice brimming with excitement. Mom, Yingying said she wants to help us. Doesn't this mean we won't go bankrupt? Lu's mother furrowed her brow, still feeling a twinge of worry. Having encountered countless individuals in her lifetime, she had seen all sorts of characters in her social circle. She couldn't shake the feeling that her daughter's seemingly gentle and understanding friend might not be as innocent as she appeared. If someone genuinely wished to assist their friend, their first reaction upon hearing troubling news would typically be an urgent desire to understand the situation or to offer help in any way possible. Regardless of the approach, an emotional response would undoubtedly manifest. However, this girl was far too quiet. An unsettling, unrealistic quietness. Wei, call her again, Lu's mother urged. Inquire whether she is aware of the situation targeting the Lu family. Don't be too direct. Gather information indirectly. Hesitant, Lu Wei responded, but Mom, Yingying and I are such good friends. If she says she will help us, she will certainly do so. There's no need to ask further. I trust Yingying. Just then, her phone vibrated unexpectedly. An audio message from an unknown number had arrived. As she was about to delete it, Lu's mother stopped her. Open it and listen. Lu Wei muttered, is this a prank? However, seeing her mother's serious expression, she obediently tapped to play the message. Instantly, a clear conversation filled the still air of the living room. Sister, I only learned later that Lu Wei posted your previous grades on the forum and humiliated you there. I truly didn't expect her to harbor such jealousy and inflict such harm upon you. Had I known earlier, I would have certainly intervened. The betting incident wasn't my idea, it was her own foolishness. My relationship with her is merely that of classmates. I never anticipated that she would drag me into her gambling, causing a rift between us sisters. Her intentions are truly malicious. Sister, please don't let this wicked woman upset you, all right? Who considers her a good friend? Sister, you might not know yet, but the Lu group cannot compare to our Su group. Her proximity to me is merely a matter of mutual benefit, and as you know, being classmates, I had no way to refuse. The voice on the recording was identical to that of the woman on the phone just moments ago. Who else could it be but Su Yingying? The audio was brief, yet devoid of any static. Every word was crystal clear. Lu Wei stood frozen, her complexion turning ashen. What had she just heard? Yingying claimed she was only close to her for personal gain? She did not regard her as a true friend, and she even labeled herself a bad woman? All events are born out of one's own actions. Lu Wei shook her head in disbelief, trembling as she turned off the audio and prepared to call Su Yingying. It was inconceivable. Yingying would never utter such words. They were the best of friends, inseparable companions. Someone must have slandered her, and she needed to confront her directly. The call connected swiftly, and Su Yingying's melodious voice, tinged with evident joy, rang out. Hello, Lu Wei, is there something you need? Yingying, you. The words caught in her throat, and she opted for a roundabout approach. Did you just visit Wanruo? Did she say anything? Su Yingying hesitated, momentarily distracted by her prior happiness, having forgotten about that matter. I'll go see her later. You know how it is with the looming college entrance exams. The workload is overwhelming. I want to finish my assignments first. Our family is already on the brink of bankruptcy because of you, and you can't even consider this small request? Yingying, are you still my best friend? Lu Wei did not expect her friend to remain so nonchalant, her voice sharpening with indignation. Upon hearing Lu Wei's accusation, Su Yingying's expression darkened, her earlier elation dissipating in an instant. She had always looked down upon Lu Wei, never genuinely considering her a true friend. As the daughter of the Su family, destined to inherit the family's legacy, she stood atop the social pyramid, far removed from the likes of those who barely scraped by like Lu Wei. With a hint of sarcasm in her tone, Su Yingying retorted, "Lu Wei, how can you say such things? Your words truly hurt me. I will help you. But with the exams approaching, we must prioritize our studies. Once the exams are over, I will seek out Su Wanruo for clarity and speak to my brother to assist your Lu family. Does that sound agreeable?" Lu Wei's chest heaved as she struggled to maintain her composure. "No, we can't wait that long. There's still over a month until the exams. And our family can't hold out." Su Yingying dismissed Lu Wei's urgency, her demeanor turning defensive. "Lu Wei, your pressing tone is quite disconcerting. If you're so anxious, then I fear I cannot assist you." With that, she ended the call. With the Lu group in ruins, Lu Wei had lost all value in Su Yingying's eyes. Even if it meant severing ties, she was unafraid. Those like her always had followers at their beck and call. On the other end, Lu Wei, enraged by the abrupt disconnection, hurled her phone to the ground, where it shattered with a resounding crash. She sat on the sofa, her face buried in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. How could she do this? I truly regarded her as my dearest friend, having done so much for her. Yet she would utter such words. Lu's mother gently caressed her hair, soothingly whispering, "My dear, do not weep. It's not a bad thing to recognize a person's true nature through a single incident. At least it signifies your growth. But mother, what am I to do? If Su Yingying does not assist us, will our family truly be doomed?" Lu's mother narrowed her eyes, casting a glance at the shattered phone that Lu Wei had thrown, and softly replied, "It will not be so. There remains another option." Meanwhile, Su Wan entered the classroom, yawning. During her previous life as an actress, she was either filming night scenes or rushing to appointments, often devoid of any time to rest. Now, having miraculously transmigrated into a novel as an ordinary person, she found herself unable to catch a break due to the impending college entrance examination. To add to her plight, she had hoped to snatch a moment of sleep on the way, only to be bombarded by Su Yingying, who incessantly played the role of a doting sister, her energy seemingly boundless. Then there was Su Lang, who sat in the car like a block of ice, whenever she wasn't looking at him. He fixed his gaze upon her as if she were a criminal. Yet, the moment she turned to meet his eyes, he averted his gaze, adopting an air of aloofness. In summary, it was quite torturous. Had she known better, she would have heeded her elder brother's advice and arranged for a private driver, sparing herself the discomfort of this school journey. The moment Jun Lingchuan spotted her, he eagerly rushed over, exclaiming, "Boss, you have finally arrived." Chapter 31. The unconventional maneuvers of Jinggao. Su Wanruo wrinkled her brow in mild disdain. "Could you refrain from calling me boss?" It felt rather awkward to be pursued by a boy who was not only taller but also more robust, addressing her with such a title. However, Jun Lingchuan held a contrary opinion, steadfast in his belief, "Once a boss, always a boss. I shan't alter my stance until I have mastered your core techniques." Su Wanruo felt a sense of futility wash over her, akin to playing a lute to a cow. After all, the Jun family was a prestigious lineage. Was it too much to ask for the second young master to seek some counsel regarding his apparent foolishness? Standing beside him, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Unaware of her thoughts, Jun Lingchuan peered behind her, noticing no one in attendance, and curiously inquired, "Boss, won't your parents be attending the oath-taking ceremony today?" Su Wanruo approached the table, setting down her backpack before nodding. "No, my parents are abroad, and my brother is on a business trip, so no one is coming." Suddenly, a thought struck her. Jun Lingchuan, being the second young master of the Jun family, would the attendees not include in an instant? Su Wanruo sprang to her feet, nearly colliding with Jun Lingchuan, who was about to sit down, causing him to flinch. "What's wrong, boss?" he stuttered. Fixing him with a piercing gaze, she pressed, "Who from your family is coming to the meeting?" Her intensity startled him, making his hair stand on end as he stammered, "In no one. My grandfather finds it bothersome. And my brother is too busy." A wave of relief washed over Su Wanruo. She had been genuinely frightened. She had just spoken to Jun Guyi about keeping paths separate. It would have been exceedingly awkward had they crossed paths again today. Taking a deep breath, she returned to her seat, relieved. Yet, Jun Lingchuan's voice suddenly rose, infused with a hint of desperation. "Boss, do you not know about Jinggao's unconventional maneuvers?" Furrowing her brow, Su Wanruo queried, "Unconventional maneuvers? What do you mean?" "Boss, you might not be aware, but Jinggao's annual oath-taking ceremony is akin to a pre-exam rally. It's not merely a pledge, They invite various experts to deliver emotionally charged speeches, and there's bound to be some hugging with parents involved. If no one is present to embrace, the principal will personally invite those clueless experts onto the stage for an awkward embrace, and the embarrassment will be palpable. Wanruo halted her motions, gripping her book tightly. Having never attended high school in her previous life, she had assumed the ceremony was simply a matter of pledging and rallying enthusiasm. She had not anticipated the element of self-indulgence. Wouldn't the parents' absence mean they would all have to line up on stage for hugs with the experts? As the experts passionately recounted tear-jerking stories into the microphone, they would be left to face the audience, thousands of parents and students applauding below. Just imagining that scene sent shivers down her spine. Had she known, she would have simply hired a few extras for $50. So, we truly aren't expected to go on stage, are we? Wanruo inquired. Jun Lingchuan pressed his lips together, contemplating that there was indeed a way to address the situation. In due time, they could come together, playing the roles of guardians, embracing each other for warmth to navigate through this matter. Wanruo shot him a cold, piercing glance, causing Jun Lingchuan to instinctively withdraw his head. I was merely jesting. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Woe is me, my formidable leader is quite fearsome. Wanruo's gaze darkened behind her glasses. In her previous life, although she had ascended to a certain height within the entertainment industry, the hardships she endured were known only to herself. To the outside world, she appeared resplendent, yet behind the facade lay a profound solitude. Even those at the pinnacle of the industry could easily be trampled upon. Moreover, the murky depths of that realm were rife with sordid dealings and countless dark ascensions. Numerous directors and producers had employed various pretexts to coerce her into submission, and she had lost count of how many times she had unknowingly been drugged. As a consequence, her aversion to the opposite sex had intensified. Initially, merely conversing with a male would induce a wave of nausea, often leading to uncontrollable urges to lash out. Despite consulting several psychologists, she could only maintain a semblance of normalcy in social interactions. Yet, any semblance of intimacy from a male would trigger physiological responses. And if she were to embrace a stranger on stage, it was likely she would erupt in fury. In light of this, the prospect of embracing a familiar Jun Lingchuan seemed far more palatable. After all, should she lose control, striking him would undoubtedly be less complex than attempting to temper her rage against a specialist. Very well, then. Who claims your guardians are absent? A cool voice interrupted Wanruo just as she was about to speak. Both individuals were momentarily stunned, lifting their gazes to see a lean, handsome youth standing before their desk, backlit by the light. Wanruo was momentarily immobilized, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Su Lang pulled out a chair and sat down before her desk, asserting, "Is it truly difficult to understand? I am your dear sixth brother, and it is entirely reasonable for me to act as your guardian." He emphasized the word dear with a hint of pride. Wanruo was taken aback, perplexed. "But did you not claim you would no longer acknowledge me as your venomous sister? If you recognize me as your sister again, does that make me a little dog?" Su Lang. Just as Jun Lingchuan witnessed Su Lang intercepting him, he was filled with indignation, but upon hearing Wanruo's words, he slammed the table and erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, little dog, ha ha." Su Lang's expression darkened instantly, his fists clenched tightly, seemingly on the verge of striking that laughing face. "I only said that because you bullied Ying. If you cease to torment her, I shall still regard you as my sister. After all, blood ties cannot be severed," Su Lang replied in a grave tone. Wanruo could easily predict his response. Indeed, the overarching structure of this narrative revolved around 6 formidable brothers who doted upon their White Lotus sister. Yet, despite this understanding, she couldn't shake off an inexplicable sense of displeasure. With a radiant smile and crescent-shaped eyes, she may leave you feeling disappointed. For I shall continue to tease her in the future. Wanruo sat by the window, as a gentle breeze wafted in, lifting the heavy bangs that obscured her forehead and revealing her fair complexion. Her gaze, magnified by the thick lenses of her glasses, illuminated her inky black eyes with a mesmerizing brilliance. She was simply exquisite. Not only Su Lang, but even Jun Lingchuan, who had been laughing heartily moments before, was captivated in awe. Su Lang was the first to regain his composure, delivering a sharp slap to the head of Jun Lingchuan, who was foolishly staring at his sister. Drooling, he issued a fierce warning. "Dare to look again, and you'll regret it." Jun Lingchuan quickly turned his head away, muttering a soft retort. Who was looking? Yet, his ears flushed crimson, as if dripping with blood. Chapter 32. The Arena of Azura. At this moment in Class D, Su Yingying glanced at the empty seat beside her and furrowed her brow. Lu Wei had not come to school today. The thought of Lu Wei sobbing on the phone last night, pleading for her assistance, only to later lash out at her in a fit of hysteria, wove a thread of unease in her mind. Could it be that she had realized how Su Yingying had exploited her? No, that was impossible. Lu Wei was simple-minded, easily swayed by a few fabricated excuses. As she contemplated her words from the previous night, Su Yingying felt a twinge of regret. Although the Lu family had fallen into bankruptcy, they were still a formidable entity, and it was rare to find someone like Lu Wei who could be so easily manipulated, even willing to charge into the fray for her. Thus, when Lu Wei returned, she planned to soften her stance and coax her back into submission, as that was the only tactic that ever worked on her. Just then, a classmate called out loudly, "Yingying, is that your brother? Is he here for the oath-taking ceremony? Wow, he is really handsome. You're quite lucky, Yingying. You just said no one was coming, and here he is. Are you afraid we'd be dazzled by his looks?" Su Yingying was taken aback. Her brother had come? Wasn't he away on a business trip? Following the gazes of her classmates, she looked outside to see a tall, impeccably dressed man with broad shoulders and a slender waist, exuding an air of elegance akin to a runway model. It was none other than Su Xiao. He was heading towards Class D, not to the A class where their siblings Su Lang and Su Wanruo were, but to her own class. At that moment, Su Yingying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaped to her feet, dashing out amidst the envious stares of her peers. "Brother." Su Xiao seemed taken aback by the unexpected sight of Su Yingying, his expression momentarily blank before furrowing into a frown, though he had been reborn for some time. And this was not the first time he had seen her since his rebirth. The memories of their past life lingered, a life in which she had unwittingly contributed to the misunderstandings that plagued Ruoruo, causing her much suffering. This made it difficult for him to harbor any fondness for her. Despite knowing that it was human nature, he could not bring himself to treat her with equal affection. His handsome face fell into an expressionless mask, and he paused, looking down at her with an air of formality. What is the matter? He rarely visited Jinggao. The last time had been to escort Ruoruo for her entrance examination. Was he not supposed to be heading towards Class A? In her excitement, Su Yingying was blissfully unaware of the shift in his tone. Instead, she approached him eagerly, just as she had in the past, and playfully clutched his arm. "Brother, you're so amazing. You came back just for me. Have you been working overtime again? How unreasonable you are. If you're coming, you should have called me in advance. Our oath-taking ceremony is about to begin. Come with me to the classroom for a moment," she said, attempting to pull him in that direction. Su Xiao remained still, gently withdrawing his arm with a hint of coldness in his voice. "I have other matters to attend to. I cannot accompany you to Class D. Coincidentally, Lekong has arrived. Let him assist you." Lekong, following behind, was taken aback. He had no idea that being the assistant to the president also entailed helping with the oath-taking ceremony. Su Yingying was equally astonished by her elder brother's rejection. Her face paled instantly as she stomped her foot in a display of childishness. "Brother." Lekong wiped the sweat from his brow and stammered. President? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? The oath-taking ceremony at Jinggao requires parents and students to embrace, and my participation wouldn't be suitable." Embrace. Su Xiao's previously icy demeanor transformed at the mention of the word. Ruoruo would embrace him. He had truly come at the right time, despite the joy blooming within him. He maintained an aloof expression. "Well, if you wish not to attend, that is also acceptable." Lekong nearly fell to his knees in gratitude upon hearing this. "Yes, President." Su Yingying felt a wave of grievance wash over her, nearly brought to tears. She could not fathom why her elder brother, who had once been so fond of her, immediately granting her wishes, even naming a star after her, had become so distant. As she watched Su Xiao turn to leave, she lost control and fiercely tugged at his sleeve, gripping it tightly. "Brother, please don't go." Upon feeling her grasp, Su Xiao's expression darkened instantly, his face clouding over. "Let go." The atmosphere turned tense once more. At that moment, a refined voice broke the standoff. "President Su, what a coincidence. Are you here to assist your adopted sister with the meeting?" Adopted sister? Su Yingying, who had been quietly sobbing, bit her lip in frustration. She had worked so hard to become part of the Su family, only to be labeled as an adopted daughter? She refused to accept it. However, as she turned, she was met with the sight of a pair of exquisite phoenix eyes, adorned with a slight smile. The resentment dissipated instantly. Jun Zong. Su Xiao noticed Jun Guyi raising an eyebrow. Jun Zong, Indeed a coincidence. I assume you are here to assist your younger brother with the meeting? Today. Jun Guyi was not in a suit, but donned a casual black trench coat over a shirt and dress pants, giving him an air of youthful charm. No, I do not deserve that title. I am here to assist my fiancée. He stood before Su Xiao, exuding an aura of nobility and dominance. As if he were a king, Su Xiao matched his intensity, his gaze unwavering, laced with sarcasm. Oh, is that so? I was unaware that Jun Zong had a fiancée. Jun Guyi smiled lightly, observing him. It was peculiar. He had already informed Su Zong at the banquet. So Su Zong should not be unaware. Su Xiao's gaze was frigid, as if he were on the verge of striking. Jun Guyi, you may provoke anyone, but you must not provoke Ruoruo. Jun Guyi, undeterred by his threat, responded with unwavering resolve. Oh, is that so? Heh, who are you trying to impress with this display of sibling affection? He had conducted an investigation into the Su family and discovered that after being brought back, Su Wanruo had not fared well. She was subjected to exclusion, receiving neither affection from her brother nor love from her mother. Even the detective remarked on the peculiarities of the Su family, who seemed to neglect their biological daughter while lavishing attention on an adopted one. If the Su family failed to cherish her, then he, Jun Guyi, would provide her with the affection she deserved, far exceeding what the Su family could offer. The two tall and handsome men, both exuding an aura of formidable power, radiated an oppressive tension, and in that moment of confrontation, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. Chapter 33, Brother Chao Xingchen. The distance between Class A and Class D was not great. Su Wanruo, once again by the window, naturally caught sight of her elder brother Su Xiao and Su Yingying standing not far away. Observing her brother walk nonchalantly to the entrance of Class D, only to be greeted by Su Yingying who joyfully linked arms with him, it was impossible for her heart not to ache. After all, in this unfamiliar world, her brother Su Xiao was the first to show her kindness, yet now, he seemed to disregard her in favor of another. Upon reflection, however, there was little reason for her distress. As dictated by the narrative within the book, their affection for Su Yingying was undeniable, and their support for her was consequently justifiable. Just as she prepared to turn away and feign ignorance, another tall figure strode past. Upon recognizing who it was, Su Wanruo's brows furrowed instantaneously, her disdain evident. Didn't you say your brother wouldn't he come? Why is he here now? Jun Lingchuan was momentarily taken aback, following her gaze to the cold silhouette outside. His expression one of bewilderment. That shouldn't be possible. I never mentioned the oath-taking ceremony to him. He shouldn't know. Su Wanruo pressed her lips together, speculating. Could it be that someone informed him, prompting him to attend the meeting on your behalf? Without hesitation, Jun Lingchuan shook his head. Impossible. My brother has always maintained a kind of information blackout regarding me. When I injured my ankle playing basketball, he only found out a month later. Sometimes, I even doubt whether he is truly my real brother. From her vantage point, Su Wanruo could clearly see the defined jawline of Jun Lingchuan. She thought he was overthinking it. The side profiles of the two brothers were strikingly similar. Oh, I know, Jun Lingchuan suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he slapped the table with enthusiasm, turning to Su Wanruo. My brother must have taken a liking to your foster sister. Thus, he went to Class D to discuss matters with her. However, he didn't anticipate that your brother would also be there, resulting in an unexpected encounter between the new brother-in-law and the elder brother. Both seem to wish to confer with your foster sister, and thus they find themselves at an impasse. In martial arts novels, this tactic is referred to as the Prajna divine skill. Whoever retreats first loses. Su Wanruo. Though Jun Lingchuan's analogy was somewhat flawed, the essence of his observation did not appear to be without merit. According to the portrayal of the protagonist's halo within the novel, it was indeed plausible that everyone would be enamored with Su Yingying. Continuing, Jun Lingchuan remarked, wasn't it my brother who sought a union with you, only to be chastised? With his proud demeanor, he likely wouldn't dare to approach you again. He has probably shifted his interest to someone else, namely, your foster sister. After all, any alliance with the Su family is of little concern. At this, Su Wanruo nodded in agreement. What he suggested was not without possibility. If that were the case, escaping from Jun Guyi did indeed sound appealing. Yet, she needed to find an opportunity to have him remove the bracelet from her wrist. For reasons unknown, she felt as if the bracelet possessed a consciousness of its own, occasionally swaying or clashing, almost as if it were responding to her emotions in real time. Once again, she felt the bracelet concealed beneath her long sleeves tremble violently. akin to a petulant child displeased at the prospect of being sent away. Su Wanruo lifted her sleeve to glance at it. The bracelet remained unadorned and dull. She rubbed her forehead, realizing that her lack of sleep had led her to ponder the emotions of an inanimate object. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of a tall figure in the corridor. Upon recognizing him, Su Wanruo sprang to her feet, her excitement causing her chair to topple over with a resounding crash. "Brother!" Her voice, infused with joy and youthful exuberance, resonated like a melodious violin. Before anyone could react, she dashed out, throwing herself into his embrace, her eyes squinting in delight like a contented cat. This was Qiao Xingqian's first visit to Jingao. After inquiring with the security guard, he learned the general direction of Class A in the third year, yet the multitude of classrooms made it a challenge to navigate. Just as he contemplated asking a student for more precise directions, a slender figure suddenly leaped into his arms, enveloped in youthful softness. He frowned, instinctively suspecting a scam, and prepared to push her away, only to look down and find himself met with the familiar, laughter-filled eyes of the person he had longed for while abroad. "Brother, you're back. Didn't you say you wouldn't return until the end of the year?" Su Wanruo exclaimed, her exhilarated face flushed as she clung to him tightly. Qiao Xingqian chuckled, playfully pinching her nose, and affectionately replied, "I initially planned to return after completing my project, but since you have your college entrance exams, I came back early. I went to your previous school and discovered you had transferred here to Jingao. I knew my sister was exceptional." Su Wanruo giggled, her small face brimming with dependence. Qiao Xingqian was the older brother of the family that had adopted Su Wanruo. Although her adoptive parents did not possess the wealth of the Su family, they were comfortably middle class and had always treated them well, fulfilling their every need. Qiao's mother had longed for a daughter, yet due to health issues, she could not have more children. Thus, she decided to adopt a little girl from the orphanage. Coincidentally, Su Wanruo was the one sent there at that time. By a twist of fate, Qiao's mother chose to adopt her. Su Wanruo thrived in the Qiao household, cherished by her adoptive father, mother, and brother. However, they were unaware that the little girl they had taken in was the lost child of the Su family. Upon discovering this, Qiao's mother was nearly brought to tears, yet given the Su family's vast influence, there was little they could do but return Su Wanruo to her biological family. In truth, her initial impulse to stand and throw herself into Qiao Xingqian's arms stemmed from the lingering emotions of the original owner of this body. Yet, as Su Wanruo instinctively leaned in, she found herself momentarily stunned, realizing she felt no aversion to this male figure. Instead, she felt an innate sense of closeness. Could it be that the knowledge of the goodness inherent in the person before her, who treats her kindly, renders her devoid of any reaction? Or perhaps her soul has transcended into another vessel, thereby freeing her from past afflictions? "Ruoruo, what troubles you?" Qiao Xingqian called out to Su Wanruo several times, only to find her unresponsive, prompting him to elevate his tone slightly. "Ruoruo, what occupies your thoughts that you seem so distant when I speak to you?" Su Wanruo blinked, extricating herself from Qiao Xingqian's embrace, and chuckled softly, claiming, "It's nothing. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing my brother arrive. Come, brother. Let us proceed to the classroom." "Very well." Chapter 34. Jealousy. Upon hearing Su Wanruo's delighted exclamation of brother, both Su Xiao, entangled by Su Yingying, and Jun Guyi instinctively assumed she was calling for them, their spirits soaring as they prepared to respond. However, upon turning around, they beheld the young girl flitting like a butterfly into the embrace of a stranger. The sight ignited fury within Su Xiao and Jun Guyi, who stood nearby. Who was that man? Why did Ruoruo rush to him? Fuming, Su Xiao felt as though he might shatter his own teeth with rage, his aura turning frigid and sharp. Ignoring the presence of Su Yingying and Jun Guyi behind him, he strode forward with urgency. Jun Guyi was not far behind, his brow furrowed and face icy, as if on the brink of a violent outburst, his long strides matching Su Xiao's haste. "Brother, Mr. Jun." Su Yingying attempted to call out to them, but the two tall figures disregarded her voice entirely, not even glancing back as they continued to move swiftly away. She remained rooted in place, seething with frustration and utterly helpless. Meanwhile, in Class A, Jun Lingchuan and Su Lang exchanged bewildered glances as they observed Su Wanruo sprinting out, only to return joyfully, hand in hand with a man. The man was tall, with refined features and a strikingly handsome visage, exuding a friendly aura that, even at a mere glance, felt like a gentle spring breeze. The expressions of the two young men darkened immediately. Jun Lingchuan, unable to contain himself, grew increasingly incensed, his tone laced with petulance. Boss, who is he? Humph. How dare he be embraced by the boss while I am left out? Jealousy. He recognized everyone from the Su family, and this man was clearly not one of them. Humph. With that uneven appearance, he looked anything but trustworthy. Su Wanruo invited Xiao Xingqian to take her seat, thoughtfully pulling her desk forward for his comfort. Su Lang, witnessing this gesture, felt his ire rise to the point where his hair nearly stood on end. She had not treated him with such consideration upon his arrival, and he had to move the chair himself. Once settled, Su Wanruo introduced him. This is my brother, Xiao Xingqian. Seeing Jun Lingquan's suddenly sullen demeanor, Su Wanruo was perplexed. This guy had been perfectly amiable moments ago. Why was he now behaving so oddly? She resolved that if this fellow dared to disrespect her brother, she would simply twist his head off and use it as a ball for her brother to kick. As Jun Lingquan heard the name Xiao Xingqian, he paused, a flicker of recognition dawning upon him. Wait, wasn't he this the brother of her adoptive parents? His expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly uncrossed his legs. Oh, it's Brother Xingqian. No wonder he looks so striking. The boss often speaks of you. Su Wanruo thought to herself. This guy truly has a knack for charming conversation. When had she ever mentioned him? Su Long's expression showed no sign of improvement. Rather, upon hearing that it was her brother, his demeanor grew even more aloof. Xiao Xingqian naturally noticed the shift in their emotions, and with a gentle smile, his eyes crinkled with warmth as he said, on behalf of Ruoruo, I extend my gratitude for your care. Jun Lingquan, taken aback, hastily waved his hand. Xingqian, you are too courteous. Caring for the boss, no. Caring for a deskmate is only natural. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one would dare to bully her. Xiao Xingqian smiled in response. Very well. Meanwhile, Su Long observed the two exchanging banter like a comedic routine and, after a moment, could no longer contain himself, letting out a scoff. Humph, how hypocritical. Su Wanruo instantly furrowed her brow and shot him a glare. Be quiet. Just when she had begun to reconsider her opinion of him for vouching for her, he had once again revealed himself to be that lofty young master, ridiculing her brother in her presence. Who gave him the audacity? Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. However, Xiao Xingqian brushed it off and raised his hand to halt Su Wanruo's impulsive reaction. Ruo, don't be rash. Su Wanruo, resembling a cat whose fur had been smoothed, retracted her claws that had sprung forth in an instant. Xiao Xingqian smirked, looking at the hostile Su Long. You must be the sixth young master Su, Ruo's sixth brother. The term sixth brother struck a chord with Su Long, and his expression softened slightly, though his words remained sharp. Humph. Seeing his reaction, Su Wanruo's temper flared anew. Angrily tugging at Xiao Xingqian's sleeve, she declared, Brother, ignore him. He is not my sixth brother. Including you. I have 6 brothers. You. Su Long's face turned green with rage. Yet, Su Wanruo felt a sense of relief. What? Did I say something wrong? Did someone not say that if they recognized me as a sister, they would be a little dog? Su Long was left speechless. His face flushed with indignation as he ground his teeth in frustration. How could this woman be so petty? Although he had uttered such words in anger, they were mere expressions of frustration, not to be taken seriously. Furthermore, in recent days, he had humbled himself multiple times to atone for his past mistakes. Yet she remained oblivious and chose to provoke her biological brother over a foster brother. Upon hearing Su Wanruo's words, Xiao Xingqian's previously warm smile momentarily darkened with a hint of malice, but he quickly concealed it. Just then, the once quiet classroom erupted in excitement. Wow, look, handsome guys. Today is truly a blessing. 1, 2, 3 handsome guys have come to our class. Who are their parents? Are you blind? Even if you don't read financial newspapers, you ought to keep up with the news. That's the president of the Su group and the president of the Jun group. Su and Jun? Aren't they here for a meeting with Su Long and Jun Lingquan? Su Wanruo, hearing the murmurs around her, looked up and indeed saw 2 figures entering the classroom, one after the other. It was none other than Su Xiao and Jun Guyi. Upon entering, the 2 individuals made a beeline for Su Wanruo's table. Upon recognizing Xiao Xingqian seated there, their already frosty expressions darkened further. Su Xiao spoke first, extending his hand toward Xiao Xingqian with a tone of formal politeness. Greetings. You must be Mr. Qiao. I owe you my gratitude for the care you have provided to my sister Ruoruo. It is only right to express my thanks in person. However, I must attend to a meeting for Ruoruo today, so I fear I will only have time after the oath-taking ceremony concludes. His words unmistakably implied that Xiao Xingqian was an outsider, undaunted by his pressure. Xiao Xingchen confidently reciprocated the handshake, saying, "Not at all. Ruoruo is my sister, and it is only natural for a brother to look after her. I have heard that President Su is quite busy yet dotes on Miss Su. Perhaps I should host the oath-taking ceremony for Ruoruo. Why not allow President Su to focus on his own sister? Were it not for Su Wanruo's presence, Su Xiao would have rolled up his sleeves and thrown him out." Xiao Xingchen, with his fair and amiable demeanor, spoke without a hint of politeness, clearly indicating his preference for Su Yingying over Ruoruo. His presence here seemed to be an implicit show of support for Ruoruo. Chapter 35. Collective jealousy. Su Xiao was so infuriated that he felt like clawing at the walls. He conceded that he had been foolish in his past life, mistaking mere appearances for genuine worth. However, he was now wholly dedicated to making amends. Surely he deserved a chance for redemption. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, as Xiao Xingchen's assertions seemed undeniably true. It was maddening. How could he avoid provoking Ruoruo's ire, while simultaneously casting aside this hypocritical foster brother? Su Wanruo naturally sensed the unusual tension between the two men. Yet, given their disparate fields, there should have been no significant rivalry to warrant such palpable hostility. She blinked and attempted to diffuse the charged atmosphere. "Brother, you've come today to hold a rally for your sister, haven't you? You needn't have gone out of your way to greet me. My brother can conduct it just fine." Though she had felt a pang of discomfort upon seeing Su Xiao head straight for Class D to find Su Yingying, she reminded herself that she now had brother Xingchen. One must not be overly greedy. Su Xiao's expression darkened, as he seemed to be forcefully suppressing his rising anger. After a moment, he spoke, "No, I am here to hold a meeting for you." Despite Su Yingying and Su Lang both being at Jingao, he had rarely concerned himself with matters beyond their basic needs, let alone something as trivial as an internal rally. Yet, ever since Ruoruo arrived, he had been diligently monitoring Jinggao's developments, even worrying about its security, and had brazenly dispatched several retired soldiers to covertly protect the school. This time, he had learned about the rally in advance and had compressed a week's work into 3 days just to attend, only to find himself thwarted. It was no wonder he was irate. Su Wanruo was taken aback by his words. "Huh, you're here for my meeting?" Yet she had clearly seen Su Xiao seek out Su Yingying just moments ago. Had she misinterpreted the situation? Ignoring her bewilderment, Su Xiao took a deep breath. Quelling the urge to confront Xiao Xingchen, he decided it was best not to provoke Ruoruo. He glanced around, his gaze landing on Su Lang, who was also sitting beside Su Wanruo at the table, moving a chair. He frowned. "What are you doing here?" Su Lang answered impassively, "Holding a meeting for her." "Get up and return to your own seat. Students should conduct themselves as students. It's inappropriate for one student to hold a meeting for another," Su Xiao reproached. Su Lang remained resolute, refusing to budge. "No, I'll sit right here." His determination was as steadfast as one seeking party membership. He was also Su Wanruo's brother, her own 6th brother, and had arrived earliest. Why should he be the one to leave? Su Xiao narrowed his eyes, reluctant to put Ruoruo in a difficult position, yet unwilling to depart so easily. Thus, he reached behind him, pulled over an empty chair, and forcefully wedged it next to Su Lang, extending his long legs to sit comfortably. "Ruoruo is my sister, the daughter of the Su family. And if others were to see me here and not holding a meeting for her, I can only imagine the rumors that would ensue." The space here was inherently limited, and as he settled down, he nearly occupied half of it, making it feel even more cramped. Su Lang's expression darkened instantly. What a childish trick, he thought, to utter such foolish words. Despite witnessing this scene, Xiao Xingchen maintained a gentle smile, though a subtle chill flickered in her eyes. The atmosphere descended into an uncanny sense of oppression. Even Su Wanruo, who was oblivious to the situation, sensed something amiss. She rubbed her slightly chilled arms and sighed helplessly at the 3 brothers encircling her table. Indeed, having more brothers could also be a source of frustration. Jun Lingchuan was the sole individual unaffected by this atmosphere, currently behaving like an exuberant puppy, enthusiastically wagging his tail around his brother, Jun Giao, showering him with excessive praise. "Wow, brother, how fortunate you are to visit me and even hold a meeting. Have you suddenly realized how exceptional I am?" he exclaimed, grinning. "Hey, brother, there's no need to feel shy. Such an outstanding brother is a treasure anywhere. By the way, would you like to see my test paper? It's incredibly impressive." Jun Giao, catching a glimpse of the mop leaning against the classroom's back door, momentarily entertained the thought of stuffing it into this fellow's mouth to silence him. With the family being composed of composed and mature border collies, he couldn't fathom how a purebred husky had managed to slip in. Were it not for the fact that he had raised this character himself, he would have suspected a mix-up at birth. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Jun Guiyao commanded sharply, "Shut up." The exuberant one immediately fell silent, looking rather aggrieved as he replied, "Oh." Jun Guiyao took a seat beside Jun Lingchuan, where he could catch a glimpse of Su Wanruo's desk. The books in the desk drawer were neatly arranged, and the folded test paper bore elegant, delicate handwriting. A soft pink cup rested on the surface, radiating an air of cleanliness and gentleness throughout the space. He traced his fingertips over the items, and his once heavy heart lightened slightly at the mere sight of her belongings. What a twist of fate it was that Jun Lingchuan sat at the same table as his little fiancé. Was this not a sign from the heavens, crafting opportunities for them to be close? With this thought, he couldn't help but smirk, devising a plan to whisk his little fiancé away from the three bothersome brothers. Perhaps sensing his scrutiny, Xiao Xingchen subtly shifted to the side, conveniently obstructing his view. Jun Guiyao showed no sign of embarrassment at being caught. Instead, he boldly met her gaze. "Mr. Qiao, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." While investigating Su Wanruo's situation within the Su family, the detective also delved into her previous living conditions, and Jun Guiyao was well aware that the Qiao family treated Su Wanruo quite favorably, even regarding her as a daughter. As the saying goes, love for the house extends to the crow. He held a decent impression of the Qiao family, but only regarding her parents. As for the present Xiao Xingchen TSK, the more he looked, the more bothersome she became. Upon hearing his greeting, Xiao Xingchen's expression remained unchanged, still radiating warmth as she replied, "Hello." Mr. Jun Gu lazily intertwined his long legs, exuding an innate air of nobility. His thin lips parted slightly, addressing Mr. Qiao with a casual familiarity. "We are all family here. There is no need for such formality." Xiao Xingchen's smile faltered momentarily, finding Jun's jest rather amusing. Jun Gi maintained his composure, clarifying that he was not jesting. "If Ruoruo is my fiancé, by virtue of our familial hierarchy, I should indeed refer to you as Brother Qiao. However, I feared that such an address upon our first meeting might startle Mr. Qiao. Nevertheless, there is no rush. Time is on our side." Chapter 36. A public apology. Upon the utterance of those words, the already tense atmosphere plummeted several degrees. The first to react was Su Wanruo, her eyes widening in disbelief at his audacity to say such things in front of so many people. Without a moment's thought, she seized a book from the table and hurled it at him with fervor, exclaiming, "What are you talking about?" Jun Guyi effortlessly caught the book as it flew towards him, displaying no sign of anger. Instead, he smiled indulgently, his tone a blend of coaxing and teasing. "All right. If you don't want me to speak, then I shall remain silent." Su Wanruo was so incensed that she felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. What kind of tone was that? What did it mean to listen to her? Just because she asked him not to speak, he decided to comply? The more she listened, the more it seemed like she was merely embarrassed and engaging in playful banter. After giving Jun Guyi a fierce glare, she turned anxiously to Xiao Xingchen, explaining, "Brother, don't listen to his nonsense. I have no connection with him whatsoever. If one were to insist on a connection, then he is my enemy." The last words were nearly spat out through clenched teeth. She could hardly fathom why the current affluent figures resorted to such relentless pursuit. Shouldn't they be following the path of threatening her relatives if she refused to marry them, effectively blocking her from finding work throughout the city? If it were indeed the latter scenario, it would be simpler. She would certainly make him regret it, using her fists to impart the true essence of being human. Yet, in this first scenario, she found herself utterly at a loss. Truly, it echoed the old adage, "A good woman fears a persistent man." Xiao Xingchen smiled gently, his previous gloom lifting as he looked at Su Wanruo, affirming, "Yes, brother believes in Ruoruo." Su Wanruo's eyes sparkled with joy. Meanwhile, Su Xiao, observing this scene, felt a surge of bitterness in his chest. It was the first time in his life he had tasted jealousy. He pursed his lips, ultimately swallowing back the words that threatened to escape. When the principal, with a somewhat rotund figure, arrived, he was met with the sight of these prominent figures in a standoff, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Although their esteemed institution, Jinggao, had always maintained a firm stance regarding admission test scores, refusing to enroll anyone, regardless of their background, who did not meet the required standards, it was less about their rigidity and more about the respect commanded by these influential individuals. Otherwise, had any one of them stamped their feet, Jinggao would have long since crumbled. Thus, he understood the importance of humility. He ought to graciously accept the favor bestowed upon him by these luminaries rather than overstep his bounds. Upon hearing that both Mr. Jun and Mr. Su had graced them with their presence today, he neglected even to sip his water and hurried over to attend to them. Mr. Jun, Mr. Su, your presence is an honor we are unworthy of, the principal said, his face creased with a smile. At that moment, both Su Xiao and Jun Guyi were preoccupied with Su Wanruo, merely responding with a disinterested murmur, even too lazy to extend a handshake. The principal, wiping the sweat from his forehead, remained oblivious to the tension between the two gentlemen and continued, Mr. Jun, Mr. Su. The oath-taking ceremony is scheduled to be held in the playground. Given the heat, if you find it unsuitable, I can immediately arrange for an indoor broadcast. What do you think? As Su Xiao and Jun Guyi finally reacted, it was evident that, although it was not the height of summer, the midday heat was quite oppressive, especially on the sun-drenched playground devoid of any shade. They were indifferent to the discomfort, but the thought of Ruoruo being exposed to the sun was concerning. Su Xiao pondered for a moment before suggesting, then let us move indoors. The principal promptly replied, very well, I shall adjust the schedule accordingly. Principal, wait a moment. A melodious voice suddenly interrupted. Su Wanruo frowned, looking at Su Xiao. Brother, let us stay on the playground. I do not wish to move indoors. If we do, it would only benefit Su Yingying and Lu Wei. I am eager to witness the spectacle involving them. Su Xiao was momentarily entranced by the sweet sound of brother coming from her lips, the chilling aura surrounding him dissipating entirely. His tightly pressed lips involuntarily curled into a smile, and he cast a glance at Xiao Xingchen, now infused with a hint of pride. Very well, we shall proceed as Ruoruo suggests. You see, my sister's way of addressing me is truly delightful. I would gladly arrange a meeting with the space agency if she wished to hold the event on the moon. The principal, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained composure and smiled apologetically. All right, we shall adhere to the original plan. The ceremony will commence at 9:30. Please remember to enter on time. The corners of Su Wanruo's lips lifted slightly, her eyes shimmering with excitement beneath her glasses. Would Su Yingying faint in disbelief upon discovering that she had not pleaded for her? Or might she possess some extraordinary ability to evade the situation? How would she feel upon seeing Su Xiao standing on the playground under the protection of the Su family? Would she burst into tears? The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, eagerly anticipating her performance. At that moment, Su Wanruo's unrestrained excitement was vividly reflected in Jun Guyi's observant gaze. He raised an eyebrow and, unable to contain himself, smiled indulgently. This little hedgehog was indeed charming. Though unaware of her motives, her exuberance suggested that a delightful show was imminent. On the playground, the buzz of excitement filled the air. Wow, look at those three men. They are so handsome, like characters from a comic book. Yes. Are they celebrities? They are so tall and dashing. Could they be models? Wait, who is that rustic fellow standing beside them? How outdated. It's astonishing that someone still sports such a thick fringe in this day and age. The ceremony was set to include all students, with first and second year students gathering alongside their parents, nearly filling the entire playground. Amidst such a crowd, Su Xiao, Jun Guyi, and Xiao Xingchen stood out like cranes among chickens, their remarkable appearances drawing attention even without any action. The three of them stood uniformly at Su Wanruo's side, casting a shadow over her, shielding her from the glaring sun above. Su Wanruo remained unfazed by the murmurs and penetrating gazes surrounding her, standing resolutely in place. Undeterred in the slightest, these glances bore not even a fraction of the hurt she had endured in her previous life. Yet, whether it was merely her impression, she could not shake the feeling that the speeches at this oath-taking ceremony were delivered with alarming haste, as both the school leaders and department heads seemed to be hastily rushing through their addresses. Following this, prior to the third segment, which involved student representatives taking the stage, the two students who had erred were called forth to offer their reflections and apologies. The reason for this summons was their slanderous behavior towards Su Wanruo from Class A of the senior year, an act deemed egregious due to their lack of understanding of the complete situation. In a bid to uphold school regulations and instill a sense of accountability, the school administration, after thorough deliberation, resolved to have these two students apologize and reflect under the national flag, serving as a warning to others, urging their peers to heed school discipline, engage earnestly in their studies, foster camaraderie, and strive to be diligent and self-disciplined students. The drama was about to unfold. Chapter 37. Publicly playing the recording, Su Yingying clenched her fists, the malice and ferocity in her eyes unmistakable. She had not anticipated that Su Wanruo would resort to such a trick. Just yesterday, they had reached an agreeable understanding, and today, Su Wanruo was to explain to the teacher, absolving her from the necessity of taking the stage to apologize. Yet, the teacher had just informed her that no one had interceded on her behalf, and she was still required to apologize publicly. Otherwise, she would face disciplinary action resulting in delayed graduation. But today, her elder brother was present. Wasn't this a blatant slap in the face? That wretched Su Wanruo must have done this on purpose. As she seethed with indignation, her gaze caught a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. Lu Wei, why have you only just arrived? I've been waiting for you for ages, Su Yingying exclaimed, her expression brightening as she rushed over, her tones sweetly feigned. Oh dear, I can't fathom what is wrong with my sister. She clearly promised to plead for us, yet she has gone back on her word. It's utterly infuriating. Lu Wei, seemingly oblivious to her words, sidestepped her and moved to the back of the line. Su Yingying stood stunned. What was wrong with Lu Wei? This was uncharacteristic behavior. In the past, such a comment would have prompted an immediate confrontation with Su Wanruo. Why was she so unusually subdued today? Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Yingying hastened to Lu Wei's side, feigning concern. Lu Wei, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? If you're not feeling well, you should inform the teacher and head back to the classroom. I can take the stage to apologize for you. At this, Lu Wei nearly scoffed. Apologize for her? More likely, Su Yingying would shift all the blame onto her once on stage. How blind she had been to such obvious scheming. She had approached her like a fool, ready to be used as a pawn. Reflecting on this, Lu Wei raised her head to meet Su Yingying's gaze, her voice icy. Su Yingying, let me ask you, are we truly the best of friends? Su Yingying was taken aback by the intensity of her gaze, momentarily perplexed, yet she quickly nodded. Yes, we are the best of friends. Lu Wei smirked, dripping with sarcasm. Best friends? Do you realize that my family has gone bankrupt because of you? Upon hearing this, Su Yingying's expression shifted dramatically. Her mind had been preoccupied with evading the situation, and she had completely overlooked Lu Wei's earlier phone call about her family's financial ruin. No wonder Lu Wei had seemed off since her arrival, her face etched with weariness and despair. But what did her family's bankruptcy have to do with her? Lu Wei, I understand the distress you must be feeling regarding your family's situation. I truly empathize. I've also stated that after the college entrance examination, I will appeal to my brother on your behalf. Surely, he will show leniency for such a minor issue. Is this truly worth your anger towards me? I am genuinely disappointed in you. Listening to Su Yingying's justifications, Lu Wei found the situation utterly ludicrous. Even at this juncture, her immediate reaction was to deflect blame back onto her. What was she still hoping for? Observing her current demeanor, a sense of amusement enveloped me, and I could not restrain my laughter. Su Yingying, you surely do not believe that our Lu family's financial downfall is attributable to your elder brother, do you? Although our Lu family may not rival your Su family, we possess substantial assets, and it is not something that can be easily dismantled by your lineage. The forces aligned against our Lu family in favor of Su Wanruo are of a far superior caliber, even among the elite families. Moreover, when I arrived, I chanced upon your brother, which struck me as quite comical. You often proclaim yourself as the cherished darling of your family, the favored daughter of heaven. Yet why did I find him standing beside Su Wanruo? Oh, and it's not just your brother. She is also flanked by the head of the Jun family, the second young master of the Jun family, and your sixth brother. Ha ha ha, Su Yingying, you truly are pitiable. Su Wanruo, without any effort, has achieved far more than you ever have. Ha ha ha, how utterly laughable you are. Lu Wei found the situation genuinely amusing, her laughter laced with scorn and disdain, tears streaming down her face as she doubled over with mirth. Su Yingying, stung by her mocking laughter, felt her eyes redden. Each of Lu Wei's words seemed to jab at her wounds. Her elder brother's affection for Su Wanruo, Jun Guyi being Su Wanruo's fiancé, and Jun Lingchuan as her devoted follower. Even her sixth brother appeared to be gradually embracing Su Wanruo. It seemed as though everyone had changed. Su Yingying's face turned ashen, her fists clenched to suppress her fury. But so what? Your family may be in ruins, and you are no longer the pampered princess. Yet I still have my second, third, fourth, and fifth brothers who care for me. I remain the treasured jewel of the Su family. A treasured jewel? Lu Wei wiped away the tears of laughter, her gaze filled with derision for Su Yingying's audacity. Su Yingying, considering our past as deskmates, I advise you to savor the present. You cannot compete with Su Wanruo. The things she discards are the very things you are just beginning to covet. What do you possess to stand against her? Listening to her ridicule, Su Yingying's expression shifted, her thoughts spiraling into turmoil. Just then, the loudspeaker crackled to life, announcing, "Next." Before the third segment, we will have two students who have erred come forward to reflect and apologize. Lu Wei, undeterred, stood tall and proud, stepping onto the stage beneath the national flag. "I am Lu Wei from Class D of the third year. I would like to sincerely apologize to Su Wanruo from Class A for previously slandering her with accusations of cheating. I misjudged her character, assuming malice where there was none. You are truly exceptional. Please forgive my earlier misunderstandings." Su Yingying watched Lu Wei on stage making her apology and could not help but exhale in relief. Fortunately, she did not covertly reveal her manipulations, which could be considered a small blessing amidst the misfortune. Even if her elder brother realizes he has misunderstood Su Wanruo, he may simply return home, weep profusely, and express his grievances, claiming that he was led astray by Lu Wei. I trust that he would not dwell on it further. Lu Wei seemed to sense her gaze, abruptly turning to meet her eyes, a chilling coldness emanating from her depths, laced with resolute hatred. Su Yingying shivered, an ominous premonition washing over her. Having been friends with Lu Wei for so long, even if Lu Wei did not genuinely care for her, there remained a basic understanding between them. Lu Wei, being so concerned with her pride, must believe that by not exposing her, she has alleviated some of her burden. Oh, let her revel in that fleeting joy, only to be met with a swift and devastating counterattack. Such a sensation must be unbearable. Chapter 38. The unmasking. Lu Wei curled her lips slightly, her fingers gripping the microphone momentarily before she continued, "Regarding my reflection and my apology to classmate Su Wanruo, I shall conclude here. However, before I depart, I wish to add one more matter. Those familiar with me are likely aware that I share a close friendship with our classmate Su Yingying. At least, I believed we were inseparable friends. In the effort to maintain our bond, I have done many things, including defending her and disparaging others. Yet, I never anticipated that all I had done for this so-called friend would merely be perceived by her as a means for my own ascent." With a swift motion, she turned her wrist, revealing a silvery smartphone, deftly unlocking it and pressing a button. A crackling sound ensued, followed by a woman's voice. "Lu Wei, I just discovered my sister's report card from her previous rural school. Her exam results are truly dismal, ranking at the bottom. How could she have possibly gained admission to a prestigious school like Jingao? Lu Wei, I must confide, she only scored 600. Yet, she somehow ended up in Class A. Is it possible she cheated? Who knows? It certainly seems that her grades are suspicious. Who can achieve such a dramatic improvement overnight?" The recording, though marred by some static and faint electrical noise, clearly conveyed the dialogue in tone. It was unmistakably Su Yingying. From a distance on the playground, Su Wanruo gazed at Lu Wei, who stood confidently under the national flag. Unable to contain herself, she smirked, her eyes behind her glasses betraying a hint of admiration. Lu Wei was not inherently malicious. She simply placed too much trust in others and exhibited poor self-awareness, often being led astray. However, she had surprised everyone by boldly confronting Su Yingying despite her family's financial ruin. It seemed she possessed a clear sense of right and wrong, a vehement disdain for injustice, and one could not help but appreciate her spirited personality. The recording was brief, lasting just a few minutes. As Lu Wei surveyed the throngs of people below, she felt no shame. Instead, a profound exhilaration washed over her. The fear of embarrassment, the concern for her reputation, it had never been her burden to bear. This recording was captured by the classroom surveillance, capturing Su Yingying's incessant whispers urging her toward dishonesty. Although she had never explicitly mentioned cheating, it was evident that Su Yingying had been guiding her toward that very act. "Of course, I was misled and made mistakes, and I am prepared to face the consequences. I do not find it humiliating. I present this evidence to convey a message to the school authorities. First, I am not the instigator of this incident. I am willing to accept punishment, but I shall not shoulder the blame for what is not mine. Second, Su Wanruo, I hope you will pay closer attention to your dear sister in the future. This concludes my reflection. Thank you, everyone." As she finished her speech, the murmurs from the audience crescendoed, growing louder and increasingly unpleasant. As Su Yingying waited nervously at the side of the stage, her face was pale and her demeanor was one of utter confusion. She had never anticipated that Lu Wei would go this far, seemingly intent on severing their friendship completely. Lu Wei approached her, extending the microphone with a cold smile that hinted at malice. It's your turn, Su Yingying. Trembling, Su Yingying could hear the growing murmur of the crowd behind her, their voices seemingly discussing her, their gazes piercing and filled with mockery. She detested this sensation. She was the cherished daughter of the Su family, a revered heiress. When had she ever faced such humiliation? No, she could not resign herself to this fate. She had to save herself. Gritting her teeth, she accepted the microphone, her anger almost compelling her to strike Lu Wei. Yet, before the multitude, she forced herself to endure, concealing the madness brewing within. Lu Wei, what is wrong with you? Have you suffered some kind of trauma? We are good friends. How can you slander me like this? Her voice, amplified by the microphone, reverberated through the air. Lu Wei, observing the familiar yet disingenuous expression on Su Yingying's face, felt a wave of nausea. How had she been so foolish as to be deceived by such poor acting? Did Su Yingying still perceive herself as the puppet she once was? Believing that a few words could evoke her sympathy? Lu Wei's expression remained impassive, her tone laced with irritation. Do you wish to go up? If not, I wouldn't mind replaying more recordings I have of you on my phone. She was not merely attempting to intimidate Su Yingying. She indeed possessed numerous recordings, though time constraints had limited the portion she had played on stage. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this, Su Yingying immediately fell silent, no longer willing to engage in further conflict, seemingly fearful of what Lu Wei might reveal next. However, just as she was about to ascend the final step to the podium, her shoe twisted awkwardly, causing her to lose her balance and crash to the ground with a resounding thud. The startled teachers on stage jumped in alarm, quickly rushing to assess her condition and frantically calling for medical assistance. Yingying, Su Lang, standing beside Su Wanruo, exclaimed as he rushed forward, clearly distressed for his sister. The stage was not particularly high, merely over a meter from the ground, but the concrete beneath offered no mercy. A fall could be painful, if not fatal. Unable to contain herself, Su Wanruo erupted in laughter, her dimples appearing, radiating youthful exuberance. Oh, Su Yingying, how impressive! To avoid apologizing and to maintain your image, you've gone to such lengths, truly commendable courage. However, she glanced up at her elder brother, who stood steadfastly to the side, and with a hint of curiosity, inquired, Brother, aren't you going to check on our sister? It sounds as if she has sustained quite a serious injury. Su Xiao, maintaining a composed expression, replied with a tone that bore an icy detachment, I am not a doctor. My presence would be of no assistance. Moreover, did not the sixth brother just attend to her? With him there, nothing too grave should transpire. Su Wanruo pondered for a moment, thinking to herself that there seemed to be some merit in his reasoning. Just then, she observed her brother suddenly bow his head, a flicker of guilt evident in his eyes as he asked, Ruoruo, do you often endure such bullying at school? Su Wanruo was momentarily taken aback. Often bullied? Was he implying the incident where Lu Wei accused her of falsely maligning her sister? Chapter 39. The orphanage can be on the agenda. Su Xiao nodded, expressing his remorse. Ruoruo, I apologize. It is my failure to educating Ying properly, and I have not protected you as I should have. Su Wanruo, however, responded with a gracious smile. It's all right, dear brother. I have not taken it to heart. There is no need for you to dwell on it. The petty schemes of Su Yingying could not harm her in the least. She merely indulged her out of boredom. Surprisingly, it was indeed rather amusing, adding a touch of delight to her otherwise monotonous life. Yet, Su Xiao held a different sentiment. Observing his sister Su Wanruo's comforting smile felt like an affront, akin to her soothing his wounds, which deepened his feelings of guilt. He could not help but recall her solitary figure in the morgue during her past life. Frail and pallid, the pain in his heart nearly rendered him breathless. Ruoruo, this time, I will protect you at all costs. Whatever you desire, whatever you wish to pursue, I will support you unconditionally. Your happiness and well-being are all that matter. Su Wanruo was taken aback by this sudden, heavy promise. Why was he saying such things? Moreover, considering the timeline, the Su family was not far from bankruptcy. Soon, it would not only be about her desires, but merely surviving would become a challenge. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Following Su Yingying's unfortunate fall, the school was preoccupied with assessing the injury to avoid any negative repercussions, rendering the assembly futile and hastily concluded. Jun Guyi sighed, lowering his gaze just in time to catch a glimpse of the girl's tousled hair. His tone was tinged with reluctance. Clearly, today would not allow for an embrace. The warmth of his breath brushed against Su Wanruo's ear, making it difficult for her to ignore. Turning to meet his gaze, she inquired, Do you long for an embrace? Jun Guyi arched an eyebrow, his eyes unwavering as he replied, indeed. Before he could process her words, a large figure leapt onto him, wrapping around his neck like a massive canine. Wow, brother, today I discovered how much you love me. If you wanted a hug, you should have said so. I'd give you one every day. Do you still want a kiss? Caught off guard, Jun Guyi received two unexpected pecks from Junling Chuan, his expression darkening instantly. At that moment, nothing would have made him desire to slay his younger brother more. Wanruo, unable to contain herself, doubled over with laughter, clutching her stomach. This is what you get for trying to pull a fast one on me. Jun Guyi, you deserve it. With a scowl, Jun Guyi grasped the back of Junling Chuan's collar, unceremoniously yanking him off and tossing him onto the playground. His glowering face suggesting he might just execute a shoulder throw on the unfortunate boy. Song Chung. Upon hearing the president call his name, Song Chung immediately understood the assignment and quickly produced a clean wet wipe, placing it into Jun Guyi's palm. Yoonga Yi carefully wiped his fingers and then vigorously rubbed his face, particularly the spots that had been kissed by Junling Chuan, until they turned a shade of red. He then removed his expensive suit and tossed it to Song Chung, instructing him to dispose of it. Regarding the orphanage mentioned previously, I believe it should be prioritized immediately. Song Chung glanced sympathetically at the second young master, who was squatting on the playground with an innocent expression, and replied, yes. Wanruo couldn't help but twitch her lips. These two brothers appeared to share a rather affectionate, yet murderous bond. At that moment, a figure suddenly blocked Wanruo's path. It was Lu Wei, who had just stepped off the stage. She appeared more serene than her earlier imposing self, though the dark circles under her eyes and her pallid complexion suggested she had not slept well. However, her eyes sparkled with brilliance, devoid of any shadow. Wanruo. Thank you. Wanruo blinked at the unexpectedly appearing Lu Wei, puzzled. Thank me? Lu Wei nodded. I have lived a life free of worry since childhood, appearing to have everything. Yet I have never contemplated what my future might hold, often feeling a sense of helplessness and confusion about it. Now that my family has gone bankrupt, it seems like I have suddenly gained clarity on many matters, including the future that once troubled me. I have acquired what I desire. Please do not misunderstand. I do not wish for your assistance. I genuinely want to thank you. After expressing this, she exhaled a breath of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. With a youthful spark, she raised her eyebrows and waved, Wanruo, goodbye. Wanruo stood still, a smile gracing her lips, goodbye. Once the oath-taking ceremony concluded, it was time to return home with family members. Wanruo looked up at Xiao Xingchen beside her, her eyes betraying an uncontrollable dependency. Brother, where are you now? Her adoptive parents, overwhelmed with sorrow due to the original owner's return to the Su family, had been taken abroad by Xiao Xingchen, and their house had long been sold. Xiao Xingchen smiled gently, pinching her earlobe. No need to worry. I am currently staying at a friend's house. Once I finish this busy period, I will have time to play with you. Wanruo nodded listlessly. All right. She somewhat wished to live with her brother. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes, watching as Xiao Xingchen pinched Wanruo's earlobe, and in that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to break his hand. No, not just his hand. He wanted to break every part of him. Just then, the principal hurried over, flustered. Mr. Su, you should check on student Su Yingying. She refuses treatment unless she sees you first. Su Xiao withdrew his gaze, yet his presence still radiated a fierce aura, causing the principal's small frame to tremble. Oh no, the boss looks terrifying right now. Could it be that he is furious because our mistake caused Su Yingying to fall down the stairs? However, they too are innocent. He just went to have a look, and the steps are perfectly fine, not a single flaw. It was merely her carelessness that caused her to fall. Surely, President Su would not seek vengeance upon them, would he? Su Xiao merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before withdrawing his gaze to focus on Wanruo, who stood quietly beside him. Softening his tone, he said, Ruoruo, please wait a moment for your elder brother. He will return shortly. Wanruo nodded in response. Observing her obedient demeanor, Su Xiao could not help but smile. Yet, after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly recalled something and halted. Casually glancing at Jun Guyi and Xiao Xingchen, who remained rooted in place, he turned to the attendant Lu Kang, who followed closely behind, and instructed, You shall stay and attend to the young lady. There must be no oversight. Lu Kang nodded in affirmation. Chapter 40. The grudge against bullying my fiancé. Wanruo cast a sidelong glance at her steadfast assistant, Lu Kang. who adhered to her elder brother's orders and remained close to her. A wry smile tugged at her lips. Surely, her brother did not perceive her as a mere child in need of supervision. Xiao Xingchen glanced at his watch and said, "Ruoruo, my dear sister, I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave." A hint of reluctance washed over Su Wanruo's face as she gazed at him. So soon? We haven't even shared a meal yet. In this narrative, the Qiao family was the only one that truly cherished the original protagonist. Their affection was not solely based on familial ties, but also stemmed from her innate desire to be close to her brother. Xiao Xingchen affectionately tousled her hair, his eyes radiating warmth and kindness. "Be good, Ruoruo. I've just returned home and have a few matters to settle. Once I navigate this busy period, I shall reach out so we can enjoy some time together, all right?" Hearing his words, Su Wanruo could only nod in agreement. All right. After all, the college entrance examinations were approaching, and she would need time to prepare. Engaging in leisure activities would be futile if she could not fully enjoy them. It would be better to wait until her brother was free and after the exams had concluded to spend time together. With his left hand in his pocket and his right hand affectionately ruffling Su Wanruo's hair one last time, Xiao Xingchen turned to depart. However, before leaving, his gaze swept over the man standing nearby, Jun Guyi, instantly radiating an unmasked aura of hostility. Jun Guyi raised an eyebrow, meeting his gaze without flinching. Yet, Xiao Xingchen's mood shifted rapidly. Just as he sought to delve deeper into the emotions behind that glance, he withdrew his gaze, resuming his demeanor of cultured elegance, as if the preceding moment had been but a figment of his imagination. Observing Xiao Xingchen's retreating figure, Jun Guyi narrowed his eyes. Something was amiss. That look in his eyes was not merely one of warning or disdain. It bore a more profound and terrifying intent of malice. A gaze that could not be fleeting or casual. Such an expression was not typical of an ordinary individual. So who exactly was he? What was his motive for approaching the little hedgehog? Regardless of what Xiao Xingchen sought to conceal, should he discover that his intentions towards the little hedgehog were ulterior, Jun Guyi would not hesitate to ensure he became a specter. At that moment, Su Wanruo remained oblivious to the man's scrutiny of her brother. She furrowed her brow at Jun Guyi, who showed no sign of leaving, and directly inquired, "The bankruptcy of the Lu family was due to you, wasn't it?" Jun Guyi withdrew his inner musings and cast his gaze downward, neither confirming nor denying her accusation. "Why do you presume it was me? Perhaps it was your brother who intervened on your behalf." Su Wanruo, unwilling to engage in riddles, responded plainly. The only family capable of effortlessly orchestrating the Lu family's downfall overnight is the Jun family. That is common knowledge. I need not speculate. Initially, she had considered the possibility that Su Xiao was behind it, but upon further reflection, she realized it could not have been him, as the Su family's resources were not yet formidable enough to execute such a decisive blow. A sudden smile crept across Jun Guyi's face. His smile was not one of mockery, nor derision, nor even a forced grin, but rather a genuine expression of joy that emanated from the depths of his heart. The little hedgehog was indeed clever. It was true. It was his doing. Su Wanruo did not expect him to admit it so readily, taken aback for a moment, and simultaneously choosing to overlook his reference to the little hedgehog. "Why would you do such a thing? As far as I know, the Lu family and you have no enmity, correct?" Jun Guyi smirked. "What enmity? The daughter of the Lu group bullied my fiancée. Is that not a grudge?" Su Wanruo. She knew it. She shouldn't have asked. "I have already stated that I am not your fiancée. You must refrain from calling me that in the future. If it happens again, I won't hesitate to resort to violence to silence you." She clenched her fist, the fire of anger blazing in her eyes. It appeared she truly intended to use force to make him stop. Jun Guyi raised an eyebrow, observing the little hedgehog before him, who had returned to a vigilant stance, her indignant demeanor quite endearing. Were it not for the fear that she might actually prick him if their conversation continued, he would have preferred to prolong it. Thus, with a teasing smile, he remarked to Su Wanruo, "Since you are not my fiancée, then the bracelet on your wrist ought to be returned to me. It was a gift from my grandmother intended for my future granddaughter-in-law. It seems inappropriate for you to keep it." Su Wanruo rolled up her sleeve and glanced at the bracelet on her wrist, which shimmered with a pearly glow under the sunlight. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the bracelet seemed to quiver slightly. It wasn't that she wished to keep it. She had tried every method over the past few days, even resorting to using pliers in the end, yet it remained stubbornly in place, as if it were affixed to her wrist. Quite peculiar indeed. Observing her expression, Jun Guyi discerned that she was unable to remove it, and his amusement deepened. His efforts over the past days, burning incense and chanting for his grandmother, were not in vain. How about this? I shall summon a jewelry designer from the Jun family to take a look. Although this bracelet is somewhat aged, the principles of design remain unchanged. A designer should know how to handle it. Su Wanruo regarded him skeptically. You aren't plotting something again, are you? Jungi smiled gently. What could I possibly plot? My grandfather adores you. I wouldn't dare to force you, since you no longer intend to be my fiancée. As the head of the Jun family, I cannot pursue you either. As he spoke, he took a step back. If you have a better method to remove the bracelet, feel free to try. Su Wanruo fell silent. What other methods could she possibly have? She had exhausted every possible avenue over the past few days. Yet, upon reflection, Jun Guye's words were not without merit. He could not compel her, and as a man of stature, the president of the Jun family, who could make the nation's GDP tremble with a stomp, surely had no need to exert effort on a mere high school girl. Where am I to find those designers? Su Wanruo inquired. At my home, Jun Guye replied calmly. What? Your home? Su Wanruo widened her eyes, watching him as the trust she had just established crumbled upon hearing those two words. However, Jun Guye remained remarkably composed, his tone unapologetically forthright. The jewel designers of the Jun family are the elite within the industry, integral to the very lifeblood of Jun family jewelry. Such highly confidential professionals cannot simply appear in other venues. Do you understand? Su Wanruo pressed her lips together. Although she had never delved into the realm of jewelry design, his words suggested a similarity to the confidentiality agreements actors must adhere to, wherein they cannot disclose any information about a production after filming, ensuring that audiences remain unspoiled and enveloped in sufficient mystery. From this perspective, it seemed somewhat comprehensible. Chapter 41. The new master of the gate. Su Wanruo lifted her gaze to meet Jun Guye's, her eyes devoid of any emotion behind her glasses. Very well. I shall pay a visit to your residence. Should you dare to deceive me, I would not hesitate to twist your head off and use it as a ball to kick. Her threat, laced with a youthful innocence, made Jun Guye's heart swell. The prickly little hedgehog was irresistibly charming. All right, Jun Guye replied with a smile. You may rest assured that I shall keep my word. I will no longer pressure you. Although the Su family may not compare to the Jun family, there remains a bond of camaraderie from our grandfather's generation. Whatever I wish to do, I must respect your grandfather. Furthermore, his gaze swept over Su Wanruo, filled with scrutiny and mockery. Furthermore, I have come to realize that my previous understanding of my tastes was somewhat misguided. I now clearly acknowledge that I do not particularly enjoy bean sprouts. You. Su Wanruo's eyes widened in fury. He was doing this on purpose, without a doubt. While it was true that the original owner of her body was somewhat malnourished and slender, her figure was not emaciated, but rather proportionately slim. With her recent efforts to consume more protein and energy, she had regained much of her former shape. Even if she could not rival the voluptuous Western women seen on television, she was certainly fit enough to look good in clothes. How had he reduced her to the status of mere bean sprouts in his eyes? However, this was perhaps for the best. Observing his disdainful gaze, it seemed he had indeed ceased to be fixated on the identity of his fiancée. Su Wanruo turned to Lekong, who stood nearby, and said, When my elder brother returns, please inform him that I have matters to attend to at a classmate's house. Do not mention that I am going to the Jun residence. Her brother had already had some friction with the Jun family. She did not wish to provoke any further conflict with Jun Guye that could bring unnecessary trouble to the company. After all, as long as she could remove this bracelet today, she could completely sever ties with this man and would not have to encounter him again. There was no need to escalate matters. Lekong appeared somewhat troubled, but Ms. Su, the president instructed me to have you wait here for him. If you leave, I will have difficulty explaining. Yet Su Wanruo remained resolute. It's fine, just relay my message for now. I will explain everything to my brother when I return home. But Su Wanruo did not allow him to finish, turning away and striding off, leaving Lekong standing there, caught in a dilemma of whether to pursue her or remain. Song Chung could no longer bear to watch, and stepped forward to pat Lekong on the shoulder, offering consolation. Brother, I empathize with your plight. Based on my experience, I suggest you follow Ms. Su's wishes. Lekong managed a dry laugh. Are you certain this will save me from my predicament? Song Chung glanced at Jun Guye, who was closely following Su Wanruo, and sighed. Whether it saves your life, I cannot say, but I can tell me what? You must flatter the right person. Just as Qiao Xingchen exited the elevator, she was abruptly yanked into a room by a powerful force, and the door was slammed shut with a resounding bang. Is this how you greet me? Without a mask, sunglasses, or protective clothing? Xiao Xingqian felt a headache from his incessant chatter. With a firm hand, she pushed him a bit farther away. I am not a celebrity. Why should I wrap myself up so tightly? Ruoruo nearly sprang up, his pink hair bristling. You may not be, but I am. If you come here like this, what if the paparazzi capture me? After all, I am a top-tier star in the entertainment industry. My fans are scattered all over the globe. Xiao Xingqian, uninterested in sparring with him, changed out of her slippers and settled onto the sofa. Rest assured, I paid special attention on my way here. There are no paparazzi nearby. Ruoruo finally calmed down. He naturally trusted Xiao Xingqian's investigative abilities. If she claimed there were none, there certainly were not. However, something felt off. How could it be that with my popularity, there were no paparazzi lurking? I refuse to accept this. I must call my manager and have him arrange for a dozen paparazzi to come and support my presence. Xiao Xingqian, what kind of logic is this? Could it be that he has been abroad for too long and has regressed in his understanding of his native language? Or perhaps Ruoruo is simply a fool. It seems the latter is more plausible. Xiao Xingqian rubbed her temples and caught a glimpse of the tablet on the sofa, where a chat window was filled with messages. The Weibo ID read, Su Lai is a dog, small account 34. Unable to contain herself, she asked, Is this your Weibo account? Ruoruo replied candidly, Yes, I have 108 small accounts, all dedicated to disparaging Su Lai. I named them the 108 generals. Impressive, right? His smug demeanor increasingly resembled that of a simpleton. Xiao Xingqian couldn't resist deflating his ego. You can create as many accounts as you like, but why would you add a note at the end? That way, others will know it's your account. Ruoruo raised a hand to ruffle his pink hair, but if I don't add a note, I might mix them up when switching accounts. Missing one Su Lai means one less negative review, and that's simply one to-do. Xiao Xingqian, I'm exhausted. I can't deal with this. This is what the old saying means, to kill 1,000 enemies, but harm oneself 800. Once Ruoruo finished his antics, he recalled the matter at hand and cautiously leaned closer to Xiao Xingqian, asking, You went to Jingao today, right? Did you see the master? Did she blame me for my disrespectful words the other day? Xiao Xingqian shook her head. I did not see her. How is that possible? Ruoruo's voice pitched higher in disbelief. Didn't you say you were going to Jingao today? I did go, but my purpose was to see my sister who is at Jingao. The timing was too rushed, and I didn't have a chance to find the master. Since you mentioned that the bracelet has already acknowledged its owner and the new master has been established, there is no need to rush. Ruoruo nodded, considering this. That's true. The master isn't going anywhere. At this point, his eyes suddenly lit up. Your sister is also at Jingao? Why not let her help us? As classmates, it should be easier for her to find her. Absolutely not. Xiao Xingqian shot him a sharp look, firmly rejecting the idea. My sister possesses a pure and innocent heart. Her character is virtuous, and I cannot allow her to be aware of such dark matters, for I fear it would frighten her. In truth, my greatest concern lies in the possibility of becoming entangled with the underworld, from which escape may prove difficult. Ruoruo excels in her studies and is diligent. A vast world awaits her, and I wish for her to remain untouched by these shadows that could jeopardize her future. I desire for her to live freely and without worry. Ruoruo let out a light scoff, chuckling mischievously. I never expected you to be so protective of your sister. Why not bring her out sometime for me to meet? She might just be one of my admirers. A glint of coldness flashed in Xiao Xingqian's eyes, and before she realized it, a dagger had appeared in her hand, swiftly pressing against Ruoruo's neck. Don't entertain any thoughts about her. Ruoruo was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of the blade resting against her throat. Are you out of your mind? I was merely joking. Yet, Xiao Xingqian paid no heed to her explanation. Her gaze remained resolute. If there is a next time, this dagger will find its way straight to your heart. Ruoruo screamed in alarm. All right, I understand. Just let go. Only then did Xiao Xingqian sheath the dagger and turn to enter a nearby bedroom. Ruoruo, still in a state of shock, collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath and clutching her chest. Is this person unwell? Indeed, they must be. Thankfully, her delicate, flower-like visage remained unscathed. Chapter 42. Can they really do it? Su Wanruo followed Jun Guyi back to the Jun family villa. Logically, Jun Lingchuan should have returned with them, but on the way, Jun Guyi suddenly announced that today was the day for the professional esports team FX to recruit trainees. Upon hearing this, Jun Lingchuan, who had been animatedly conversing with Su Wanruo, was immediately captivated. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to bounce around. Insisting on signing up, If denied, he threatened to jump out of the car and lay lifeless in the wilderness. Jun Guyi, seemingly irritated by his commotion, reluctantly acquiesced and asked Song Chung to hail a taxi for him. With that, peace was restored. This entire sequence of events caused Song Chung, seated in the front passenger seat, to twitch his lips in disbelief. The president, in his desire to spend time alone with Miss Su, could overlook the second young master's antics in pursuing esports. It was known that the second young master had once attempted to leap from a building, resorted to self-harm, staged an attempted hanging, and even crashed into a tree, all to no avail. It was surprising that today the president so easily allowed him to pursue his interests merely to facilitate his own interaction with Miss Su. At that moment, Song Chung felt an unexpected twinge of sympathy for the second young master. After all, a brother pales in comparison to a beloved spouse. As Su Wanruo entered the villa with Jun Guyi, she was startled to find two impeccable rows of suit-clad individuals standing in the hall, reminiscent of a scene from organized crime. This is Song Ching, quick to notice her surprise, promptly explained, Miss Su. These are the designers under our Jun Group's jewelry division, all 45 of them present. Su Wanruo replied, There's no need for such formality. Those aware that they are designers would understand, but those unfamiliar might think we are about to commence marching drills. Jun Guyi remained remarkably composed, guiding Su Wanruo to the sofa and instructing a nearby servant to bring her a glass of milk. He then turned to the assembled group and remarked, Come take a look at this. Find a way to remove this bracelet without harming the skin or the piece itself. Yes, sir. The head designer of the jewelry department approached, examining the bracelet on Su Wanruo's wrist with great care. After a prolonged scrutiny, she diverted her gaze and reported to Jun Guyi, President, the material of this bracelet appears to be quite unique. It is likely not ordinary silver or metal. Forcibly removing it could injure the skin, but using tools might lead to deformation, and in severe cases, could damage the bracelet. This is the first time I have encountered such a material. Please hold on while we discuss a solution. With that, she began taking photographs of the bracelet and measuring it with a ruler, meticulously recording various precise data. They toiled for over 10 minutes before pausing, observing their detailed analysis. Su Wanruo felt a pang of unease and asked, Can they really do it? She couldn't shake the feeling that they were somewhat perplexed. Jun Guyi, maintaining his calm demeanor, reassured her, They are professionals in the realm of jewelry. If they cannot manage this, they ought to resign. Upon witnessing his unwavering certainty, Su Wanruo nodded with a hint of skepticism. Are you hungry? Shall we eat while we wait? Jun Guyi inquired. No, thank you, Su Wanruo replied, shaking her head. Her gaze fixated intently on the group of designers engaged in discussion. At that moment, she found it impossible to eat. Her sole desire was to resolve the situation swiftly and return home, as her assignments remained unfinished. Jun Guyi, sensing her urgency, refrained from pressing her further and sat in silence beside her as they awaited developments. Approximately an hour later, the chief designer approached, holding several A4 sheets filled with annotations, and presented them to Jun Guyi. President, we have conducted a data analysis concerning this bracelet and the young lady's wrist. Curiously, the bracelet's diameter is evidently too narrow to accommodate a hand, meaning it is impossible to extract it without causing injury. Jun Guyi's brow furrowed, and the atmosphere around him grew noticeably tense as he slammed the papers onto the table, scattering them about. I do not require details of your deliberations. Simply convey the outcome. Startled by his ominous presence, the chief designer quickly regained her composure. President, after our discussions and data matching, we have identified two possible solutions. The first is to cut the bracelet with tools, after which we can restore it using specialized techniques. No, Jun Guyi interrupted firmly. This bracelet is the only heirloom from my grandmother. It must not be damaged. The chief designer nodded, continuing, Then we are left with the second option, which involves forcibly removing it, though this may result in injury to the young lady's hand. No, yes. Su Wanruo's voice rose above Jun Guyi's rejection. It's acceptable. My hand can endure injury. It doesn't matter, as I usually write with my right hand and seldom use my left. A minor injury will heal quickly. Hearing her words, Jun Guyi's expression darkened, and the air around them turned frigid. Was she so eager to distance herself from him, even at the cost of injury? The chief designer, observing her resolute demeanor, awkwardly attempted a smile. Miss, you misunderstand. The bracelet's diameter is exceedingly small. It nearly conforms to your wrist. If we wish to avoid damaging the bracelet, the only option would be to surgically remove part of your hand, which is far beyond a mere abrasion. Su Wanruo's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Cut my hand. The chief designer nodded gravely. Indeed, those are the only two solutions available. Which do you choose to preserve? Su Wanruo hesitated, her heart torn. Which to preserve? It sounds as if I must choose between the invaluable heirloom and a part of my own body. She wished to save both. Jun Guyi took a deep breath, massaging his temples. Very well, you both may leave for now. The chief jewelry designer respectfully bowed, addressing the president. Only then did he lead the grand entourage away. In an instant, the spacious living room was left with just three individuals, Jun Guyi, Su Wanruo, and the silent observer, Song Chung. Su Wanruo glanced disinterestedly at the bracelet adorning her wrist, attempting to remove it, yet it remained stubbornly trapped. She couldn't shake the feeling that the bracelet's opening seemed to have shrunk slightly, akin to a petulant child throwing a tantrum. Chapter 43. Exquisite rusticity after several unsuccessful attempts. Su Wanruo succumbed to despair and decided to give up. Forget it. I will think of a way later, she said, rising with a hint of resignation in her voice. Jun Guyi did not stop her, standing up alongside her. I will have the driver take you home, he offered. Su Wanruo declined. No need. I can take a taxi. However, just as she adjusted her backpack and prepared to leave, a sudden tempest erupted outside, accompanied by torrential rain, thunder, and lightning. In less than 10 seconds, the sky darkened ominously, and the downpour began. Su Wanruo stood in shock, astonished by the abrupt change in weather. Was it truly possible for the weather to shift so swiftly? She recalled that there had been sunshine when she arrived. Observing the deluge outside, Jun Guyi suggested, "The rain is too heavy. Perhaps you should stay here for the night. I can call your brother to explain." Su Wanruo narrowed her eyes, casting him a skeptical glance. "No, I won't get wet if I take a car. Do you have an umbrella?" "Yes," Jun Guyi replied, gesturing to a nearby servant, who promptly went to fetch an umbrella. Turning her gaze back to the stormy scene outside, Su Wanruo pressed her lips together, convinced that she could manage with an umbrella once she got into the car. Just then, a security guard rushed into the villa, visibly flustered. "Young master, I've heard that a typhoon is approaching. The roads outside are closed, and we need to bring the cars parked at the entrance inside quickly." This news caused Su Wanruo to frown deeply. How could the weather change so drastically, and now a typhoon was on the way? She glanced back at the man beside her, her clear eyes filled with doubt. Jun Guyi, unfazed by her scrutiny, raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, his brows arching as he smiled. "You don't actually think I possess the power to control the weather, do you?" Su Wanruo. Perhaps she had indeed overthought it. No matter how capable he was, he could not manipulate the elements. The rain continued to pour, intensifying to the point where it resembled a deluge. As the guard had warned, the tempest soon erupted with fury, plunging the surroundings into darkness, as if the world were nearing its end. At that moment, Song Chung, displaying keen insight, stepped forward. "Miss Su, with the typhoon raging outside, it is too dangerous. Would you consider staying here with Mr. Jun for the night? Tomorrow morning, once the storm has passed, I will escort you to school. It is indeed unsafe to venture out now." Su Wanruo glanced at the ominous sky and nodded reluctantly. The roads were closed. Even if she attempted to leave, it would be futile. Very well, she conceded. Upon hearing her agreement, Song Chung nearly leaped for joy, eager to please. "I will arrange for the servants to take you upstairs immediately." Su Wanruo nodded and, with her backpack in tow, followed the servant upstairs. As soon as her figure vanished from sight, a chilling voice emerged from beside Jun Guyi, carried ominously by the howling winds outside the villa. "Song Chung." Song Chung swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his legs beginning to tremble involuntarily. "This is disastrous. Was I too audacious just now? Eager to showcase my capabilities? Did I truly attempt to retain Miss Su in front of the president? Surely, wouldn't he think too much of it, would he? Had I known, I would have refrained from flattering him. Alas, this month's salary has doubled. I should inform the finance department, and while I'm at it, I'll let the jewelry design division know that their performance has been commendable, warranting a salary increase this month as well." The surprise came so suddenly that Song Chung momentarily failed to grasp it. By the time he regained his composure, the president had already turned toward the corner where Miss Su had departed. Indeed, flattering the right horse is always a sound strategy. Upon entering the room, Su Wanruo was nearly blinded. This was no exaggeration, it was a veritable dazzle. The doorframe and windows were encrusted with sparkling diamonds, the floor laid with large, solid gemstones, and the ceiling draped with precious agate. Even the artwork was adorned with colorful wild pearls, creating an overall impression of an exquisite, albeit somewhat gaudy, opulence. Having been a highly revered film queen in her past life, she had encountered numerous treasures, and she could immediately discern that everything in this room, from the smallest diamonds to the grandest gemstones, was genuine. Unable to restrain herself, she clicked her tongue in admiration. Indeed, the wealth of the aristocracy was astonishing. Even their homes exuded such lavishness. She assumed that this extravagance was remarkable until she turned a corner, expecting a simple wardrobe, only to find, upon opening the door, an expansive dressing room stretching across 100 square meters, revealing everything from intimate apparel to elegant evening gowns. Even having witnessed grand spectacles before, Wanruo stood dumbfounded at this sight. Did the Jun family extend such lavish hospitality to every guest? Were they not concerned about bankruptcy? Struggling to resist the urge to pry the diamonds from the walls, she took a deep breath and casually selected a suitable nightgown before heading for her wash-up. Upon emerging, she noticed her phone flashing on the table. Startled, she picked it up to find a barrage of missed calls from her elder brother, Su Xiao, alongside several messages from Su Lang. It dawned on her that she had completely forgotten to return their calls. Hastily, she dialed her brother to assure him of her safety, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. However, just then, her phone flickered again, this time from an unfamiliar number. Or rather, not entirely unfamiliar. It was the number she had previously uncovered, the one that had sent the recording to Su Yingying. It was Lu Wei. Had she sent her a message? Su Wanruo. I am Lu Wei. I suddenly recalled something I must share with you. Earlier, I informed Su Yingying about Director Yang coming to our school to select ballet dancers for a role. She appeared quite enthusiastic. Although I am uncertain of her intentions toward you, I thought it prudent to inform you so that you may be prepared. A role as a ballet dancer? In the novel, there indeed exists a vivid depiction of this episode. Su Yingying, leveraging her profound dancing skills, outshone numerous actors, capturing the attention of the illustrious Director Yang, and effortlessly secured the coveted role. Subsequently, she garnered the award for Best Supporting Actress, thereby flinging open the doors to the entertainment industry and laying a robust foundation for her future career. At that time, the original owner of this role also harbored great affection for it and sought various means to vie for it. However, lacking proficiency in ballet, she faced subtle mockery from Su Yingying, which almost drove her into a state of depression. Su Wanruo curled her crimson lips into a smile. This time, she was determined to seize the role. As her reverie came to an end, her slender fingers responded to Lu Wei, acknowledging her understanding, before she casually tossed her phone onto the table. Chapter 44. A fruitless anticipation in the study on the second floor. Jungu Yi gazed solemnly at his computer screen, grappling with official duties. Yet, after half an hour, not a single word had penetrated his mind. His thoughts were consumed with questions about whether that girl would appreciate the room he had prepared for her. Would she feel secure staying at his home? Did she, like other girls, harbor fears of thunder and fierce winds? After a prolonged moment of inner turmoil, he could no longer endure it and raised his hand to rub his brow vigorously, attempting to suppress the inexplicable restlessness within him, though with little success. Glancing out the window, the world outside remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. What was amiss with him today? His mind was wandering, and he could scarcely believe that Su Wanruo's influence on him had grown to the point of affecting his work. Letting out a heavy sigh, he stood up, resolving that perhaps he needed a cup of coffee to rejuvenate himself. Preferring tranquility, he had kept the number of servants in the villa to a minimum, and those who worked here were well trained, understanding the importance of discretion. They typically returned to their rooms after completing their tasks, granting the master ample space. As Jun Guyi descended the stairs, he noticed that all the lights on the first floor had been extinguished, leaving only the dim glow of night lamps for illumination. He deftly poured himself a cup of coffee, savoring the rich, bitter flavor that invigorated his senses. However, at that moment, a figure by the floor-to-ceiling window captured his attention. Engrossed in her own world, she remained unaware of his presence. She delicately rose onto her toes, tilting her head back. Her long hair was elegantly tied up, revealing her slender, exquisite neck and collarbone, while her waist was daintily petite. Her movements, twirling, leaping, made her appear like an ethereal being, untouched by the world's troubles, pure and beautiful. Such a magnificent person belonged to him, and him alone. He envisioned confining her, hiding her away, ensuring that in the days and nights to come, she would see only him in her gaze. It was the searing heat of the coffee that jolted his senses back to reality as it burned his palm. Had he truly succumbed to such madness, contemplating her imprisonment? Meanwhile, upon receiving a message from Lu Wei, Wanruo reflected on the overarching plot of the book and formulated a general direction. She recalled that in the narrative, Su Ying performed a flawless pirouette before director Yang, which, combined with her charming and radiant visage, led to her securing a supporting role in the film. Thankfully, in her previous life, she had studied ballet and, due to her innate talent, had even been taken under the wing of a renowned ballet artist as a special disciple. Regrettably, during that time, her focus had been solely on acting, leaving little room for ballet practice. After executing a grand leap that landed perfectly, Wanruo wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, a smile curving her lips. Fortunately, the original owner had a flexible physique, allowing her to perform each movement with grace, and she increasingly felt in tune with her body from her past life. Thus, it seemed that vying for that film role should pose no challenge at all. She was quite content as she engaged in muscle relaxation, hoping to alleviate any soreness from her recent vigorous exercise. Shaking her head slightly and stretching her arms, she suddenly noticed a figure behind her. "Ah!" Wanruo exclaimed in surprise. Jun Guyi had initially intended to leave immediately after watching, not wishing for her to discover his covert observation. However, she was like a poppy, increasingly addictive the more he beheld her. He was acutely aware that he should depart, yet his feet remained rooted to the spot. When she finally noticed him, startled by his sudden appearance, he felt a twinge of regret. "I apologize for startling you. I just came down to make coffee and heard some noise, so I came to check." The coffee in his hand had long since grown cold. Wanruo, merely startled, instinctively adjusted her glasses upon recognizing him, sighing in relief. "It's fine. This is your home. There's no need for you to apologize." The floor of the room upstairs was embedded with gemstones, somewhat slippery and not particularly conducive for dancing. Upon seeing the spacious area below, she had decided to dance there instead, she explained. Jun Guyi nodded, then pondered her words before inquiring, "Do you not like the gemstone-embedded floor?" It made sense. Such ordinary gems indeed seemed unworthy of her exquisite presence. Wanruo was momentarily taken aback. "Huh, didn't I just say that the gemstone floor was a bit slippery? Which is why I came down to dance. What does that have to do with whether I like it or not? After all, those were invaluable gems. How could she not appreciate them? Even if she did, she couldn't exactly pry them up, could she?" Unaware of her confusion, Jun Guyi continued to indulge in his musings. "Since you don't favor gemstones, what about a floor of gold? Would you like that? Although, wouldn't gold be too gaudy?" Wanruo found herself momentarily at a loss for words, baffled by his extravagant imagination. After a brief pause, she couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid of going bankrupt with such lavishness?" Even though the Su family is quite wealthy, we've never indulged to this extent. To her surprise, Jun Guyi shook his head earnestly. "Not at all. I have plenty of money. If I went bankrupt over such a sum, I would be utterly useless." What an absurdly extravagant statement from a wealthy individual. "So, how much do you actually have?" Wanruo inquired further. This question seemed to genuinely perplex Jun Guyi. Furrowing his brow, he quickly calculated in his mind before responding, excluding real estate and fixed assets. "I currently have 800 billion Chinese yuan in liquid cash, but most of my funds are tied up in the Jun Corporation. At present, I can only access about 300 billion. 300 billion, just that?" Wanruo had only ever seen the largest denomination of 100 million, and that was merely in the form of ghost money from a bank. She let out a dry laugh. "You're telling me your assets. Aren't you afraid I might devise a way to steal them?" Suddenly, Jun Guyi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Not quite seriousness, but rather excitement. His eyes brimmed with excitement as he gazed intently at Wanruo, his expression earnest. "Do you truly desire my wealth? I am prepared to transfer everything to you, including all my assets. If you wish, I can arrange for a lawyer to come by tomorrow morning to finalize the paperwork, and we can sign it on the spot." Terrified, Wanruo quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, no, no, I was merely joking." Almost immediately after she spoke, it was evident that the light in Jun Guyi's eyes dimmed slightly. He had nearly believed that his beloved could be whisked away to his home. What a fleeting moment of false hope. Chapter 45. 100 Ways to Pursue a Wife. Jun Guyi observed the beads of sweat adorning the girl's forehead, a tickle in his throat stirring his unease. With a slight air of fluster, He diverted his gaze and inquired, "Were you practicing ballet just now?" Wanruo nodded, revealing no intention of concealing the truth. "Yes, I heard that director Yang Jiguo is coming to our school to select ballet dancers. It has been a long time since I last danced, and I feel a bit rusty." She was unperturbed by Jun Guye's potential misinterpretations. For the circumstances of the Qiao family had afforded the original owner ample opportunity to learn ballet. Her previous malnutrition had been a consequence of the torment inflicted by Su Ying upon her arrival at the Su household. However, Jun Guye's thoughts were not inclined towards such matters. His mind was racing to gather information about Yang Jiguo. The Jun Group boasted several entertainment companies, and he had attended numerous award ceremonies. Thus he held a vague familiarity with the director. He was well acclaimed, possessing his own set of principles. In short, he was a commendable director. "Do you require my assistance?" Jun Guye inquired. Wanruo quickly shook her head. "No, I am confident. Whether in terms of her dancing prowess or her acting skills that could rival an award-winning actress." She felt assured that she could easily outshine Su Ying and secure the role without the need for backdoor dealings. Moreover, she harbored a disdain for owing favors, particularly to the Jun family. The following day, the typhoon that had arrived swiftly departed just as quickly, leaving the morning clear and bright. Wanruo breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the wind had ceased, and she would not have to spend another night there, fearing the opulent diamonds adorning the walls might fall and harm her. Song Chung drove the car to the villa entrance, then circled around to open the door for her. "Miss Su, please get in." Wanruo nodded obediently and entered the understatedly luxurious Rolls-Royce. "Where's Jun Guye?" she asked curiously, noting his absence during breakfast. Song Cheng's hand trembled upon the steering wheel as he searched for the right words. "The president. Well, he might have left early due to company matters." Wanruo gave it little thought, replying with an "oh." Managing such a large corporation was certainly bound to keep him busy. Seeing her acceptance, Song Chung discreetly wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. He could hardly disclose that the president was currently in his room fervently studying 100 ways to pursue a wife. As he had mentioned, in an upstairs room, Jun Guye stood before the window, watching the Rolls-Royce gradually fade from view before he returned to his desk. At this hour, he would typically be suited and ready for work, yet he remained in his pajamas, utterly fatigued and appearing rather unwell. He rubbed his aching temples, his expression still far from improved. Every time he closed his eyes, he envisioned the girl's slender waist and graceful silhouette, as if bewitched. He considered himself not a man of strong desires. Even during health checkups, the family doctor had suggested he might be somewhat asexual. Yet, the previous night, he had dreamt of ardent fantasies, the lingering sensations persisting even after a cold shower that morning. Now, simply thinking of the girl's visage caused his body to betray him. Damn it. This marks the first time Jun Guye has uttered profanity in his life. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply. And only when his mouth and lungs were filled with nicotine did he feel as though he had reclaimed his body. Huh. Jun Guye exhaled a ring of smoke. Scoffing, "I truly am a beast. Just wait until her college entrance examination is over." As for Jun Guye's madness, Wanruo remained oblivious. Upon entering Class A with her backpack, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Lu Wei was engrossed in a physics book, and upon seeing Wanruo, her eyes lit up as she raised her hand and called out, "Ruoruo, over here." Wanruo thought to herself, "Does she really think I am unaware of my own position?" Before she could respond, Junling Chuan, seated nearby, erupted in anger, slamming his hand on the table. "On what grounds do you call her Ruoruo? She is my leader. You are not permitted to address her that way." Lu Wei, positioned to the right of Wanruo, glared back defiantly, even though a narrow aisle separated them. "She is indeed my Ruoruo. Why should I not call her that? If you have the ability, go ahead and silence me." "You." Junling Chuan's hair stood on end with fury as he rolled up his sleeves. "No way. She can only be my leader. By what right? I can still claim she is exclusively my Ruoruo. Do you find it amusing to whine like a child just because you are a girl? Well, do not think I will back down just because you are a boy. Is it not just a matter of fighting? Come on, let's go then." Wanruo, unfazed by the two who were ready to brawl, calmly shouldered her backpack and sat down at the table. "If you two wish to fight, take it outside. Do not do it in front of me, as I fear collateral damage." In perfect synchrony, the two fell silent. "Humph," Lu Wei pouted, gazing at Junling Chuan, who sat seething beside Wanruo. Why had she ever thought this person looked handsome? Had she been blind before? Or was her judgment clouded? This fellow was, in fact, a domineering and tyrannical fool. What right did he have to sit beside Ruoruo? Seeing that the two had finally quieted down, Wanruo inquired, "Lu Wei, what brings you to Class A?" Lu Wei replied, "I have always excelled academically, consistently ranking within the top 20. It was merely my foolishness that led me to lower myself to Class D for the sake of so-called sisterhood." As she spoke, her expression darkened slightly. Had the circumstances permitted, she would have wanted to slap herself several times. She had truly been naive, foolishly jesting with her own future. Wanruo, upon hearing this, expressed mild surprise. She had not paid attention to the rankings and was genuinely unaware of Lu Wei's academic prowess. "Congratulations on your return to the right path," Wanruo remarked. "Thank you, Ruoruo," Lu Wei replied with a grin. Lu Wei beamed with a radiant smile, revealing her bright teeth. "Oh, by the way, my parents would like to invite you to our home for dinner. When would you be available?" Wanruo was taken aback. "Why do your parents want to invite me for dinner?" It seemed she hadn't done anything noteworthy, and besides, their family's bankruptcy appeared to have some indirect connection to her. However, Lu Wei was overjoyed and explained, "Oh, I forgot to mention, Sister Ruoruo. Our company has now begun to operate normally." It was truly a false alarm. "Moreover, I heard from my father that not only did we avoid bankruptcy, but we also secured a significant project. It seems your elder brother has also assisted our family in this matter. I can't provide all the details, but my parents are exceedingly happy and have been saying that this is all thanks to you. Thank you so much, Sister Ruoruo." Chapter 46. The White Lotus. Upon hearing her words, Wanruo began to piece together the situation. It seemed that her elder brother and Jun Guyi had chosen to spare the Lu family after witnessing Lu Wei's apology. "You need not thank me. This decision lies with my brother, and I have merely played a passive role. However, do express my gratitude to your parents for their kindness," she conveyed. Lu Wei, interpreting this as a rejection, felt a pang of disappointment. "Are you unwilling to visit my home? Do you think my kindness stems from a desire to curry favor? I assure you, that is not the case. I genuinely cherish you and sincerely wish to be friends." Her excitement rendered her voice shaky, tears welling in her eyes as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Wanruo hadn't anticipated that her simple statement would evoke such a profound reaction. Quickly, she clarified, "It's not that I do not wish to come. With the impending college entrance examinations, I must devote my time to studying. How about this? Once the exams are over, I'll come to your home for dinner. What do you say?" Having lived through 2 lifetimes, she could discern sincerity from pretense. Lu Wei's heartfelt expression was evident, and Wanruo could not bear to disregard it. At her words, Lu Wei sighed in relief, her spirits revitalized. "I knew you were the best, Ruoruo. I'll send my parents a message to share this wonderful news." "All right," Wanruo replied, relieved as long as Lu Wei refrained from weeping in front of her. "However, please refrain from calling me Ruoruo. It feels rather awkward. We are classmates, so just calling me by my name will suffice." Having one person addressing her as Big Sister was already a headache. Another calling her Ruoruo would lead others to mistakenly assume she was a local leader engaging with the populace. At this juncture, Jun Lingchuan, eager to insert himself into the conversation, chimed in, unwilling to be overlooked. "Exactly. The Big Sister title belongs solely to me. My position is unassailable. No one shall covet it." Silence. Wanruo attempted to interject, but was interrupted by the enthusiastic Lu Wei. "Ruoruo, you cannot show favoritism based on gender. Why can he call you that, and I cannot? It's unfair." Wanruo could only respond with silence. Jun Lingchuan chuckled, reveling in the chaos. "What else could it be? It's simply because I am charming and delightful. The Big Sister favors me. Ruoruo, I must protest. Tell the truth. Do you truly favor him over me? Ignore her, Big Sister. She is merely a sour grape unable to reach the fruit. Ruoruo, Big Brother." Wanruo felt as though her mind had been tossed into a beehive, the clamor causing her head to throb. She finally understood why ancient emperors, surrounded by beautiful concubines, often wore frowns. Surrounded by such a cacophony vying for her attention, merely surviving the day without losing her temper was a testament to her patience. Unable to endure any longer, she raised her hand to silence them. "Enough. You may call out whatever you wish, but I have one condition. From this moment forth, no one shall utter another word. Otherwise, I shall cast him out." At last, the world fell silent. Yet, this tranquility endured but a mere 5 minutes. Shattered anew as Su Lang escorted Su Yinging past the entrance of Class A, Su Yinging beheld Wanruo, who appeared particularly elated. seemingly oblivious to the near apology incident from the previous day. With excitement, she exclaimed, "Sister, you arrived at school so early." Wanruo merely offered a nonchalant disinterested in engaging her. However, her aloof demeanor was misinterpreted by Su Yingying as a sign of flustered unease, compelling her to continue. "Sister, where did you go last night? We waited at home for you for so long and were worried sick when you didn't return. You mentioned staying at someone else's house. Yet you should have at least informed us. Moreover, you may not realize, but our family's values are strict. Casually sleeping out could lead to undesirable gossip." She nearly punctuated her remarks with a pointed accusation of recklessness directed at Su Wanruo. The moment her words escaped, it wasn't just Lu Wei and Jun Lingchuan who frowned. Even Su Lang, standing beside her, raised his brows in disapproval. Lu Wei, unable to contain her frustration, slammed her book onto the table, startling Su Yingying with the thunderous noise. "Su Yingying, what do you mean by those words? Who are you being so sarcastic for? If you have something to say, articulate it clearly instead of droning on in such an affected manner. Aren't you tired of it?" Su Yingying had been entirely focused on Su Wanruo, oblivious to Lu Wei's presence beside her. Now, confronted with this unexpected retort, she found herself momentarily taken aback. "Lu Wei, what brings you to Class A?" Lu Wei crossed her arms, adopting the demeanor of an imperious young lady from the Lu family. "If I consistently rank in the top 20 of my exams, why shouldn't I be in Class A?" Upon hearing this, Su Yingying recalled that Lu Wei indeed had an excellent academic record, often placing among the highest. However, what did she mean by that? Why was she siding with Su Wanruo, seemingly defending her? Could it be that even she had been swayed by Su Wanruo? No, she could not allow that. Suppressing the envy flickering in her eyes, she forced a smile, trying to appear innocent. "Lu Wei, aren't we the best of friends?" Lu Wei rolled her eyes, nearly retching at the sentiment. "Best friends? Ugh, spare me that phrase. I was truly blind to think you were kind and innocent. Now I realize how foolish I was. I must admit, your audacity is remarkable. Have you forgotten that I publicly exposed your sarcasm under the national flag yesterday? After all that, you still have the gall to call us friends? If you're not disgusted, I certainly am." Su Yingying's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. The onlooking classmates began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, I was puzzled by Lu Wei's sudden appearance in Class A. Turns out Su Yingying stabbed her in the back. Didn't Lu Wei publicly reveal the truth yesterday? How could she forget? Yes, who would have thought Lu Wei was so bold? But Su Yingying is hardly what she seems. I always thought she was a delicate flower, only to discover she's a scheming viper. Su Yingying listened to the surrounding whispers, her expression twisting with anger. The memory of the humiliating scene from the previous day in front of the crowd made her teeth grind with resentment. Yet, with so many onlookers present, she could not afford to lose her composure. She bit her tongue to regain her calm, lowering her gaze as her eyes reddened slightly. "Lu Wei, I know that you are not inherently this aggressive. You must not believe that my return to the Su family renders me unworthy of your Lu family. Am I right?" What a clever ploy to shift the blame. Truly, she deserves the title of a White Lotus. Effortlessly portraying Lu Wei as a vain and sycophantic character with a single statement. Lu Wei was not oblivious to this, but she continued to hold her head high, embodying the demeanor of a superior. "Yes, your status as an adopted daughter indeed does not measure up to that of the heiress of the Lu group. So what if it doesn't? If you have objections, keep them to yourself." Chapter 47, a mere foster daughter. Upon hearing this, Su Wanruo could not contain herself and let out a soft laugh. Lu Wei, having been a close confidant of Su Yingying for several years, undoubtedly knew where her weaknesses lay, piercing right into the heart of what concerned her. As expected, Su Yingying's face turned ashen on the spot. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. After all, Lu Wei was merely stating the truth. She was indeed a foster daughter. Lu Wei, witnessing Su Yingying's vexation, felt an immediate sense of relief wash over her. The burden of her previously stifled emotions lightened considerably. "Su Yingying, I advise you to be more perceptive in the future. If I were magnanimous, I might overlook this, but I am rather petty. Should I discover any more of your insidious antics, do not expect me to be courteous." Su Yingying trembled with rage, her features contorted in anguish, her teeth clenched so tightly it seemed she might leap forward to tear Lu Wei apart at any moment. She understood Lu Wei well. For those she held dear, she would protect with all her might, but for those she despised, she would not hesitate to make the discord public. This was precisely why Su Yingying had once chosen to utilize her as a pawn. In this instance, Lu Wei audaciously disregarded Su Yingying's dignity, choosing to humiliate her in front of an audience. Calm down. I must remain composed. Neither Su Wanruo nor Lu Wei would be easily confronted, and engaging in a public spat was not her forte. She had crafted the persona of a delicate flower, and after much effort, she had finally convinced her elder brother and sixth brother of her innocence. At this critical juncture, she could not afford to let that facade crumble. With that thought in mind, she inhaled sharply, forcing herself to suppress the surging tide of hatred within her. In an instant, her eyes reddened, as though she might burst into tears at any moment, as if she had suffered some grievous injustice. Sixth brother, did I say something wrong? Why are sister and the others treating me this way? Lu Wei, witnessing this performance, felt a wave of nausea wash over her, her skin crawling. She leaned towards Su Wanruo and said, Ruoruo, I truly did not realize how repugnant she could be. Su Wanruo raised an eyebrow and replied coldly, You'll get used to it. After all, she had nearly retched the first time she tasted by Luo-chan. Standing beside Su Yingying, Su Lang's expression was equally grim. After hearing Su Yingying's lament, he responded with a nonchalant hum, unlike his usual protective demeanor. Instead, he calmly looked at Su Yingying and said, You should return to class. The lesson is about to begin. Su Yingying felt as though her fist had struck cotton, disbelief etched across her face. Sixth brother. Lu Wei clutched her stomach, laughing so hard that tears streamed down her cheeks. Ha ha ha. You brewed a pot of green tea, only for even your brother to disdain its taste. Ha ha ha. Su Yingying, your skills are lacking. This sarcastic remark clearly suggested that she was pretending to be innocent and virtuous. To make matters worse, even sixth brother had chosen not to support her. Su Yingying clenched her fists, her neatly trimmed nails digging painfully into her flesh. The brief sting sharpening her mind. She could not leave now. If she did, she would appear to be slinking away like a coward, and the ridicule would fall squarely upon her. No, she needed to devise a plan, to save herself, to turn the tables. Turning her head, her gaze met Jun Lingchuan, who leaned against the window, his expression inscrutable, devoid of any discernible emotion. In that moment, Su Yingying's eyes brightened. How could she have forgotten about him? Jun Lingchuan harbored feelings for her. If she merely asked for his help, showing a hint of vulnerability, he would undoubtedly side with her. He would surely speak on her behalf. Thus, she quickly approached Jun Lingchuan's window, biting her red lip delicately, and said sweetly, Jun, you believe in me, don't you? As long as Jun Lingchuan was on her side, the opinions of others would have to take into account the identity of the second young master of the Jun family. What did it matter if Lu Wei and Su Wanruo formed their own factions? What did it matter if they publicly rebuffed her? So long as Jun Lingchuan cared for her, she could still bask in the glow of being the girl he favored. At that moment, Jun Lingchuan was completely bewildered, wondering how he had become a part of this spectacle. He felt as if he had been stepped on like a startled cat. And as he looked at Su Yingying's suddenly magnified face, he almost leapt from his seat. I can't believe you. Step away from my window. Su Yingying was taken aback. Why is this different from what I imagined? Jun, it's me, Yingying, the one you've been bringing milk tea to. You like me, don't you? Have you forgotten? Now, Jun Lingchuan was utterly agitated, springing up in a frenzy, trembling as he pointed at her. You dare to slander me. Do you believe I want to take you to court? Don't think I lack connections. My aunt's husband is a court clerk. After his outburst, he rushed over to Su Wanruo, pledging his loyalty. Boss, trust me, I am yours in life and in death. I would never betray you. This woman is clearly jealous of our close bond and is spreading falsehoods about me. You must believe me. Su Wanruo covered her ears, irritated by the noise. Be quiet. Their voices were not low, drawing the attention of classmates in the classroom, as well as students passing by in the corridor who were stealing glances at the scene. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. I used to think Jun liked Su Yingying, always bringing her milk tea, but it seems that was just a facade. How could someone as handsome as Jun possibly be interested in Su Yingying? I always suspected it was a rumor. Exactly. And although Jun has an older brother, he is still a legitimate heir of a wealthy family, while Su Yingying is merely a foster daughter. How could she possibly be a match for him? The murmurs grew louder, and Su Yingying's face turned increasingly pale. She thought with great bitterness, it must be Su Wanruo, undoubtedly her. She must have spoken ill of me to Jun Xiao, which is why he regards me with such disdain. Wretched woman. She took a reluctant breath and said, Jun Xiao, you previously bought me milk tea, and the entire Class D is aware of it. Surely, that cannot be fabricated. Milk tea? Jun Lingchuan pondered for a moment before recalling that there indeed was such an incident. Oh, I remember now. Upon hearing him recall it, Su Yingying could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, her face brightening with joy. However, the words that followed caused her smile to freeze entirely upon her face. Chapter 48. Casting call notification that milk tea was a declaration of war I issued to Su Lang. He always buys you milk tea. So I decided to do the same. He orders it half sweet. While I prefer it fully sweetened, he enjoys it at room temperature, whereas I like mine heated. Humph. Although I may not excel in exams as he does, I refuse to believe I am inferior in other aspects. As Jun Lingchuan expressed this, he glared at Su Lang with indignation, determined to surpass him. Su Lang. Even the usually indifferent Su Wanruo could not help but twitch her lips in amusement. So this fellow's reasoning is, if I can't outdo him in exams, then I'll best him in the realm of milk tea? Everyone was evidently surprised by Jun Lingchuan's rationale and erupted into laughter. Ha, I told you. How could Jun Xiao possibly fancy Su Yingying? Ha ha ha, Jun Xiao is impressive. This desire for victory through alternative means is a revelation. It must be said that Su Yingying is rather self-absorbed, truly believing herself to be a celestial being. If Jun Xiao were to have a preference, it would surely be for Su Wanruo, who ranks first in the grade. Though her appearance is unremarkable, her lineage is noble indeed. Repeated blows and humiliations led Su Yingying to a complete breakdown, and she could no longer hold back her tears, crying out, I despise you all. After her outburst, she fled, covering her face. Upon witnessing the departure of the aggrieved party, the onlookers dispersed, realizing the entertainment was over. However, at that moment, Su Lang, standing in the hallway, did not head to his seat but instead stormed towards Su Wanruo's direction, his expression dark and his backpack slung over his shoulder. Jun Lingchuan sensed trouble and immediately stood in front of him, shielding Su Wanruo behind him. After all, Su Lang was notoriously protective of his sister. It was likely he had come to confront Jun Lingchuan upon seeing his dear sister in tears. What are you doing? Jun Lingchuan's voice was icy. Su Lang, undeterred, merely threw a glance and replied, Step aside. No. If you wish to harm my sister, you must first step over my corpse. Su Lang. Su Wanruo. What kind of melodramatic declaration is this from a deluded teenager? With a sigh, Su Wanruo helplessly remarked, Jun Lingchuan, sit down. Are you going to copy your chemistry homework or not? The teacher is collecting it soon. The previously confrontational Jun Lingchuan immediately wilted at her words. Copy. I'm copying right now. He had spent the previous day engrossed in gaming at the FX esports venue, completely forgetting about his homework. It was only upon arriving that morning that he realized the urgency and was now hastily copying Su Wanruo's assignment. Seeing him settle down, Su Wanruo finally turned her attention to the approaching Su Lang. What's wrong? Su Lang's face was expressionless, his tone frigid. Why didn't you return my call yesterday? Huh? Su Wanruo blinked, recalling only after some time what he meant. Due to the typhoon, she had stayed at Jun's home and forgotten to call her family. Her brother had attempted to reach her numerous times, and indeed, there were a few messages from Su Lang that she had overlooked while reassuring her brother of her safety. Apologies, I mistakenly thought that my elder brother would inform you. Did he not relay anything to you? Su Wanruo inquired. She recalled that after she assured her elder brother of her safety, Su Lang had indeed ceased to send her messages. Surely, he must have conveyed her well-being to the other party. You. Su Lang's face flushed with anger. This woman was undoubtedly provoking him on purpose. Although his brother had eventually informed him that she was safe, it was not the same, was it? The distinction between hearing it from a third party and receiving it directly was glaringly obvious. How foolish he had been to worry about her so much. Fuming, Su Lang declared, Fine. You win. If I ever consider you as my sister again or worry about you, I shall be a dog. Humph. Su Wanruo, bewildered by his sudden outburst, furrowed her brows but could not help but remind him, Sixth young master, you need not reiterate. You already mentioned that calling me your sister makes me a little dog. I have not forgotten, so there's no need to emphasize it again. All right, you truly are something. Su Lang felt that if he remained there any longer, he would surely be driven to exasperation. With a huff, he turned on his heel and stormed off. Resembling an enraged lion, Su Wanruo blinked in surprise. Why was Sixth Brother's mood so unpredictable? She had indeed complied with his request, yet it seemed to have aggravated him even more. Could it be that her aunt's husband had arrived? The perplexities of adolescent boys were truly confounding. As Lu Wei had predicted, after the final class concluded, the teacher announced the news regarding the casting of actors. Students, I have just received a notification from the school stating that the renowned director Yang Jiguo will be visiting our school in the coming days to select ballet dancers for supporting roles in his new film. This is a splendid opportunity for our school to shine. Those who meet the requirements are encouraged to sign up. Once the teacher departed, Lu Wei leaned in close to Su Wanruo and whispered, "Sister Ruoruo, this is precisely what I mentioned earlier. I didn't expect the director to arrive so soon. Will you be signing up?" Su Wanruo neatly organized her test paper and placed it into her desk, replying, "Yes." Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" However, another thought struck her, and her smile faltered, replaced with concern. But Su Yingying will undoubtedly sign up to seek the spotlight. Her ballet skills are quite impressive. What if she employs some underhanded tactics? "I'm sorry, Sister Ruoruo. It was my fault for mentioning it to her." Su Wanruo chuckled at her. "What does that have to do with you? Even if you hadn't mentioned it, the teacher's announcement would have reached her, sooner or later. She would have learned about it. Just perhaps a bit earlier." Though reassured by Su Wanruo's words, Lu Wei still felt a pang of guilt, her tone laden with self-reproach. "But she will certainly concoct some schemes against you. Do not be deceived by her seemingly delicate appearance. She is quite cunning and full of tricks, making her difficult to defend against." Upon hearing this, Su Wanruo nodded in agreement. Indeed, Su Yingying truly embodies the beloved younger sister cultivated within the pages of my 6 esteemed brothers. While she may not have mastered much, her ability to discern the intentions of her elder brothers is nothing short of exceptional. "Sister, perhaps I should enlist someone to investigate whether she might resort to any underhanded tactics. Although I am no longer part of Class D, I still possess some connections." Su Wanruo, observing the mysteriously coy Lu Wei, nearly succumbed to laughter. "Connections?" One might think she was alluding to some commercial secret. With a soft chuckle, she replied, "There is no need. Her petty schemes are unlikely to amount to anything significant. We need not waste our time on her. After all, in my previous life, I navigated the murky waters of the entertainment industry with remarkable ease. I fear no sordid tricks, so why should I be intimidated by a mere young girl now?" Chapter 49. The favoritism of the eldest brother. At this moment, the teacher of Class D had also issued a similar notice. Besides Su Yingying's desk, which had previously belonged to Lu Wei, a new group of girls had gathered, clamoring to flatter her. In the past, they could hardly approach Su Yingying with Lu Wei around, but now that Lu Wei had departed, they seized the opportunity to draw closer. Most of them hailed from ordinary working-class families or engaged in small businesses, far inferior to the affluent Su family. Although Su Yingying was an adopted daughter, she still bore the prestigious title, making it a privilege to curry favor with her. Thus, with Lu Wei gone, they eagerly approached her, hoping to bask in the glow of the Su family's reputation. "Wow, Yingying, I can't believe you're a level 9 ballet dancer. How impressive," one exclaimed. "Indeed, you must have a shot at being selected. I've heard that director Yang is exceptional. Every young actor under his guidance becomes a star. If you get chosen, you'll be a big celebrity." Their incessant flattery brought a sense of relief to Su Yingying, who had just been thoroughly vexed by Su Wanruo. This was the true essence of her existence, surrounded by admiration and adulation. What did Su Wanruo's academic excellence matter? Once she became a renowned star, it would be her, Su Yingying, who would bring glory to the Su family. Whenever the Su family was mentioned, it would be her name that first came to mind. Su Wanruo would merely be fit to serve her. At that moment, a slender girl with glasses curiously inquired, "Yingying, is your sister also auditioning for the ballet role?" Upon hearing Su Wanruo's name, a wave of disdain washed over Su Yingying. What qualifications did she have to? She halted mid-sentence. If Su Wanruo, who could not dance, participated, it would surely lead to her embarrassment before the director and school authorities. This thought ignited a sense of vindication for the humiliation she had endured when forced to apologize publicly. A cold smirk crept across her lips, only to be concealed as she raised her gaze. "It seems my sister can dance too. Could you kindly provide me with another registration form? I will assist her in signing up." Later that evening, at the Su family dinner table, Su Yingying could hardly contain her excitement. She stole a glance at her calm eldest brother and could not resist speaking up. "Eldest brother, our school's teacher mentioned that director Yang Jiguo will be selecting ballet dancers from our school. I wish to audition." Although she had already signed up, she still yearned for her brother's affirmation. As expected, upon hearing her words, Su Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. "Yang Jiguo is indeed a capable director. It's worth a try. However, the Su family does not engage in the entertainment industry, so you will need to audition on your own." In other words, he would not extend any assistance to her. Hearing her elder brother's affirmation, Su Ying nodded with delight and promptly replied, "Brother, I can handle it myself. I have confidence in this role. Don't you remember? I've already achieved level 9 in ballet." As she uttered these words, she tilted her head back, her face brimming with pride and self-assurance, resembling a proud swan in many ways. Su Xiao responded with a casual HM, reminding her not to delay her studies as the college entrance examination was imminent. Su Ying obediently nodded, affirming, "I know, brother." Su Xiao chose not to elaborate further, adopting a rather hands-off approach to raising his sister. He maintained a degree of emotional distance, believing that as long as she did not cause trouble, supporting her would not be financially burdensome. After all, he was the eldest of the Su family, and it was essential to uphold a respectable appearance, regardless of the underlying circumstances. "Ruoruo, enjoy the shrimp," he said, casually pushing a plate of peeled shrimp towards Su Wanruo. She glanced at the glistening shrimp he had presented and then at her own mangled attempts at peeling, which looked utterly unappetizing. Without hesitation, she opted for her brother's neatly prepared offering. After all, it was for her. Why not indulge? With a beaming smile, she said, "Thank you, brother," and picked up her chopsticks, relishing the treat without any qualms. Seeing her delight brought a smile to Su Xiao's lips, and he remarked, "Eat slowly, there's no rush. If you like it, brother will peel more for you." However, Su Ying's earlier joy dissipated entirely upon witnessing this affectionate exchange, her teeth gritting in frustration. Just moments ago, her brother had always peeled shrimp for her, gently encouraging her to eat more. Yet now, with Su Wanruo's arrival, she effortlessly usurped her brother's affection. It was infuriating. That wretched girl. Taking a deep breath to suppress her impulse to lash out at Su Wanruo, she spoke softly, "By the way, I just remembered, sister. I signed you up as well. I noticed the number of participants was limited, and I was concerned you might miss out if you didn't receive the notification." Su Wanruo paused in her enjoyment of the shrimp, unable to resist rolling her eyes. Su Ying was not worried about her sister missing out. Rather, she was anxious about her own prospects being overshadowed. She had spent the entire day memorizing ancient poetry and hadn't had the chance to request a registration form from the teacher. It seemed Su Ying was more proactive than she was. Su Xiao furrowed his brow upon hearing her words, filled with reproach. Why did you take it upon yourself to decide? Although Su Ying braced herself for his reprimand, she shivered at the sharpness of his gaze. "I was just afraid that sister would miss out, so I helped." "Enough." Su Wanruo quickly intervened to quell Su Xiao's rising anger, suggesting, "It's fine, brother. It's done, so let it be. Gaining experience is good. I've never seen how directors conduct auditions before." Su Xiao gazed at her with concern, yet he felt apprehensive about the director's blunt demeanor, fearing she might struggle with it. "How about this? I'll ask fifth brother. He worked with this director on a film before. Perhaps he can put in a good word for you. If that doesn't work, I can invest in the production to ensure you get a role. If you truly wish to act, brother has plenty of ways to make it happen." Su Wanruo was utterly astonished. Is this the sensation of being supported by a wealthy benefactor? "Thank you, but it's truly unnecessary," she replied. Meanwhile, Su Ying was gripping her chopsticks with a fierce intensity, her knuckles turning white as if the zeton would splinter beneath her grasp. Her eyes brimmed with jealousy. Why was it that when it came to her, her elder brother claimed the Su family had no involvement in the entertainment industry and could not offer assistance? Yet he was willing to invest heavily to promote Su Wanruo? What justified this apparent favoritism? In what way was Su Wanruo superior to her? This time, she vowed to dazzle everyone and deliver an outstanding performance, proving to her brother who truly had the potential to bring glory to the Su family. Chapter 50. Su Wanruo's Misstep 1. Climax. Must see. Su Ying returned to her room and retrieved her phone, dialing a number. After 2 beeps, the call connected, revealing a deep, magnetic voice laced with affection. "Hello, is it Ying? What prompted you to call me?" Immediately, Su Ying began to voice her grievances with a sense of melodrama. "Ruoruo. Second brother, eldest brother, and sixth brother are bullying me. They no longer care for me, and I feel so sad, Ruoruo." On the other end of the line was Su Hong, the second son of the Su family. He was a renowned designer and a prodigious disciple of the esteemed master. Known for his remarkable contributions to the industry, young yet accomplished, he had amassed numerous accolades in both domestic and international fashion design, earning the title of a true darling of the fashion world. What happened?" Hearing her lament, Su Hong was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't eldest brother the one who dotes on you the most? How could he possibly bully you?" At this point, Su Yingying's eyes blazed with resentment as she gritted her teeth. It's all because of Su Wanruo. Upon hearing that name, Su Hong was momentarily confused. Su Wanruo. It took Su Yingying a moment to realize her tone was off, prompting her to quickly clarify. No, I mean sister, second brother, you forgot. Sister is Su Wanruo. With this clarification, Su Hong finally understood. Yes, that long-lost sister who had just been recognized was indeed named that. It made sense why it sounded so familiar. However, he had been so engrossed in his work at the studio that he had not seen her since her return. Unaware of what she looked like. Listening to Su Yingying's grievances, he could surmise that the family dynamics had shifted considerably with the return of this sister, who seemed to possess a knack for sowing discord. It was rather perplexing that even eldest brother, known for his integrity, had been swayed so quickly, and he felt a twinge of disdain towards the yet-to-be-met Su Wanruo. He couldn't help but reassure Su Yingying, don't be upset, Yingying. Eldest brother and sixth brother are simply misjudging her. They are the ones who are blind to the truth. Second brother will always stand by your side. Seeing her objective achieved, Su Yingying's spirits lifted, and she playfully cooed. Thank you, second brother. I knew you were the best. Noticing her change in tone, Su Hong felt a sense of relief wash over him and softened his voice. You didn't call me just to talk about this, did you? Is there something you need my help with? Second brother, you are so clever. I do need a small favor. Could you get me a particularly beautiful ballet costume? She proceeded to explain the audition for ballet dancers at her school, and upon hearing this, Su Hong readily agreed. Of course. Second brother will surely get you the most exquisite costume to dazzle the audience. Wow. Thank you, second brother. I knew you were the best. Su Hong hung up the phone, letting out a deep sigh as he rubbed his furrowed brow. His exquisite features were striking, with a prominent nose and amber eyes that exuded a cool, aristocratic air. However, this handsome man appeared disheveled, his hair a chaotic mess, and the dark circles under his eyes betrayed his lack of rest, a clear sign of insomnia. An aura of melancholy and despondency enveloped him. At that moment, an assistant entered, bearing a cup of coffee, and with evident concern, inquired, Su Gu, are you still lacking inspiration? There are only 5 days left until the competition, and we haven't designed a single decent outfit yet. This cannot continue. Su Hong tousled his already unruly hair, further disheveling it. I understand. I'm just searching for inspiration. He replied. The assistant, albeit reluctantly, nodded. All right, take your time. I'll be outside. Wait. Su Hong called out. Please bring me the breeze and moonlight dance costume. The assistant paused, surprised. That costume just won an award, and many big stars are vying to rent it. Who are you giving it to? Oh, my sister is auditioning. I'll take it for her to wear. Enough chit-chat, hurry. Though the assistant hesitated, he dared not disobey. All right. Upon realizing that her second brother would assist her, Su Yingying felt a significant weight lift off her shoulders, instilling her with confidence to surpass Su Wanruo. At that moment, a short-haired teacher approached her, holding a notebook, and asked, You are Su Yingying, correct? I am the management teacher for the auditorium. You have signed up for the audition, right? Su Yingying nodded. Yes, teacher. The teacher continued. We need to ask each auditioning student what kind of stage effects they require. For instance, do you need dry ice for ambience? Or perhaps streamers and bubbles? The school places great importance on this audition, so we will do our utmost to accommodate every student's requests. Su Yingying nodded in understanding. For me, streamers will suffice. The short-haired teacher acknowledged her request, jotting it down in the notebook. All right, I've noted that. I wish you great success. As the teacher turned to leave, Su Yingying suddenly remembered something and called out. Teacher, I just recalled that there are specific color requirements for the streamers. Let me write it down for you so you can arrange the procurement directly. The teacher nodded and handed her the notebook. That's fine. Taking the notebook, Su Yingying glanced at the A-class list and immediately spotted Su Wanruo's name, which was conspicuously followed by the word, streamers. A smirk crossed her lips. How audacious of her to take it seriously and compete with herself. Gritting her teeth, she scribbled 2 words before returning the notebook to the teacher, smiling. Thank you, teacher. The short-haired teacher, unaware of the underlying tension, closed the notebook and replied, You're welcome. Su Yingying's eyes narrowed as a daring scheme blossomed in her mind. Since Su Wanruo, in her hubris, aspired to be a swan, she would ensure that this swan was cloaked in unsightly blackness, rendering her performance as a divine white swan utterly impossible. Having performed numerous times in the grand auditorium, she was well acquainted with its layout. Swapping the colorful ribbons for ink was a trivial matter for her. Previously, Lu Wei, that foolish girl, had failed to win a bet, allowing Su Wanruo to prevail and keeping her unattractive visage hidden from public scrutiny. This time, however, as ink met the pristine white gown, obscuring her protective, oversized glasses, Su Yingying was determined to reveal the true, hideous face beneath. When the moment arrived, Su Wanruo would undoubtedly face the most humiliating disgrace. Su Wanruo, I shall relish witnessing your downfall this time. Chapter 51. Su Wanruo's Unexpected Fall 2. Climax, a must-read. The day of the audition soon arrived. Leaders and representatives from the entire school gathered in the grand auditorium, accompanying Director Yang Jiguo in selecting the cast, demonstrating the significance of the event. Su Wanruo adorned herself in a high-end ballet costume, accentuating her slender elegance. Her fair skin paired with the pristine white attire made her resemble a fairy who had descended to the mortal realm. However, she still wore those oversized glasses, and her heavy bangs obscured her features, seemingly serving as her protective shield. Jun Lingchuan and Lu Wei surrounded her, showering her with effusive praise. Wow, Ruoruo, you look absolutely stunning. I had intended to help you find a costume, but I didn't expect Brother Su to have prepared one for you in advance. Boss, you truly embody a celestial being today. Have you no sense of culture? That is a fairy descending to Earth. Aren't fairies just celestial beings? It's you who lack culture, isn't it? Seeing the two about to bicker again, Su Wanruo hastily raised her hand to intervene. All right, you two. Don't you have class soon? You should head to class first. I'll return to the classroom after the audition. Lu Wei chuckled but remained unmoved, explaining, Ruoruo, the next class is self-study. We brought the test papers assigned by the teacher. We can work on them here and cheer you on. Jun Lingchuan chimed in. Yes, exactly. Noticing their resolute attitude, Su Wanruo sighed. Fine, but keep a low profile and don't cause any trouble, understood? These two had fiery tempers, and she feared that if she were to be unsuccessful, they might storm over to confront Director Yang Jiguo. It was better to remind them in advance. Lu Wei and Jun Lingchuan both gave an okay gesture, indicating their understanding, appearing as obedient as could be. Meanwhile, in a corner at the backstage, Su Yingying was similarly surrounded by admirers, basking in their adoration. Everyone marveled at her stunning, intricately embroidered costume adorned with sparkling diamonds. Wow, Yingying. This is truly the renowned one costume, identical to the one in the magazine. Many stars have tried to borrow it but couldn't. Indeed, Yingying. You look so beautiful today, you're bound to outshine everyone. Wow, Yingying, I envy you for having such an impressive elder brother. Su Yingying reveled in the flattery and envy from those around her, her tone dripping with superiority. Don't touch it. The diamonds on this costume are genuine, each worth a fortune. The surrounding girls, startled, immediately withdrew their hands. At that moment, a previously slender voice suddenly spotted something and pointed. Yingying, look. Isn't that your sister Su Wanruo? She actually came to audition. Following her gaze, they quickly spotted Su Wanruo, encircled by Lu Wei and Jun Lingchuan. It was immediately apparent that Su Wanruo wore a top-tier ballet costume, although it wasn't as extravagant as her own. It was crafted by a renowned designer and was certainly not inexpensive. That costume must have been a gift from her brother. Ever since her elder brother learned of her audition, he has never inquired whether she required a dance costume. However, he secretly prepared one for Su Wanruo. Is it because he anticipated she would seek assistance from their second brother, or does he simply not regard her at all? Such conjectures suffocated her with jealousy. Her fingers clenched the hem of the costume tightly, the tiny rhinestones digging into her palm, the faint sting rousing her from her reverie. Have you taken care of the matters you were tasked with? The slender girl nodded. Yes, the ink has been prepared, but... Su Yingying furrowed her brows. But what? But the principal is seated below. If they were to investigate us, we would undoubtedly face consequences. With graduation approaching, receiving disciplinary actions at this juncture would surely jeopardize our chances of attending a reputable university. Her voice trembled with fear and anxiety, clearly filled with remorse. Su Yingying let out a cold laugh and scolded. There are no cameras backstage. They won't catch us. Besides, the disgraceful Su Wanruo is the one tarnishing the school's reputation. Any repercussions would not pertain to us. But what if? The moment Su Yingying perceived her fear, she grew furious. If you are this terrified, then abandon the plan. Return the designer handbag and jewelry I previously gifted you. No. The girl, noticing Su Yingying's anger, hurriedly waved her hands in explanation. Yingying, please don't be upset. I was merely speaking in jest. I am still on your side. Humph. Su Yingying's expression softened slightly at her obsequious apology. Indeed. Money can work wonders. With a little incentive, they were eager to assist her. Even if the principal were to become furious and launch a thorough investigation, it wouldn't implicate her. Su Wanruo, this time, you are finished. Coincidentally, Su Yingying and Su Wanruo drew numbers 44 and 45, one being second to last and the other last. Just before going on stage, Su Yingying coincidentally bumped into Su Wanruo, who was preparing backstage. It was unclear whether her newfound confidence stemmed from her selection or from the absence of any Su family members around her, but she exhibited an air of arrogance, completely shedding her usual frail demeanor. Su Wanruo, I never imagined you would truly dare to attend the audition. Su Wanruo raised an eyebrow, dismissing her derision. You went to such lengths to sign me up. Would it not be ungrateful of me not to show up? Su Yingying, unwilling to concede, retorted, what a pity. This opportunity is mine to seize. With an air of nonchalance, Su Wanruo replied, oh, what a coincidence. I feel the same. The two adversaries, unwilling to back down, sparked a clash of wills through their fierce gazes, creating a charged atmosphere. At that moment, the announcer outside declared, now, let us welcome contestant number 44 to perform the ballet piece Swan Lake, and contestant number 45 please prepare backstage. Only then did Su Yingying snort in disdain and turn to take the stage. As the enchanting melody commenced, the bright stage lights cascaded upon her, illuminating her elegant turns, leaps, and spins. It must be said that her profound and proficient foundation in ballet was unmistakably evident, truly remarkable. In the backstage, Su Wanruo, with her arms crossed, watched the entire exquisite ballet performance, unable to restrain her applause. The performance was flawless. Even she could find no fault, particularly in the finale, where Su Yingying astonishingly managed to whip and spin 40 times, a testament to her professionalism. Just as described in the novel, Su Yingying's performance left director Yang Zhiguo in awe, nodding appreciatively before turning to converse with the screenwriter beside him, his demeanor reflecting evident satisfaction. Chapter 52, Su Wanruo's Fall from Grace 3 Climax. Must see, Su Yingying naturally noticed director Yang's reaction. She stood on her tiptoes, proudly tilting her chin as she descended the stage, embodying the demeanor of a victor. As she passed by Su Wanruo, she mockingly declared, there is no need for you to take the stage. I have already won. At that moment, the host's voice resonated through the speakers. Contestant number 45, please take the stage to perform the ballet piece Swan Lake, the same selection as Su Yingying. However, Su Wanruo did not hasten to take the stage. Instead, she turned to Su Yingying, a cold smile gracing her lips. Is that so? Then remember this feeling well, for it shall soon be out of your grasp. Only then did she turn to ascend the stage. Witnessing her aloof demeanor, Su Yingying stamped her foot in frustration. Had she ever seen ballet? Had she ever trained in it? How dare she speak so boldly in my presence? Just wait. I shall see who becomes the fool shortly. Peering through her glasses, Su Wanruo gazed at the audience below the auditorium, which was now densely packed with students and teachers. She had drawn the last number, and with classes dismissed, curious students had gathered to observe the auditions. Fortunately, having weathered many storms in her previous life, she felt no trepidation in front of such a crowd. As the music began, Su Wanruo rose on her toes, dancing and spinning in harmony with the melody etched into her very being, gracefully moving her arms and waist. In that moment, she felt as though she had returned to the expansive dance studio of her past, with her beloved mentor nearby, imparting gentle guidance while she followed the instructed movements with unrestrained joy. Lu Wei watched in awe as Su Wanruo elegantly twirled on stage, her eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, Ruoruo truly is a hidden gem. Her dancing is nothing short of celestial. Beside her, Jun Lingchuan clapped fervently, exclaiming, incredible, stunning, amazing. The inadequacy of language was fully manifest at that moment. At some point, Su Lang had also positioned himself in a corner of the auditorium. Mesmerized by the radiant Su Wanruo on stage, his eyes brimming with admiration. Just as the music reached its midpoint and the moment arrived for the confetti to cascade, an unexpected downpour of black liquid fell instead, staining the floor and Su Wanruo's white dress, creating a stark contrast. The audience gasped in shock, murmuring among themselves, "Oh my goodness, what is that? It looks so disgusting. It must be ink. Look how it has darkened the floor." Jun Lingchuan leapt up in alarm, exclaiming, "What the hell is going on?" Seeing his agitation, Lu Wei quickly reached out to restrain him, urging, "Don't act impulsively. Don't cause trouble for Ruoruo." Yet, there was no but in this situation. If he rushed onto the stage, it would turn into a catastrophic scene, and the director would undoubtedly be furious. Rest assured, Ruoruo will find a way out of this, she reassured, though her own body trembled with indignation, fearful of thrusting Ruoruo into the limelight of controversy. All she could do was pray that Su Wanruo would navigate this crisis with grace. At that moment, Su Wanruo, drenched in black ink, stood frozen, bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to be colorful ribbons? How had it turned into ink? She was not naive. In an instant, she surmised the identity of the perpetrator behind such a despicable act. No wonder Su Yingying had boasted earlier. She had been waiting for this very moment. Raising her gaze, she met Su Yingying's sardonic smile backstage, a declaration of victory. What will you do now? Su Wanruo scoffed softly, arching an eyebrow with a smirk, finding the entire scheme rather childish. Did they truly believe that such tactics would lead to triumph? The music continued to play, yet her poised steps faltered, shoulders drooping slowly, her dance taking on a more somber tone, permeated by an air of desolation. At that moment, the screenwriter beside Yang Zhiguo, witnessing the farcical stage mishap, lost interest entirely. Frowning, he remarked, "Director Yang, let us leave. I believe number 44 performed admirably, fitting for the role. Number 45 is best left unexamined." In such a significant setting, to toy with ink was akin to tarnishing the art of ballet. However, Yang Zhiguo abruptly raised his hand to halt him. "Wait, let us observe a bit longer." His keen eyes narrowed as he focused on the stage. He sensed a shift in the studentess' performance. She was no longer dancing to Swan Lake. She was embodying the swan's death. Despite the buoyant music of Swan Lake, she had, through her movements and the surrounding atmosphere, skillfully infused a sense of melancholy. The entire dance resonating with a tragic contemplation of mortality. The black ink staining her costume seemed to enliven her performance, as though it portrayed the slow ebbing of the swan's life. Just as the audience presumed her dance would conclude in the somber rhythm of Swan's death, suddenly, the swan, prostrate on the ground, appeared to glimpse a flicker of hope. It leapt and twirled, striving to escape the clutches of death and the filthy earth, soaring towards the light. It was rebirth. Ultimately, as dawn broke, it underwent a transformation. The white costume morphed into a black one, and it successfully emerged from the mire, soaring into the sky. At that moment, the black stains resembled its badge of rebirth. Unbeknownst to anyone, Su Wanruo had removed her glasses, obscured by ink, her heavy bangs, dampened by the liquid, pinned behind her ears, revealing her exquisite and radiant features to all. As the music halted and the dance concluded, the auditorium fell into a profound silence. Captivated by this visual spectacle, as if fearing that speaking would cause the elegant girl, reminiscent of a true swan, to vanish before their eyes. Finally, someone broke the silence with applause, whistling and exuberantly exclaiming, "Campus bell." The once quiet auditorium erupted into a frenzy, with clapping, cheering, and whistling blending into chaos. Yet the chant remained surprisingly unified. Campus bell, campus bell, campus bell. Who, after all, had declared that the top student Su Wanruo was an unattractive girl? Come forth and face the music. Such beauty, such grace, such a figure. I believe it is a pity for her to merely be the campus belle. Oh dear mother, it seems I have fallen in love. Quickly, slap me. I feel as though I have just witnessed a celestial being descending to earth. Did she just smile at me? How absurd. You should take a moment to reflect upon your own visage, riddled with youthful blemishes, before uttering another word. In that fleeting moment, Su Wanruo seemingly beheld the fervent admirers of her past glory, and with a gentle smile, her enchanting amber eyes surveyed the surroundings. She reveled in the visual spectacle she had created, especially as she noticed the expression of Su Yingying behind her, nearly fainting from indignation, which brought her even greater delight. Just as she was about to bend down and exit the stage, Yang Zhiguo abruptly raised his hand to halt her, exclaiming, "Wait a moment, young lady. I have a few questions I would like to pose to you." Chapter 53. Su Lang's Rebirth. Su Wanruo paused, nodding obediently, neither servile nor arrogant. "Director, may I ask, was the transition you designed for this segment of the dance your own creation?" With a smile, Su Wanruo replied, "Of course not, but it is now." Her words held a subtle implication, and Yang Zhiguo, immersed in the entertainment industry, immediately grasped their meaning. It seemed this young lady had been subtly manipulated, yet her ability to respond so swiftly was indeed surprising, further elevating his admiration for her. He then inquired, "May I ask what the essence of your performance is?" "Clearly, black symbolizes death. Why does it then evolve into rebirth? Su Wanruo pondered for a moment, then calmly raised her head and articulated. The cessation of life is merely a form of death, while the significance of death lies in rebirth or eternal slumber. Death is not the loss of life, but rather a departure from time. The swan's demise ultimately claims its physical form, yet its rebirth is embodied in its spirit and aspirations. How then can this be deemed a definitive death? This is the swan's transformation, as well as my own. Let the strong do as they wish, while the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. The strong may be death itself, or those who engage in petty schemes. Yet what of it? In the end, I shall still transform, I shall still be reborn. Bravo! A splendid declaration of let the strong do as they wish, while the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. Yang Zhiguo exclaimed, rising to his feet, clapping his hands, his eyes brimming with admiration and excitement. Young lady, please share your contact information. We will reach out to you later. Su Wanruo nodded and bowed. Thank you, director. In the last row of the grand auditorium, a man with a mask and messy hair brightened at her words, murmuring to himself, let the strong do as they wish, while the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. Rebirth. On the other side, as Su Wanruo stepped off the stage, she caught sight of Su Yinging not far away. A smirk crossed her lips as she approached, dripping with sarcasm. Thank you for your meticulous efforts in helping me achieve this perfect performance, and for elevating me to the position of campus belle. You. Su Yinging's chest heaved with rage, her expression contorted like a demon from the depths of hell. She was truly infuriated, realizing that her machinations had inadvertently facilitated Su Wanruo's success. With her objective accomplished, Su Wanruo paid her no further heed, walking away with her head held high. However, after taking a few steps, she was suddenly pulled into a powerful embrace, the owner of the embrace holding her tightly, as if to fuse her into his very being. Ruoruo, sister. Just as Su Wanruo prepared to execute an over-the-shoulder throw, she froze upon hearing his voice. Was that Su Lang? What madness was he exhibiting now? You said I was not your sister. If you now acknowledge me as such, does that make you a little dog? Su Wanruo questioned. Woof woof woof, came a resounding bark without hesitation. Su Wanruo. Su Lang remained nestled against her shoulder, undeterred. At this moment, he would gladly be anything, even a little dog, rather than part from her. It may sound unbelievable, but just moments ago, while Su Wanruo was performing the death of the swan on stage, he was reborn. In his previous life, after dealing with Su Wanruo's remains, he drove home and collided head-on with a large truck as he exited the cemetery. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself here, gazing at his vibrant sister standing before him. The thought of the foolish words he uttered at that time made him want to punish himself. However, despite his feelings of self-reproach, he could not bring himself to let go of his lively and charming sister. Sister, I promise to cherish you from now on. Whatever you desire, your brother will provide. Su Wanruo. At this moment, Jun Lingchuan and Lu Wei, who had rushed backstage to celebrate, stood frozen in place upon witnessing the embrace. Once they regained their composure, they hurriedly pulled Su Lang away. In unison, they shielded Su Wanruo behind them. Resembling a hen guarding her chicks, their eyes filled with vigilance. What are you up to now? Did your beloved sister fail to get selected, prompting you to cause trouble for Ruoruo? After all, they were well aware of Su Lang's notorious affection for his adopted sister, Su Yinging. Having finally spotted his dear sister, Su Lang was reluctant to part with her. Now, abruptly torn away by the two interlopers, his eyes brimmed with dissatisfaction, and his tone turned notably frosty. Step aside. Lu Wei and Jun Lingchuan exchanged glances, taken aback by the sudden intensity of his presence, a hint of apprehension creeping in. Su Wanruo sighed deeply and gently pushed the two obstructing her aside. All right, school is over. You both should head home. I must return as well. They hesitated, still concerned about Su Lang's darkening expression, fearing he might indeed be there to stir up trouble. Ruoruo, why not ride back in my car? They were certain Su Lang had come to confront Su Yinging, given his past grievances with Ruoruo. Su Lang, already irked by their interference, felt his temper flare further upon hearing Ruoruo suggest taking his sister away from him. His face turned pale with anger, and he could barely contain his heavy breaths. If it weren't for his recent rebirth and the desire to shield his sister from trouble, he would have swiftly dealt with the two rascals. Su Wanruo understood Lu Wei's good intentions, yet she felt it unnecessary. Su Lang displayed no overt aggression toward her, and the duo was clearly overreacting. Thus, she firmly declined. It's all right, really, There's no need for concern. You both should head home. I can handle this. Upon hearing her resolute tone, they ceased their protests and departed, casting anxious glances back at her, cautioning her to be careful, as if Su Lang were a nefarious figure. Once they had left, Su Lang looked at Su Wanruo, concerned by the ink stains on her attire, and instinctively removed his jacket to drape it over her shoulders. Su Wanruo, taken aback by his gesture, declined. I still have my school uniform in the backstage lounge. I will go change. The costume was donned just before taking the stage. She had arrived in her school uniform, which remains pristine for the time being. Now, however, her entire body is stained with ink. A thorough cleansing is beyond possibility. So she can only wash her face and the exposed areas of her arms with fresh water. Her hair, being black, conceals the ink stains to some extent, leaving the remaining areas to be attended to at home. Upon emerging in her new attire, she notices Su Lang still standing at the door, resembling a guardian deity, and expresses her surprise. Oh, you haven't left? Chapter 54. Come here, let me hold you. As soon as Su Lang caught sight of her emerging, the contours of his face softened, and just as he prepared to speak, his gaze inadvertently swept over her exposed knee. His brow furrowed in an instant. What happened to your leg? The school uniform, consisting of a short-sleeved top and a short skirt, did little to conceal her legs. Her knee was severely swollen and red, and coupled with her fair complexion, it appeared all the more alarming. Su Wanruo glanced down at her knee and belatedly noticed the swelling. Remaining composed, she dismissed it, attributing the injury to a few movements during her recent dance practice that required kneeling on the floor. It was nothing. By tomorrow, it would be much better. However, Su Lang was filled with concern. He knelt down and gently massaged her knee with great tenderness, softly inquiring, "Does it hurt?" Su Wanruo was not one to indulge in theatrics. This minor ache was inconsequential to her. She felt no pain. Even with it swollen like this, you claim it doesn't hurt? You're just being stubborn. Su Lang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Furthermore, having recently been reborn, the image of the girl before him lying lifeless in a coffin haunted him, an overwhelming sense of dread threatening to engulf him completely. No, we must go to the hospital. Su Lang insisted firmly. Su Wanruo blinked. It's really nothing. It's just a bit swollen, I assure you. It doesn't hurt. No, we absolutely must go to the hospital. Confusion enveloped Su Wanruo as she pondered Su Lang's unusual behavior today. He seemed uncharacteristically agitated. Just as she was about to inquire further, she met his sorrowful, reddened eyes, which appeared on the brink of tears. With a resigned sigh, she conceded, "All right, we shall go to the hospital." Only then did Su Lang release a sigh of relief, the tension that had enveloped him dissipating somewhat. He crouched down and softly said, "Climb on, I'll carry you out." Huh. Su Wanruo hesitated once more. "Hurry," Su Lang urged. "If you don't let me carry you, I might just princess carry you out of the school." His tone bore no hint of jest. He was utterly serious. Su Wanruo envisioned the scene. During the bustling rush of dismissal time, the academically acclaimed Su Lang carrying a dirt-covered girl out. It was a spectacle that could easily make headlines. Seeing her remain stationary, Su Lang assumed she was reluctant to be carried. Just as he was about to revert to a princess carry, Su Wanruo hurriedly leaped onto his back, exclaiming, "All right, I choose to be carried." A satisfied smile graced Su Lang's lips, his joy evident, even the corners of his eyes lifting in delight. As Su Wanruo clung to his back, a sense of unease crept over her. Su Lang's behavior today was rather peculiar. Why was he being so unusually kind to her? Even Lu Wei and Jun Lingchuan understood that he typically favored Su Yingying, so logically, he should be comforting her instead. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she asked, "What is going on with you today? Why the sudden kindness? It's not quite your usual demeanor." Upon hearing her inquiry, Su Lang's body stiffened momentarily before he spoke. "I was foolish in the past, unable to discern the true nature of others. From now on, you shall be my only sister, and I will cherish you forever." His tone was fierce and intense, revealing a deep-seated determination. These words were not merely intended for Su Wanruo. They served as a solemn reminder to his reborn soul, compelling him to protect the girl on his back with unwavering resolve. Su Wanruo was momentarily taken aback by his declaration. "Sixth brother, you needn't speak so harshly of yourself." Though she was inclined to agree that he had indeed been rather foolish before. After she expressed this thought, Su Lang fell silent, merely bowing his head and carrying her forward in silence. Suddenly, a droplet of water plopped onto her hand. Su Wanruo glanced upwards. Noting that the sun had not yet set, Where could the rain have come from? No, it could be something else entirely. As a troubling realization dawned upon her, she leaned forward cautiously and was met with the sight of Su Lang's reddened, misty eyes. Her eyes widened in surprise. Sixth brother, are you crying? Caught off guard by her observation, Su Lang averted his gaze, awkwardly insisting, no, I am not crying. Yet his voice carried a nasal quality, betraying his emotional state. In that moment, Su Wanruo found him unexpectedly endearing and couldn't help but tease him further. Is it because I called you sixth brother that you became so moved that you cried? Her words were intended as playful banter, yet to her astonishment, Su Lang actually murmured in agreement. Su Wanruo was utterly enchanted, momentarily at a loss for words. You needn't be so moved to the point of tears, after all. You've been barking like a dog. If I didn't call you, wouldn't that be my fault? Su Lang remained silent, seemingly pondering her words. Perhaps it was due to the audition, but Su Yingying did not return home in the family driver-esque car. Su Lang did not inquire further and simply took Su Wanruo home after their outing. Despite Su Wanruo's repeated assurances that her leg was perfectly fine and that she could even leap around, Su Lang remained unconvinced and insisted on carrying her. A standoff ensued in the car. Su Wanruo, rubbing her forehead, sighed with exasperation, sixth brother, I truly am fine. It's just a short distance. I can walk in by myself. With a stern expression, Su Lang replied, no, the doctor has just advised against any strenuous movements. Walking isn't strenuous. I said no means no. Come here, I will carry you down. Please don't. Eventually, the driver could no longer bear to witness the stalemate and bravely intervened. Miss, the sixth master is concerned for you. Please allow him to carry you. Although the distance is short, there is a stretch of gravel that may cause you to stumble again. Su Wanruo glanced at Su Lang, who stood resolutely at the car door, his demeanor unwavering, as if he would persist in this standoff indefinitely should she refuse. In that moment, she realized that perhaps having Su Lang, who was once her adversary, by her side was not such a bad thing after all. With a sigh of complete surrender, he extended his arms and acquiesced, all right, come here. After all, they were family, and there was no shame in being seen. The previously stern expression of Su Lang transformed into one of bright delight as he eagerly stepped forward, carefully enveloping the girl in his embrace, lifting her with effortless ease. I think it would be best if you ceased walking altogether. I'll carry you to and from school. After all, we are in the same class. Which makes it quite convenient. Su Wanruo responded, I merely bumped my leg. It's not as if I've lost it. Besides, what if I need to use the restroom? Will you carry me then as well? Her retort was aimed at his somewhat patriarchal perspective, yet to her surprise, Su Lang genuinely furrowed his brow and pondered the matter. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed a solution. How about we hire 2 female attendants to accompany you at home? If you need to go to the restroom, they can assist you. Chapter 55. The arrival of second brother Su Wanruo rolled her eyes, wondering what sort of behavior this was. However, Su Lang was quite certain, questioning why it was inappropriate. After all, it was customary for noble young ladies in ancient times to have companions in their studies, and their families certainly had the means for such arrangements. Su Wanruo retorted sharply, be quiet. It was astonishing that he could even think of such a thing. The two playfully bickered as they entered the villa, but upon crossing the threshold, they sensed an unusual atmosphere. The servants, who should have been busy with their tasks, were all gathered outside the door, heads bowed and hesitant to move. The living room was in disarray, and at the entrance, there was a cardboard box filled with numerous items. Su Wanruo immediately recognized that it contained her belongings. Before she could utter a word, Su Lang's temper flared, demanding to know what was happening. The servants remained silent, not daring to speak. At that moment, a clear, hoarse male voice emanated from the sofa. You've finally returned. Following the sound, they beheld a man clad in a black trench coat, with alluring peach blossom eyes that bore a hint of languor. His robust physique suggested a handsome visage, yet his disheveled hair gave him an oddly peculiar appearance. Beside him, Su Yingying had reddened eyes and clutched his sleeve, appearing pitiful as if she had just finished crying. Su Wanruo distinctly noted that the moment the man laid eyes on her, his gaze brightened. But as Su Yingying tugged at his sleeve and began to cry, his expression swiftly turned cold once more. Observing this scene, Su Wanruo raised an eyebrow, having deduced the underlying reason. Second brother, what on earth has gotten into you? Why are you meddling with my belongings? Su Lang's face flushed with anger. Unperturbed by his fury, Su Hong lazily tilted his neck, his expression impassive as he replied, Sixth brother, It has been several days since we last met, and you cannot even call me brother anymore. Moreover, his gaze shifted towards Su Wanruo, a faint smirk crossing his lips. I have only one sister, and that is Yingying. Su Wanruo felt discomfort under his scrutinizing gaze, which conveyed not only disdain, but also an inexplicable curiosity. This probing look filled her with an overwhelming sense of hostility. She found it quite unsettling. Su Lang, incensed by his words, retorted, Are you blind? How can you not see who resembles whom? With a light smile, Su Hong replied, Being blind is certainly better than being mentally challenged. Who are you calling mentally challenged? Su Lang fumed, nearly beside himself with rage. The escalating argument was leading to an imminent clash, and Su Wanruo, alarmed, quickly intervened. Wait, sixth brother, please set me down. She feared that if he forgot he was still holding her and charged at Su Hong, she would become collateral damage. Her apprehensions proved accurate in his fury. Su Lang had indeed forgotten he was still carrying his sister. After her prompt, he hurriedly placed her on a clean sofa, reassuring her, Do not be afraid. Sixth brother will take care of this. As soon as the words left her lips, before she could intervene, he shot out like a missile, delivering a powerful punch. Su Hong was struck squarely, leaving him dazed. It was evident he had not anticipated Su Lang would actually engage in a brawl. Wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, he seethed, Su Lao Lu, are you serious? Su Lang was already brimming with fury, and there was no stopping him now. He aimed another punch, believing that only by striking could he knock some sense into Su Hong. You bastard. Initially, Su Hong had been unprepared for the first blow and thus took it directly. However, with the second punch, he was ready and easily dodged it. Being significantly older and physically stronger than Su Lang, he should have been able to suppress him with ease. Yet, Su Lang was like a firecracker, leaving no room for counterattack. Watching the two brothers fight fiercely, Su Yingying was frightened. It was the first time she had witnessed such a confrontation between them. Second brother. Sixth brother, please stop. However, her pleas fell on deaf ears as they continued to clash. Growing increasingly anxious, Su Yingying desired to assert her presence with her second brother, but never intended for matters to escalate to this point. Just as she was about to turn and seek help from a servant, she noticed Su Wanruo, who was quietly tidying up, seemingly indifferent to the chaos. In a fit of anger, she began to berate her. Second brother and sixth brother are fighting, and you remain so calm. Su Wanruo glanced at the scattered boxes. Fortunately, only trivial items had been thrown from under the table, indicating that Su Lang likely aimed to assert his dominance rather than cause significant harm. Meeting Su Yingying's accusation with an impassive expression, Su Wanruo thought to herself that she knew all too well the reason behind their altercation. Had she not been mediating, would they have come to blows? Moreover, it was evident that the so-called second brother held a dislike for her, a sentiment that was surely fueled by Su Yingying's influence. She was quite astute, realizing that her older brother and sixth brother were currently favoring her, prompting her to seek out a new ally. At that moment, the sound of a car engine echoed from outside. Her elder brother had returned. Yet, the two combatants showed no signs of halting their fray. As Su Wanruo furrowed her brow, contemplating whether to intervene, she suddenly saw Su Yingying, who should have been standing aside, rush forward. Second brother, sixth brother, please stop. In the heat of their fight, they were oblivious to her approach, and in a moment of chaos, one of them inadvertently kicked Su Yingying, sending her sprawling to the ground. She cried out in pain. Almost instantaneously, a deep, furious voice rang out from the doorway. What are you doing? The timing was impeccable, neither too early nor too late, allowing their older brother to witness the moment she fell. TSK. Su Wanruo was indeed impressed. Had it not been for the inopportune timing, she would have applauded Su Yingying's performance. At that moment, the two who had been embroiled in a fierce dispute ceased their altercation, and upon noticing the sullen-faced Su Xiao standing at the door, they instinctively released their grips. Su Hong then caught sight of Su Yingying, who was crouched on the ground, her expression one of anguish. His countenance shifted, and he hurried to assist her, exclaiming, Yingying, are you all right? Did we inadvertently bump into you? Su Yingying, clutching her abdomen with tear-filled eyes, looked utterly pitiable as she replied, Second brother, I am fine. Please, you and sixth brother should not fight over me anymore. It would only harm our harmony. Su Wanruo was left utterly speechless. Even after retreating to a corner, she still found herself caught in the crossfire. Chapter 56. Have we wronged our new sister? Upon entering, Su Xiao flung his briefcase onto the couch and surveyed the disarray of the living room, frustration mounting within him. What are you all standing there for? Come and tidy this mess up. At his command, the trembling servants hurriedly set about restoring order to the chaotic space. You two, come here and stand properly. Now, explain what on earth happened. Why were you fighting? Su Xiao tugged at his tie, his countenance dark as he glared at the two. Su Hong let out a cold snort, remaining silent, while Su Lang, undeterred, began to complain animatedly. Brother, you have no idea how outrageous Su Erling has been. He actually tossed Ruoruo's belongings out. He claims he doesn't acknowledge her as a sister and insists that as long as he is here, there is no Ruoruo. And if there is Ruoruo, then there is no him. Brother, shouldn't he be taught a lesson? Su Hong was nearly driven to laughter by Su Lang's shamelessness. Stop embellishing the story. I never said such a thing. Su Lang rolled up his sleeves, clearly about to lose his temper. Do you dare say you didn't claim that you only have Su Yingying as a sister? Do you dare say you didn't throw Ruoruo's things out? Yes, but... Su Hong sought to explain, only to find that those very words indeed came from him. Yet, he hadn't meant anything by them at the time. How had they morphed in Su Lang's retelling? Unable to pinpoint what felt amiss, he was nonetheless convinced that something was wrong. Seeing his hesitation, Su Lang seized the opportunity, exclaiming, Brother, look, he has admitted it. Hurry and teach him a lesson. In a flurry, Su Hong retorted, I did not. It was Su Wanruo who bullied Yingying first. I never truly intended to deny her. I just wanted to give her a minor lesson. How dare you say that? As the tension between them escalated once more, Su Xiao, having gleaned the general outline of the situation from their exchange, interjected sharply, Enough? The moment their elder brother raised his voice, both fell silent, fear evident in their expressions. Su Xiao's gaze fell upon the discarded items in the cardboard box, and his expression darkened immediately. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his unwavering gaze on Su Hong, his tone resolute. Erling, go and apologize to your sister. Su Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Brother, on what grounds? She bullied Yingying. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes at the tearful Su Yingying, his gaze inscrutable. Whether it was the intensity of his stare or the hint of her own guilty conscience that made her shrink back in fear, she instinctively recoiled. Turning his gaze away, Su Xiao addressed Su Hong in a low voice. Did you see her being bullied? Su Hong stammered, in truth. He had not witnessed Su Yingying being mistreated. Rather, he had seen Su Wanruo, drenched in ink, being ridiculed in the grand hall of Jinggao. Yet, seeing Yingying in such distress indicated that she must have suffered some injustice, leaving her with no outlet for her grievances. Ultimately, it seemed that this new sister possessed a cunning depth that left them at a loss for evidence against her. Su Xiao could almost discern Su Hong's innermost thoughts at a glance. It was only natural. As the legitimate eldest son of the Su family, he had inherited the family's enterprise, which had instilled in him a demeanor of steadiness and gravity, coupled with his exposure to the intricate deceptions of the business world. He was adept at perceiving the essence of matters swiftly. Although Su Hong was not much younger than him, he had devoted himself to the pursuit of art since childhood, mingling with diverse individuals, resulting in a pure-hearted disposition that made him somewhat single-minded. Narrowing his eyes, Su Xiao admonished, Since you have not observed the truth, how can you so indiscriminately accuse your own sister? Second brother, has your years of studying art rendered you oblivious to our blood ties? Su Hong felt a pang of guilt at his elder brother's rebuke, yet he remained unconvinced. After all, Yingying was crying profusely. Taken aback, Su Yingying noticed her elder brother's piercing gaze shifting towards her, prompting her to hastily wave her hands. No, it's a misunderstanding. I'm crying because I failed the audition, not for any other reason. Su Hong's expression shifted as he turned his gaze towards Su Yingying. You mean? Wait, it appears you never actually claimed that the new sister had bullied you. You simply wept in sorrow, and I assumed you were wronged here. Have I truly misjudged our new sister? Su Xiao regarded him sternly. Apologize to your sister. Su Hong bit his lip, still reluctant, murmuring, I'm sorry. Su Wanruo, unaffected by his offense, remained unperturbed, while Su Lang stood nearby, reveling in a sense of superiority, as if the apology were directed at him. Move my sister's belongings upstairs. Su Hong, thoroughly cowed, complied obediently, moving the boxes with a resigned "Oh." I shall head upstairs for a bath now, Su Wanruo announced. Having been splattered with ink at the grand hall today, although she had managed to wash off the visible stains, she felt uncomfortable and needed a thorough cleanse to feel at ease. Just as she prepared to turn away, Su Xiao called out, Ruoruo, wait a moment. Su Wanruo halted and turned to face him. He withdrew a small red silk pouch from his suit pocket and handed it to her. This is a talisman I obtained from the temple. It is said to be quite effective. Since your college entrance examination is approaching, I prayed for your academic success. Su Wanruo's eyes sparkled as she caressed the pouch, enchanted by it. This was not her first gift, but it was her first truly heartfelt one. Thank you, brother. I love it. Seeing her delight, Su Xiao exhaled in relief. I am glad you like it. He then produced another pouch, offering it to Su Ying. His tone less gentle than before, yet still kind. Ying, this pouch is for you. Su Ying's eyes widened in surprise as she accepted it, nearly moved to tears. Thank you, brother. After witnessing her brother's unwavering care for Su Wanruo these past days, she had feared this talisman would be exclusive to Su Wanruo. To her astonishment, her brother had also prayed for her. Could it be that her brother would grow increasingly fond of her as well? With this thought, she could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Wanruo felt a pang in her heart. Although she understood that her elder brother's actions were just, striving for fairness between his two sisters, she still felt a twinge of discomfort. Nevertheless, one must not be overly petty in life. Just as she was about to ascend the stairs, a large hand suddenly snatched the silk pouch from her grasp. Su Xiao, with his head bowed, deftly tied the red string of the pouch to the zipper of Su Wanruo's backpack, all the while explaining. Su Ying's was purchased with money from Lacan. They sell them right at the temple entrance. Yours, however, I obtained from the abbot, blessed and unique in its own right. My reward deserves nothing less than the world's singular treasures. In that moment, the lingering frustration within Su Wanruo dissipated, replaced by a warm and joyous elation. So this is what it feels like to be cherished. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped into Su Xiao's embrace, exclaiming, Thank you, brother. I truly love it. Su Xiao affectionately ruffled her hair, replying, As long as you like it, that's all that matters. Su Lang, feeling a pang of jealousy, could barely contain himself. Yet the imposing presence of his elder brother kept him in check, leading him to grumble, Just a pouch and you're this thrilled? Next time, I shall gift you an entire cart. Chapter 57. How do you understand rebirth? That evening, after completing half of the examination paper assigned by her teacher, Su Wanruo felt as though her mind might explode. It was quite a feat for a doctoral student from a prestigious university to feel nauseated from relentless practice questions. She sincerely admired all the high school seniors of the present day who, despite the immense pressure, managed to remain composed and excel in their university entrance examinations, demonstrating resilience that surpassed even her former life as a renowned actress. Setting down her pen and exhaling a heavy sigh, she rubbed her throbbing forehead. She picked up her cup, intending to fetch a glass of warm water from downstairs to maintain her clarity before returning to her studies. The housemaids had already retired for the night, leaving the villa enveloped in a tranquil silence. Just as she finished pouring the water and was about to ascend the stairs, a peculiar sound caught her attention, a rustling, tearing noise emanating from a corner of the room. Could it be that someone else was still awake? Su Wanruo blinked in curiosity and approached the source of the sound. In a quiet corner of the living room, she indeed discovered a figure, seemingly agitated, tearing paper and scratching his head. Ah, she thought. Now she understood how his disheveled hair had come to be. Get out. Did I not make it clear that I do not wish to be disturbed? Su Hong snapped, his frustration palpable. He was exasperated, as inspiration danced tantalizingly in his mind, yet he could not translate it onto the page. He vividly recalled witnessing the rebirth of a dance earlier that day, and though a spark of creativity had ignited within him, now that he was back with his brush in hand, everything seemed off, as if something fundamental was missing. What exactly was amiss? Su Wanruo was oblivious to his identity. She had initially thought her elder brother was handling business here. Hearing his irritable remarks, she decided it prudent to excuse herself. My apologies. I did not realize it was you. I shall take my leave. It was evident that this second brother harbored a deep-seated prejudice against her, and it would be wise to maintain some distance. Wait, she heard him call out just as she turned to leave. Confused, she glanced back. What is it? Su Hong was equally surprised. He could not fathom why he had called out to her upon hearing her voice. Now, both seemed to be waiting for the other to speak, creating an awkward atmosphere. Ahem. I just wanted to ask about what you said to Yang Zhiguo earlier today regarding the swan's rebirth. What does that mean? Su Hong inquired, his tone somewhat uncomfortable. He simply wanted to finalize his sketches. Otherwise, he would not have wished to engage her in conversation. Su Wanruo blinked, momentarily perplexed. The swan's rebirth? Yes, rebirth. In other words, how do you understand rebirth? Her confusion deepened. Rebirth? Seeing her bewildered expression, Su Hong assumed she was reluctant to answer, and his irritation flared. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Just go away. His demeanor was exceedingly unpleasant. Su Wanruo felt quite innocent. She genuinely did not comprehend what he was asking, so why had he suddenly become irate? However, according to the description in the novel, this second brother before her is an exceptionally renowned fashion designer and stylist who devotes nearly all his time and energy to the design industry. Given this, it is evident that whatever is troubling him must be related to a design flaw. The more she thinks about it, the more plausible it seems. Summoning her courage, she takes a step forward and, as anticipated, finds the draft paper before him riddled with anxious scribbles, while crumpled paper balls accumulate at his feet, nearly obscuring them. It is apparent that he has reached the brink of despair. She lowers her gaze, picks up a few of the crumpled papers, and unfolds them, revealing a chaotic array of lines, with the words rebirth scrawled in the lower right corner. Suddenly, Su Wanruo understands. No wonder he had just asked her about the swan's rebirth. It turns out that the theme of his current design is indeed rebirth. However, she inquires, your design draft embodies rebirth, but why is it solely in black and white? Su Hong furrows his brow, tears another draft from the pile, crumples it, and discards it impatiently. Hearing her question, he retorts with irritation, black symbolizes death, while white represents light. The stark contrast between black and white is the most fitting description of rebirth. Furthermore, he pauses, exasperated. Why am I even explaining this to you? You lack an understanding of art and design. Hurry and leave, do not disturb me. He issues another impatient dismissal. Su Wanruo does not immediately depart. Instead, she boldly states, though I may not grasp design or your artistic vision, I can assert that your design is, quite frankly, unappealing. Su Hong's eyes widen in disbelief. He has received numerous world-class awards, and everyone who encounters his work invariably responds with praise. No one has dared to disparage it in his presence. Indeed, as you just said, who decreed that rebirth must solely be represented in black and white? I believe you could substitute red for black. That would create a similarly striking visual effect. Isn't the concept of the phoenix rising from the ashes based on the same principle? A flicker of interest ignites in Su Hong's previously inscrutable gaze. Phoenix rebirth? Rising from the flames? Su Wanruo nods but obediently places the draft back down, saying, I merely spoke casually. After all, as you mentioned, I truly do not understand art. You may continue designing as you see fit. With that, she cradles her cup and ascends the stairs. The following day, upon arriving at the classroom, Su Wanruo senses that the atmosphere is somewhat off. Cherishing her high school experience, she usually arrives early, as the classroom is typically sparsely populated at this hour. However, today, an unusual number of students have gathered. Particularly, all the boys in the class are present, lined up neatly. As soon as she enters, their eyes uncontrollably sweep towards her, cheeks flushed and ears reddened. Some even holding their books upside down in their excitement. The thoughts of this group of adolescent boys are vividly etched upon their faces. Upon observing Su Wanruo's entrance, Lu Wei instinctively raised her hand to greet her, as was her custom. However, the moment she beheld Su Wanruo's exquisite features up close, her outstretched hand retreated silently. Although she had glimpsed Su Wanruo's true visage without her glasses the previous day, the proximity today rendered her utterly captivated, making it difficult for her to gaze directly upon such a stunning countenance. Sister Ruoruo, you are truly beautiful. Su Wanruo furrowed her brow at the vague sensation of being watched, acknowledging that while there was no malice in their stares, it still left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. That sensation made her feel as though she were on display, akin to a monkey in a zoo. Chapter 58, a second look at the payment, stunning beauty. Just as Su Wanruo was about to voice her thoughts, her vision was suddenly obscured by something. Followed by a furious roar, what are you looking at? Pay up for another look. It was Su Lang. The moment he entered the classroom, he sensed the predatory gazes of his classmates, causing his expression to darken instantly. His sister, whom he had yet to admire enough, was being so brazenly scrutinized in his presence. Did they think he was a mere specter? Though such an attitude was inappropriate, it undeniably had its effect, as the previously audacious stares began to diminish in response to his warning. Just as Su Wanruo was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed Jun Lingchuan standing up with a cheeky grin, pulling out 200 yuan. Hey, can I pay 200 for a glance? With his lead, several boys in the class began rummaging through their pockets. I'll pay 300. I'll give 150. I can outbid them all. I'll pay 500. Su Wanruo. Su Lang. Splendid. It now resembled a circus. 5 minutes until the physics exam begins. Those who do not complete it will be reported to the teacher by name, Su Wanruo declared, wielding her trump card. The physics teacher was notoriously strict and eccentric. Since the change of homeroom teachers, Su Wanruo had garnered substantial trust, serving as both class monitor and physics representative. Had she not argued her case, the homeroom teacher might have bestowed upon her even more responsibilities. As expected, her words proved more effective than any threat. The boys who had been sneaking glances promptly shifted their focus to diligently copying the exam. Su Wanruo finally exhaled, savoring the newfound tranquility. Yet, her moment of relief was short-lived, interrupted by a loud howl from the doorway. Who is Su Wanruo? The newcomer was a tall boy clad in a basketball uniform, nearly grazing the doorframe. His brows furrowed, exuding an intimidating aura, and his handsome face was etched with impatience, resembling a wolf cub. Behind him trailed several equally intimidating companions, suggesting their intentions were far from benign. Just as Su Wanruo prepared to rise, Jun Lingchuan restrained her. Boss, wait. This guy is a sports prodigy from the freshman basketball team. He is trouble, so don't act rashly. Su Wanruo raised an eyebrow and inquired, do you know him? I've crossed paths with him during basketball practice. He is not to be trifled with, wielding his wealth like a weapon. He is known for his brute strength and unreasonable demeanor, and rumor has it he has spent time in a juvenile detention center. Observing the imposing figure before her, Su Wanruo indeed sensed the danger. At that moment, Jun Lingchuan stood up fearlessly, meeting the boy's fierce gaze with unwavering resolve, embodying the spirit of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. By how, right? What brings you to my boss? By how narrowed his eyes, his menacing demeanor becoming even more terrifying. He tilted his head to scrutinize Jun Lingchuan, raising an eyebrow. Your boss is that ugly girl, Su Wanruo? Jun Lingchuan's eyes widened in disbelief, infuriated as he rolled up his sleeves. Try saying that again, and I'll show you just how swiftly I can turn you into a frightened mouse. Su Wanruo was utterly speechless. She found herself genuinely curious about how this fellow managed to maintain the second rank in their grade. Bai Hao, unfazed by the confrontation, dribbled the ball on the ground, producing a rhythmic thud, while his gaze remained fixed on Jun Lingchuan. What is the matter? That ugly woman Su Wanruo dared to snatch my sister's role. Today, I must teach you a lesson. With that, he hurled the ball forcefully at Jun Lingchuan. Jun Lingchuan had long anticipated the move. As the ball approached, he effortlessly caught it in his palm. A grin spread across his face as he produced a pair of scissors from seemingly nowhere, plunging them into the basketball with fierce determination. Instantly, the yellow-brown ball was punctured, air rushing out in a frantic escape, and it began to deflate gradually. You bastard! Bai Hao froze, taken aback by Jun Lingchuan's swift action. He had no time to react or intervene. When he finally regained his composure, his eyes reddened with fury. Glaring wide-eyed, his clenched white teeth betraying his urge to tear Jun Lingchuan apart. That was my signed basketball by my idol, and you dared to destroy it. Jun Lingchuan sheathed the scissors and tossed the deflated basketball back, aiming precisely at Bai Hao's feet. I've ruined it. If you dare, come at me. His tone was infuriatingly provocative. Bai Hao's chest heaved with anger. However, he recognized that striking Jun Lingchuan here would surely attract the attention of their teachers. Although he feared no authority, he was wary of the inevitable phone calls to his father, who would freeze his allowance in a heartbeat. It was a lose-lose situation. Clenching his fists, he pointed a finger at Jun Lingchuan, summoning the last vestiges of his reason to restrain his impulsive nature. Fine, don't regret it. If you're eager for a beating, I'll oblige. Just tell me your name, and let's South meet in the grove by the West playground after school. I'll show you how to cry for mercy. As an athlete, Bai Hao often trained outside school, and being a first-year student, he had little interaction with the seniors, leaving him unfamiliar with Jun Lingchuan. Observing Bai Hao's menacing demeanor, Su Wanruo bit her lip, her concern for Jun Lingchuan growing. While his actions were indeed provocative, they were ultimately for his own good. She felt a pang of guilt at the thought of him being harmed because of her. Before she could voice her worries, she saw Jun Lingchuan, unfazed, crossing his arms and tilting his head back, exuding an air of superiority. I am Su Lang from Class A of the 3rd year. I want to change my name or my standing. If you dare, come at me. Su Wanruo. Su Lang, quietly solving problems. Bai Hao clenched his teeth, fiercely pointing a finger at him, continuing his threats. So it's Su Lang, huh? I'll give you credit for having guts. I'll be waiting for you after school. Whoever doesn't show up is a coward. Jun Lingchuan declared loudly. All right, I, Su Lang, will certainly show up for a beating. If I don't, I'll be your grandson. Deal. As the class bell was about to ring, Bai Hao, aware of the impending sound, turned away with his entourage, casting a final glare at Jun Lingchuan. Once they departed, Jun Lingchuan wagged his tail, eagerly approaching Su Wanruo for praise. Boss, am I impressive? This trick of illusion was remarkable, wasn't it? Not only did I drive off the troublemakers, but I also taught that blind sixth brother a lesson. 2 birds with 1 stone. Su Wanruo rubbed her aching forehead, struggling to muster any commendation. She glanced at Su Lang, who coincidentally looked up at her. Ruoruo, do not worry. I will handle it. Even if Jun Lingchuan had not intervened, Su Lang would have stepped in. His commitment to protect his sister was not merely a matter of words. Chapter 59. Trending. Su Wanruo furrowed her brow, pondering the words of that individual named Bai Hao. Had she usurped her sister's role? What could this possibly signify? Director Yang had yet to reach out to her. She was still unaware of her selection. How could they have known? Goodness, Ruoruo, you're trending. Lu Wei suddenly exclaimed with fervor. Su Wanruo was momentarily taken aback. Trending? She was merely an extra, a nameless face. What sort of trending could she possibly be a part of? Surely, it must be a case of mistaken identity. Not at all, Ruoruo, it's genuinely you. Lu Wei insisted, excitedly thrusting her phone towards Su Wanruo. Meng Meng is the name of the character you auditioned for. It must be you. Taking the phone, Su Wanruo confirmed her suspicions. Indeed, her name was boldly displayed as the second trending topic. Meng Meng's portrayal by Su Wanruo. The post had already garnered significant attention. Upon clicking the trending topic, the foremost post was by a user named by Xiaoshuang. I sincerely apologize for disappointing my fans and those who love me. I could not secure the role of Meng Meng. Perhaps I differ greatly from the character in certain aspects, which hindered my success. However, I believe that new actors can also excel in this role. Let us await the performance with bated breath. Accompanying the post was an image of the scoring sheet from the production team, clearly indicating Su Wanruo's score as the highest among all applicants. Scrolling further revealed a barrage of comments from fans, predominantly laced with vitriol directed at Su Wanruo, alongside words of comfort for by Xiaoshuang. Sister, do not weep. You are perfect in our hearts, and we shall forever support you. May Su Wanruo perish. Director Yang has quite the sense of humor. Bai Xiaoshuang embodies Meng Meng more than any other actress. Highly educated, a ballet dancer, and beautiful to boot. I wonder how they arrived at their decision. Indeed, Bai Xiaoshuang is a top student from a university. Does that not surpass the credentials of those from film and drama academies? What is Su Wanruo's educational background? I have no desire to comment, merely curious. Has this Su Wanruo saved Yang Zhigui's life? Clicking on Bai Xiaoshuang's profile revealed her certification as an actress, boasting 7 million followers. Su Wanruo's understanding crystallized. No wonder a single post could propel her into trending status. She was a third-tier actress with a substantial fanbase. Wait, this actress also bore the surname Bai, implying she was indeed Bai Hao's sister, the very one who had sought conflict moments earlier. Lu Wei, closely beside Su Wanruo, had also witnessed the comments beneath the post and was instantly incensed. Are these brainless fans deranged? They spew nonsense without knowing the facts. How dare they question your academic prowess when you, Ruoruo, are undoubtedly a top scorer. Once you take the Gaokao, the prestigious universities will be vying for you. Which of them does not surpass a university in stature? Su Wanruo returned the phone to Lu Wei and took a deep breath. The Gaokao has yet to occur. Everything remains uncertain. It is only natural for fans to rally behind their idols. Seeing Su Wanruo's calm demeanor, Lu Wei inquired, are you not upset, Ruoruo? They are maligning you so. With a raised eyebrow and an air of serene sincerity, Su Wanruo replied, I am not angry. There is nothing to be irate about. These trivial accusations pale in comparison to the vitriol of a previous life. Furthermore, in the entertainment industry, being criticized is an all too common occurrence. At times, being the subject of scorn is far preferable to being overlooked entirely. However, Lu Wei lacked such magnanimity and grew increasingly agitated. Expressing her concern, but this by Xiaoshuang is clearly being deliberate, her sarcastic tone betraying ill intentions. Sister, should I find someone to delete this Weibo post? Su Wanruo replied, there's no need. Let it remain as it is. Lu Wei, perplexed, wondered why. Su Wanruo smirked, it's already trending. Those who ought to know are aware. Deleting it would only suggest we are guilty of something. And even if we remove one post, what if she posts again? We cannot simply sever her hand. The most effective way to address public opinion has never been through retaliation, but rather through a counterattack. Since Bai Xiaoshuang dared to post this, She must be certain that Su Wanruo's acting skills and abilities are inferior to hers, hence the veiled mockery. Yet, should she discover that the object of her derision surpasses her in every regard, the audience would undoubtedly deliver a resounding rebuke without any need for intervention on Su Wanruo's part. Moreover, based on her extensive experience in the entertainment industry, it was evident that even with director Yang's illustrious reputation, he had yet to comment despite being trending. He likely wished to utilize this incident to promote his new film. Though unethical, it was a strategy nonetheless. Besides, since she intended to enter the entertainment realm, gaining exposure from this trending topic would only benefit her. If it is a matter of gaining all advantages with no detriment, why should one seek to obstruct it? In the afternoon, the final class was a study session. Seizing the opportunity to submit her exam paper to the office, Su Wanruo turned towards the small grove on the west playground, as suggested by Bai Hao. According to Jun Lingchuan, they were athletes, making it entirely typical for them to train on the field. Given that the last class was a study session, the likelihood of them being here awaiting was considerable. Sure enough, upon her arrival, she overheard frantic voices from within. Damn, why hasn't class ended? I can hardly wait to thrash that kid. Bro, how? I've inquired. It seems that Su Lang is from the Su family and ranks among the top in our grade, highly regarded by the teachers. If we truly lay a hand on him, wouldn't we be courting trouble? What nonsense. It was he who provoked us. His classmates all heard it, and that's undeniable. Even if the teachers inquire, we have our justification. Besides, we're merely teaching him a lesson, not killing him. True enough. When he arrives, we'll grab our weapons. I'm determined to make him kneel and call me daddy today. These boastful declarations reached Su Wanruo's ears with crystal clarity, leaving her speechless. Is this the joy of a youth consumed by adolescent bravado? Do they not feel a sense of shame when uttering such words? What a fine high school student, pretending to be the kingpin of society. Yet, they were so engrossed in their discussion that Su Wanruo had managed to position herself right behind them. And not a single one noticed. With such a lack of vigilance, do they dare to engage in a fight? Had she known their alertness was so poor, she would have called for a teacher to join her, ensuring a complete capture. Ahem. Su Wanruo cleared her throat a few times to draw their attention. Chapter 60. He is my goddess. I dare anyone to move. The first to rise at the sound was Bai Hao, brandishing a baseball bat with an intimidating presence, as if poised to strike at any moment. Upon turning, his furious gaze met a pair of exceptionally clear and beautiful eyes. In the next instant, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Su Wanruo, noticing his intense stare, assumed his astonishment was due to her sudden appearance. She took a step forward and softly spoke. Hello, you are waiting for Su Lang, correct? The girl before him possessed an enchanting visage, her delicate brows lightly arched, eyes shimmering with vitality, and skin smooth as fine jade. The strands of hair framing her face danced in the wind, adding a touch of allure to her presence. Although clad in the most ordinary school uniform, it could not conceal her ethereal, moonlit aura. She was breathtakingly beautiful, to the point of rendering one breathless. Thus, when she stepped closer and engaged him in conversation, he found himself blushing uncontrollably. After a moment, he finally grasped her inquiry and, with a flushed face, responded. Yes. Su Wanruo found it perplexing that the previously aggressive boy had suddenly become bashful. She continued, he has some matters to attend to and may not come. You need not wait for him. Despite hearing their taunts about him being a coward, she reasoned that being a coward was preferable to enduring a beating. This excuse, however, was unlikely to be believed. As anticipated, the moment her words fell, a subordinate behind Bai Hao, brandishing a baton, glared at her and shouted, Who are you to him? What gives you the right? Is he too scared to show up? Tell that kid that if he doesn't come today, we'll go to Class A and confront him. We will make him pay. Su Wanruo frowned, detesting the word die. A flicker of cold menace crossed her eyes, quickly masked by her long lashes. In a frigid tone, she replied, I am Su Lang's sister, the very Su Wanruo you seek. Should it come to a fight, I would not object to a spar with you. At that moment, her bracelet on the left wrist jingled, but in her wrath, Su Wanruo remained oblivious. Upon hearing her declaration, the subordinate grew animated, exclaiming, So you are that ugly woman, Su Wanruo. What a stroke of luck. Since you've walked right into my trap, don't blame me if, suddenly, ouch. Who hit me? Bai Hao's fist had come crashing down upon the head of the subordinate, who had been so fervently speaking. Boss? Why did you hit me? The subordinate protested, rubbing his head in confusion. Bai Hao shot him a fierce glare and ordered, Shut up. Boss. The subordinate, nursing his sore head, appeared aggrieved. He had only been trying to assist his leader, yet now he faced his wrath. However, witnessing Bai Hao's fury, he swallowed his complaints. What unfolded next shattered his understanding entirely. He witnessed the once fearsome leader, who had disregarded everyone, now wringing his hands, blushing, and bashfully approaching Su Wanruo. With a stammer, he asked Su, classmate, could you share your contact information with me? Su Wanruo, initially taken aback, regarded him with a hint of caution. What do you mean by that? Why would you want my contact information? Are you planning to challenge me to a fight? Bai Hao, sensing her misunderstanding, quickly clarified, classmate Su, please rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to befriend you. If it causes you any inconvenience, feel free to withhold it. It is of no consequence. With a raised eyebrow, Su Wanruo began to comprehend his meaning. Her earlier thoughts had been consumed by the idea of a confrontation, leaving no space for alternative interpretations. Observing his bashful demeanor, she, with her extensive life experience, could easily decipher his intentions. Looking at him, she calmly remarked, I did take the role from your sister. Aren't you upset? Bai Hao was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure and waved his hand dismissively. You didn't take it. It was the director's decision. My sister simply fell short. I sincerely apologize for any trouble this may have caused you. With that, his tall figure bowed deeply. Raising his head, sincerity gleamed in his eyes as he assured her, I will have my sister remove it as soon as I return home. You can rest easy. I assure you, this will not trouble you again. Su Wanruo thought to herself, are the youth nowadays so fickle? Thank you for your kindness, but it is unnecessary. The trending topics on Weibo will fade in a few days. As for your contact details, I apologize, but I do not engage in conversations with strangers. Upon hearing her refusal, Bai Hao's expression fell into one of disappointment. Had he truly been rejected by his goddess? Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. He had spoken ill of her and threatened her brother. Who would wish to share contact information under such circumstances? Nevertheless, this was his first experience of infatuation, and he felt a deep reluctance to let it wither away. Unaware of his inner turmoil, Su Wanruo broke the silence. Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I must return to my studies. Seeing her turn to leave, Bai Hao hastily interjected, wait, there is one more thing. In a couple of days. It's my birthday. Would you be able to attend my birthday party? Su Wanruo frowned. You want me to attend your birthday party? We are hardly at the stage of familiarity that warrants such an invitation. Fearing her refusal, Bai Hao quickly added, you needn't worry. I promise I won't do anything inappropriate. I genuinely just wish to invite you. If you come, we can let bygones be bygones. What do you say? Ultimately, he was still just a young boy, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Su Wanruo, afraid that she might decline. Perhaps due to his nerves, he nervously tugged at the fabric of his jersey, causing the cotton material to wrinkle under his grip. With a resigned sigh, Su Wanruo felt a twinge of sympathy. Very well, you may provide me with the address for your birthday party. I will make an effort to attend. But you are aware that our senior year is quite demanding, so I may need to leave shortly after my arrival. Upon hearing her agreement, Bai Hao's eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. Had it not been for his desire to maintain his composure, he would have leaped with joy on the spot. Instead, he excitedly spun around in place. Very well, I shall provide you with the details of the birthday celebration in a couple of days. Do ensure that you attend. Su Wanruo nodded in acknowledgement. Once Su Wanruo had turned and walked away, a nearby lackey approached, appearing quite perplexed. Boss, didn't you already celebrate your birthday? He inquired. What about that woman? Bai Hao, lost in delightful reverie, was abruptly jolted back to reality by the lackey's words. Chapter 61. The White Lotus begins her performance. Once again, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the back of his subordinate's head, his expression returning to a fierce countenance. Silence. From now on, Su Wanruo is my goddess, your sister-in-law. When you encounter her, it is as if you are meeting me. Do not dare to show her any disrespect. The subordinate, rubbing his dizzy forehead, looked somewhat innocent as he sniffled. However, he was still preoccupied with the task at hand. What about Su Lang? Are we still going to deal with him? Bai Hao rolled up his sleeves, revealing his powerful biceps, glaring at the subordinate. That is my sister-in-law. Dare to lay a hand on her, and you'll regret it. As the school bell rang, Su Wanruo exhaled a deep breath, placing all the love letters and cards she had received throughout the day into a cloth bag. It was filled to the brim, just enough to fill one bag. The day had been exceptionally challenging, aside from the morning when Bai Hao sought her out for a reckoning. The rest of the time, she was approached solely to receive love letters. Su Lang, having packed his backpack, casually walked to Su Wanruo's desk and lifted her bag onto his back, effortlessly grabbing the overflowing cloth bag as well. The bag was somewhat heavy, causing him to sway slightly, and he couldn't help but inquire, "What on earth is in this? Why is it so heavy?" Su Wanruo remained calm. "It's my love letters." Su Lang's eyes widened in surprise. "What? Love letters?" With a sigh, Su Wanruo expressed her helplessness. "I've rejected as many as I could, but some didn't even give me a chance to refuse. They just dropped them off and ran away. I can't throw them away. That would be disrespectful, considering the effort they put into writing them. Even if I don't wish to keep them, accepting them is the least I can do in terms of courtesy and upbringing." She found herself yearning for the peaceful days when she wore glasses, free from disturbances. However, Su Lang did not share her sentiments. Upon hearing that they were love letters, he scowled and, without a second thought, tossed the cloth bag into the trash can, the weight of its contents producing a resounding thud. Yet, immediately after throwing it away, he began to regret his decision. He should have kept the letters and confronted those little rascals one by one. How dare they harbor intentions towards his sister? He blamed himself for being too preoccupied today and not noticing anyone delivering love letters. It seemed he would have to keep a closer eye on his sister from now on. Su Wanruo had not anticipated that he would discard them, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Sixth brother, why did you throw them away?" Su Lang clapped his hands and snorted dismissively. "A bunch of toads thinking they can feast on swan meat. How na-ve? But there are no buts, sister. We are students. With merely a month left until the college entrance examination, you cannot afford to be distracted at this time. It is irresponsible towards your future." Seeing her expression of regret, he assumed she longed for romance and began to lecture her earnestly. Su Wanruo frowned. "No, what I mean is, it doesn't matter what you mean. Those kids are too young to understand what love is. They only send love letters out of a mere infatuation with your beauty, and such affection is far from pure. Once you mature, there will surely be better suitors. These immature boys hold little value." Su Wanruo, unable to contain herself, rubbed her forehead and raised her hand to cover the mouth of her brother Su Lang, who was preparing to give her a lengthy lecture. Patiently, she explained, "Brother, I don't feel any regret over the love letter. What I want to convey is that the bag was a limited edition from D family, gifted to me by elder brother. I cherish it greatly, and it would be a pity to discard it." At once, Su Lang fell silent. Thankfully, as long as it wasn't about the love letter, he was relieved. He gently lowered her hand and blinked, reassuring her that the Su family and D family have a long-standing partnership, and securing another one from elder brother would be a simple matter. They would surely accommodate such a request. As they approached the school gate, they spotted the Su family driver. After handing their bags to the driver, Su Lang turned to Su Wanruo and said, "You go ahead and wait in the air-conditioned room for a bit. I need to run back for a moment and will return shortly." As he started to walk away, Su Wanruo guessed his destination and hurriedly grabbed his arm. "Are you going to that small grove? There's no need. I've already explained everything to them." "What?" Su Lang's voice rose sharply at her words. "You went to meet them alone? They didn't bully you, did they? Why didn't you tell me? That is so dangerous." Surprised by his intense reaction, Su Wanruo explained, "Look, I'm perfectly fine. They didn't bully me, and even if it came to a fight, I might not necessarily lose." "You still want to fight?" Su Lang's hair bristled in anger at her statement. Why does his delicate sister possess such a fiery temper? Quickly, Su Wanruo tried to soothe him. "I didn't say I would fight. I was speaking hypothetically. It's not certain. Even hypothetically, it's unacceptable." Su Lang gritted his teeth. The thought of his sister being harmed made his heart ache, and a wave of fear washed over him. "In the future, you must inform me of any such dangers. You can't go alone. Let this time pass, but if I find out again, I won't spare you." Though his words were laced with intimidation and persuasion, Su Wanruo felt a surge of happiness. She cherished this protective affection filled with familial love, which warmed her heart. With a sweet smile, she said, "All right, sixth brother, I understand." Then, she playfully clung to his arm, teasing, "Don't be angry, all right? If you stay mad, you'll grow old." Su Lang, with a proud snort, couldn't help but smile broadly, the anger dissipating. After school, Su Ying emerged with her backpack and witnessed Su Lang appearing upset with Su Wanruo, though she couldn't hear their conversation clearly from a distance. It was evident that Su Lang was quite angry, which instantly brightened her previously gloomy mood. Throughout the day, she had heard praises of Su Wanruo's beauty, and even some classmates had made snide remarks, claiming that no matter how she dressed up, she could never compare to Su Wanruo, for they lacked the same bloodline. She was so furious that she felt on the verge of vomiting blood. Yet, they did not name names, leaving her unable to vent her frustrations, and she was left to stew in her anger. However, upon stepping outside and witnessing Su Lang berating Su Wanruo, her spirits soared, for she realized that her doting brother could not possibly have so suddenly changed his affections to Su Wanruo. Clearly, this charade could not be sustained. Suppressing her joy, she straightened her clothes and approached, blinking her innocent eyes. "Sister, why have you upset sixth brother again? He has such a gentle temperament. Did you perhaps do something wrong?" Su Wanruo rolled her eyes and turned to get into the car. There it was, the White Lotus once more preparing to perform. Chapter 62. Investing 100 million. Su Lang was still reveling in the tender affection his sister showered upon him, lost in its warm embrace, when he was abruptly interrupted. His expression darkened instantly. He turned to face Su Yingying, who stood behind him, and coldly remarked, "Has the school not taught you about the order of seniority? Since when is it your place to reprimand your elder sister?" Su Yingying felt a wave of unjustified grievance wash over her. "Sixth brother, I didn't mean to. I was just trying to help you. No need for that. Just focus on your own responsibilities and keep your thoughts to yourself. If I ever hear you speak in such a manner again, I won't hesitate to inform our parents overseas about the situation." After delivering his ultimatum, Su Lang turned on his heel and strode towards the car, not even sparing her a glance. Su Yingying had not anticipated that her brother would take it this far. Anger coursed through her, causing her to tremble as she stomped her foot, her eyes burning with resentment. Su Lang's words were a veiled support for Su Wanruo, serving as a warning to himself. He intended to convey that if she dared to speak disparagingly in Su Wanruo's presence again, he would promptly report her to their parents. After all, they were well aware that her continued stay in the Su household following Su Wanruo's return was largely due to their favor. If their perception of her soured, she feared she might no longer have a place in the family. Cursed be Su Wanruo. Su Yingying clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug deep into her flesh, unnoticed by her. Why did Su Wanruo have to come back? Why couldn't she have perished outside? Why wasn't she the genuine heiress of a prestigious family? Hatred, once it takes root, flourishes like a green plant in a parched desert, greedily absorbing every drop of sustenance it can find, growing wildly and uncontrollably. Inside the car, Su Wanruo glanced at Su Lang seated beside her, raising an eyebrow with curiosity as she inquired, "Did you just tell Su Yingying about seniority?" Su Lang blinked in surprise. "How did you know? Hadn't she just entered the car? Was the soundproofing truly that inadequate?" With a hint of amusement, Su Wanruo replied, "Because I can read lips." Su Lang was taken aback. "You can read lips? Did you learn it intentionally?" Su Wanruo shook her head. "No, I taught myself." In truth, she could hardly comprehend how she seemed to possess an innate ability for many things, as if a single glance unlocked hidden pathways within her. Regardless of the complexity, she could master it almost instantaneously. Lip reading came easily to her, as did skills in computer hacking, racing, dancing, and fighting, among others. At times, she questioned whether she was truly human or a robot trained somewhere, merely stripped of her memories. Upon hearing her claim of self-accomplishment, pride illuminated Su Lang's face. "Indeed, you are my sister, Su Lang." Su Wanruo cast him a discreet glance before steering the conversation back. "You mentioned seniority to prevent her from bullying me. But what if I were to bully her instead?" Her curiosity was genuine. After all, it wasn't only Su Yingying who noticed Su Lang's significant transformation. She too found his change somewhat surreal. Upon hearing her words, Su Lang remained remarkably composed. If one were to be bullied, so be it. After all, she was not the type to instigate conflict. If someone faced such treatment, it was undoubtedly due to their own shortcomings. Moreover, as an elder sister, it was her duty to guide her younger sister, which could hardly be construed as bullying. Rather, it was a sister's earnest counsel. Su Wanruo, taken aback, could not help but give a thumbs up. Truly, as the top student for 3 consecutive years at Jingao, her perspective on matters was refreshingly unique and irrefutable. Later that evening, Su Wanruo received a call from Director Yang Jigua. "Hello, is this Su Wanruo the student?" Su Wanruo paused for a moment before responding. "Yes, this is Su Wanruo." Director Yang chuckled, his deep voice resonating. "I am Yang Jigua, the director of the film Nameless Sea for which you auditioned. Do you recall? Apologies for the late notification. I have been filming in a mountain village and just returned. Upon my return, I noticed your trending topic. Do not worry. I have instructed the public relations team to handle it, and it will not adversely affect you." Curious, Su Wanruo opened Weibo and glanced. Her name which had previously held steady within the top 5 trending topics, had indeed vanished. Had it been any other director, they would have seized every opportunity to leverage the publicity, perhaps even wishing for it to linger for several days. To her surprise, Director Yang had chosen to withdraw, clearly uninterested in riding the wave of popularity. This only endeared him to her further. "Thank you, Director Yang." "Not at all. This situation arose from our own failure in confidentiality. We are unsure who leaked the scoring sheet, causing you such distress, and we owe you an apology. However, since you are aware, it is worth mentioning that the entire crew unanimously believes you are the most suitable candidate for the role of Meng Meng. What are your thoughts?" "Director, I am absolutely on board. I adore acting." "Haha, splendid. That is precisely the response I was hoping for. In a few days, I will send you the contract. Once you sign it, we will consider this settled. I understand you are currently a third-year high school student, and with the college entrance examination just a month away, we will schedule the commencement ceremony after your exams. It will be our way of sharing in your good fortune." "All right, Director." After hanging up, Wanruo exhaled deeply and could not help but burst into a joyous and triumphant laugh. Once again, she had proven her worth in this world, stepping into the industry she cherished. She relished acting, the thrill of immersing herself in diverse lives, and the joy of witnessing the emotions her character evoked in others. She had succeeded. Meanwhile, on the other end, just after Director Yang hung up with Wanruo, he noticed an incoming call. His hand trembled, nearly causing his phone to slip from his grasp. "Is it Mr. Jun from Jun Group? What could he want?" With curiosity tinged with trepidation, he answered, "Hello, is this Mr. Jun? Good evening." At the other end of the phone, a voice, cold and detached, resonated. This chilling utterance left Yang Jigua perplexed. "Mr. Jun, may I inquire the purpose of your call?" Jun Gyue wasted no time and got straight to the point. "I heard you were set to direct a new film titled Nameless Sea, correct? Is your funding sufficient? If not, I could invest 100 million. His casual demeanor momentarily stunned Yang Jigua. 100 million? It is worth noting that the typical investment for major domestic films hovers around tens of millions, with only the more elaborate productions potentially reaching the billion mark. However, this particular project is an art film, crafted with the intent of garnering awards, thus requiring far less capital. Though excitement coursed through him, his extensive experience in the entertainment industry reminded him that there is no such thing as a free lunch. "I sincerely appreciate your generous offer, Mr. Jun, but may I ask if you have any other instructions?" Chapter 63, A Declaration of Love at This Moment. Jun Gyu languidly reclined in his executive chair, his gaze fixated intently upon the computer screen. There, a hazy silhouette danced gracefully under the moonlight, its features indistinct and the image of poor quality, reminiscent of a frame captured from surveillance footage. Yet, Jun Gyu seemed entranced, unwilling to blink. Utterly captivated by the scene before him, he had but two stipulations. First, the role of Meng Meng must remain unchanged. Second, the 100 million should be utilized to enhance the working conditions of the crew, ensuring they were not subjected to undue hardship, should additional funds be necessary. He invited them to seek him out for further investment. Yang Jigua was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that simple? Shouldn't it follow the customary path of other executives, who would typically lavish funds and arrange for a young mistress to assume a minor role? He dared to contemplate such a notion, but lacked the audacity to voice it. Nevertheless, given the simplicity of the demands, he had no intention of declining. "Very well, Mr. Jun, I shall ensure your satisfaction." After ending the call, Yang Jigua couldn't suppress a chuckle. His fortune was indeed remarkable. With the film yet to commence shooting, he was unburdened by financial concerns. 100 million, sufficient to allow him the creative freedom to direct the film as he wished. However, his brief moment of joy was abruptly interrupted by a melodic ring from his phone. Upon glancing at the screen, he was again rendered speechless. The display read, "President Su of the Su Group?" What was happening today? Why were two influential figures reaching out to him? Clearing his throat, he answered, "Hello, President Su." The voice on the other end was equally cold. This scene felt eerily familiar. "President Su, what brings you to contact me?" Su Zhao's voice resonated with authority. "I understand you are set to direct a new film titled Nameless Sea, correct? The Su Group is quite fond of this script and has decided to invest 100 million. Yang Jigua swallowed hard. Were it not for his acquaintance with both Mr. Jun and President Su, familiar with their voices and possessing their contact details, he might have thought he was the target of a scam, perhaps even a coordinated effort. In the past, when seeking investors for his films, He had often found himself begging and pleading, nearly prostrating himself to gain attention for his script. Despite his most eloquent pitches, investment was never guaranteed. Now suddenly, he found himself with eager benefactors, a scenario that felt almost surreal. Had the powerful of today taken to the role of generous benefactors? Thank you, President Su. May I inquire if you have any additional requests? Since we are still in the preparatory phase, we can discuss matters in advance. Su Lang replied in a deep tone. There are but two requirements. First, the role of Ming Ming must not be altered. Second, utilize this 100 million to ensure the crew's environment is pleasant, avoiding any undue hardship. If additional funding is required, do not hesitate to approach me for further investment. After hanging up, Yang Zhiguo was left utterly stunned. Why did he feel as though time had looped? He had just heard the exact same stipulations from both moguls. They both insisted that Su Wanruo must portray Ming Ming. Wait, Su Wanruo, her surname is Su? The newly discovered heiress of the Su group appears to share the same name. Thus, it seems the Su group is indeed supporting Su Wanruo. If that is the case, it is only natural for the Su group to make an investment. But why is the Jun group also getting involved? Could it be that the rumors online suggesting that Jun is actually fond of Su are true? Upon reflection, this notion seems plausible. The two are evenly matched, and their encounters always exude a peculiar tension. Moreover, both are of an age where marriage should be considered, yet they remain unwed. Oh, the world of the affluent is indeed complex. Unbeknownst to Su Wanruo, events were unfolding concerning Director Yang. As was her routine, she rose early for class, but found herself confronted at the entrance by an unwelcome sight. Bai Hao, broad-shouldered and imposing, stood at the doorway of Class A, gripping one of her classmates by the collar and pinning him against the wall, menacingly uttering threats, suggesting a potential brawl. The other students dared only to watch in silence, hesitant to intervene. In the past, given her temperament, Su Wanruo would have simply turned away, preferring to avoid unnecessary strife. However, as the class monitor of A, she felt compelled to take action. Stepping forward, her voice laced with indignation, she demanded, Bai Hao, what are you doing? Let him go? Bai Hao's raised fist froze midair, his entire body stiffening in place. How unfortunate that this act of bullying would be witnessed by his goddess. It was disheartening. Would she think less of him for this? Had he known she would arrive so early, he would have restrained himself. Sheepishly lowering his hand, he turned to Su Wanruo, stammering, Why you're here? With a furrowed brow, Su Wanruo regarded him sternly. What are you doing at our classroom door? Is there truly no resolution other than resorting to violence? Having lived nearly 30 years across 2 lifetimes, she found the childishness of the boy before her, so quick to resort to fighting, utterly exasperating. Fearing her ire, Bai Hao hastened to clarify, Goddess, please don't misunderstand. I wasn't looking for trouble. He was making inappropriate remarks about your beauty, claiming you're so lovely. It's absurd. It's like a toad desiring to eat swan meat. Don't you think he deserved a beating? His indignation grew, and he seemed poised to roll up his sleeves once again, but the chill of Su Wanruo's expression made him falter. The boy threatened by Bai Hao was taken aback by such a declaration in public, feeling humiliated, and retorted, You just said that Su is your goddess, that you would marry her. Aren't you also a toad wishing to eat swan meat? You. Bai Hao was momentarily rendered speechless. Yet, as he met Su Wanruo's gaze, those dark, starry eyes, his face flushed with embarrassment, and the bravado he usually projected deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving him feeling utterly deflated. He muttered softly, I did mention it, but it was your actions that provoked me, and besides, my teeth are fine, it's just not feasible. Su Wanruo took a deep breath and said, Bai Hao, you should go back. From now on, regardless of the situation, any matters can be resolved civilly by informing the teacher. There is no need to resort to force. She then glanced at the boy and added, You should also head inside. Class is about to start. Bai Hao, seeing his goddess about to leave, became anxious and called out, Wait, goddess. Su Wanruo responded with a puzzled expression. To her astonishment, the burly boy shyly produced a large thermos from somewhere. His face flushed as he said, This is a nourishing ginseng and deer antler soup made by our aunt. It's absolutely delicious. I specifically asked her to prepare it for you to try. Su Wanruo was taken aback, contemplating, what an odd gesture. Who brings soup in the morning, let alone a health-boosting one? Chapter 64. Your son's confession target is my fiancé. Su Wanruo furrowed her brow, preparing to decline, when suddenly a large hand obstructed her view, swiftly seizing the thermos. No need. My Ruoruo does not consume such junk food. The person was none other than Su Lang. His face darkened. Upon arriving at school, he had been summoned to the office by a teacher, allowing Ruoruo to proceed to class on her own. To his astonishment, just 5 minutes after his departure, someone audacious had come to bother his sister. What was even more infuriating was that this athletic student, who had sought to confront his sister yesterday, was now being overly attentive. It was evident that he had developed an interest in her after seeing her in the grove. The thought of his sister being coveted soured his expression instantly, and the sight of the athletic student began to resemble a punkish youth clad in garish attire. Bai Hao, witnessing the sudden arrival of the young man, erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Who the hell are you? This is not a place for your words. And who are you to claim my Ruoruo? Do you believe I one-t beat you to the ground?" Mid-sentence, he caught the warning glare from the goddess and recalled her admonition against fighting, swiftly pivoting, "Believe it or not, I'll report you to the teacher." His bravado was palpable, and one might think he was the teacher himself. Su Lang cast a cold glance at him, stating, "She is my sister, and I am the 6th in the Su family. So who do you think you are?" Bai Hao was taken aback. The 6th of the Su family? Wasn't he that the goddess's real elder brother? Had he just been insulting the goddess's 6th brother? Wait a moment, wasn't he the goddess's 6th brother named Su Lang? This person did not resemble him at all. Huh, a fraud. Bai Hao suddenly felt emboldened, defiantly retorting, "Don't deceive us. I have seen the goddess's 6th brother, and he is far more handsome than you. Who do you think you are to impersonate my goddess's true brother? Look in the mirror." As soon as those words left his mouth, everyone was left stunned. Su Lang stared incredulously at Su Wanruo, wearing an expression of betrayal. "No wonder you didn't speak to me in the car this morning. Do you have a dog outside?" Su Wanruo responded with a silent stare. She hadn't spoken in the morning because she was catching up on sleep. What kind of peculiar statement was that? With a weary gesture at her temple, she remarked, "I have been studying with you all day. When would I have the time to seek someone else? Besides, even if I wanted to, it's not certain anyone would be willing." Su Lang pondered this carefully and realized that indeed, he had been by Su Wanruo's side these past days and had not seen her close to anyone else. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. Just then, Bai Hao, standing before them, suddenly spotted something, raising his hand excitedly and cheerfully waving to someone behind them, grinning broadly, "Su Lang, over here." This time, not only Su Lang was taken aback, but Su Wanruo too was utterly astonished. Could it be that there was truly someone in this school with the same name? The two individuals turned curiously, locking eyes with Jun Lingchuan, who was voraciously devouring a bun. Startled by their gaze, Jun Lingchuan shivered, forgetting to chew the bun in his mouth and swallowing it whole, which caused him to gag and roll his eyes back. Standing nearby, Bai Hao swiftly reclaimed the thermos that Su Lang had momentarily seized, unscrewed the lid, and poured a generous bowl of nourishing soup. Eagerly presenting it to Jun Lingchuan with a beaming smile, "Su Lang, please have some soup." Jun Lingchuan barely comprehended his words. Upon seeing the water, it appeared to him as a beacon of hope. He snatched the bowl and gulped down half of it before regaining his composure. "Thanks, brother." However, upon realizing who had offered him the soup, he was so startled that he leaped back 3 meters, trembling as he pointed at Bai Hao. "It's you. You're not trying to drug me, are you?" With that, he nearly gagged. Just yesterday, he had punctured this fellow's basketball, and now he was offering him soup, surely with ill intentions. Bai Hao, still basking in the joy of being called brother by the goddess's sibling, fervently shook his head at Jun Lingchuan's suspicion. No, of course not. How could I possibly drug you? You are the goddess's brother, hence my brother too. We had a small misunderstanding yesterday. I truly didn't know you were so fond of puncturing basketballs. We have plenty at home, Su Lang, if you like. I can fetch a tricycle tomorrow to bring them all over for you to enjoy." Jun Lingchuan thought to himself, is this person perhaps mentally unwell? At this point, Su Lang and Su Wanruo finally grasped the situation. Su Lang furrowed his brow, utterly uninterested in their banter. "Boring, let us go, Ruoruo, ignore them. We should head to class." He grasped Su Wanruo's wrist, intending to enter the classroom. However, barely a step taken, he was abruptly yanked back by a powerful force. And in the next moment, his body was slammed against the wall with a thud. Bai Hao, gritting his teeth, viciously grasped Su Lang's shirt. His eyes filled with warning. "Who told you to lay your hands on him? Do you think my earlier warning was a joke?" Caught off guard, Su Lang was forcefully pinned against the wall, stars dancing in his vision. "Let go." Bai Hao, still clenching his collar, remained unmoved. Once Su Wanruo regained her senses, her face paled, and she rushed forward without hesitation, striking Bai Hao's hand away from Su Lang, supporting him with concern. Are you all right? Did you hit your head? Su Lang, momentarily dazed, quickly regained clarity, waving his hand to signal Su Wanruo not to worry. It's nothing. Yet, Su Wanruo was still uneasy, insisting on helping him away. No, we should go to the infirmary. Su Lang smiled reassuringly. It's fine, I just bumped my back, no injury to my head. Seeing his determination, Su Wanruo finally relented. She turned her gaze toward Bai Hao behind her, her tone frigid. Bai Hao, as a student of Jinggao, you ought to adhere to its principles. I am neither your teacher nor your parent, and thus cannot impose authority over you. However, should you continue to provoke those around me, I will not hesitate to employ my own methods to ensure you remember this lesson. Bai Hao was momentarily taken aback by her icy stare, realizing he had angered the goddess. A chill coursed through him, his lips trembling as he stammered, I apologize. I was just too angered earlier. It will not happen again. Having grown up in a household characterized by absolute authority, few could impose discipline upon him, and at school, teachers rarely intervened due to his status, which had fostered a propensity for violence at the slightest provocation. This was his first apology, and it marked the first time he felt genuine fear. Watching Su Wanruo turn her back and enter the classroom without a word, Bai Hao stood frozen in place, at a loss, wanting to call out to the goddess but too afraid to utter a sound. Chapter 65. Confronting the brother-in-law, the typically unruly man found his eyes unexpectedly glistening with tears of grievance in that fleeting moment. Yet, before he could dwell on his sorrow for long, a swift slap brought him crashing back to reality. What the hell? Why do you seem like a different person this morning? Are you coveting my esteemed leader? With fury akin to a provoked lion, Jun Lingchuan raised his fist, ready to strike again. Bai Hao, feeling the weight of his predicament, could only cower and shield his head, his tone laced with indignation. Brother Su, it's a misunderstanding. How could I dare to covet your leader? With heavy breaths, Jun Lingchuan retorted, Su Wanruo is my esteemed leader, and you still claim you harbor no desires? You mere mortals are unworthy of my leader's unparalleled beauty. Bai Hao frowned, looking up at him. Isn't the goddess your sister? Jun Lingchuan's fist froze midair, a realization dawning upon him. Indeed, in front of this fellow, he seemed to embody the persona of Su Wanruo's elder brother. Well, my surname is Jun. My name is Lingchuan, and my courtesy name is Su Lang. Is that unacceptable? He argued. Moreover, every time he was caught skipping class, when the discipline committee noted his name, he wrote down Su Lang, making that name quite familiar. Strictly speaking, he could be considered half a Su Lang. Since he was half a Su Lang, what harm was there in calling himself that occasionally? At that moment, Bai Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, an ominous premonition washing over him. Then who truly is the goddess's elder brother? Jun Lingchuan gestured nonchalantly behind him. Well, the one you just hit is him. Bai Hao's pupils dilated sharply, overwhelmed by the revelation, his face turning ashen. What had he just done? No wonder the goddess was so furious earlier. He had struck his own brother-in-law. With his legs trembling, Bai Hao disregarded his pride and scrambled to the window, exclaiming, Goddess, I'm so sorry. I truly didn't know he was your brother. I was too impulsive. I promise I won't fight again. I swear. Su Wanruo, her head throbbing from his incessant noise, found the entire class's attention focused on her. Despite her resilient spirit, she was not inclined to be the center of such commotion. Taking a deep breath, she interrupted his rambling. All right, I understand. You may leave now. We have class to attend. Bai Hao hesitated. But what about the birthday banquet you promised to attend? I will surely go since I have already promised. I hope this visit will finally resolve this troublesome situation. Instantly, Bai Hao's face brightened, his innocence returning as he grinned widely. That's great. I knew the goddess wouldn't deceive me. Su Wanruo raised an eyebrow, meeting his gaze. If you don't leave soon, I might just reconsider my decision. All right, I'm off, he exclaimed, already sprinting away, his speed impressive for a sports student. Su Wanruo breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledging the wisdom of the elders. Dealing with children was indeed exhausting. However, before she could fully relax, two looming shadows suddenly enveloped her. Su Lang furrowed his brow, standing before her desk, and asked, What did you promise him? Jun Lingchuan, who had even forsaken his Baozi, glared at her and inquired, What are you planning to do? Su Wanruo looked at the two of them with exasperation and reassured them, Don't worry, it's nothing serious. He merely invited me to his birthday party, and I had previously agreed to attend. It would be inappropriate to refuse now. Although she wasn't particularly eager to go, she felt bound by her earlier commitment. Besides, a brief visit wouldn't cost her much. She could simply drop off a gift and leave. However, Su Lang and Jun Lingchuan had a different perspective. No, you cannot go. That boy clearly has ulterior motives. Jun Lingchuan chimed in defiantly. Indeed, you must not attend. Su Wanruo found their protectiveness amusing, as if they viewed her like a fragile porcelain doll, one that would shatter the moment it was out of sight. I'm not asking you two to accompany me. I know what I'm doing. Nothing will happen. Su Lang slammed his hand on the table, declaring, if I say no, then it's no. I am your brother. And you must listen to me. Jun Lingchuan, unwilling to back down, thumped the table as well, saying, I am your little brother. While I may heed your words, if you go, I shall hold you in contempt. Su Wanruo felt a twinge of embarrassment at their antics, wondering what on earth was happening. Later, when Su Wanruo received a message from Bai Hao, it was Saturday afternoon. After much contemplation, she decided not to inform Su Lang and took a taxi to the location he had mentioned, the Marriott Hotel, a renowned 5-star establishment and a property of the Bai family. Even though she was aware of the hotel's illustrious reputation, she was still awestruck by the opulent decor when she arrived at the entrance. No wonder Bai Hao exuded such confidence. With such a family background, maintaining a low profile seemed nearly impossible. Before she could step inside, a tall figure at the entrance waved excitedly at her, calling out, Goddess, goddess, over here. His booming voice drew the attention of many passers-by. Even those across the street couldn't help but peek to see what kind of goddess was being hailed. Despite her strong mental fortitude, Su Wanruo felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in, unaware of her discomfort. Bai Hao sprinted towards her like an exuberant puppy, his face flushed from either the heat or the exertion. Goddess, you look stunning today. Su Wanruo was taken aback. Stunning? I'm just wearing a white t-shirt and shorts, my hair tied up. I look exactly like I do at school. How can he possibly think I look good? Please don't call me goddess anymore. Just use my name. It feels a bit strange. Your name? The sudden happiness left Bai Hao speechless, his eyes widening with excitement. His already bashful face reddened even more, looking as if it might bleed. Can I really call you by your name? The goddess beckoned him to utter her name. Did it not signify that the distance between them had diminished? Goodness, surely this was not a figment of his imagination. Su Wanruo remained entirely oblivious to the excitement coursing through him. Was calling a name not a customary gesture? It was certainly peculiar to address a goddess in such a manner. Of course, you may call me by my name from now on, she added. At this moment, Bai Hao, towering in stature, felt an unexpected wave of shyness wash over him. He pressed his lips together, and after a pause, he tentatively spoke, Wanruo. Su Wanruo frowned. It is Su Wanruo. Bai Hao's expression froze. All right. Su Wanruo. She then extended the gift box in her hands towards him. Adopting an official tone, this is your birthday gift. I sincerely appreciate your invitation to your birthday celebration, but I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave now. Chapter 66. A feast of wine and meat. Su Wanruo, unwilling to linger, decided that since she was unfamiliar with his friends, it would suffice to present a gift and depart. However, Bai Hao, upon noticing her intention to leave, became flustered. No, my goddess. I mean, Su Wanruo. You've come all this way. Please stay for a meal before you go. I've already reserved a table, and the dishes are served. It would be such a waste for you to leave right after arriving. Confused, Su Wanruo replied, Isn't this a banquet? You must have classmates here, let them eat. Bai Hao, realizing his earlier lie about it being a birthday banquet, felt regretful, thinking he should have chosen his words more wisely. They have all left. I invited some classmates last night, but since you don't know them, I specifically invited you alone today. Fearing that Su Wanruo might escape, he hastily grasped her hand and led her toward the elevator. It's true. You can go up and see for yourself. The dishes are indeed all prepared, and there are no other classmates. As Su Wanruo was pulled by him, an uncomfortable sensation surged within her. Unable to contain herself, she forcefully shook off his hand, inadvertently causing it to collide with the doorframe with a loud thud. Bai Hao was taken aback by her reaction, momentarily speechless. Taking a deep breath, Su Wanruo stepped back to regain her composure. I apologize. I didn't mean to. I just am not accustomed to being so close to the opposite sex. Seeing her pale complexion, Bai Hao assumed he had startled her and quickly waved his hands. It's fine. It was my fault. I shouldn't have pulled you without your consent. Su Wanruo nodded, feeling a twinge of guilt as she looked at his hand. Is your hand all right? It's nothing. Not painful at all. During training, I've endured worse falls. This is hardly anything. Upon hearing her concern, Bai Hao felt an exhilarating rush, almost bursting with joy, forgetting about any pain in his hand. Wanruo, look, we've come this far. Just go up and take a look. I specifically asked the chef to prepare several new dishes. If you don't go, I will genuinely be heartbroken. I swear it won't take long. With an eager expression, Bai Hao gazed at Wanruo, appearing as if he might be abandoned like a forsaken puppy. With a long sigh, Wanruo thought it unwise to be upset with a childlike demeanor. All right, but with our rigorous senior year workload, I can only stay for an hour at most. Bai Hao immediately brightened, nodding enthusiastically. That is perfectly fine. The elevator ascended directly to the top floor, reflecting on her previous life, where she had also been considered part of the upper echelons. Wanruo had frequented many opulent venues. Yet, the lavishness of the top floor still left her astounded. If the first floor could be deemed magnificent, then the top floor was nothing short of a celestial palace. The entire floor resembled a pavilion immersed in a fairy tale, leaving her to ponder whether the decoration truly featured exquisite jade. The Bai family claimed it to be a 5-star hotel, yet she felt they had understated the grandeur, for it could easily be deemed a 7-star establishment. Bai Hao guided her into one of the rooms, and upon opening the door, the sight of a lavish banquet spread before her left Wanruo utterly astounded. This banquet was not merely a descriptive term. It was a genuine and sumptuous feast that could accommodate 40 to 50 guests. The grand circular dining table was adorned with an array of culinary delights, and amidst the fog created by dry ice, it resembled a veritable paradise of indulgence. No, it was even more extravagant than that. Even if she were to sample each dish, she would likely be unable to finish them all. You haven't truly prepared all 108 dishes of the banquet, have you? Bai Hao scratched his head and admitted, indeed, there are over 100 dishes, but strictly speaking, it cannot be classified as a full Manchuhan banquet. As many of the protected species are no longer permissible for consumption, so our chefs have made modifications. In another room, Jun Guyi rubbed his forehead, his long fingers flipping through the contract before him. His brow furrowed, and he tossed it to Song Chung behind him, instructing, take a look. Song Chung awkwardly accepted the contract and scrutinized it closely, his mind racing with doubts. The Bai family was clearly attempting to curry favor with the president, offering only minor projects for themselves while leaving the larger ones for him. Even so, the president remained indifferent, barely glancing at the contract. Yet it made sense. The Bai family was willing to engage in this unprofitable venture merely to bask in the shade of the Jun family's towering presence. After all, the Jun family controlled nearly 2/3 of the nation's industries, and even if the Bai family could not feast, a sip of the broth would suffice for their enduring prosperity. Many sought to attach themselves to the Jun family, and the president's willingness to collaborate with the Bai family was likely due to their singular product structure, which would minimize complications in the partnership. Business, after all, is primarily driven by profit. Song Chung meticulously reviewed the entire project collaboration plan, and after discerning the president's expression, he confidently remarked, "President, there are no issues with the contract. It is ready for signature." He then laid the contract open before Jun Guyi. The president responded with a nonchalant before retrieving a luxurious golden pen from his suit pocket and swiftly signing his name with flair. The decision was finalized. Bai Zhongyun had not anticipated the proceedings to unfold so smoothly. He gleefully rubbed his hands together and shook hands with Song Chung, clearly regarding him as a significant contributor. "Thank you, Assistant Song. Thank you, President Jun. Rest assured, we are completely confident in this project, and there will be no mishaps." Those within their circle understood that Jun Guyi, the president of the Jun Group, had a penchant for cleanliness and typically refrained from physical contact. Not only was a handshake out of the question, but even proximity with the scent of smoke was intolerable. Previously, a young entrepreneur from an emerging industry sought to ingratiate himself with Mr. Jun by presenting him with 2 women. The following day, news of the company's bankruptcy and liquidation reached him. From that moment on, whether believers or skeptics, everyone fell silent. Song Chung, however, remained composed, wearing a professional smile, waiting for good news from President Bai. Deep down, he couldn't help but question his own significance. How could he possibly wield such influence over the president's decisions? It was merely the case that the president had reviewed the situation and found no issues, and he was merely serving as a conduit for conversation. Very well, indeed. Bai Zhongyun chuckled, his face a tapestry of wrinkles. "But it's getting late. Let us have our meal first." Chapter 67. I Have a Fiancé Subsequently, by Zhongyun called out. And a group of elegant waitstaff, gracefully bearing their trays, began to serve the dishes in an orderly manner. Song Chung, observing the continuous flow of dishes for half an hour without respite, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Was this not a tad excessive? Having accompanied General Jun for such a length of time, he had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Eventually, unable to contain himself, he remarked, "This is rather too much, I assenti it. There are just 3 of us, and we cannot possibly consume all of this." The table was laden with what must have been 100 or 80 dishes, a veritable feast that would rival the grand banquets of ancient emperors. Bai Zhongyun chuckled as he explained, "To be perfectly candid, we did not intend to serve so much today. However, my son invited a classmate whose demands for a full Manchuhan banquet were insistent, and thus the chef prepared this abundance. After all, whether it's 1 portion or 2, the effort remains the same, so we might as well make a little extra." Song Chung was utterly astounded. The young master of the Bai family was indeed formidable. Simply inviting someone resulted in such a grand affair, surely a privilege granted by a wealthy father. This young master had invited a female classmate? Bai Zhongyun continued with a smile. "Yes, my son is our late-in-life blessing, quite spoiled at home. Although he may act recklessly, he has never been one for extravagance. It seems he truly has a fondness for that classmate." When he spoke of his son, the affection in his eyes was unmistakable. Song Chung dismissed any further thoughts on the matter, recognizing that it was entirely normal for a teenage boy to develop a crush. Such was the fervor of youthful hormones driven by love. Jun Guyi, however, showed no interest in their conversation, remaining silent, his brow furrowed, lost in contemplation. His phone flickered to life, then dimmed again, cycling through this ritual a dozen times before he cast it down onto the table in a fit of frustration. Leaning back against the chair's backrest and exhaling a heavy sigh. No rush, just a month until the exams. I will seek her out once they are over." At this thought, a self-deprecating chuckle escaped him as he realized he had unexpectedly come to experience such an intense longing, each fleeting moment proving to be a significant trial. As the meal concluded, Bai Zhongyun insisted on accompanying them downstairs with great enthusiasm. A boss who could humble himself to such an extent clearly possessed sincere intentions. And as a result, Song Chung's impression of Bai Zhongyun improved considerably. "Then I must extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Bai." Not at all. Please. Mr. Jun, Mr. Song, this way." He led the way to the nearest elevator, waiting for the direct lift. However, just as the 3 turned a corner, they suddenly heard a voice imbued with a sense of grievance. "Su Wanruo, why did you reject me?" Although the voice was not loud, the corridor's silence amplified it, and their door was ajar, allowing the words to be heard clearly. Jun Guyi's steps came to an abrupt halt. At that moment, inside the room, Su Wanruo, with a resigned gesture, rubbed her forehead. She could not comprehend why today's youth were so insistent on probing every detail. With a heavy heart, she continued, "I have already made myself quite clear. We are both students, and our studies should take precedence. I am on the brink of my college entrance examination. Do you truly believe I would entertain your confession at such a time?" Her overly composed and aloof demeanor left Bai Hao somewhat at a loss. Yet he endeavored to seize the opportunity. "But I promise I won't disturb you. I will patiently wait for your graduation. Would that be acceptable?" Su Wanru closed her eyes momentarily and delivered her decisive blow. "I'm sorry, but I do not harbor any feelings for you. Nor do you need to wait for me." Rising from her seat, the chair scraped softly against the carpet, producing a faint sound. "I have given you a gift and shared a meal. I must return home now. Happy birthday." "No, you cannot leave." Bai Hao, witnessing her departure, sprang to his feet in agitation. "You must at least tell me what it is about me that you dislike. I can change." Su Wanru regarded him as he stood in her path, and the cool detachment she had maintained vanished, replaced by a hint of barely concealed ire. Regret washed over her. Had she known this young man would be so difficult, she would have refrained from coming. "I simply do not like you liking me. You must change that." Bai Hao's expression darkened instantly. Outside, Song Chung overheard this exchange and could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. He had not anticipated that Miss Su would be so adept at verbal sparring, deftly striking at her opponent's vulnerabilities. Moments earlier, he had observed the president freeze in place. Fearing something had gone awry, upon approaching, he had caught wind of someone confessing to Miss Su, nearly causing him to falter. Unbeknownst to others, he had been closely observing the president's peculiar behavior over the past few days. The president seemed quite taken with this young lady, and now, With someone intruding upon his affections, it was likely that the president would be inclined towards violence. Swallowing hard, he cautiously glanced up, and indeed, the president's expression had darkened significantly, with an unmistakable murderous intent emanating from his gaze, the atmosphere around them growing increasingly chilling. It was dire. Not only was the Bai family's project in jeopardy, but their very existence seemed threatened. Fortunately, Miss Su's resolve remained steadfast, consistently rebuffing his advances, which was likely the reason the president had not yet unleashed his wrath. However, the president lingered outside, brazenly eavesdropping. Was this not somewhat inappropriate? Inside, Bai Hao remained undeterred, persistently pursuing his case. Are you truly not considering giving us a chance? I am tall, athletic, and while my academic performance may not be stellar, I can secure a recommendation based on my sports achievements. I genuinely like you, and I vow to only have eyes for you. Su Wanruo raised her hand to interrupt him. Stop. I believe it is imperative to clarify that I am already engaged. It is a betrothal arranged in childhood. No matter how much you say, I cannot betray my fiancé. The moment she uttered the words my fiancé, Song Chung, standing beside Jun Guyi, distinctly sensed a subtle shift in the president's demeanor, almost as if it had softened. Was it merely an illusion? Bai Hao was incredulous, insisting that I must be deceiving him. You have just returned to the Su family. How could there be a betrothal? He had conducted thorough inquiries in his pursuit of Su Wanruo. Su Wanruo raised an eyebrow, responding, how could it be impossible? It was arranged when we were very young. At this juncture, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the visage of Jun Guyi suddenly flashed through her mind, stirring an inexplicable sense of guilt. If he were to discover that she had used him as a shield, would he be infuriated? Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, for Bai Hao did not recognize who Jun Guyi was. It was prudent to navigate this situation before addressing any further complications, especially since they were alone, and the heavens and earth were their only witnesses, while Jun Guyi remained oblivious. Chapter 68. The captured scene. As Su Wanruo contemplated this, her courage swelled. My fiancé is incredibly capable, far wealthier than your family, possesses a higher education, and is undeniably more handsome. He navigates both the grand halls and the kitchen with ease. Loving me fervently, he will marry no one but me, and I shall wed no one but him. Are you aware of the tale of the mountain without a peak? As spoken by Ziwei and Er Kong, it is precisely in that vein. I would never betray him, so please do not squander any more of my time. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao's eyes brimmed with indignation. I refuse to believe it. I know many young men from affluent circles, and none of them resemble the person you describe. You must be deceiving me. Su Wanruo gritted her teeth, for the first time experiencing the futility of speaking to a wall. Resolutely, she declared, how can you claim there is no such person? Do you know Jun Guyi, the president of the Jun family? He is my fiancé. Do you think I would forsake a broad-shouldered, slender-waisted, long-legged magnate for a mere boy who has yet to fully mature? Are you tarnishing my aesthetic sensibilities? Bai Hao was momentarily taken aback, whispering in disbelief. Are you referring to the Jun family in City A? How can that be? How can it not be? My grandfather and his grandfather were comrades in arms. We have known each other since childhood. I cannot do without him. A day apart feels like 3 years. My love for him is profound. Each day demands kisses, hugs, and being lifted high. Missing even one moment leaves me restless and unable to focus on my studies. Thus, I have no desire to betray my fiancé. Do you understand? With that, she turned away from the tearful Bai Hao, calmly opening the door. I believe I have been sufficiently detailed, so please do not disturb me further. It is rather bothersome. As she swung the door open, her gaze collided with a pair of smiling eyes. Su Wanruo froze in place. What was Jun Guyi doing here? How long had he been present? Surely, he must have heard everything she had just said, despite her strong psychological resilience. The embarrassment of being caught in such a compromising moment made her wish to sink into the ground. At that moment, Bai Zhongyun also recognized that standing in the doorway was his son, and he was taken aback. Xiao Hao. In truth, he was aware that his son was at the venue that evening, but he had not known which room he occupied. Having seen President Jun lingering at this door, he assumed he had encountered an acquaintance and waited outside. From his vantage point, he could hear voices within but could not discern the content or tone of the conversation. He had not expected to find his son upon opening the door. Bai Hao, equally astonished by the unexpected gathering, stammered, Dad? What are you doing here? The atmosphere momentarily froze, with both father and son clearly bewildered by the situation. The only one who might comprehend the unfolding drama, Song Qing, shrank into himself. like a turtle retracting its head to preserve its life. After a moment, Jun Guyi, his voice clear and magnetic yet laced with amusement, inquired, "Have you finished your conversation?" Hearing the barely concealed mirth in his tone, Su Wanruo's teeth clenched in frustration. He had undoubtedly heard everything. He was mocking her. How utterly humiliating. Having known better, I would have refrained from speaking of him. Now, having been caught in his grasp, he surely will show no mercy. As expected, she heard the man before her utter yet another remark, continuing his conversation as if she were inconsequential, promising to send her home once he was done. Su Wanruo thought to herself, how could they continue their discussion with him present? Beside them, Bai Zhongyun observed the scene and immediately discerned that the relationship between this girl and Mr. Jun was undoubtedly significant. Having navigated the business world for years, he possessed the acumen to recognize such nuances. Considering their ages, the girl was still in school, while Mr. Jun had achieved considerable success. She must be a relative, perhaps a sister. However, it was known that Mr. Jun had a high school-age brother but no sister. This girl was likely a distant cousin. Given Mr. Jun's attentive demeanor towards her, she surely held considerable importance. If Xiaohao were indeed able to pursue a relationship with this girl, it would undoubtedly benefit the Bai family. With a knowing smile, he approached and said, "Mr. Jun, it is quite normal for children to engage in playful banter. We have dedicated drivers who can ensure your sister arrives home safely." Jun Guye raised an eyebrow. "Sister? Who claims she is my sister?" Bai Zhongyun was taken aback. "Not a sister? What could she possibly be?" Jun Guye glanced at the girl, who was hanging her head, wishing she could disappear, and a smirk crept onto his lips, his mood visibly brightening. This trip had truly been worthwhile. He parted his lips, declaring, "She is my fiancée." The words fiancée were drawn out, as if to ensure everyone present took note. He continued, "She cannot do without me. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Her affection for me is profound. She requires kisses, hugs, and to be lifted high daily. Missing even once is unbearable." Su Wanruo could no longer endure it. She raised her hand, standing on tiptoe, forcefully covering his mouth, and warned him sternly, "Be quiet. Do not utter another word." The words he had just spoken mirrored precisely what she had said when she rejected Bai Hao, word for word. It was utterly mortifying. She felt that even disappearing into the earth would not alleviate her embarrassment. She desperately wished to escape to the moon or Mars to collect herself. "What?" Bai Zhongyun exclaimed, his legs weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground. So, his son had just recklessly attempted to claim Mr. Jun's fiancée. He felt a wave of darkness wash over him, akin to the bleak future of the Bai family. If it were merely a typical business arrangement, it might be manageable. However, witnessing the girl cover Mr. Jun's mouth, and noting that he did not resist but appeared to be smiling, wasn't he Mr. Jun known for his severe cleanliness, refusing even to shake hands? This girl could effortlessly cover his mouth. Her significance must be extraordinary. It was over. The Bai family was doomed. Meanwhile, Bai Hao looked at the tall, mature man before him, who excelled in every regard, and for the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Indeed, all the sweet nothings and juvenile confessions pale in comparison to the gravitas of maturity. Yet, the reluctance to relinquish hope persists. "Su Wanruo, can he truly bestow happiness upon you? I, being younger than he, can offer you everything. I." Just as he was desperately attempting one last struggle, a sharp and resounding slap suddenly echoed, landing squarely on his face, causing him to stagger momentarily. "Ungrateful wretch! What nonsense are you spouting? This is the fiancée of Mr. Jun. By virtue of your lineage, you must address her as Annie. Hurry and do so." Chapter 69. A three-legged interruption. Bai Hao clutched his face, which was throbbing with pain from the recent blow, staring in disbelief at his father. It was the first time he had ever been struck in his life. "Dad, what dad? If you don't call me that, I will no longer recognize you as my son." Bai Zhongyun's tone was resolute. He could see that Junzong clearly cherished the little girl. No wonder he had lingered at the door for so long. If Bai Hao could not let go of his infatuation today, it was likely that the Bai family would face bankruptcy by morning. However, the rebellious Bai Hao had other thoughts. To grovel in front of his goddess was akin to asking for his life. I refuse." With that, he stormed out of the room. "Unfilial son, come back." Bai Zhongyun attempted to chase after him, but he had vanished from sight. This reckless child. At that moment, Jun Guye's gaze turned sharp, his earlier good mood dissipating like mist. His initial cheerfulness stemmed from the girl expressing her affection for him, regardless of its authenticity. At least her words had brought him some solace. Now, with someone else coveting his girl, he was consumed by a violent rage. Bai Zhongyun wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, a gut feeling warning him that what was to come would be beyond his endurance. He had to save himself. He could not allow the legacy of his ancestors to be severed in his generation. Suppressing the fear that lurked deep within, he adopted a tragic posture. Bowing before Jun Guyi and pleading, Junzong, it is our failure in raising that ungrateful child. Rest assured. I will send him abroad tonight to a closed military school, where he will be gone for 3 to 5 years and will certainly not return. He will not disturb this young lady in any way. It was peculiar, despite being over 20 years older than Jun Guyi and technically deserving of the title uncle. He felt utterly diminished in the presence of his younger counterpart's imposing aura. Jun Guyi's cold demeanor remained unchanged, and he merely raised an eyebrow. 3 to 5 years? It was evident that he was displeased with that time frame. Bai Zhongyun, quick to read the room, continued, rest assured, Junzong, time is not an issue. During those 3 years, I will expand our market abroad, ensuring he remains overseas. If he insists on returning, I shall hire bodyguards, no special forces, to shadow him. Should he harbor any intentions of approaching this young lady, I will have the special forces promptly break his 3 legs. 3 legs? Su Wanruo was taken aback, astonished by her father's fierce desire for survival. Nevertheless, it proved effective. Jun Guyi's expression softened considerably, and he responded with a nonchalant as if it were a considerable burden. Yet to Bai Zhongyun, that simple utterance was akin to celestial music, nearly prompting him to kneel in gratitude. Jun Guyi chose to ignore the perspiring Bai Zhongyun, his gaze shifting toward a particular figure, his tone devoid of emotion yet imbued with a hint of warmth. Let us go, I will escort you home. As Su Wanruo adjusted the straps of her backpack, she intended to circumvent him, declaring, no, I will take a taxi back myself. The moment she heard this man's voice, her mind instinctively replayed his earlier, infuriating remarks that made her want to bang her head against a wall. If she were to find herself in the same space as him, it would spell either his demise or her own. At her tender age, not yet in university and far from becoming a celebrated actress, she certainly could not afford to land in prison. Noticing her intent to leave, Jun Guyi surprisingly refrained from obstructing her. Su Wanruo let out a sigh of relief. But before she could walk several meters away, a deep voice resonated. Mr. Bai, this private room has surveillance, correct? Please send me a copy of the footage. Bai Zhongyun promptly responded, yes, I will contact the security office immediately. Su Wanruo, on the brink of departing, found her footsteps abruptly halted, her teeth clenched in frustration. That despicable man. This was a blatant threat directed at her. His desire for the footage was merely to review the words she had spoken, which he would undoubtedly present to her grandfather and parents. At that point, no amount of explanation from her would suffice. Are you threatening me? Su Wanruo turned to glare at him, her expression puffed up like a pufferfish. Jun Guyi, seemingly oblivious to her ire, calmly clarified, threaten you? The Jun and Bai families have a partnership, and understanding each other's business operations is a standard practice. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Bai? Bai Zhongyun, not daring to contradict, nodded fervently. Yes, that's correct. It's only natural that this young lady is unaware of our market. We must review surveillance before signing any contracts. Su Wanruo thought to herself, I trust you lot as far as I can throw you. Though she had never held the position of a CEO, she had acted in numerous workplace dramas and had experienced various corporate environments. At the very least, she was aware that checking surveillance before finalizing a contract was exceedingly rare. Did they truly think her a fool? Jun Guyi cast a disinterested glance her way, urging, Mr. Bai, I am pressed for time. I have a video conference to attend. Please expedite the retrieval of the footage. Understood. I will take care of it immediately, Bai Zhongyun replied. Su Wanruo gritted her teeth. It doesn't need to be that complicated. Just drive me home. Since he was offering to be her chauffeur free of charge, why not take advantage of it? The only awkwardness would be for him, as long as she remained unfazed. Jun Guyi's expression softened somewhat at this. However, just then, his gaze fell upon a small gift box on the table. It was modest in size, elongated, wrapped in the gaudy paper typical of stores, and appeared quite outdated. Recalling the girl's earlier words, happy birthday, the purpose of this gift was painfully obvious. With a flick of his fingers, he approached the box, unwrapped it, and revealed a pen case. Inside lay a silver-gray fountain pen, neither exquisite nor aesthetically pleasing, merely conventional. Yet he desired it. The actions transpired swifter than the consciousness, and by the time one realized, The pen had already been kicked into his suit pocket. He subsequently retrieved the golden pen, glistening with a sheen, which had been used for signing earlier, and tossed it inside. You. Wanruo furrowed her brow upon witnessing this series of events, exclaiming, "That was a birthday gift for Bai Hao." It was one thing to remain silent, but once she spoke, Jun Guye's expression turned icy once more. "Is it for him?" Before Wanruo could even nod in affirmation, a hurried, resounding voice interjected, "Ha! How could my son write? With his level of education, gifting him a pen would be a waste. Mr. Jun, it is best that you keep it. The silver-gray texture of that pen is evidently more suited for you." Wanruo, even Song Chong, who had been silently standing by like a quail, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This skill and flattery is more impressive than his own. Chapter 70. The man in the golden mask. Only Bo Zhongyun cautiously wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, lamenting the tumultuous emotions he felt. He now understood that President Jun cherished the young lady as if she were his very heart. Even the gifts he received were to be kept solely for him, never to be shared with others. Indeed, upon hearing his words, President Jun smiled with satisfaction, remarking, "Look, since President Bo has said so, I have no reason to refute his goodwill." Wanruo interjected, "I merely wish to convey that the pen I gifted is worth 790 in the market, evidently less expensive than yours." She had encountered numerous fine items before and immediately recognized the pen he carelessly tossed into the box to be of considerable value, enough to cover the down payment for a modest apartment. However, Jun Guyi remained unfazed, responding nonchalantly, "Oh, I simply prefer to use a pen that costs 790, not a cent more." Wanruo found herself at a loss for words once more. Was this not a display of foolishness? Choosing to forego the superior for the inferior. Once the figures of the young lady and President Jun faded into the distance, Bo Zhongyun exhaled heavily. Suddenly recalling something, he grasped the arm of the still-present Song Cheng and softly inquired, "Assistant Song, regarding the contract between the Bo and Jun families." He felt a profound uncertainty within himself. Although he had signed the contract earlier, a complication had since arisen. If the Jun family desired to backtrack, the Bo family would hardly stand a chance against them. Before departing, President Jun had not provided a definitive answer, and he dared not press for one. Song Chung maintained his professional smile and reassured Bo Zhongyun, "Rest assured, since President Jun did not declare the contract void, there should be no issues." Upon hearing these words, it was as if he had ingested a miraculous heart-soothing pill, and the weight upon his heart was instantly lifted. "That is good, very good." He was acutely aware of how swiftly he had reacted, managing to pacify his son before President Jun's anger could escalate. Had he hesitated even slightly longer, it was likely that President Jun would have taken action against the entire Bo family. A single slap in exchange for a promising future for the Bo family was indeed worthwhile. As he relaxed, he slumped onto the nearby sofa, his legs trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small box on the table. Upon opening it, he found the golden pen quietly resting within. Even though he had glimpsed it once when President Jun signed, seeing it up close now nearly dazzled him with its radiant exterior. Wait, this pen seems somewhat familiar. Hadn't he seen it before at a grand auction in country, ultimately purchased by a mysterious buyer adorned with a golden mask? The golden hue made a lasting impression. Could it be that the man in the golden mask had acquired it as a gift for President Jun? It seemed plausible. In the car, Wanruo sat in the back seat, clutching her backpack, her eyes fixed intently on the view outside, her back turned entirely towards the man. Jun Guyi displayed no signs of anger, his fingers playfully caressing the gray-cased fountain pen, which seemed to bring him great delight. He gazed at it repeatedly, reluctant to set it aside. February 23rd, the man suddenly declared. Wanruo, taken aback, responded, "What? It's my birthday. I want a birthday gift. At least something worth 791. It was a clear insistence that it must surpass the value of gifts he bestowed upon others. Wanruo furrowed her brow, contemplating the impeccably dressed man before her, her perception of him wavering. The outside world described Jun's family president as decisive, aloof, and possessing fearsome methods, a figure so elevated that no one dared to offend him. Yet, the whimsical, stubborn individual before her seemed an incongruity to that image. Was this truly the president of the Jun family, or had he been swapped out for an impostor? Expressionless, Wanruo retorted, "Your birthday has already passed. Why should I give you a gift? Which university do you aspire to attend?" Wanruo was momentarily stunned. The topic had shifted too abruptly for her to grasp. Once she collected her thoughts, she replied, Jinghua. Jun Guyi, unfazed by her answer, continued to toy with the fountain pen. Let us make a wager. A wager? Su Wanruo narrowed her eyes, curious about his intentions. If you win, I shall gift you a helicopter. If you lose, you will owe me a gift worth 791. What do you say? Su Wanruo bit her lip. Given her current academic standing, gaining admission to Jinghua was undoubtedly within her reach. This bet was clearly set up for him to lose. What was his motive? Or was it possible that he, like his brother, had some sort of mental lapse? Perhaps foolishness ran in the family. Jun Guyi smirked, observing the silent girl. What troubles you? Are you afraid? Or do you lack confidence in your abilities? Su Wanruo recognized his provocation but responded with a sweet smile, agreeing, sure. Regardless of his intentions, with her grandfather backing her, Jun Guyi would not dare to employ force against her. Besides, a helicopter offered freely? Why not seize the opportunity? Her smile, radiant and full of life, resembled the moonlight, the stars, the sun, and the gentle breeze, all converging to create a dazzling spectacle in Jun Guyi's heart. His heart raced uncontrollably. With a slight swallow, he noticed his fingers had slowed in their caress of the pen, consumed by thoughts of, this is worth it. Such a smile warranted more than just one helicopter. He would acquire a fleet for her, allowing her to change them daily without repetition. Unaware of his thoughts, Su Wanruo alighted from the car before reaching the Su family villa, thanking him without waiting for a response before dashing away, her hair billowing in the wind. Jun Guyi could not suppress his laughter. Just wait a little longer. The college entrance examination is approaching. Everything must be postponed until then. Seated in the passenger seat, Song Chen caught sight of the president's smile in the rearview mirror, nearly leaping in shock. How long had it been since the president had smiled like that? If this smile were to be witnessed by the gentleman and the lady, it would surely bring them great joy. However, Su Wanruo is not merely evading Jun Guyi. A significant part of her urgency lies in her desire to return and complete her assignments. It remains uncertain whether teachers across different realms share this tendency. But as examinations approach, they seem to inundate students with an overwhelming barrage of exercises. Can you imagine that just over a 2-day weekend, one could be confronted with more than 20 sheets of paper printed on both sides? At times, she ponders whether educators are truly measuring the quality of their teaching or merely the volume of assignments distributed. It is indeed perplexing. Chapter 71. Can you comprehend the teacher's suffering? Indeed, Bo Zhongyan kept his word. The following day, as Su Wanruo arrived at school, she was met with the news of Bo Hao, the athletic student, abruptly withdrawing to study abroad. He had left in such haste that he hadn't even had the opportunity to retrieve his books from the school. The muscular physical education teacher, who typically exuded vitality, was now weeping profusely on the playground, lamenting the departure of his prized protege, who had yet to blossom under his careful guidance. Perhaps concerned about the negative impact of such an event, the head of the teaching department sat beside him, attempting to console him and urging him not to let this incident tarnish the school's reputation. However, this only intensified the teacher's sorrow, and his heart-wrenching cries echoed into the heavens. For some inexplicable reason, Su Wanruo felt a twinge of guilt within her. Perhaps had Bo Hao stayed, he could have excelled academically and joined the national team, serving his country and shining in his field. Yet due to her, this promising young man was forced to venture across the seas. With a deep sigh, Su Wanruo retrieved a tissue and handed it to the tearful teacher, her heart heavy with remorse. Teacher, please do not be too disheartened. Bo Hao was exceptionally talented in sports, and his departure is indeed regrettable. But you must take care of yourself. If necessary, she would speak to Jun Guyi. After all, ruining a person's future was no trivial matter. The burly physical education teacher was somewhat embarrassed to receive comfort from Su Wanruo, the top student of the senior class, and a likely valedictorian. Thank you, Su. However, who told you that Bo Hao was good at sports? Su Wanruo momentarily faltered. Wasn't he? If he were not, why would the teacher be crying so sorrowfully? The teacher wiped his tears and began to enumerate. Bo Hao often arrived late and left early. He did not dedicate himself to physical education. He was inconsistent, and to summarize, he was quite a mess. To be honest, his departure alleviates some of my burdens. Su Wanruo couldn't help but suppress a smile. The teacher continued. However, while he was here, all the students were afraid of making him wait, so they gathered early. I had fewer troubles calling them. Now that he has gone, how will I manage in the future? Can you fathom my sadness? It is akin to Sun Wukong without his magic staff, or the Supreme Old Lord without his alchemical furnace, or the transformers without their wheels. Su, why have you left? Can you understand the pain of a teacher? Su Wanruo. Thank you. She had become deaf to his words. She shouldn't have intruded with her questions. Wasn't the recruitment of teachers supposed to prioritize seriousness and decorum? What purpose did such a gesture serve? Upon entering the classroom, before she could even take her seat, Jun Lingchuan, in a conspiratorial manner, leaned in and whispered, "Boss, did you hear? Bohao has left, gone abroad. You're aware of that, right?" Su Wanru numbly nodded. Fully aware. Not only was she aware, but she had nearly been overwhelmed by the sound of his weeping. Jun Lingchuan remarked, "Let me tell you, this matter is not as simple as it seems. He didn't leave of his own accord. There's more to it." Su Wanru paused in her motion of picking up a book, gazing at him with disbelief. "You know the inside story? Did your brother tell you?" Jun Lingchuan was momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. "What does this have to do with my brother?" Su Wanru responded. "If it weren't for your brother's words, with his intellect, he wouldn't have been able to deduce it, would he? Oh, then enlighten me. What is the inside scoop?" Jun Lingchuan glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before he spoke. "The truth is, he left because of me. I consulted a fortune teller who performed a rite to make him leave, and astonishingly, it worked. Truly, a fortune teller is extraordinary. Do you know how impressive this fortune teller is? He merely glanced at me and could tell which school I attended. Isn't that remarkable?" Su Wanru replied. "You're wearing the Jinggao school uniform, adorned with the Jinggao emblem. Even a fool could figure that out. This fortune teller is quite something. He charges 700 for a reading for others, but offered me a discount and only charged 500. I even got a card with a limit of 10,000. If you have anything you wish to inquire about, you can use my card." Su Wanru was at a loss for words. "Thank you, but I'll pass. I have more faith in materialism." She suddenly recognized that the Jun family displayed remarkable foresight, allocating nearly all the family shares to his elder brother while leaving him just enough for a comfortable life. Clearly, it was an indication that the family fortune and the brother were both his. Given Jun Lingchuan's line of thinking, without the Jun family's protection, he would have met his demise countless times over. Noticing her gaze upon him, Jun Lingchuan frowned. "Why does your expression resemble my brother's when he looks at me?" Su Wanru replied. "So your brother looks at you like this often?" In truth, she was more curious whether his brother regarded him as a fool. Jun Lingchuan scratched his head, responding, "Yes, just like how you looked at me just now. Perhaps he thinks I am incredibly intelligent, and having such a brother makes him proud, hence he cannot bear to look away." Su Wanru sighed. "Indeed, heaven is fair. It opens one door while sealing all the windows with cement. Please, don't speak to me. You're too distracting." "Oh, I'm hindering your studies?" "Not that, but rather my intelligence." Fortunately, after this little interlude, the following month leading up to the college entrance examination passed without incident. On June 7th, the day of the examination, the weather was overcast. Surprisingly, the most anxious in the Su family was Su Xiao. He had made a point to complete all company tasks 2 days in advance, freeing himself to accompany Su Wanru during the examination. "Ruoruo, have you checked your exam admission ticket? Do you have it with you? Did you bring your pencil case and ID? I wonder if a household registration book is necessary. I'll call your teachers to confirm." He was directly admitted to university back then, bypassing the Gaokao, and with the passage of time, he has forgotten the circumstances surrounding that period. It is said that on the day of the Gaokao, one might forget this or that, and could even require the assistance of traffic police. So he must be prepared to avoid any mishaps. Although, even if his sister were to score 0, it would not matter to them, after all. He could support her for a lifetime. However, such a scenario would severely dampen her enthusiasm, and he despises the thought of seeing her disheartened. Su Xiao took out his phone, ready to make a call, but was promptly stopped by Su Wanru. "Brother, we are all prepared. Lukong has checked us over 20 times. There will be no issues." Chapter 72. The most anxious person during the college entrance examination is brother Su Xiao. Su Xiao furrowed his brows, still feeling uneasy. "Is everything truly all right?" Lukong nodded vigorously from the side, assuring him, "There's absolutely no problem. I've meticulously checked everything against the guidelines. It's all in order." Su Xiao responded with a cold nod. "If any issues arise, you may as well consider an early retirement." Lukong. Su Wanru and Su Lang were taking their exams at the same school, while Su Yingying was assigned to a slightly more distant one. The family chauffeur had taken her ahead, leaving Su Xiao to personally escort Su Wanru and Su Lang. In the car, it was rare for Su Xiao not to engage in work matters. Instead, He pulled out a book and began to peruse it intently. The cover boldly proclaimed, 100 Things Parents Should Do During the College Entrance Examination. Lu Kang had grown accustomed to this, as Su Xiao had nearly worn out the book over the past month. Just then, Su Xiao's expression shifted as he read something that caught his attention, and he spoke in a low, grave tone. The book suggests that parents should present sunflowers to their children after the exams, symbolizing steady progress. Lu Kang, please contact General Manager Yang at the Agricultural Center. Lu Kang, momentarily taken aback, replied, Huh? Contact General Manager Yang? It seems we haven't had any business dealings with him recently. Why reach out now? Immediately, Su Xiao provided the rationale. Well, procure an acre of sunflowers to present to Ruoruo after her exam. Su Wanruo, exasperated, interjected, Brother, isn't that a bit excessive? An entire acre. What on earth would she do with so many sunflowers? Snack on seeds? Su Xiao nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the absurdity. An acre indeed seems extravagant. Let us purchase 6 acres instead, symbolizing smooth progress. Understood. Su Wanruo. The book further stated that it would be best for parents to don red kipayos, signifying a victorious commencement. Su Xiao pressed his lips together, contemplating before instructing. Lu Kang, prepare an outfit for yourself. You will wear it shortly. President, Lu Kang's face reflected his dismay. No one had informed him that being an executive assistant also entailed donning a qipao to accompany the examinee. Moreover, he was to even Su Wanruo's parent. How would he look in such attire? The first rule of workplace decorum, when confronted with tasks beyond one's purview. One must confidently assert a resounding no. Cough, cough. President Su, I don't. Tenfold year-end bonus. All right, President, I shall procure a few outfits right away. One cannot forsake dignity when there is money to be made. Su Wanruo rubbed her temples, envisioning Lu Kang waiting at the door in a qipao. The thought was exasperating. She turned to Su Lang, gently nudging him with her elbow, whispering, You should talk to brother and tell him that no one's family conducts the college entrance examination in such an extravagant manner. Su Lang blinked, replying, I think brother's approach is quite right. I'm indifferent. You just need to perform well. With that, he turned to Lu Kang and instructed, Remember to hold up the banner proclaiming Ruoruo's inevitable victory. Su Wanruo. They have all gone mad. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. Su Wanruo glanced at the screen. It was a call from Jun Lingchuan. As soon as the connection was established, a resounding voice pierced through the clouds, reverberating throughout the carriage. Ah Wu, where are you studying? I'm at the affiliated school. What about you? Can you hear me? Ah Wu. Silence. Su Wanruo interrupted his exuberant exclamations with a sharp tone. This fellow must have been a duck spirit in a past life, brimming with energy and incessantly quacking. I am also at the affiliated school. We are on our way now and should arrive at the school gates in about 10 minutes. Su Wanruo stated coldly. Hey, what a coincidence. We are also en route and should arrive in about 10 minutes as well. Perhaps we might run into each other. Just as Jun Lingchuan was speaking, he suddenly halted in surprise. Ah Wu, I think I see your car. You're riding in a black Rolls-Royce today, right? Su Wanruo glanced out of her phone to confirm, and indeed, there was a black Bentley outside. She then noticed Jun Lingchuan, his tousled hair and entire body protruding from the rear window, waving his hand and shouting, Ah Wu. I'm here. Ah Wu. Su Wanruo felt inexplicably embarrassed. At that moment, a low, slightly magnetic voice echoed from her phone. Jun Lingchuan, sit tight. It's dangerous. Oh, as expected, the figure in the Bentley immediately vanished from view. That voice was Jun Guyi? Was he accompanying Jun Lingchuan for the examination as well? Unquestionably, upon hearing Jun Guyi's voice, her heart skipped a beat. Just then, the driver halted the vehicle and turned to Su Xiao, who was calmly reading in the back seat, saying, Mr. Su, it seems we are caught in traffic. In reality, it was not a traffic jam. The bulkiness of both the Rolls-Royce and the Bentley had coincidentally converged on the same commercial street, blocking each other's path. One would have to retreat to clear the way. Su Xiao glanced ahead and confirmed the situation. The Bentley was firmly obstructing the road, making it impossible for his car to pass. Su Wanruo also observed this scene, blinking her eyes. Then let us backtrack. We can still reach the affiliated school from the road behind. That won't do. Su Wanruo was abruptly interrupted by Su Xiao. When transporting examinees, the vehicle must not reverse. It symbolizes regression, which is inauspicious. Her elder brother, a graduate of a prestigious university, usually adhered to the belief that determination could conquer all. Yet now he seemed to succumb to superstition. Unable to suppress a twitch of her lips, she thought, they could not simply remain in a stalemate. Su Xiao calmly declared, "Drive forward." The driver hesitated, glancing at the narrow gap between the wall and the car, his hands trembling. "But sir, if we force our way through, your car." This vehicle was worth tens of millions. Should it sustain even a minor scratch, he would be unable to compensate for the damage. What's there to fear? I instructed you to drive. Just go ahead. If the car gets scratched, so be it. It's merely a vehicle, Su Xiao asserted. Nothing is more important than my sister. If she falters because of this, I would never forgive myself. As the driver was about to accelerate, a deep voice suddenly resonated from Su Wanruo's phone receiver, urging her to reverse. His tone was faint, to the extent that Su Wanruo struggled to comprehend it fully. Immediately following, a cacophony of cries erupted. "Ah, no. If that happens, I will regress. Brother, I do not wish to go backward. I want to advance just like your elder brother." "Huh, do you think this car is worth that much?" I shall call my grandfather and tell him you are bullying me." Others' brothers charge into battle for their sisters. Yet for your beloved younger brother, you are unwilling to sacrifice even a vehicle. You are a heartless demon. Humph. Well, since I am the demon, I shall freeze the bank card then. No. I agree to reverse. Superstitions are unreliable. In this world, nothing surpasses the goodness of brothers. Children with brothers are like treasures. Chapter 73. The interview. The 2-month intensive preparation proved to be remarkably effective, at least this time. Su Wanruo found the Chinese exam significantly easier than the mock test she had taken upon her arrival. It was a stress-free experience. Within 2.5 hours, she completed the exam in under an hour and a half, utilizing the remaining half hour to review her answers. Satisfied with her work, she submitted her paper half an hour early. The supervising teacher glanced at the clock, somewhat astonished. While it was not uncommon for students to submit their papers early during regular exams, it was rare for students to do so in the crucial college entrance examination, as it bore significant implications for their future. Most students would meticulously double-check their work before feeling secure enough to submit. Moreover, the fact that this young girl had submitted her paper precisely half an hour early was surprising. Adhering to his duty as an educator, he decided to speak up. "Excuse me, student, there are still 30 minutes remaining in the exam. Are you certain you wish to submit your paper? Would you not like to review it once more?" Su Wanruo shook her head, replying, "Thank you, teacher, but I am certain." Seeing her resoluteness, the supervisor refrained from further remarks, simply nodding in agreement. "Very well. Please hand in your draft paper along with the exam paper and answer sheet. Once you have collected your belongings, you may leave." "Thank you, teacher." As she exited the examination hall, Su Wanruo let out a deep sigh of relief. The Chinese exam was finally over, and she felt confident that she had performed well. With the remaining subjects, such as mathematics, she believed she could achieve full marks even with her eyes closed. She felt a profound sense of reassurance. The campus was unusually quiet. Upon her exit, she did not encounter a single other student. It appeared she was indeed the first to submit her paper, which explained the astonished expression on the teacher's face moments ago. However, the instant she reached the entrance, regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have chosen not to submit early. Now it was noon, and the weather had turned clear, with the blazing sun beating down upon the earth. Yet, despite the sunny weather, the entrance of the school was congested with anxious parents waiting eagerly. Among them, she spotted 2 striking figures that were hard to miss. Lu Kong was adorned in a vibrant red lace qipao, holding an umbrella with an air of righteousness, shielding her companion, Su Xiao, from the sun. On the other side, Song Chung was equally eye-catching in a fluorescent green qipao, calmly providing shade for Jun Guyi. The scene was undeniably peculiar. She found herself at a loss for words to describe it. Lu Kong, with her sharp eyes, was the first to notice Su Wanruo approaching the school gate. And with excitement, she exclaimed, "President, look! It's the young lady. She's out." Her voice was loud enough to attract not only Su Zhao's attention, but also that of all the parents at the entrance, including the security personnel on duty, who turned to follow her pointed finger. At that moment, all Su Wanruo could think was, "I should climb over the wall." But before she could even take a step toward the wall, she was suddenly surrounded by a swarm of reporters wielding microphones. "Excuse me, you are the first to exit the examination hall. May we interview you?" Su Wanruo had not anticipated that being the first to exit the examination hall would lead to an interview. She paused momentarily, but almost simultaneously, The muscle memory from her previous life in the presence of reporters awakened within her. She quickly adjusted her expression, nodding with a smile that revealed her 8 pearly teeth. That's fine. Naturally beautiful and exquisite, she exuded an aura of intangible elegance, remaining remarkably composed before the camera, leaving the interviewing journalists momentarily entranced. Noticing that the reporter held the microphone yet remained silent, she blinked and inquired, "Do you have more questions?" "Ahem, my apologies. I was just—" The young reporter felt his ears flush with embarrassment. It was utterly scandalous to be so captivated by a high school girl amidst her college entrance examination. "May I ask, do you find the Chinese language test difficult?" "Not at all," Wanruo replied candidly. "If you were to assign a difficulty rating to this test, what would you consider appropriate?" "If the maximum difficulty is 100, I would rate it at about 10, she stated. The reporter was taken aback. Not only was this young lady strikingly beautiful, but her audacity was equally stunning. Although young, he had been a reporter for several years and had interviewed numerous college entrance examinees, yet none had ever dared to declare the examination questions so simple. "Do you have any message for the examiners?" "For the examiners?" Wanruo pursed her lips, contemplating, before sincerely addressing the camera. "Actually, I would prefer if future reading comprehension questions could refrain from asking about themes or emotional undertones. I believe the authors might simply wish to write as they do." Without any deeper sentiments to explore, the reporter was left speechless. Whose child is this? Her audacity is remarkable. Once the interview concluded, Lu Kong, displaying keen perception, promptly held an umbrella over Wanruo's head and offered her a bottle of refreshing sour plum drink. "Miss, you must be weary. Please have some water to soothe your throat." "Thank you," Wanruo replied as she accepted the drink. At that moment, Junguyi approached with a smile and asked, "How did you fare on the exam?" Before Wanruo could respond, a tall figure stepped in front of him, completely obstructing his view of her. Su Xiao, with a stern expression, said, "Ruo, let us go. We should get into the car. It's cool inside with the air conditioning." Surprised, Wanruo exclaimed, "But sixth brother, we can't leave yet. Shouldn't we wait for him?" Su Xiao wrapped an arm around her protectively, wary of the surrounding parents, and replied coldly, "What are we waiting for? He is neither blind nor unfamiliar with our car." Wanruo felt a warmth in her heart. So, her elder brother had been waiting outside for himself? Just as she entered the car, her peripheral vision caught sight of a nearby Bentley, where Junguyi had also returned to his vehicle. How curious. Was he not waiting for Jun Lingchuan to emerge? In the subsequent examinations, Wanruo consistently emerged as the first to exit the examination hall, leaving the journalists at the entrance unfazed by her promptness. One young reporter even jested quietly. "Had we known that this student would be the first to finish each subject, we could have arranged for her to record all the interview footage in advance, thus sparing ourselves the wait." Wanruo remained silent. The other reporters gazed at her with smiles, their eyes brimming with admiration for the academic prodigy. Yet, one particular figure cast a shadow of discomfort over her, as Wanruo, despite her efforts to conceal her feelings, could not help but sense the palpable hostility emanating from her. Chapter 74. The fourth brother and the fifth brother. A woman clad in a gray lady's suit, adorned with a subtle and pristine makeup, presented an air of elegance and refinement. This woman appeared unfamiliar to me. I could not recall having met her before. Perhaps it was my rather direct gaze that caught her attention, for she soon noticed my scrutiny, flashed a smile, and gracefully approached in her 10-centimeter stiletto heels. "Hello. I am Shonanen, a reporter from Tushio Entertainment. May I have a moment to interview you?" I regarded her with a hint of wariness, my intuition whispering to me that this woman harbored a dislike for me. Yet, I wondered why. I certainly did not recall knowing her, given our age difference. I pondered the source of her animosity. Despite my myriad speculations, the multitude of cameras surrounding us left no room for refusal. I could only smile politely and acquiesce. "Of course." Shenanen's lips parted, revealing a delicate crimson hue as she inquired, "Might I ask why you submitted your papers early in every subject? Is it a testament to your self-assurance? Or do you relish the opportunity to be the first one on camera?" I subtly furrowed my brow, realizing that my initial thoughts about her were indeed accurate. Her first question was laced with a palpable tension, attempting to thrust me into a precarious position. Fortunately, my prior experiences with reporters equipped me with the necessary composure. I replied with a slight smile. The questions were quite straightforward. Naturally, once completed, one would leave early. "Would you prefer I linger in the examination hall to doze off?" Continuing, Shunin probed. So, you are implying that the questions in each subject were quite easy? I nodded affirmatively. Indeed. My assertion was not unfounded. I was merely stating facts, as I had swiftly discerned the answers to those latter science questions, particularly in physics, where I had completed all questions within half an hour. Had it not been for the exam regulations restricting early submission to half an hour, I would have finished even sooner. However, Shunin seemed to interpret my words differently, her gaze tinged with disdain, clearly doubting my claim. So, by your reasoning, you are destined to be the top scorer in the province? There she was, attempting to cast aspersions upon me once more. Yet, I remained unfazed, responding with poise. The results will be released at the end of June. You may find my name on the list then. The palpable tension between us did not go unnoticed by the photographer, who was adjusting his equipment for the shoot. He hastily cleared his throat to signal Shunin to temper her approach. After all, this footage would be aired on the platform, and being overly confrontational was ill-advised, especially considering I was still a student. Nonetheless, my assertive demeanor only further darkened Shunin's expression, were it not for the presence of so many witnesses. She might have thrown down her microphone in frustration. After the photographer's timely reminder, she restrained herself slightly and, after a brief pause, posed a final question that was relatively benign. What are your plans after the college entrance examination? To earn money, I replied candidly. The irony in Shunin's eyes intensified. Are you in dire need of funds? I nodded honestly, yes. The Su family remains oblivious to the impending bankruptcy, and she is in urgent need of accumulating funds. Only by amassing a sufficient amount of money can she ensure a life free from worry for herself and her brother. In a certain sense, she is indeed financially constrained. Shunin, unaware of her internal struggles, gazes at the fair visage of the girl before her, and her previously agitated mood begins to lighten considerably. In dire need of money? So, she is a child of humble means. This makes matters seem much more manageable. In the car, Su Xiao unexpectedly hands Su Wanruo a black card, limitless in its capacity, allowing her to purchase whatever her heart desires. For a moment, Su Wanruo is taken aback, wondering why he would so generously offer her a card. No, big brother, I have been saving the pocket money you usually give me. And I have quite a bit saved up. I don't need the card for now. She believes her words to be quite ordinary, yet they strike Su Xiao's ears with a peculiar sharpness, causing his heart to skip a beat. Was his sister not the same in the past life? Scrimping and saving to send them money? Starving and shivering in the cold, which left her looking emaciated by the time they reunited. Clenching his teeth, he suppresses the bitterness rising within him and forcefully places the card into her hands, stating, "Keep the card. Your brother is wealthy. Spend it freely, without concern for the money. In this life, all financial discrepancies and gaps within the company have been meticulously addressed. The company is not only stable, but also expanding. Thus, his sister shall not endure hardship." Su Lang, witnessing this exchange, seems to recall something as he joins the earnest persuasion. Ruoruo, just take it. It's merely a black card. There is no shame in accepting it. But I hardly spend much money anyway. I probably won't even use the black card. Su Xiao purses his lips and declares, "Then let us set a rule. You must spend 300,000 each month. I see that girls often have a fondness for bags. Buy the entire series of those you like, keep what you desire, and give the rest to the servants." Su Wanruo is utterly astonished. Huh? Is this the extravagant disparity of the upper class? This is quite excessive. Observing her astonishment, Su Xiao feels a pang in his heart. His sister should have been raised in comfort since childhood. It is a failure on his part as an older brother that she has been left to fend for herself. Now reluctant to spend even on worldly possessions. "Take it," he insists. "I will have Lakong monitor the card's expenditure. You must spend more, not less. If you spend even a penny less, the amount for next month will double." Su Wanruo responds with a hesitant, "Okay, perhaps at this moment." Her brother remains unaware of the imminent collapse of the Su family. Had he known, he surely would not be so extravagant. She decides to keep the card, just in case it might serve as a contingency plan if the bankruptcy occurs. Su Xiao, seeing her accept it, cannot help but smile, thinking, how obedient. In the ensuing days, Su Xiao accompanies her during her examinations, leaving many matters at the company unattended. As soon as Su Wanruo completes her tests, he heads directly to the office. The driver escorted Su Lang and Su Wanruo back to the Su family villa. Just as Su Wanruo reached the entrance, she was greeted by the lively sounds of laughter and chatter from within, interspersed with the playful coquetry of Su Yingying. The atmosphere was undeniably vibrant. It seemed that guests had arrived. Noticing that Su Wanruo had suddenly halted her steps, Su Lang, perplexed, maneuvered around her and opened the door. "What is the matter? Why aren't you entering?" he inquired. As the door swung open, the raucous voices inside abruptly ceased. Standing at the threshold, Su Lang widened his eyes in astonishment. "Fourth brother, fifth brother? What brings you back? Were you not occupied with other matters?" Chapter 75. Tumultuous waves at this moment. Su Wanru finally noticed two men seated on the sofa. The man on the left wore frameless golden glasses, with a long chain cascading down to his ears, enhancing his exquisitely shaped jawline, rendering it even more captivating. His smiling eyes regained composure the instant they met hers. If one were to describe the first man as delicate, the one on the right could only be characterized as exquisite. With upward tilting almond-shaped eyes, amber irises, and cherry-red lips, he possessed a perfect golden ratio in his proportions. Resembling a finely crafted doll displayed in a boutique, meticulously sculpted by precision machinery. Su Wanru recognized him. He was Su Lai, a popular young star featured prominently on numerous billboards. The bespectacled gentleman was none other than the fourth brother, Su Yu, currently a researcher at the National Academy. As she assessed them, they were also scrutinizing her. Well, to be precise, it was not merely scrutiny, but rather a reluctant examination. Su Wanru was certain they harbored a strong dislike for her. The elegantly handsome man spoke first, stating, "No matter how busy I am, I must return to see Ying during such a critical time as the college entrance examination. After all, she is our cherished little princess. Lest certain individuals take advantage of the situation." Su Wanru subtly raised an eyebrow. This statement was presumably directed at her, conveying a message. Do not engage in futile disputes over what is beyond reach. In this household, Su Ying would always remain their treasured jewel, an unattainable height for her. A position unshakable despite her utmost efforts. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Su Ying lifted her chin by a centimeter, gazing down at Su Wanru with an air of triumph, as if she had already emerged victorious. "How navi?" Su Wanru discerned the underlying implication in Su Lai's words, and Su Lang naturally caught the subtext as well, his eyes widening in surprise. "Su Lao Wu, what do you mean by that?" He no longer even referred to him as fifth brother. Yet, Su Lai remained unfazed by his threat, leaning back on the sofa with his arms crossed, defiantly meeting his gaze. "It's nothing much. Merely a kind reminder to not mistake a fisheye for a pearl." Su Lang felt a buzzing in his head, and by the time he regained his composure, his hand had already grasped Su Lai's collar, his eyes reddening with anger. "Su Lao Wu, say that again if you dare." Su Lai lazily lifted his gaze, squinting like a noble Persian cat, yet his words carried no warmth. "Even if I were to repeat it 100 times, the eldest lady of the Su family will always be Ying. No one can take her away. You bastard." Without a second thought, Su Lang raised his fist, ready to deliver a lesson, but in the next moment, a large hand clasped around his fist, and a cold voice interjected, "Enough, you two, stop this foolishness." Su Lang's hair bristled as he retorted sharply, "Who is causing trouble? Fourth brother, did you not hear how unpleasant Su Lao Wu's words were? I must teach him a lesson today." Despite having been granted a second chance at life, he remained unable to temper his fiery temperament, igniting at the slightest provocation. Su Yu clenched his fists tightly, casting a disapproving glance at him. As brothers, was it truly necessary to resort to violence over such trivial matters? What kind of behavior is this? You have no idea of Ruoruo's merits. How dare you treat her in such a manner? Su Lang interrupted him, his face flushed with indignation. This retort incited Su Lai's ire. How have we mistreated her? We neither struck nor scolded her. She charged in like a lunatic, and it is we who ought to be voicing our grievances. Su Lao Wu, what is your problem? As the two seemed poised to clash again, Su Yu, exasperated, raised a hand, delivering a sharp rap to both their heads. "Enough. Are you all ignoring my words? If anyone speaks again, I shall promptly call our elder brother." At this proclamation, the two fell silent. The reverence they held for Su Xiao was profound, and should he learn of their brawl, the repercussions would extend far beyond mere admonishment. Noticing that the two had finally settled down, Su Yu turned his attention to Su Wanru, who had been standing quietly to the side. He approached her with a smile, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Su Yu, the fourth sibling. You may address me as fourth brother, just as Ying does." When he smiled, the lenses of his glasses reflected light, obscuring the emotions within his eyes. Nevertheless, Su Wanru sensed that his smile did not reach his depths. It was evident that from the outset, when Su Lai spoke of himself. He had maintained a demeanor of aloofness and did not intervene until Su Lang was truly incensed and on the verge of violence. Even then, he only sought to restrain Su Lang, clearly showing partiality. Such overt behavior left little room for speculation regarding his sentiments towards her. It was clear he harbored no affection. Not one to crave the warmth of another's disdain. She reciprocated his indifference with a hint of distance. "Hello, fourth brother, I am Su Wanruo." Their formal introductions bore the chill of a business negotiation, stiff and detached. At that moment, Su Yingying observed the scene with great delight. Seizing the opportunity to assert her claim, she entwined her arm with Su Yu's, playfully cooing, "Fourth brother, didn't we just agree to watch the new drama that fifth brother is starring in? The time has come." Su Yu was charmed by her playful demeanor. "All right, I shall turn on the television immediately." As he turned to do so, Su Yingying crossed her arms, resembling a triumphant victor, gazing down at Su Wanruo. "Sister, would you care to join us?" Su Wanruo, unfazed by her condescending tone, replied coolly, "No, thank you." After a day of examinations, even with the advantage of her past life's scholarly prowess, she felt a degree of fatigue and longed for a brief respite. Did Su Yingying not feel the same exhaustion? Yet, here she was, performing her little theatrics. However, to Su Yingying, Su Wanruo's refusal appeared as a retreat, only serving to inflate her pride further. What could the protection of sixth brother accomplish against the bond forged through years of companionship with their brothers? Without sixth brother, she still has third brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother. In terms of numbers, they overwhelmingly surpass. Su Wanruo, disinclined to engage with her, calmly approached and pulled the sulking Su Lang, still seated on the sofa, to his feet. "Come on, sixth brother, you've injured your hand. I shall fetch some ointment for you upstairs." Upon her words, Su Lang finally noticed the small cut on his hand, shallow, yet oozing blood. It must have occurred when he had angrily grasped Su Lai, inadvertently scraping it against the array of ornaments adorning him. To his surprise, his sister had noticed it. Instantly, his gloomy mood lightened considerably. Chapter 76. I desire Green, the boy who had just boasted about fighting this, and that now obediently rose to his feet, being led upstairs by the girl. He continued to embellish his own image, proclaiming, "Ruoruo, wasn't I particularly impressive just now? Let me tell you, I've studied Taekwondo. I'm at level 4. "Indeed. Impressive, sixth brother is truly remarkable," she replied. "Of course, if it weren't for me, that old fool Su would still be acting. I would have definitely given him a proper beating, one punch after another, as if he were merely a small chick." Just from the sound of his voice, one could tell that Su Lang was practically soaring with pride at that moment. Hearing these words, Su Lai let out a huff of indignation, feeling utterly disrespected. To think he would dare to claim such prowess, as if he could truly inflict harm. How shameless to boast about being a level 4 in Taekwondo. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his fist coming down heavily on the sofa. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his palm. Opening his hand, he discovered a noticeable gash across his palm, likely sustained during his earlier scuffle with Su Lang. His gaze uncontrollably drifted toward the staircase. But the two figures had already vanished from sight. Beside him, Su Yingying nibbled on fruits prepared by the maid, swinging her legs with a cheerful demeanor as she watched television. Sensing his gaze, she turned to him, a hint of confusion in her eyes as she asked, "Fifth brother, what's wrong?" Su Lai pressed his lips together and clenched his blood-streaked palm, replying, "It's nothing." He dismissed the minor injury. It was hardly worth the trouble of applying medicine. Not everyone was as sensitive as Su Lang, fussing over a mere scratch like a young girl. Humph. Realizing his mood was less than cheerful, Su Yingying blinked and, noticing his seemingly content expression, exclaimed, "Fifth brother, the character you play in this drama looks fantastic. It seems tailor-made for you. Look, even the fans are saying you overshadow Ruoruo by 10 streets. Is that so?" Su Yu replied with a lackluster interest as he glanced at the television. The character he once cherished now appeared utterly dull, leaving him with a heavy feeling in his heart, as though a stone were lodged within. Su Lai stood hesitantly at the door of Su Wanruo's room, deliberating for a long time without knocking. Had he lost his mind? Clearly, his elder brother had instructed the maid to summon them for dinner. Why had he rushed upstairs instead? What was he doing here? What if this scheming new sister perceived him as trying to ingratiate himself? Would Yingying feel uncomfortable? The door to Su Wanruo's room was slightly ajar, and through the crack, he could overhear their conversation. "I don't want this. It's so ugly. I'm a steel man, but this is all I have. So, do you want it or not?" No. How childish. They'll laugh at you. Oh. Then I want to stick it. No, no, no. Stick it. Let us go with that green one. Su Lang gazed at the green band-aid adorned with a kitten design stuck to his hand, filled with disdain. This was far too ugly, diminishing his masculine charm. Su Wanruo was tidying up the cotton swabs and alcohol on the table, rolling her eyes in exasperation. What charm can a mere boy possess? She mused. Try to avoid water for the next few days. If you must wash your hands, use wet wipes instead, she advised. Su Lang nodded, murmuring an acknowledgement. Once everything was in order, Su Wanruo rose and declared, Let us go. Dinner is almost ready. We should head downstairs. Upon hearing this, Su Lang immediately slumped onto the table, sulking, I don't want to go down. My hand still hurts a bit. It's too painful. I can't go down. I'll skip dinner tonight. The mere thought of encountering that foolish Su Laowu was enough to stir his annoyance. Under normal circumstances, he would relish the opportunity to confront him, but with his sister's band-aid adorning his hand, he could not bear the thought of it being removed. Misinterpreting his act, Su Wanruo, upon hearing his cries of pain, assumed he was still in discomfort. Does it still hurt? Come here. Let me blow on it. It will feel better. She offered. In the orphanage, her grandmother had comforted her in the same manner after injections. Whether this method was effective or not, she could hardly recall the pain now. Instead, a gentle sense of happiness lingered in its place. Thus, it was likely effective. Su Lang was taken aback by the unexpected tenderness. His eyes sparkling as he extended his hand towards her. Su Wanruo gently blew on the injured area. Does it feel better now? She inquired. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, he hesitated. It still hurts a little. Su Wanruo lowered her head and blew on it again. Is it better? She asked. Yes, but it still hurts a bit. She playfully tapped the uninjured part of his hand, insisting, Enough of this. Get up and let us go downstairs. All right. Su Lang acquiesced, feeling much reassured by Su Wanruo's comfort. As he opened the door with a smile, he was greeted by a figure blocking the entrance. Upon recognizing the person, his expression darkened immediately. What are you doing here? Su Lai had not anticipated being caught so swiftly. A brief flicker of embarrassment crossed his face. But his training in acting kicked in, and he quickly regained his composure. Big brother asked me to call you. It's time for dinner. Still irked. Su Lang replied coldly, I know. He then turned to Su Wanruo, stating, Ruoruo, let us go downstairs together, his demeanor suggesting he feared leaving her alone with this person. Su Lai regarded them with a cool glance, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Suit yourselves, he remarked, preparing to leave. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tug at his sleeve, followed by a soft voice, Sixth brother, you go ahead. I'll follow fifth brother down in a moment. Su Lang's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at her as though she had betrayed him. What? You, he stammered, pointing at Su Wanruo in shock, akin to a husband catching his wife in an act of infidelity. With a sigh, Su Wanruo found his theatrics excessive. Sixth brother, it will only be a moment, 3 minutes. Perhaps? If I'm not down by then, you can come back for me. Su Lang crossed his arms, resolutely refusing. No way. If you have something to say it in front of me. Su Wanruo twitched her lips, finding his stubbornness rather amusing. Well, how about you start a timer? I assure you, I will appear before you in exactly 3 minutes, all right? Su Lang clenched his teeth, and seeing her determination, he let out a cold snort. Fine, 3 minutes it is. I will start the timer now. He promptly took out his phone and opened the stopwatch, anxious not to delay even a second. Su Wanruo. Chapter 77. Jealousy of the fifth brother. After Su Lang departed, Su Wanruo finally pulled Su Lai into the room and uncapped a bottle of alcohol on the table. Fifth brother, let me apply some medicine for you. Su Lai was taken aback. You? How did you discover it? I haven't even opened my palm. Seemingly sensing his confusion, Su Wanruo explained, I have a keen sensitivity to the scent of blood. I could smell it as soon as you approached. She found it difficult to elucidate this peculiar ability of hers. Fortunately, Su Lai did not press further. After cleaning the blood and disinfecting the wound, just as she reached for a band-aid, Su Lai coldly remarked, I don't want green. His obstinate demeanor resembled that of a child who has spotted a candy with an undesirable flavor. With a sigh, Su Wanruo opened the box of band-aids. Then choose one you like. The box was small, containing an array of band-aids in various colors, red, green, blue, purple, adorned with charming cartoon designs. Noticing his silence, Su Wanruo assumed he disliked them and quickly added, the wound isn't deep. You don't have to use one if you don't want to. Blue. I want the blue one. Su Wanruo replied. Oh. Subsequently, She affixed the blue band-aid featuring a puppy design onto his palm. Su Lai gazed contentedly at the band-aid. He had just counted quickly and noted that there were only 7.5 green cat designs, while his little dog design had 8, half a design more than Su Lang's. Let us go? Su Wanruo tidied up her things and opened the door, unsure if only 3 minutes had passed. However, Su Lai remained rooted in place, his eyes fixed on her, silent yet seemingly harboring a hint of anger. Perplexed, Su Wanruo asked, "What's wrong? I haven't provoked you, have I?" Su Lai raised his hand coldly. "My hand hurts too." You didn't even blow on it for me," Su Wanruo replied. Afraid of wasting time, she stepped forward and perfunctorily blew on it twice. "Is that enough?" Su Lai's expression softened considerably as he tucked his hand back into his pocket, lifting his chin in a haughty manner. How childish. "It's just a trick to fool children. Who would believe that?" Despite his words, the corners of his lips were nearly stretching to the back of his head. Su Wanruo couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She began to question their actual ages. Were they truly adults? 3 years old would seem excessive. Yet, she seemed to realize that not only did she feel no aversion towards Qiao Xingchen, but she also experienced no physiological resistance even when approaching Su Lang or the first time meeting with Su Lai. Could it be that her previous psychological affliction had been cured? Just as Su Wanruo and Su Lai reached the staircase, they unexpectedly encountered Su Lang, who was craning his neck to look up. He glanced at the stopwatch on his phone and snorted, "Humph, 3 minutes and 1.77 seconds, 2 seconds too slow." Su Wanruo was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated he would actually be keeping track of the time. "I was quite quick." Su Lang pursed his lips and generously declared, "All right. I shall forgive you this time." He cast a wary glance at Su Lai, who stood behind her, and leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Did Su Laowu just bully you?" Su Wanruo replied, "No. If he dares to bully you, do let me know. I have plenty of ways to deal with him. I possess numerous photographs of him wetting the bed in his childhood. Just imagine the chaos if I were to share them online. His fans would certainly." Ouch. Su Laowu. A cushion promptly smacked Su Lang on the forehead. Su Lai's ears flushed crimson. His teeth clenched in anger as he retorted, "Stop spreading rumors." "How am I spreading rumors? I have the photos. If you don't believe me, I can find them." With that, he actually reached for his phone to browse through his albums. In a fit of rage, Su Lai leapt up, charging at Su Lang. "Su Laowu, I'm going to settle this with you today?" Noticing the impending clash between the two, Su Wanruo felt a headache creeping in. She suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for her elder brother. Managing to keep 5 younger siblings obedient was no small feat, especially when they were all boys in their rebellious teenage years, easily ignited. Su Xiao, observing the scene of their tussle, furrowed his brow in calm disapproval and instructed Lu Kong, who stood nearby, "Lu Kong, throw these two out. They can return only when they have finished their quarrel." Lu Kong, watching the two young masters now entangled in a hair-pulling contest, he couldn't help but twitch his lips, hesitating for a moment before daring to intervene. In his recollection, boys typically engaged in brawls with fists and chairs, yet these two resorted to hair-pulling and spitting? It seemed rather unmanly. Moreover, their hair-pulling involved delicate gestures. Fortunately, despite their scuffle, they were not foolish. Upon hearing their elder brother's voice, they recognized his displeasure and immediately released their grips, only to glance at the band-aids adorning their hands the very next moment. Thankfully, the band-aids remained intact. Once Su Xiao saw that they had finally calmed down, he spoke, "Ruoruo, this time I've instructed the chef to prepare your favorite garlic lobster. Come and taste if it's to your liking." Su Wanruo cheerfully responded, "All right." Taking her seat next to Su Xiao, he placed the entire platter of lobster before her. The aromatic scent of garlic mingled with a hint of spiciness made one salivate. Su Yingying gazed at the bowl of lobster with a hint of dissatisfaction, biting her lip. Her brother was indeed biased. She wanted some too. Su Yu, sensing her unvoiced thoughts, extended his hand and placed a lobster into her bowl, gently saying, "Yingying, enjoy the lobster." Instantly, the gloom in Su Yingying's heart dissipated as she looked at him in delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, fourth brother, you're so kind." While this side of the table was filled with warmth and joy, the other erupted into another argument. Unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or accidental, Su Lai happened to sit beside Su Wanruo, a position that traditionally belonged to Su Lang. Su Lang immediately grew anxious, banging on the table and demanding he vacate the seat. However, Su Lai sat there with an air of tranquility, resembling a statue of Buddha, pondering why he should vacate his seat simply because he had taken it. Enraged, the individual dragged over a chair and forcefully wedged it between Su Wanruo and Su Lai, demonstrating a resolute determination to claim his spot. Su Wanruo mused, is the feng shui of this place particularly favorable that everyone is so eager to occupy it? With a sigh, she feigned an intention to rise and relinquish this coveted position, only to be restrained by Su Xiao, who firmly pressed her hand down. He then cast a stern glare at Su Lang, who was still attempting to squeeze in, and admonished, Old Six, take a seat elsewhere. Su Lang, indignant, protested, no. This has always been my spot. Why should I yield it? He discerned that Su Lao Wu's intentions were far from innocent. Chapter 78. Xiao Xingchen presents a gift. It is unclear what conversation had transpired between Ruoruo and him earlier, but now, his demeanor suggested he was intent on vying for Ruoruo's affection. A gentleman may be slain, but he cannot be insulted. As the elder brother, why can't he yield to me, his younger sibling? Su Lang exclaimed, his voice thick with indignation. Su Lai simply rolled his eyes at this. Now he claims to be the elder brother? Where was this sentiment when he was clawing and striking at me just moments ago? Respect for the elders and love for the young must begin with the respect for elders. Only then can love for the young be possible, Su Lai retorted, his words devoid of any insincerity. As the irate Su Lang extended his claws towards Su Lai's hair, ready to tug at it once more. Su Xiao frowned and suggested, why don't you switch places with the fourth brother and take a seat beside me? The dining table was rectangular. Su Xiao occupied the main seat, with Su Wanruo and Su Lai on his right, and Su Yu and Su Yingying on his left. Su Yu voiced no objections. He seemed to disregard the earlier scene entirely. Calmly, he stood up. All right, sixth brother, you may sit here. He then turned and took a seat beside Su Yingying. Left with no choice, Su Lang huffed and sat opposite Su Wanruo. Grabbing a lobster, and with a sharp crunch, he bit off its entire head. Much as if he were gnawing at Su Lai's head. Su Lai pretended not to notice, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile as he began to enjoy his meal. It was unclear whether his good mood stemmed from having bested Su Lang or from something else entirely, but he certainly appeared to be in high spirits. Su Yu, with his gaze lowered, focused intently on his food. However, a barely perceptible glint of malice flickered in his eyes. It was no wonder Yingying had called him. Lamenting about being inexplicably bullied, her once doting elder brothers, who had cherished her, now seemed indifferent. Initially, he found this hard to believe, but after observing today, it became clear that this new sister possessed a certain cunning to win over Su Lai, who had held reservations about her. In such a short span of time was indeed a feat worthy of caution. It was no surprise that Yingying found herself at a disadvantage against her. At that moment, a servant hurriedly entered, announcing, Miss, there is someone outside looking for you. Su Wanruo paused, perplexed. Looking for me? It's dark outside. Who would come seeking me at this hour? The servant nodded. Yes, it is a young man, appearing to be around 20, specifically requesting your presence. A young man of about 20? The only one she knew was Jun Guyi. However, if it were truly him, the servant would not be unaware. He would have simply entered without the need for an announcement. Meanwhile, Su Yingying, who had remained silent but was already incensed by Su Lai's turnabout, seized upon this new development with glee. She feigned surprise and remarked, Oh dear sister, is this a friend you've made outside? How popular you are? Unlike me, raised under strict rules, I've never dared to befriend unknown boys. Su Wanruo rolled her eyes, her garlic prawns suddenly transforming into a fragrant green tea shrimp, the aroma wafting through the air. The implication was clear. It was as though she were being chastised for her lack of propriety. Did he mention his name? The servant suddenly recalled and replied. He said his surname is Qiao. Qiao. It is Xiao Xingchen. It is my brother. At this realization, an overwhelming sense of joy surged within her, prompting her to spring up without a thought for the crisp sound of the chair scraping against the floor. And she hurriedly lifted the hem of her nightgown and dashed outside. This left a few people at the dining table staring at each other in astonishment. In truth, Xiao Xingchen had not arrived early. After attending to many matters upon his return to the country, he discovered that his sister had already completed her college entrance examination. A twinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. How could he have missed such an important occasion? He wondered if she would feel upset about his absence. Brother, a melodious and joyful voice shattered the tranquility of the night. Turning around, he beheld a young girl clad in a white cotton linen nightgown, resembling a night spirit, fluttering towards him with radiant wings. In that moment, he felt he had glimpsed a light that belonged to him. The next instant, like a bright moon, she leapt into his embrace, enveloped in a soft and fragrant warmth. "Brother, what brings you here?" Wanruo exclaimed, a mix of surprise and delight in her tone. Ever since they parted at the oath-taking ceremony at school, she had not seen her brother again. Xiao Xingqian affectionately ruffled her hair, sidestepping her question, and instead reproached her gently. "Why did you run so fast? What if you fall?" Though his words were reproachful, his tone was suffused with tenderness. Without a moment's thought, Wanruo replied, "I'm not afraid. You will protect me." Her words fell like stones into a tranquil pond, sending ripples through the air. Xiao Xingqian's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he murmured, "Yes, I will protect you, forever. Only you." His voice was soft, almost lost to the night breeze. And Wanruo, unable to catch his words clearly, instinctively asked, "Brother, what did you just say?" Xiao Xingqian smiled at her clear-eyed gaze. "It's nothing." Wanruo was evidently unconvinced. She had clearly heard him speak. "Ruoruo, I have a graduation gift for you. See if you like it." Perhaps intentionally changing the subject, Xiao Xingqian handed her a carefully wrapped gift box, light and tightly sealed, its contents indiscernible. "What is this?" Wanruo instantly forgot her previous question, turning her curiosity towards the box in her hands. "Open it and see." With great anticipation, Wanruo gently unwrapped the gift box, only to be astonished by the dazzling brilliance within. "Is this a dress?" "It's an evening gown. Since you wish to become an actress, there will surely be many important occasions ahead. It's better to be prepared," Xiao Xingqian explained. He was acutely aware that within the esteemed Su family, a gown befitting the occasion would undoubtedly befit Ruoruo, yet he harbored his own selfish desires. He wished for Ruoruo to don the attire he had gifted her. To be precise, this was an exceptionally opulent evening gown, crafted from the exquisite and invaluable crystal fabric, which shimmered resplendently even in the dimmest of lights. Adorning the garment were lustrous pearls, each one meticulously embroidered, enhancing the gown's gentle elegance. Wanruo was enamored with this evening dress, unable to put it down as she eagerly examined it. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a familiar insignia, K. Each designer, after creating their masterpiece, leaves a discreet signature in a hidden corner of the garment. This serves both to protect their rights and to provide a measure of distinctiveness. Chapter 79. Su Lang. Feeling wronged and jealous in the entire realm of fashion design, the only individual capable of executing such exquisite double-sided embroidery, boldly emblazoning their own mark in the most conspicuous position, is the enigmatic king. This person remains shrouded in mystery. To date, only 4 of his creations have graced the market, yet each has garnered prestigious accolades and been bestowed with exorbitant valuations. Notably, one of his masterpieces, titled Sunlight, has been exceptionally acquired by the National Museum. Were it any other designer, such monumental achievements would undoubtedly lead to a frenzy of wealth accumulation or frequent appearances on various interviews and programs. However, the king remains elusive, producing a new work only after considerable intervals, and no one has yet glimpsed his true visage. Wanruo's fingers trembled slightly as she exclaimed, "Brother, this gown must be quite expensive, right? The Qiao family is merely a humble working-class household. How could we possibly afford such a luxurious dress? No, I refuse it. You must return it." In a flurry, she thrust the garment into his embrace, anxious about the prospect of returning such haute couture, which is typically sold directly by the studio. Xiao Xingqian observed her with amusement, akin to a cat whose fur has been ruffled, as the dress seemed to be a hot potato in her hands. He smiled gently, attempting to reassure her, "Just hold on to it. This gown is not expensive." Wanruo was incredulous. How could that be? This is a creation by King. A mere piece of fabric from his hands could fetch an astronomical price. It cannot possibly be affordable. Seeing her skepticism, Xiao Xingqian sighed. "It's true. When have I ever deceived you? As luck would have it, I am acquainted with someone from King's studio. I could request assistance in acquiring a piece from him." "Acquire a piece?" Wanruo blinked, taken aback. The production rate of King's garments is notoriously low. Could this truly be feasible? Is it really true? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Her voice still held a hint of doubt. Xiao Xingqian chuckled, his eyes sparkling with affection. "Of course, it is genuine." "Well then." Wanruo cradled the gift box, pondering carefully. Perhaps it was not entirely implausible. In her previous life, having been an acclaimed actress, she had encountered numerous prestigious studios, many of which indeed had their share of flawed and unfinished pieces that were either sold at a discount or given away outright. If that were the case, acquiring a dress from the studio staff might not be so far-fetched. However, This gown appeared resplendent and radiant. It was difficult to ascertain any imperfections. On the contrary, it seemed utterly flawless. No wonder King is regarded as a top-tier designer. To the naked eye, this attire appears stunningly beautiful, yet in his eyes, it is deemed a flawed piece. Such is the meticulousness of an artist. All right then, I shall accept it. Thank you, brother. Xiao Xingqian's heart soared with joy at her delight. At that moment, a huffy voice from behind shattered the warmth of the scene. Ruoruo, haven't you finished yet? If you don't come back soon, Su Lao Wu will devour all the shrimp. It was Su Lang. Su Wanruo frowned slightly, glancing at the sudden intruder. What are you doing out here? Su Lang snorted, his entire being reeking of garlic shrimp. What do you mean? What am I doing? You've been out here for quite some time, and as your dear sixth brother, I naturally must come and check on my beloved sister. The emphasis on dear sixth brother and beloved sister was particularly pronounced. He stood on his tiptoes, eyeing Xiao Xingqian in a suspicious manner. His gaze filled with palpable hostility. Each time Ruoruo saw him, she was overjoyed, but he was infuriatingly smug, with a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. Choosing to ignore his animosity, Xiao Xingqian gazed gently at Su Wanruo. Ruoruo, you should go inside. I shall visit you again when I have the time. However, Su Wanruo remained rooted in place, clutching her box, reluctant to part ways with Xiao Xingqian. Are you leaving again? Brother, would you like to come in for a while? She was hesitant to say goodbye so soon. Xiao Xingqian, observing the already snarling Su Lang brimming with unwelcoming hostility, chuckled softly. No, I have matters to attend to. You have my phone number. Feel free to call if you miss me. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Su Lang impatiently shoved her inside. Oh, what do you mean, bud? You've been out here long enough without eating. Aren't you hungry? If you don't hurry back, the shrimp will be gone. By the time Su Wanruo turned around again, Xiao Xingqian had vanished. Brother, he seems rather busy. Upon returning to the villa, she noticed everyone seemed to be waiting for her, particularly the eldest brother, who stood with his arms crossed, a stormy expression on his face. The plate before him completely empty, as if he hadn't eaten at all. When he saw her return, his expression softened for a moment, and he spoke gently. Come and eat something. Su Wanruo obediently nodded. All right. Before her lay a plate filled with shrimp, meticulously peeled and glistening, presenting a mouth-watering sight. Did the eldest brother peel these? A warmth spread through her heart. Thank you, big brother. No sooner had she spoken than Su Lang leapt up from his chair, shouting, That was me who peeled them. Look at my fingers, they're all swollen. Indeed, his outstretched fingers appeared quite red. Feeling a pang of guilt, Su Wanruo quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Thank you, sixth brother. No wonder he had been emanating a scent of garlic earlier. Su Lang pouted angrily, his knife and fork scraping against the plate with a shrill sound. How could you disregard your hard-working elder brother? Only to attribute his efforts to someone else? Is there no justice left? Just as Su Wanruo nearly choked on a piece of shrimp, coughing violently, Su Xiao, who had remained silent until now, timely offered her a glass of warm water, speaking softly, Take your time eating. After Su Wanruo downed an entire glass of water, she felt somewhat better. The disloyal scoundrel that Su Lang had just mentioned. Could it possibly be her? What an unusual metaphor. Moreover, sixth brother. Please refrain from making such comparisons. Xiao Xingqian is my brother, not some ruffian. As soon as these words escaped her lips, it was as though a thorn had pierced Su Lang's heart. He abruptly stood up, his eyes wide with indignation as he glared at her. Look at you defending him. I am your true brother. Su Wanruo blinked, replying, I am not defending anyone. I am merely stating the facts. Chapter 80, Sister. Please do not be upset. Su Wanruo was well aware that in the Su family, both her elder brother and sixth brother treated her with great kindness, and she had never been mistreated. However, she could not allow this to overshadow the sacrifices made by the Qiao family. Though they were her adoptive parents and brothers, they had always regarded her as their own daughter. Even after learning that she was a child of the Su family and being forcibly taken away, they remained despondent. This was a debt of gratitude owed not only by the original owner, but also by her. Although she did not voice these sentiments, Su Xiao, seated beside her, keenly sensed the shift in her emotions and cast a disapproving glance at the oblivious Su Lang. The latter, caught off guard by the glare, fell silent. He did not intend to cause trouble. He was simply feeling a sense of imbalance as his sister, whom he had not even cherished properly, was being claimed by his elder brother, and now others were also vying for her attention. On the sidelines, Su Yingying, who had yet to find an opportunity to speak, clenched her teeth in frustration. She detested the atmosphere, as if everyone revolved around Su Wanruo, cherishing every smile and frown of hers. She felt like an outsider in her own family. She noticed that her fourth brother, seated beside her, had cast several furtive glances at Su Wanruo, and despite his attempts to conceal it, she could see through his pretense. Not to mention their fifth brother, across the table. With a slight smile, Su Yingying broke the silence. Sister, was it the Qiao family brother who came to see you? Su Wanruo replied calmly, yes. What did that have to do with her? Why did she suddenly ask such a question? As anticipated, Su Yingying continued innocently, Sister, is the box in your arms a gift from the Qiao family brother? What is it? You seem to cherish it so much, even holding it while eating. Her words drew the attention of everyone at the dining table to the box in Su Wanruo's embrace. However, Su Wanruo remained unfazed, showing no inclination to open it as she continued to eat calmly. It's merely a graduation gift from my brother. Upon hearing this, Su Yingying's eyes sparkled with interest as she exclaimed, Wow, is it a gift? May I take a look? Su Wanruo truly wished to ignore her. She found her unbearably annoying. Why should she intrude upon the gift meant for her? With a furrowed brow, she coldly declined, no. Immediately, Su Yingying's eyes filled with tears, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. She looked at Su Wanruo with a pitiful expression, Sister, do you dislike me? I genuinely meant no harm. I was merely curious about what a graduation gift looks like. I have never received one myself. I was just envious. If you find it bothersome, I want to look at it. Please don't be angry, it's all my fault. Su Wanruo was utterly amused by this bizarre display. Truly, she was the quintessential embodiment of a classic character from a novel, delivering such shameless lines without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Did she not feel any shame at all? However, she soon realized her grave mistake. Upon hearing Su Yingying's aggrieved remarks, Su Yu's expression darkened, his disapproval evident as he regarded Su Wanruo with a reproachful gaze. Yingying merely wished to take a glance. Is your aggressive demeanor truly amusing? Su Wanruo was taken aback. Aggressive? Who? Me? At that moment, even though he would concede defeat. Not only Su Yu, but even Su Lai, who had recently developed a slight fondness for her, began to defend Su Yingying. It was merely a gift. Yingying does not desire it, just a fleeting glance. Must you be so stingy? Seeing both her brothers rise in her defense emboldened Su Yingying. Her previously teary eyes now brimming with tears. Fourth brother, fifth brother, please do not speak ill of my sister. Perhaps she simply does not wish to share with me. I am accustomed to it. It is of no consequence. Su Wanruo was utterly exasperated. It was her own belongings, and yet, by not allowing them to see, she was somehow in the wrong. Truly, the old adage held true. Those devoid of shame are invincible in this world. At this juncture, Su Lang could no longer remain silent. Rolling up his sleeves, he stood to interject. Are you all out of your minds? That belongs to Ruoruo. If she chooses not to share, then she need not. Whether it be a sister or even the president, it is not an offense to withhold. Although he had felt a twinge of jealousy regarding his sister's closeness to the Qiao family, it did not justify their bullying her in his presence. Su Yu set down his utensils, gracefully wiping his hands with a napkin before addressing Su Lang. Yingying merely wished to take a look. Is it truly such a significant matter? And what if I desire to slap you? Is that also insignificant? Would you allow me to do so? Su Yu's face turned pale. Su Lao Lu, I am your elder brother. Do you now grasp the gravity of the situation? Su Lang rolled his eyes, dismissing his concerns entirely. After all, Ruoruo is still Yingying's sister. How can a sister force her elder sister? Enough. Su Zhao's cold voice interrupted their squabble, his icy gaze sweeping from Su Lang to Su Yu, ultimately resting upon Su Yingying. The intensity of his stare caused Su Yingying to lower her eyes, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment as she inwardly pondered whether her elder brother had discerned something. Retracting his gaze, Su Xiao turned to the already finished Su Wanruo. Ruoruo, you should retire upstairs. I have matters to discuss with them. Su Wanruo blinked, rising promptly. All right. She was more than eager to avoid witnessing Su Yingying's tea ceremony display any longer. However, just as she turned, her phone vibrated in her pocket. A message from Director Yang. Hello, Su. I am Yang Jigua. Our film will commence tomorrow at 8 with a costume fitting and opening ceremony. Please remember to arrive punctually at the film city. Director Yang was indeed a man of his word. He had proclaimed that work would begin post the college entrance examination. And true to his word, it commenced immediately after her final exam. Thus, she realized she would need to set off quite early the following day. As a city was not in close proximity to the film city, and she would require time for makeup as well. Su Wanruo halted her steps and turned to her brother Su Xiao, saying, "Elder brother, I just received a message from Director Yang. We are scheduled to take promotional photos and hold the opening ceremony at the film studio tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. I may need to set off earlier." Su Xiao furrowed his brow, realizing that amidst his recent preoccupations with company affairs and accompanying the college entrance examinations, he had completely overlooked the filming arrangements with Director Yang. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was already 8 in the evening. The drive to the film studio would take at least 4 hours. Moreover, given that Ruoruo had just completed her exams, it was unreasonable for her to head straight to the set without any respite. "I will call Director Yang and request a postponement of 1 day," he declared, reaching for his phone. Su Wanruo quickly interjected, "There's no need for that, brother. Director Yang's schedule must have been meticulously planned, and it wouldn't be fair to keep the entire crew waiting for me. I will go." Chapter 81. Su Yingying's biological parents? Are you not exhausting yourself? Su Xiao gazed at her with concern. However, Su Wanruo merely smiled gently, reassuring him, "It's quite all right. I adore acting. How could I feel fatigued when engaging in something I love?" Seeing her determination and genuine enjoyment, Su Xiao could only nod in agreement. "Very well. But you need not rise early tomorrow. Our family possesses a helicopter, and I shall arrange for it to transport you. It will take no longer than an hour." Su Wanruo was taken aback, realizing this was the privilege of a wealthy family. "Thank you, brother. It would be foolish not to take advantage of the airplane." At this moment, Su Lang, seated at the dining table, heard the news and leaped up in excitement, volunteering, "I will be Ruoruo's assistant." "I see that every major star has an assistant. Our Ruoruo should have one too." This was the perfect excuse for him to remain by his sister's side. Heaven truly favored him. The thought of spending the entire summer accompanying his sister on set, without anyone vying for her attention, brought him immense joy. Absolutely not. Su Xiao poured cold water on his enthusiasm. "Your lack of professionalism will only cause trouble for Ruoruo. I will find her a qualified assistant." Unwilling to concede, Su Lang persisted in persuading Su Xiao, "I can learn." Su Xiao remained unmoved. "By the time you learn, Ruoruo's shoot will be over." "I don't care. I want to go." Standing beside them, holding a box, Su Wanruo took a deep breath and interrupted their conversation. "In truth, I am merely a newcomer. I truly do not require an assistant. I can manage on my own." In her previous life, she had spent years as an actress. Starting from humble beginnings as a minor supporting role, she was well acquainted with the circumstances and processes, and in scenes with minimal dialogue, an assistant was unnecessary. Moreover, as a fledgling actress, arriving with a multitude of assistants would likely leave a poor impression even before filming began. However, Su Xiao was the first to object. "No, an assistant is not solely for your convenience. They are also essential for on-site safety checks. The actor's movements and safety wires must be inspected before filming to prevent any careless mistakes by the crew. If something were to go awry, it would be inexcusable." He would never joke about his sister's safety. Su Wanruo twitched her lips. Her role was in a light, artistic film, devoid of even a stair-climbing scene. Where was the danger in that? Su Lang, slamming his hand on the table in agreement with his brother, chimed in, "Exactly. After all, you work so hard on set. Shouldn't someone be there to serve you tea, fetch you water, or give you a shoulder massage?" Su Wanruo, exasperated, replied, "It's not that exaggerated." What did he think filming was about anyway? But Su Lang stood firm. "Why not? You have no experience in the entertainment industry. When I visited the set to see Su Laowu, I witnessed him walk just a couple of steps, and a whole entourage of assistants fanned him. We cannot lag behind." Su Lai did not anticipate being caught in the crossfire even while reclining. He bared his teeth in a fierce grimace. "Su Laowu, I was filming a winter scene in summer, wearing a fur coat. Are you hoping I'll suffer from heat stroke without a breeze? Stop making excuses. You're simply weak." Su Lang retorted disdainfully. "You." As the two began to bicker once more, mere moments after a brief lull, Su Xiao cast a cold glance in their direction. Instantly, they resembled plucked roosters, deflated. Su Xiao withdrew his gaze and turned to Su Wanruo, his eyes softening with warmth. "Ruoruo, why don't you head upstairs and rest? Make sure to perform well tomorrow. I will handle everything else." His words instilled an inexplicable sense of trust in Su Wanruo. She cherished the feeling of being protected by her family. A gentle smile graced her lips. "All right, thank you, big brother. Please remember to rest early as well." "Of course." As Su Wanruo's footsteps faded and the sound of the upstairs door closing echoed softly, the smile on Su Xiao's face swiftly vanished. replaced by an unmistakable aura of coldness. His long fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, creating a sound akin to a chilling incantation in the stillness of the night. Su Lang was perplexed, wondering why his brother suddenly wished to converse, while he was eager to ascend the stairs and persuade his sister. Nearby, Su Lai and Su Yu idly played with their utensils, waiting with an air of disinterest. Only Su Yingying bit her lip, fingers tightly clutching the hem of her garment. Her heart racing incessantly, she sensed that her brother was upset, though she could not pinpoint why. His earlier gaze had been sharp and warning, tinged with a fierce intensity. Thus, was this conversation intended to address her? Sure enough, after a moment, Su Zhao's fingers gradually stilled, and his lips parted slightly as he inquired, Yingying, how old are you this year? Su Yingying's heart sank, bewildered by her brother's sudden question. She could only reply, 17. Su Xiao continued tapping the table. Time flies. You've been with the Su family for over a decade now. Su Yingying nodded stiffly, acknowledging the truth of his words. She had been adopted from an orphanage by the Su family, her memories from that time somewhat blurred. She only recalled the elegant woman who had immediately recognized her, remarking how her gentle demeanor resembled that of her own daughter. After that, she was brought into the Su household, blessed with loving parents and doting brothers, enjoying a life she had once only dared to dream of. Su Xiao nodded expressionlessly. Do you ever think of your biological parents? Su Yingying was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. What did her brother mean by this? Su Yu and Su Lai exchanged incredulous glances, both exclaiming in unison, Big brother. Su Xiao cast a cold glance at the two of them, his eyes devoid of emotion, yet his tone was resolute. Recently, a couple approached the Su family, claiming to be Yingying's biological parents, seeking to reclaim her. At that time, as it was the crucial period for college entrance exam preparations, I refrained from mentioning it. Now that the examinations have concluded, I wish to hear your perspective. Boom! Su Yingying felt as if her entire mind had been shattered, engulfed in confusion. Biological parents? For all these years, she had lived within the Su household, considering it her true home, and had embraced Su father and Su mother as her own. This was her family. Elder brother, I do not comprehend what you are saying. I have my father and mother. Where could these other biological parents possibly come from? Su Yingying's complexion had already turned somewhat ashen. Chapter 82. Is it worth it? Su Xiao cast a discreet glance at her and continued, When we adopted you, it was my parents and I who handled the adoption procedures. Due to policy constraints, we could only adopt you until you reached adulthood, which is 18. It seems rather coincidental that, as Ruoruo returns, you are also approaching your 18th birthday. Perhaps this is fate at play. However, you need not worry. As siblings, I shall grant you 5% of the dividends of the Su Corporation, ensuring that your later years will be free from financial concerns. Of course, if you wish to work, I can arrange a respectable position for you within the company. At this moment, Su Yingying's complexion grew increasingly pallid, her fingers curled tightly, palms sweating profusely, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. She felt her heart turn to ash, as if the world around her had come crashing down. Was all of this merely a dream? Had her life of princess-like luxury, enjoyed for over a decade, come to such an abrupt end? No, this cannot be. She is the eldest daughter of the Su family, the precious heiress of the Su Corporation. How could she be so easily cast aside? Brother, I refuse to leave. I am a Su by birth, and will remain a Su in death. I do not wish to depart. Su Yingying's panicked eyes brimmed with tears, pleading for understanding. So you protested, brother? Yingying is our sister. We have been together for so long. How can we simply let her go? Who can ascertain the authenticity of that family? What if they mistreat her? Su Lai chimed in urgently. Yes, brother, the adoption contract has merely expired. We can simply renew it. I believe our parents would not want to part with Yingying. Su Xiao remained silent, observing the pale visage of Su Yingying. If this adopted sister were to behave obediently and respectfully, he would have no qualms about caring for her throughout her life, even treating her as a true sibling. However, the reality was far from that. Setting aside the grievances of the past life, in this life, Ruoruo had only recently been acknowledged. Yet Su Yingying had caused trouble for her repeatedly, both overtly and covertly. Luckily, Ruoruo had avoided misfortune thus far, but what of the future? Could she rely on luck to evade danger every time? Tonight, when the Chiao family sought out Ruoruo, she was brimming with excitement and joy, an expression of elation she had never experienced while at the Su household, indicating that deep within her subconscious, a sense of wariness and detachment lingered. He could not deny feeling a pang of sorrow at that moment. Thus, this decision was not solely for Ruoruo. It was also for himself, a means of atoning for his past life. Very well, we shall discuss the specifics once the test results are available. As for our parents, I will personally clarify matters. Let us leave it at that for now. You should all get some rest. With an impassive expression, Su Xiao stood and departed. Disregarding the three behind him, Su Yingying slumped onto the chair, as if all her strength had been drained away, her eyes red and pitiable. Seeing her in such a state, Su Yu felt an overwhelming surge of compassion and reassured her. Yingying, please do not fret. Brother was likely speaking out of anger. He has cared for you deeply in the past and would never truly send you away. I will speak with him again shortly. Su Lai also offered comfort. Indeed, I believe brother is merely trying to frighten us. He is not that kind of person. As the conversation progressed, a hint of uncertainty crept into his demeanor. For the expression on his elder brother's face appeared genuine. Unable to suppress her mounting dread any longer, Su Yingying succumbed to despair, weeping uncontrollably. What should I do? I do not wish to leave, to part ways with all of you. I truly do not want to be abandoned. Despite her usual brazen and domineering attitude, she was still a minor, not yet 18, and no matter how deep her cunning, such a scenario left her with nothing but tears. Upon witnessing her distress, Su Yu and Su Lai were immediately filled with anxiety. Yingying, please do not cry. We are here for you. As long as we stand together, no one can harm you. But will elder brother even listen to you? She sobbed, her voice quivering. Su Lai faltered. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, realizing that it was unlikely for his brother to heed his words. With her sobs intensifying, Su Yu pressed his lips together. Being the eldest, he maintained a semblance of composure amidst the turmoil. We may lack the power to intervene, but there is one person who can. Unable to endure the suspense, Su Lai urged, who is it? At a time like this, do not keep us in the dark. Su Yingying's cries softened, a flicker of hope igniting within her as she gazed at him with reddened eyes. Grandfather's surgery was completed recently. By now, he should be recuperating well enough to return home. Su Lai's eyes brightened instantly. He clapped his hands in excitement. Of course, we may not be able to sway elder brother's decision, but grandfather certainly can. Yingying, quickly call him. Wiping her tears away, Su Yingying nodded fervently, retrieving her phone to dial. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Xingchen had barely taken a few steps when his phone began to vibrate violently in his pocket, displaying an array of peculiar characters on the screen. Upon answering, he was immediately bombarded with a cacophony of curses. Xiao, did you steal my clothes? That was my competition piece, and I haven't even showcased it yet. The relentless shouting left Xiao Xingchen's ears ringing, prompting him to hold the phone further away until the tirade subsided. Yes, it was me, but I did not steal it. I left you money, he replied calmly. The other party, nearly beside himself with rage, kicked the chair with a series of resounding thuds. Money? If you left me cash, then you should have at least shared the password to the card. It better not be empty or contain just a single cent. Ignoring the sarcasm, Xiao Xingchen stated, the password is 091652. Upon entering the password, King S' eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at the screen, which displayed an overwhelming sequence of zeros. Goodness, how much money is this? Are you telling me you transferred all your earnings from the tasks to me? Xiao Xingchen's brow furrowed slightly. Not all of it, but it is quite substantial. Alas, how extravagant of you. This money is earned with your very life. Who is truly worthy of your lavish expenditure on a dress that costs you a significant portion of your fortune? Is it truly worth it? Worth it? Xiao Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. His mind was flooded with the image of Su Wanruo's eyes sparkling with brilliance upon seeing the dress, her smile radiant like the stars. Indeed, it was worth it. How could it not be? At that moment, he felt as though even his life was a small price to pay. Hello, Xiao Xingchen. Are you even listening? Chapter 83. Eliminate the new sect leader. Xiao Xingchen was pulled back to reality, furrowing his brow in annoyance. Do you have something to discuss? If not, I shall hang up. Wait, don't hang up, King hurriedly interjected. I heard from Ruoruo that we have a new sect leader. Who is it? I've heard it's a mere child. Do you think we should take action first? Eliminate her. Xiao Xingchen pursed his lips, remaining silent. Ever since the former leader's demise, the Ghost Gate had been tumultuous. While the various factions appeared calm on the surface, beneath it all, a storm was brewing, with no one willing to submit to another. Setting aside the new leader's capabilities, the mere fact of her youth meant that once she entered the Ghost Gate, they would be reduced to mere remnants in her wake. They certainly would not wade into this murky water. No need, let it be. We have no reason to engage in power struggles. The identity of the new leader holds little significance for us. Qiao Xingqian's voice carried a steadiness and sharpness that belied his youth. King smacked his lips and replied, "True. Although the new leader is young, she wields power with the bracelet in her possession. As long as she does not interfere with our matters, it might be prudent to keep her around to weather the storms." Indeed. King, somewhat apprehensive, added, "Should we give Ruoruo a heads up?" Qiao Xingqian replied, "No need. His simplicity makes him incapable of harboring secrets. The more we tell him, the more likely he is to reveal our plans." King quietly agreed with a nonchalant hum. That fool Ruoruo likely still believed the Ghost Gate was a harmonious brotherhood, when in reality, it had devolved into chaos, with everyone harboring ulterior motives. While others schemed for power and dominance, he was merely focused on ingratiating himself with the new leader. They were clearly on different wavelengths. Whatever he was told would only transform him from a fool into a fool with secrets, of little use beyond that. Standing by the roadside, Qiao Xingqian gazed up at the starry sky and the brightly lit skyscrapers. In that moment, he felt as though he genuinely belonged to this world. Time spent in the Ghost Gate had been so extensive that he could wield a dagger with an impassive face, to the extent that he sometimes forgot he was human and not a machine. "King, do you wish to leave the Ghost Gate?" His voice was barely a whisper, so soft that even on the quiet streets at night, no one took notice. On the other end of the line, there was silence for 3 seconds, followed by a loud crash, as if something had violently struck the ground. Then came King's astonished voice, "You, old Qiao, have you lost your mind? No, you're not crazy. You must be seeking death. Even that fool Ruoruo knows better than to speak such words. How dare you bring it up? Have you forgotten the fate of those who tried to escape? And let us not forget, we still have trackers on us." Qiao Xingqian lowered his gaze, the brilliant lights reflecting in his eyes slowly fading away. "I know. I was merely asking. Not even asking is permissible. No, it's not something to even contemplate." King calmly warned, "Old Zhou, we will never become normal people. You were the one who told me this. Have you forgotten?" Zhou Xingqian pressed his lips together, not having forgotten. From the moment he stepped into the gates of the underworld, he understood this truth. How could he dare to forget? "Since you haven't forgotten, refrain from such statements in the future. Fortunately, it's only me here. If that group of old fellows heard you, how many lives do you think you could afford to lose?" "I understand." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Xingqian felt as though his very soul had been drained of strength. He sat on a stone bench by the roadside, staring blankly at the ground. For them, merely living a normal life was a challenge. What right did he have to embrace his share of moonlight? What right did he have to hold her? The following morning, Su Wanruo successfully redefined her understanding of extravagance. In the backyard of the Su family villa, 2 helicopters were parked on the lawn, with another hovering above, clearly lacking a place to land. Su Wanruo twitched her lips. "Big brother, one is more than sufficient. Is it really necessary to have so many?" However, Su Xiao remained unfazed. "Why wouldn't he it be? You take one, and the other 2 are for luggage." Su Wanruo was once again taken aback. She had been away for just about a month. Was there truly a need to prepare luggage for 2 helicopters? When she witnessed the servants bringing out her luggage, she was left dumbfounded. 7 large suitcases, a grand procession akin to a house move. "Big brother, this is utterly excessive." Su Wanruo was at a loss for words. Surely, he hadn't emptied the house to fill her bags? Seeing her astonishment, Su Xiao felt a pang of bittersweetness. His younger sister, the heiress of the Su family, had never experienced a day of being pampered, and now, what they considered mundane seemed to overwhelm her. He gently tousled her hair, which had been tousled by the wind. His eyes filled with affection. "Ruoruo, it's not an exaggeration at all. You must understand that you are truly one of a kind. Compared to you, everything else pales in significance. Do you understand? Life outside is not the same as at home. Being well prepared ensures you won't suffer. The assistant I selected left last night to get a head start. Once you arrive, just go to the Su family hotel and find her. You can leave everything else to her. You should focus on your acting." As Su Wanruo gazed into the dark circles under Su Xiao's eyes, the words of refusal nearly escaped her lips, but were swallowed back. Her big brother had likely not slept well all night due to his own concerns. "Thank you. Big brother, I understand. But please, could we refrain from such extravagance in the future? I want to try relying on myself." She recognized that her brother's actions stemmed from care, and she felt touched, yet this was not the path she desired. Su Xiao momentarily faltered, not grasping the meaning behind her wish to rely on herself. Was he getting old? Or had the Su family fallen on hard times? Su Wanruo pondered. According to the storyline in the book, The Su family is destined for bankruptcy. If I debut as a member of the Su family, I will undoubtedly encounter numerous obstacles, leading to unnecessary troubles. I aspire to be a hidden gem for the Su family, a pillar of strength after their downfall. Thus, I must refrain from debuting as a member of the Su family. I wish to test my own capabilities and see how far I can go in the entertainment industry, independent of the Su family and my elder brother. Is that possible? Upon hearing this, Su Xiao furrowed his brow in disapproval, exclaiming, "No, I cannot allow that." It is rather amusing. He had tirelessly worked to revitalize the Su group for what purpose? It was solely to ensure that his sister could pursue her aspirations while having his unwavering support. Chapter 84. Concealing identity to enter the entertainment industry. Moreover, he was well aware of the chaotic nature of the entertainment world, where many aspiring stars and young models would go to great lengths to ascend the ranks, and where unscrupulous directors and producers lurked. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. No, absolutely not. His sister, Su Wanruo, need not grow amidst the mire. He could certainly construct a vast realm for her, allowing her to flourish. Su Wanruo sighed softly, fully anticipating her elder brother's refusal. "Brother, please believe in me. Will you?" Su Xiao's brows knitted together in exasperation. This was not merely a matter of trust. She was still young, and the world was far more treacherous than she imagined. He felt it was his duty to protect her. A warmth enveloped Su Wanruo's heart as she discerned her brother's intentions. Indeed, for a sheltered young lady raised in a greenhouse, venturing into the entertainment industry alone was a formidable challenge. Yet, she had not been nurtured in such a manner. She had clawed her way up from the dirt, having encountered the maliciousness of human nature more times than she could count. With a gentle smile, Su Wanruo softly replied, "Brother, I am no longer a child. I can discern right from wrong and recognize who is genuine and who is deceitful. I cannot always remain under your protection, can I?" Su Xiao frowned. "Why not? I wish to protect you until I am 80. Let us see who dares to stop me." Su Wanruo felt a twinge of exasperation. Was this what blind parental love entailed? Taking a deep breath, she bit her lip and employed her secret weapon, grasping his arm with a playful tug. She adopted a childlike demeanor, her tone laced with feigned reproach. "Brother, do you love me?" "Of course," Su Xiao blurted out, nearly willing to offer his very heart to her. "See, you love me, and I love you too. You've worked so hard. I don't want to trouble you with my own aspirations. Just as you love me and wish to protect me, we are family, and you cannot strip me of my love for you. Moreover, acting is my dream. If you intervene, those directors and actors will surely assume I gain my roles solely through the Su family name, thereby undermining my abilities. I believe you wouldn't want that, would you? Look, this time, I didn't rely on you, and I still earned the director's praise. I succeeded, didn't I?" Her charming antics had already softened Su Xiao's resolute heart, though some concerns lingered. Noticing the easing of his expression, Su Wanruo seized the moment to press on. "Brother, don't you wish for others to introduce you as the brother of the illustrious actress Su Wanruo?" Game over. Su Xiao's mental defenses crumbled entirely. He simply could not withstand her charm. "Very well, but there is one thing you must remember. You are the eldest daughter of the Su family, the beloved sister of Su Xiao, the current head of the Su Corporation. No one can bully you. If anyone dares to mistreat you, you shall retaliate without hesitation. Should any problems arise, your elder brother will shield you from all harm. Even if you were to lavish money in the outside world, he would ensure that they are unable to collect it all. In short, you must never compromise your own well-being. Do you understand?" Su Wanruo felt a warm sensation in her heart. She cherished this sense of protection and belonging. "Understood, big brother." Su Xiao couldn't help but let a hint of a smile grace his typically cold visage, softening his demeanor as he affectionately tousled her hair. At that moment, the sound of slippers slapping against the floor echoed from behind. A mocking voice followed shortly after. "Look at Ruoruo, striving on her own, and then there's someone else. A weakling, still relying on big brother's financial support. Humph." Su Lang, clad in pajamas with his hair in disarray, appeared as if he had just awakened. Yet he did not miss the opportunity to sarcastically attack Su Lai, who was dragging a suitcase behind him. Su Lai's expression was a thundercloud, unusually refraining from engaging in verbal sparring with Su Lang. He approached one of the helicopters, tossed his suitcase aboard, and slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Su Wanruo blinked, feeling as though she had sensed a hint of resentment in fifth brother's gaze directed towards her. Did she inadvertently provoke him? She recalled their amiable interaction just yesterday. How could he suddenly be upset after a single night's sleep? Confused, Wanruo inquired. What's wrong with fifth brother? He seems rather displeased. Su Lang scoffed derisively, laced with sarcasm. Ignore him. His maternal uncle has arrived. Wanruo. Su Xiao explained. He is filming in the same studio as you today. If he dares to bully you, call me, and I shall send bodyguards to deal with him. The first rule of the Su family, grievances must be avenged immediately. Wanruo, frightened, quickly waved her hands. No, fifth brother wouldn't bully me. Su Lang narrowed his eyes and began to shout, Sister, don't be afraid. If he bullies you, I'll post his bedwetting photos online. No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Lai flung open the helicopter window and bellowed, Could you keep your disparaging remarks down? I can hear you. Su Lang coldly huffed. That is precisely the point. Su Xiao chose to disregard the bickering between the two, glancing at his watch. All right, it's time to depart. Please exercise caution on the road. Wanruo nodded and took a couple of steps forward before suddenly turning around and leaping into Su Xiao's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. Thank you, big brother. Su Xiao's body stiffened momentarily before he gradually relaxed, enveloping her in his arms. Just as they were savoring this tender moment, Su Lang, filled with envy, stomped his feet and exclaimed, Whoa, you are biased. You only hug big brother. Why not hug me? Confucius once said, one must not show favoritism. Favoritism invites calamity. Wanruo could no longer contain her amusement and let out a soft laugh. She withdrew from her elder brother's embrace and hugged the agitated Su Lang, also expressing her gratitude to the sixth brother. Instantly, Su Lang settled down, his ears turning crimson. Normally quite articulate, he now stumbled over his words, managing to utter only, and in no need to be so polite. Immediately regretting his choice of words, he wondered if it sounded too unfamiliar. By the time he gathered his thoughts, the girl had already sprinted away, waving goodbye to them from afar. Elder brother, sixth brother. Farewell. The roar of the helicopter echoed, fading into the distance. In a room upstairs, a white-clad figure stood by the window, observing the recent events unfold, and let out a cold sneer, his eyes dark with malice. The new sister is indeed quite resourceful. No wonder the elder brother and the sixth brother turned so swiftly. It is no surprise that Ying, who is so obedient, must be sent away. He vowed never to show her any mercy. Chapter 85. The crew has her. But not me in the lounge. Ruoruo sat on the sofa, her expression dark as she engaged in a video game. Her agent, Cui Tianming, paced anxiously around the room. Young master, ancestor, do you realize the magnitude of the repercussions if you refuse to perform after signing the contract? Ruoruo chuckled coldly, skillfully executing a powerful move that knocked her opponent down before responding. Isn't it just a breach of contract penalty? I have the funds. I can pay them off. Regardless, I will not perform in this production, no matter what. Cui Tianming, in a fluster, ran his fingers through his hair and leaned closer, nearly kneeling. Ancestor, this isn't merely about money. We have already reached an agreement with Director Yang. Your sudden withdrawal will severely tarnish our reputation in the industry. You know very well the connections Director Yang has. If he becomes displeased, do you think you can still navigate this circle? Ruoruo scoffed disdainfully. Do you truly believe I am afraid of that? You may not fear it, ancestor, but I certainly do. Cui Tianming replied anxiously. I can't fathom the misfortune that brought me to handle such a troublesome character. He had been captivated by this individual's striking visage, handsome and refined. Clearly the type adored by girls, leading him to sign this talent. As it turned out, his judgment was indeed accurate. Ruoruo debuted at the pinnacle, attracting countless admirers. However, just when he thought he could enjoy a worry-free life under this golden goose, Ruoruo defied all expectations. Firstly, the potential for awards or the quality of roles held no significance for him. What mattered was looking good. If a director could ensure he appeared dashing, Ruoruo would perform for free, forgo any remuneration. Secondly, he was utterly unmanageable, akin to a pig that had bolted from its pen, impossible to contain. Previously, when he witnessed a director and actress in a clandestine affair, Ruoruo had taken to squatting outside their door with a loudspeaker, serenading them with nursery rhymes throughout the night. The director was reportedly taken away by emergency services that evening. Furthermore, there were instances of him confronting haters with alternative accounts, causing chaos at award ceremonies, snoring during events, and insisting on wearing a military coat on the red carpet. Cui Tianming had long since tired of recounting such escapades. Just as Ruoruo returned to the respawn point, she noticed the word failure flashing on the screen, infuriating her. She hurled her phone onto the table. producing a resounding thud. See, I told you that woman I was supposed to act with is a bad omen. I lost the game before she even arrived. Cui Tianming interjected, but you never win at games, do you? Huarong's hair bristled in indignation. You. Fearing her wrath, Cui Tianming quickly conceded. All right. It's my fault. I misspoke. You're a gaming prodigy. With a huff, Huarong finally resembled a cat being stroked, retracting her claws. At least you know your place. Cui Tianming let out a long sigh, settling beside her. Even if you refuse to act, you must provide me with a reason. I need something to explain to Director Yang. Although Huarong has undoubtedly risen to prominence, it remains true that even the most illustrious stars are but fleeting figures, relying on their youth. To maintain lasting success, a transformation is imperative, and the most compelling means of achieving this is through accolades. While Director Yang's films may possess a certain artistic flair, they are predominantly crafted with the intent of securing awards. Once selected, success is virtually assured. And even the most modest performance can yield a Best Participation Award. It begs the question, why has he suddenly changed his stance? Upon hearing this inquiry, Huarong hardly lifted his gaze and responded, because I detest working with those devoid of talent. It would squander my time. He had heard that the actress cast alongside him was chosen from a pool of high school students. What proficiency could a high schooler possibly possess? He was also aware that Su Lai was filming in the same studio. Should he discover that his co-star was an obscure individual, he would undoubtedly resort to discrediting him, which was entirely unacceptable. He could not afford to grant the competition an opportunity to gain followers. After a prolonged silence, Cui Tianming felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. After careful consideration, he could not restrain himself from asking, "Do you believe you possess acting skills?" Despite being Waring's manager, he candidly observed that even the monkeys in the production team exhibited greater talent. Yet, Huarong stood tall and confident. His demeanor so resolute it seemed he was on the verge of joining a political party. My acting skills, he asserted, are more than sufficient to secure a Best Actor award, without exaggeration. Cui Tianming was taken aback. Who instilled this confidence in you? Huarong, oblivious to his incredulity, continued, therefore, my innate talent cannot possibly be squandered alongside a novice lacking in skill. I will not permit them to siphon my essence. I have resolved not to perform. Please inform the director that we shall compensate whatever is necessary. You, never mind. Do as you wish. Cui Tianming sighed in resignation. Realizing this stubborn mule could not be swayed. I will speak with Director Yang, but you must attend tonight's dinner. Make sure to charm him. Do not let him perceive you as a prima donna, understood? Huarong rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the sofa. I understand. Cui Tianming helplessly opened the door and exited. Meanwhile, on the other side, the helicopter carrying Su Wanruo landed directly on the rooftop parking area of the hotel, where a group of impeccably dressed waitstaff awaited her arrival. Upon seeing her descend, they collectively bowed at a 90-degree angle. Welcome, miss. We appreciate your efforts on your journey. Su Wanruo's immediate reaction was one of relief. Thank goodness this is the rooftop, where no one else is present. Otherwise, it would have been utterly mortifying. Is this a scene from some outlandish Mary Sue novel? At that moment, a girl clad in athletic wear approached, appearing to be around 20 years old, exuding a sense of efficiency. Greetings, Mississippi. I am Xiao Tao, the assistant assigned to you by Mr. Su. I will be responsible for your daily needs henceforth. She then promptly signaled to the staff to transport the luggage into the hotel. Miss, the director is ready to commence the photo shoot for the character's look. We should head over now, Xiao Tao remarked. Su Wanruo nodded in agreement. All right. However, I would prefer if you called me by my name or simply Ruoruo. Please refrain from addressing me as Miss. It sounds rather awkward. She genuinely feared that she might, in a moment of folly, exuberantly announce, the Miss has arrived. Swiftly make way. At that point, she would likely wish to vanish on the spot. Xiao Tao felt a bit embarrassed, tugging at the corner of her mouth. But Su Zong mentioned that you are no ordinary artist, and that I must take good care of you. Su Zong's exact words were, if my sister loses even a single strand of hair, you are to pack your things and leave immediately. Chapter 86. Unfathomable Hostility. Su Wanruo took a deep breath. Just listen to me. You are older, so you may call me Ruo. Xiao Tao pursed her lips, hesitated for quite some time, and finally said, then I shall still address you as Sister Ruo. That is fine, Su Wanruo replied. As long as you refrain from calling me Miss. As the two approached the filming location, they could hear Director Yang's furious banging on the table from afar, the sound deafening. What? We are about to start filming, and now you suddenly say we are not? Why didn't you manage this earlier? Beside him stood a slender man wearing glasses. Hunched over as he cautiously attempted to explain, "Director Yang, please don't be angry. We actually quite like this script. If we wouldn't have signed the contract in the first place. It's just, alas, Huarong has suddenly fallen ill, suffering from severe vomiting and diarrhea. We do not wish to delay the entire crew's progress because of one person, so we reluctantly had to make this decision. Rest assured, we will cover all penalties for breach of contract." Director Yang's brows furrowed deeply, clearly skeptical of his words. Vomiting and diarrhea? The last time I saw him half an hour ago, he was energetic and lively. I would like to know what illness could cause such a dramatic change in such a short time. Cui Tianming was rendered speechless in an instant. Yet feeling trapped in his own fabrication, he could not abandon it midway. His mind raced. What illness could cause such symptoms? Perhaps it was food poisoning? Surely it couldn't be a mental disorder? Oh, how exhausting it is to be an agent. He longed to rummage through trash instead, noticing Cui Tianming hesitating and trembling. Unable to utter a word, Yang Jigwa seemed to have guessed something. With a cold snort, he pressed, "Then what is truly going on?" Cui Tianming gritted his teeth and sighed lightly. "Director, the actor you selected to star opposite Huarong, he feels that it may not be a suitable match." Yang Jigwa's voice turned icy. "State your reasons." "You are aware that Huarong is currently on a popularity trajectory. He is easily scrutinized, and if he were to act alongside someone lacking in skill, it could adversely affect his future career. He is merely considering his professional path." Upon hearing this, Yang Jigwa nearly began to doubt himself, his gaze towards Cui Tianming tinged with derision. He was audacious to speak. If it weren't for the fact that Huarong had been specifically chosen by the original author of the adapted work, who publicly stated on Weibo that the character was based on him, he would never have selected such an actor. Now that the cast list for the film had been released, along with all the costume and character design drafts, could he simply refuse to act? Wouldn't all the preparations they had undertaken be in vain? If they had known sooner, there might have been a chance for change, but now, with the media arriving for the filming ceremony today, announcing that they would not film was nothing short of creating trouble for the entire crew, regardless of his current affliction. Be it vomiting or diarrhea, or even a terminal illness, he must muster the strength to complete this film with utmost diligence. "Go, summon him to me at once." Director Yang's fingers trembled with indignation. Cui Tianming found himself in a quandary. It was not that he was unwilling to comply, but rather that he feared the ancestral wrath that might befall him should he disturb Director Yang. Observing the scene before her, Wanruo took a deep breath and approached. "Greeting, Director Yang." As Yang was about to unleash a torrent of invective, he caught sight of her and swallowed the words unspoken, though his expression remained far from pleasant. "Ah, you have arrived," he acknowledged curtly. Wanruo nodded in understanding. She recognized the immense preparation that had gone into the production, and the challenges posed by a sudden cast change, particularly given that this predicament stemmed from her. Therefore, she felt compelled to take action. The name Huarong seemed vaguely familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Observing the furrowed brow of Yang Jigwa, she pressed her lips together and stated directly, "Director Yang, I overheard your earlier conversation. As a novice actress, it is only natural to harbor reservations about me. Allow me to speak with Senior Huarong. After all, one must untie the knot one has tied." Cui Tianming was taken aback by her emotional intelligence and poise, his impression of her significantly improving. "Director, I believe this proposal holds merit." He too wished for Huarong to accept the role, as it would serve as a substantial catalyst for his transition, benefiting all involved. If this young woman could persuade Huarong to continue, it would indeed be a fortuitous outcome. Yet, Yang Jigwa furrowed his brow, hesitating to acquiesce. While the suggestion was feasible, Wanruo was under the protection of the Su and Jun families, with 200 million in investments riding on her. Should she be wronged, and news reached the Su and Jun families, his investments would be in jeopardy. His brow knotted with concern. He expressed, "No, we cannot risk your well-being." Wanruo was taken aback, but before she could inquire about the meaning behind his words, a sudden, playful voice interjected, disrupting the tense atmosphere between them. "Director, are you troubled by Brother Huarong's situation? I can assist, as I have previously worked with him and we share a good rapport." The newcomer was a petite girl with braided hair and porcelain skin, reminiscent of a doll. Behind her stood two assistants, one holding an umbrella and the other burdened with an array of personal items, also clutching a cup stained with lipstick. She exuded an air of affluence and superiority. Wanruo's assistant, Xiao Tao, seemed to notice her scrutiny of the girl's aids and quickly leaned in to whisper, "Sister Ruo, tomorrow I will attend to you in the same manner." Wanruo, startled, waved her hands in protest. No, no, that is far too extravagant. Xiao Tao, however, was resolute. President Su has decreed that while we may lose in stature, we shall not be outdone. We cannot be inferior to them. Wanruo could only sigh inwardly, contemplating the insatiable competitive spirit that had evidently been instilled in her. Director Yang glanced at the girl who had arrived, recognizing her as Xiaoshuang. "Ah, it's you. Since you have acted alongside Huarong, you should certainly be able to engage him in conversation. Please, persuade him." Bai Xiaoshuang beamed brightly, replying, "Of course, Director." As she passed by Wanruo, her eyes narrowed, and an unfriendly aura emanated from her, making it nearly impossible for Wanruo to ignore. Furrowing her brow, Wanruo pondered. It seemed she did not recognize this girl. What could have sparked such hostility? Chapter 87. A slap in the face upon witnessing Bai Xiaoshuang's departure. Wanruo pursed her lips, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately resolved to follow. However, Xiao Tao interjected, her concern evident. "Sister Ru, perhaps you should refrain from going. I've heard that Huarong possesses a rather volatile temperament. I fear for your well-being." Wanruo replied softly, "It's quite all right. I am aware of my own capabilities. Moreover, this matter must be addressed." Her composed demeanor belied her status as a student. Yet, Xiao Tao felt conflicted, and seeing Wanruo's resolute expression, relented. "Very well. I shall accompany you." As the two reached the threshold of Huarong's lounge, an abrupt cacophony startled them, followed by a furious bellow from within. "Get out." Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Bai Xiaoshuang, her eyes reddened and on the verge of tears. A large coffee stain marred her light-colored dress, rendering her appearance both disheveled and pitiful. Observing this scene, Wanruo furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction towards the man named Huarong. To unleash his wrath upon a young girl was a display of utter lack of decorum, particularly for a man of his stature. What an embarrassment! Bai Xiaoshuang, feeling utterly wronged by Huarong's tirade, struggled with her emotions. Having been pampered throughout her life, she had never endured such indignity. Just as tears threatened to spill, she caught sight of Wanruo standing at the door. Gritting her teeth, she stifled her tears. She could not allow herself to weep in front of the woman who had usurped her role. "What are you doing here?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with anger. This cunning woman stood at the threshold, relishing her misfortune. Wanruo disregarded her ire and took a tissue from Xiao Tao, extending it toward Bai Xiaoshuang with a gentle tone. "Here, wipe this." Bai Xiaoshuang, ungrateful, scoffed and turned her head away. "Humph, how phony. I am not crying." Her tone tinged with defiance. Wanruo responded lightly. "I am aware you are not crying. My intention was merely to suggest you might want to clean your dress. It appears to be a limited edition and likely quite costly." Only then did Bai Xiaoshuang notice the stains on her dress, and the tears she had valiantly suppressed began to flow freely. "Whoa, my dress. I fought so hard to obtain it." This gown was her favorite, chosen specifically for today's launch ceremony, intended to dazzle and impress. Now, it lay in ruins. In her turmoil, she forgot the source of the tissue or any past grievances. Hastily snatching it and vigorously attempting to scrub the coffee stains from her dress in a desperate bid for salvation, Wanruo glanced at the closed door, sensing an uncanny intuition that allowed her to perceive the shifts of the person inside. For instance, he was no longer seated on the sofa, but rather pressed against the door, eavesdropping on their conversation. Raising an eyebrow, Wanruo pulled Bai Xiaoshuang behind her and then, with determination, delivered a fierce kick to the door. Bang! Ouch! The two sounds echoed simultaneously. Wanruo raised her eyebrows once more, confirming her intuition. Indeed, this fellow was eavesdropping behind the door. Xiao Tao and Bai Xiaoshuang, who were still tidying their skirts, were momentarily taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment as they almost simultaneously uttered, "You." Calmly, Wanruo patted her slightly wrinkled trousers and elegantly turned to say, "You two wait outside." With that, she stepped inside, forcefully slamming the quaking door shut behind her. The corridor fell into complete silence. Xiao Tao exclaimed, "Sister Ruoruo is too fierce." Bai Xiaoshuang remarked, "She is indeed impressive, but lacks gentleness. Not at all like a woman, humph." In the lounge, Huarong scrambled to his feet, glaring at the woman who had barged in, fuming. "Who are you? Who let you in? Get out. Do you dare to kick my door? Are you looking for trouble?" Yet, The moment his raised fist met the icy gaze of the young woman before him, a sudden deflation coursed through him, and an inexplicable sense of terrifying submission arose within. After a brief pause, he awkwardly lowered his fist, murmuring, "A good man should not fight with a woman." Wanruo stood still, arms crossed, her expression unyielding. As she regarded the brazen figure with pink hair before her, a memory surfaced. This was the same person she had encountered months ago at the school gate, the one who had attempted to pay for a snow cone with a signature, whom she had thought was a fraud. No wonder the name Ruoruo sounded familiar. Ruoruo, meanwhile, scrutinized the striking woman before him, noting her beauty, skin like cream, alluring yet not vulgar, and a commendable figure, though she was a stranger to him. "Who are you?" Wanruo saw no reason to conceal her identity and replied straightforwardly. "I am the actress you were flirting with." Ruoruo reclined leisurely on the sofa. "Oh, then that settles it. I have no desire to act with you." The meaning behind his words was unmistakable, and Wanruo found it impossible to ignore. What was the reason? This was their second encounter. Could it be that he refused to act with her because she hadn't purchased his snow cone at the school gate? Was it an act of retaliation? Yet, it was evident he regarded her with unfamiliarity, clearly not recognizing her. With a languid glance, Ruoruo remarked, "Because I do not act with those lacking talent." This statement left Wanruo momentarily stunned. Lacking talent? Her? In her previous life, she had navigated the entertainment industry and accumulated her share of baseless scandals, associating with wealthy patrons. Throwing tantrums, yet never had her acting skills been called into question. In fact, many directors had jokingly suggested she should be renamed Su Yitiao, as she rarely required multiple takes. Hearing someone assert her inadequacy as an actress was an entirely novel experience. "Have you ever seen me act? How can you claim that I lack talent?" Ruoruo, sprawled on the sofa, now seemed disinterested in her, deftly tapping on his phone while coldly retorting, a man's instinct. Wanruo was left speechless. Observing the rather disheveled appearance of this individual, I did not anticipate such difficulty in communication. If I could assure you that my performance would be flawless, without causing any hindrance, would you then consider continuing your role? Yet, Ruoruo remained fixated on her phone, refusing to lift her gaze. When Ruoruo states her intentions, she is resolute. Her word is her bond. If she declares she will not perform, then she will not, regardless of any external pressures. Wanruo, grinding her teeth, found herself overwhelmed by an urge to strike someone. The original work of this play is based on the character of Ruoruo, and it has garnered significant attention online. Thus, it is imperative that she not be replaced suddenly, as such a decision would undoubtedly yield adverse consequences. Chapter 88. Does your face hurt? As events unfolded to this point, there was no other course of action. So, are you implying that as long as I refrain from performing, you will continue your role in this film? Wanruo inquired with an impassive expression. Without a moment's hesitation, Ruoruo replied, "Indeed." Wanruo responded, "Very well. I shall resign from this role, and I expect you to uphold your word, demonstrating the fundamental integrity expected of an actor, so as not to cause unwarranted losses to the production team." Her voice was soft yet distinctly reached Ruoruo's ears. Ruoruo's fingers paused mid-game, and by the time he regained his senses, the room had long been devoid of the girl's presence. Could it be that she genuinely went to resign? How many would yearn to be chosen by Director Yang? Would she truly relinquish such an opportunity? Or was she merely putting on a fade before me, only to turn and lament to the director? Based on his years of navigating the entertainment industry, the latter scenario seemed far more plausible. The more he pondered, the more it appeared likely, prompting an involuntary chuckle from him. He swiftly tapped his fingers on the phone screen, resulting in an instant blackout. When the screen illuminated again, it displayed the filming location of the production, with Director Yang's expression vividly captured. At that moment, Director Yang's face was flushed with anger, his brows furrowed tightly, radiating an intense aura. Had Ruoruo been present, he was certain a slap would have been delivered long ago. That insufferable individual truly believed the production could not proceed without him? Dream on. You are the actor I personally selected. Who is he to suggest otherwise? I shall confront him and see who dares to challenge my authority. Wanruo anticipated that Director Yang would be enraged, but she did not foresee the extent of his fury. She quickly intervened, soothingly stating, "Director Yang, please temper your anger. This is not the time for emotional outbursts. We must prioritize the greater good." Currently, Ruoruo's role has already been made public online. If we were to suddenly replace him, both his fans and the original work's supporters would undoubtedly oppose it, which would negatively impact our box office, an unwise trade-off. As for the character I am portraying, Meng Meng, it has neither been disclosed nor promoted, so a replacement would not bear significant consequences. Regarding the dance segments, I can serve as a stand-in, while Xiao Shuang can be arranged for the acting, as she possesses prior experience and has collaborated with Ruoruo before, which should pose no issue. Standing beside them, Bai Xiao Shuang gazed in astonishment, incredulously pointing at herself. Me? Su Wanruo smiled and nodded encouragingly. You can perform splendidly. She had previously sensed an unfounded animosity from Bai Xiao Shuang, only to recall that Bai Hao's sister was indeed named Bai Xiao Shuang. It seemed that Bai Hao's grievances towards her stemmed from having taken his sister's role. This realization rendered everything comprehensible. She recalled that Bai Xiao Shuang had once posted a Weibo update online, subtly referencing her. Nevertheless, the audience had shown considerable approval for Bai Xiao Shuang's portrayal of the character Meng Meng. In this light, it seemed feasible for Bai Xiao Shuang to take on the role. Su Wanruo spoke with conviction. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao Shuang turned her head away awkwardly instead of agreeing. She admitted that she had indeed contemplated seizing the role previously and had felt some resentment over not being chosen. Yet now, with Su Wanruo suddenly wishing to relinquish the role to her, she felt no joy whatsoever. Yang Zhigua scratched his bald head in frustration. If only matters were so simple. What would happen to the investment if Su Wanruo departed? That was a staggering 200 million. On one side lay the monetary investment. On the other, the pressure from fans. What a difficult choice. After a prolonged silence, Yang Zhigua gritted his teeth, seemingly making a monumental decision. With a decisive thud on the table, he declared he would terminate the contract. No longer would he accommodate. He was determined to prove that the production could continue without him. Assistant director, contact the previous backup actors and see who is available. Hurry and bring them in. He instructed. The assistant director promptly replied, understood. Su Wanruo was taken aback by Director Yang's unexpected decision, her face reflecting surprise. Director. Yet. He seemed to perceive her thoughts and raised a hand to interrupt her. Do not overthink it. Focus on your own performance. The other matters will be resolved within the crew. After years of directing, he had witnessed directors threatening actors and investors intimidating directors. But never had he encountered an actor threatening a director. Truly, he had spoiled them. Let them criticize. Even negative attention was still attention. And he would not forsake finances merely to avoid reprimand. At this juncture, Ruoruo on the other end of the phone raised an eyebrow, his expression indifferent. Whether he performed or not held little significance for him. It was either he would leave or the woman would, as long as they did not share the stage. He was indifferent to the outcome. Just then, his manager, Cui Tianming, entered the room. Observing Ruoruo lazily sprawled on the sofa engrossed in his phone, he sighed deeply. Well, your wish has been granted. The director just sent word that if you choose not to act, then so be it. The studio will handle the breach of contract matters with them. Ruoruo replied with a nonchalant hum. However, Cui Tianming was still harboring frustration. Pouring a glass of water and handing it to him while admonishing, you see, such a splendid opportunity, such an impressive film production, and even the director is among the elite in the industry. To abandon it is too regrettable. Ruoruo took the glass and sipped leisurely. What is there to regret? If Su Lai outshines me, that would be the real disappointment. He had inquired and discovered that the actor paired with Su Lai was renowned for their exceptional skills. He could not afford to lose, lest he suffer embarrassment. Cui Tianming felt exasperated by his overwhelming competitive spirit. What animosity do you harbor towards Su Lai? Fan disputes are one thing, but this? Indeed, the two individuals bear some resemblance in their public personas, both having risen to fame as popular celebrities. Naturally, there exists a degree of competition regarding resources. However, given their substantial fan bases and prominent standings, any competition between them seems rather trivial. It is perplexing why they continue to clash so vehemently. Ruoruo ground his teeth and coldly remarked, once an enemy, always an enemy. Cui Tianming shrugged and replied, all right. Suit yourself. Ruoruo took a sip of water, glancing at his phone where Director Yang and Su Wanruo were discussing the precautions for the upcoming shoot. It seemed that the director was unlikely to change his mind, and he shrugged again, just as he was about to exit the monitoring page. His gaze inadvertently fell upon something, causing his eyes to widen in shock, as if he had encountered a ghost. With a splutter, he failed to swallow the water in his mouth, which erupted out in a spray, followed by a fit of coughing. Chapter 89. Offending the sect leader Cui Tianming stood beside him, having been splattered with quite a bit of his spittle, and couldn't help but wrinkle his brow in disdain. What are you looking at? Why so agitated? Despite his apparent annoyance, he sincerely offered a comforting pat on his back. With a hint of concern, he warned, I must remind you, as a celebrity, you could be photographed at any moment. You must refrain from browsing inappropriate websites or viewing questionable content. No, cough, cough, cough. Ruoruo desperately expelled the water from his trachea, his eyes fixated on the mobile screen. He seemed unable to believe what he was witnessing. Magnifying the image with his fingers, upon enlarging it, his expression soured further, his face taking on a ghastly gray hue. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, closing them only to reopen them repeatedly, disbelief etched across his features. Impossible, impossible, this cannot be. Seeing Ruoruo in such a state, Cui Tianming felt a sudden pang of anxiety. After all this time, he had never witnessed Ruoruo lose his composure like this. He hastily inquired, What on earth is wrong? Speak to me, we can solve this together. You have the company and me, after all. Ruoruo, trembling, presented a particular image from his phone, his voice quaking, Brother Cui, please help me take a look. Is that woman wearing a bracelet on her wrist? Cui Tianming, examining the surveillance footage on the phone, widened his eyes in astonishment. Where did you obtain this crew surveillance? Ruoruo let out a distressed shout, jumping up and shaking Cui Tianming by the collar, much like a hostage held by a kidnapper, anxiously awaiting confirmation. What are you doing watching surveillance at a time like this? Hurry and look at this bracelet. Dizzy from the shaking, Cui Tianming swiftly extricated himself from Ruoruo's grasp. Stop shaking me. How can I see anything like this? It's exhausting. Just let me look. Ruoruo released his hold, bringing the phone closer, biting his lip, and anxiously awaiting a response. Cui Tianming lowered his gaze to the imagery on the phone, baffled at how Ruoruo had acquired such clear footage of the entire crew. Even the trajectory of a fly's movement was captured vividly. The bracelet Ruoruo mentioned was worn by the actress Wanruo, who had donned a long-sleeved outfit today. As she tossed her hair, her sleeve had slipped, revealing the bracelet on her wrist. It's quite clear. It's just a bracelet, Cui Tianming replied. Ruoruo, undeterred, pressed on. Can you tell me what the bracelet looks like? What kind of pattern does it have? What color is it? Cui Tianming frowned at him, suspicion clouding his eyes. Can't you see for yourself? Is there something wrong with your vision? Oh, just look. Everything before me is a blur, and I am truly terrified. Ruoruo's voice trembled, embodying palpable fear. Cui Tianming furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sudden surge of fear that gripped him. However, upon noticing the pallor of his companion's face and the panic in his demeanor, it was evident that he was truly terrified. He acquiesced to his words. The bracelet is a silvery brown hue, and it appears to be inscribed with some intricate patterns. No, upon closer inspection, it seems to resemble a foreign language? Oh no, it truly is. Upon hearing this, Ruoruo collapsed onto the sofa, his complexion now beyond pale, a mere shadow of its former self. He swallowed hard, a chill creeping into his heart, pervading his very being. The silvery brown bracelet, he had indeed not misjudged. It was the new leader. Yet, something felt amiss. He distinctly remembered encountering the new leader at the entrance of the Jingao. And this individual bore no resemblance to the previous one, who was far less aesthetically pleasing. Could it be that the bracelet had begun to recognize a new master? But that was not plausible. For the bracelet to seek a new owner, the original master must have perished, and even then, the process of recognition was not easily accomplished. There was no way a new master could be acquired in such a short span of time. What could possibly be happening? At this juncture, pondering the bracelet's recognition seemed futile. Survival should take precedence. Cui Tianming observed Ruoruo's fluctuating complexion, his cold sweat, and his incessant head-scratching, prompting him to intervene. Ruoruo, what is wrong with you? Your state is frightening me. With trembling lips and a sheen of cold sweat adorning his forehead, Ruoruo lamented, Brother Cui, I am finished. I may be facing death. Cui Tianming gasped, What is the matter? Do not frighten me. Are you unwell? Shall I call an ambulance? He sprang into action, hastily retrieving his phone to dial for emergency assistance. It was no wonder he had sensed something was amiss. Ruoruo must have been ill, given his fright. The ailment appeared quite grave. Could it possibly be a terminal illness? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Oh no, this was his lifelong cash cow. With a flicker of rationality, Ruoruo quickly restrained him, exclaiming weakly, Brother Cui, the ambulance is of no use. I am not dying from illness, but rather, I am about to be beaten to death. Cui Tianming, unable to comprehend, stammered, What? Who would beat you? What on earth is happening? Ruoruo, In a state of despair, slumped against the sofa, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, resembling a lifeless fish. Despite all his calculations, he had still fallen into the clutches of the new leader. Was this a sign that fate had turned against him? How many had survived after offending the leader? This was an S-class assassination order. Woe is me. He was doomed. He had yet to eliminate Su Lai, nor had he soared to new heights in the entertainment industry with Lao Qiao by his side. To perish like this was utterly unacceptable. Cui Tianming, anxious and agitated, urged him, "Speak quickly. This is driving me mad. Whom have you angered? Shall I assist you in offering an apology?" Huarong turned to him, questioning the efficacy of an apology. Well, Cui Tianming pondered for a moment before responding. Whether an apology holds any weight can only be determined through experience. For boys, an apology may not always suffice. However, if it is a girl you are addressing, she is likely to forgive you upon receiving an apology. How many girls could resist Huarong's handsome visage? Upon hearing his words, Huarong's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. He sprang from the sofa, his expression radiant. "Are you serious? Just an apology, and she would forgive me?" Cui Tianming nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it should not pose a problem." With a snap of his fingers, Huarong declared, "All right, then I shall go and apologize." Chapter 90. Did Su Wanruo chase after Song Zhengyan? At this moment on the set, Su Wanruo's brows furrowed as she beheld the sudden appearance of Su Yingying, experiencing for the first time the profound impact of the phrase haunting presence. What brought her here? Was it merely a figment of her imagination, or did she truly perceive that, upon seeing her, Su Yingying's gaze regained its former haughtiness and imperiousness? Ever since her older brother and sixth brother had altered their attitudes towards her, Su Yingying had refrained from confronting her directly. Now, however, it seemed she had regained her confidence. Did she have some new scheme in mind? With a poised smile, Su Yingying elegantly approached Su Wanruo, resembling a proud peacock. "Sister Wanruo, it has been so long since we last met." Su Wanruo raised an eyebrow. "So long since we last met? Was I conversing with a ghost last night?" Disinterested, she continued to peruse the script in her hands, awaiting her costume change for the official photo shoot. Su Yingying clenched her teeth in frustration. This wretched girl dared to ignore her. Just wait. There would come a time for her to weep. Taking a deep breath to suppress her fury, she feigned a delicate demeanor and said, "Sister Wanruo, why are you ignoring me? I truly wish to be friends with you. Have I upset you in some way?" The insincerity of her words made Su Wanruo feel nauseous. How could she utter such revolting phrases? Although Su Yingying's voice was soft, her pitiful appearance drew the attention of several onlookers. Not wanting to appear as if she were throwing a tantrum, Su Wanruo shot her a glance. "What is it?" With a saccharine smile, Su Yingying blinked innocently. "Oh, Sister Wanruo, you are finally willing to acknowledge me. I thought you disliked me." "Haha, Sister Wanruo, I am playing the fourth female lead, portraying your sister in the drama. May we go over our lines together? I am new to acting and hope you can guide me." Su Wanruo narrowed her eyes as she assessed her. So, Su Yingying had indeed auditioned? That seemed unlikely. Her role was the last to be finalized. Logically, all other roles should have completed auditions already. And Su Yingying was still in class at that time. Where would she have found the opportunity to audition? Ding dong. At that moment, her phone flickered with a message from her older brother. "Ruoruo, Su Yingying has also joined your production team. It was arranged through Grandpa's connections. I couldn't refuse directly. So please be cautious while filming. If she bullies you, let me know, and I will find a solution. You need not worry. I warned her before she left that I would not reveal your identity. Take care of yourself, and once I finish my current matters, I shall visit the set." Upon reading this, Su Wanruo comprehended the situation entirely. No wonder Su Yingying had regained her fighting spirit. She had found a more formidable ally. TSK, tisk, truly. The halo of a beloved character bestowed by the author allows one to escape peril at any moment. After reassuring her elder brother, Su Wanruo put away her phone and raised her gaze to the seemingly fragile Su Yingying before her. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips. Thankfully, her brother had the foresight to warn her, sparing her the trouble of remaining vigilant. "Are you not supposed to be reciting lines with me? Where's your script?" Su Wanruo inquired coolly. Su Yingying's expression stiffened. Oh no, I forgot that I was brought in abruptly without a script from the director." A gentle smile graced Su Wanruo's lips, her eyes sparkling with understanding. "How can you engage with me without a script? Are you relying on mere imagination?" At that moment, Xiao Tao, standing beside her, could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. She had not anticipated that, despite Su Wanruo's bright and amiable demeanor, She could be so sharp-tongued when dealing with a scheming foster daughter. As Su Tao was specifically chosen as an assistant by Mr. Su, she was well aware of Su Yingying's identity. Initially, she had considered taking notes to report back to Mr. Su, but it turned out to be unnecessary, as Wanruo alone could handle the situation with ease. Hearing Xiao Tao's laughter, Su Yingying shot her a venomous glare. Her eyes filled with an intensity that seemed to wish for her demise. Truly, one can discern the character of a master by the behavior of their dog. If the master lacks manners, even the dog may bite indiscriminately. Though Xiao Tao recognized her status, she was unafraid. When met with Su Yingying's glare, she defiantly raised her chin and returned the stare. Mr. Su had only mentioned that she was Wanruo's assistant, not anyone else's. Even if she were truly the daughter of the Su family, Xiao Tao would not be intimidated. Seeing this assistant daring to glare back at her, Su Yingying nearly choked on her indignation. However, she understood that, with so many witnesses present, this was not the time to unleash her fury. Instead, she stomped her foot in frustration, swallowing her anger and forcing a smile. Look at me, forgetting that the director just mentioned he would provide me with the script later. I must have been so eager to see you, Sister Wanruo, that I rushed over to greet you. Could we chat for a moment? Xiao Tao rolled her eyes skyward. Had it not been for the desire to avoid causing trouble for Wanruo, she would have already slapped Su Yingying. In contrast to Xiao Tao's reaction, Su Wanruo remained unfazed, having grown accustomed to such theatrics. What do you wish to discuss? Su Yingying feigned innocence, asking, Sister Wanruo. You attended experimental high school 1 for a time, didn't you? Su Wanruo regarded her expressionlessly, perplexed by the sudden inquiry. The original owner of her identity had indeed studied at experimental high school 1 while still with the Qiao family. And it was only after being brought back to the Su family that she enrolled in Jinghai. Upon entering Jinghai, rumors of cheating had surfaced, with Su Yingying playing a significant role in spreading them. With her prior knowledge of these events, Wanruo was curious about Yingying's motives for bringing it up now. It certainly could not bode well. Noticing Wanruo's silence, Su Yingying raised her voice slightly. Sister Wanruo, is that question difficult to answer? Su Wanruo fixed her with a cold stare. It is not difficult to answer. I did indeed attend experimental high school 1. Oh, what a remarkable coincidence. Su Yingying clapped her hands, her face alight with excitement. That must be it. Just now, Brother Zhengnan mentioned that your name is the same as a junior from school who pursued him. He thought he had made a mistake, but it seems he was correct. It is indeed Sister Wanruo. Despite Su Wanruo's intelligence, her mind struggled to process this information. Who exactly was Brother Zhengnan? Had she ever pursued him? Noticing her silence, Su Yingying quickly intensified her teasing. Oh, Sister Wanruo, you haven't forgotten about Brother Zhengnan, have you? He is filming in the same crew as us, so we'll surely see each other often. Oh dear, isn't that Brother Zhengnan? Let us go greet him. Chapter 91. The dignified Ruoruo following the direction pointed out by Su Yingying. Su Wanruo's gaze fell upon a young man with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, whose handsome and sunny visage was striking. Strangely, she found no recollection of this individual in her mind. Could it be that he was pursued by the original owner of her body? Yet, her memories depicted the original as a timid and feeble girl. Otherwise, she would not have endured bullying from Su Yingying upon returning to the Su family. Such a meek person pursuing a boy seemed implausible. As Song Jing finished changing his clothes, he spotted Su Yingying waving at him from a distance. His eyes brightened, and he hurriedly jogged over, his smile perfectly charming. Miss Su, were you calling for me? With a coy smile, Su Yingying playfully covered her mouth. Oh, Zhengnan Gij, don't be so formal, just call me Yingying. Very well, Yingying Mei, he replied. Although Song Zhengnan was not considered a top-tier star in the entertainment industry and had few notable works, his appealing exterior garnered him ample female admirers and a favorable reputation among the public, marking him as a potential rising star. He had previously endorsed a product from the Su family brand and had met Su Yingying at the product launch, where his agent had mentioned that she was the only daughter of the Su family, beloved by all. He had assumed that such a lofty princess would be beyond his reach, yet today he unexpectedly encountered her on set, and remarkably, she even recognized him. If he could truly win the affection of the young lady from the Su family and marry her, his future would be secured. No, the Su family was a prestigious clan. He wouldn't need a career at all. Even if he lay at home doing nothing, wealth would flow to him endlessly. The more he thought, the more elated he became, and his gaze towards Su Yingying grew increasingly blatant. Su Wanruo observed this scene, raising an eyebrow in disdain. However, at that moment, Su Yingying was so enamored by his flattery that she paid no heed to his gaze. With a delicate smile, she asked, Zhengnan Gij, do you still remember my sister? At the first glance of Su Wanruo, Song Jingnan's eyes gleamed with astonishment. He prided himself on having encountered many beautiful actresses in the industry, yet the girl before him compelled him to marvel. She exuded a youthful, yet subtly mature aura. Her innocence was tinged with an undeniable allure. Such contrasting qualities would captivate any man. Su Wanruo detested the way he appraised her, feeling as though she were being scrutinized, which was revolting. Song Zhengnan smirked and once more donned the professionally trained smile of his agency. Hello, I am Song Zhengnan. Yingying Mei mentioned we attended the same high school. What a coincidence. Su Wanruo furrowed her brow, suppressing her disgust. Hello. Hearing her response, Song Zhengnan became even more animated. You are Su Wanruo, correct? I had a junior also named Su Wanruo who once wrote me a love letter. However, he surveyed Su Wanruo from head to toe and continued, you are far more beautiful than she was. Su Wanruo lightly licked the back of her molars, feeling that her patience had reached a critical threshold, rendering her unable to muster even a polite remark. However, Song Zhengnan remained oblivious, continuing to extol his own charm. Oh, indeed, I was the heartthrob of Experiment 1, receiving countless love letters. Yet I distinctly remember that girl who persistently pursued me for an entire week. Her determination left a lasting impression. Yet, after graduating, I ventured into the entertainment industry, unaware of whatever became of that junior. Su Yingying, observing Song Jingnan's unwavering gaze fixed on Su Wanruo, clenched her teeth in frustration. Yet, recalling her own plans, she forcefully swallowed her anger. One must endure minor grievances to achieve greater ambitions. Suddenly, Su Yingying interjected with feigned surprise. Oh, Sister Wanruo, which year are you? With an impassive expression, Su Wanruo replied, Class of 2020. Song Jingnan's eyes brightened at this revelation. I'm from the class of 2017. The girl who sent me love letters was from the class of 2020. Su Yingying pretended to gasp in astonishment, covering her mouth and exclaiming, oh dear. Sister Wanruo, so you used to have a crush on Brother Zhengnan. At this commotion, whispers began to circulate among the surrounding crowd, clearly identifying her as the focal point. Su Wanruo inwardly mused, so they were waiting for me here. Song Zhengnan felt his cheeks flush. Although he indeed aspired to marry Su Yingying and enter the prestigious Su family, the notion that the stunning Su Wanruo might harbor feelings for him also greatly gratified his male vanity. Casting a glance at Su Yingying, he fancied himself a gentleman and declared, cough, so you are that junior. How fortuitous. However, I must confess, I already have someone I like. I'm truly sorry, but even if you pursue me to the set, I will have to decline. Nonetheless, we can be friends. With a gaze filled with insinuation, he looked at Su Yingying, who bashfully lowered her eyes, appearing very much like a young couple. Su Wanruo felt as if her eyes might roll to the heavens. In this lifetime, no. In all her lifetimes, she had never encountered someone so self-absorbed. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she raised her hand to interrupt his delusions. I believe I must clarify a few points. First, I do not know you, neither in the past nor present. If you wish to pose and preen, you need not do so before me. I have no interest whatsoever. Secondly, my entrance into the entertainment industry is solely due to my passion for acting and has nothing to do with you. Lastly, narcissism is a malady. It requires treatment. Song Jingnan's complexion shifted from green to white, taken aback as this was the first time anyone had dared to confront him so boldly, leaving him momentarily speechless. You. Standing nearby, Xiao Tao had long found the two insufferable, and with a sardonic tone, she seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Oh, look at you. So enraged you've become a work of art. I must say, your skincare is truly remarkable, quite resilient indeed. A burst of laughter erupted from the audience upon hearing her words. Su Yingying never anticipated that without the backing of the Su family, Su Wanruo could still be so brazen and audacious. Gritting her teeth, she forcibly squeezed out a few tears and, as usual, began to lament with practiced ease. Sister Wanruo, how could you speak so of Brother Zhengnan? He has come this time to assist Director Yang. After all, due to the reluctance of Senior Ruoruo to act alongside you, the entire crew is in disarray. Her words nearly pierced Su Wanruo's facade, implying that it was all her fault. Ruoruo's refusal to act with her was a consequence of their goodwill in trying to help. Chapter 92. The flatterer Ruoruo, the protagonist, Ruoruo has publicly resigned from his role due to a distaste for his co-star, a fact that has become common knowledge within the production team. However, it is unprecedented for anyone to openly discuss such matters. Wanruo, with a frosty demeanor, remains unfazed by the sarcastic tone directed at her. "Well, I wish you both the best in securing your roles," she retorts. "After all, I've heard that several people received last-minute calls, so don't celebrate too soon. You wouldn't want to find yourself empty-handed in the end." Song Jingnan's expression darkens, taken aback by the sharp tongue of this girl before him. Sensing his shift in mood, Su Yingying swiftly steps in, playing the role of the protective friend. Her eyes brim with tears as she pleads, "Sister Wanruo, how could you say that about Brother Jungnan?" Su Wanruo furrows her brow, pondering that she has not said anything particularly harsh. Yet, Su Yingying appears utterly aggrieved, her tears flowing like rain on a delicate flower, evoking sympathy not only from Song Jungnan, but also from onlookers who had previously mocked them. This display of emotional manipulation would be considered a masterstroke in any public relations realm. With Su Yingying's defense, Song Jungnan feels a surge of sweetness in his heart, believing that his entry into the upper echelons of society is imminent. Driven by a sense of justice, he positions Su Yingying behind him and confronts Su Wanruo, declaring, "If you have something to say, direct it at me. Bullying a weak girl like Yingying is hardly commendable. No wonder Senior Ruoruo refuses to act alongside you. A newcomer lacking talent and moral integrity like you tarnishes the profession of acting." His words resonate powerfully, as if Su Wanruo had wielded a knife to forcibly separate the loving couple. Xiao Tao, standing behind Su Wanruo, furrows her brow in disbelief. Are these two unhinged? They sought attention first, and now they are the ones casting blame. How can they seize all the good fortune? Suddenly, a voice filled with fury interrupts. "Who are you calling morally deficient? You big black egg." Everyone freezes and turns to see the pink-haired Ruoruo. However, the term big black egg is puzzling. Su Wanruo glances at Song Jungnan, who embodies the type favored by contemporary women, his sun-kissed skin revealing intricate tones. Yet, it is hard to categorize him as a black egg. As expected, Song Jingnan's face darkens further at Ruoruo's words, but he hesitates to confront him, aware of Ruoruo's notoriously fierce fanbase. He grits his teeth and explains, "Senior Ruoruo, we weren't referring to you. Moreover, as a star, it's rather inappropriate to assign nicknames to others." To his surprise, Ruoruo raises his chin and steps forward, placing Su Wanruo protectively behind him. "She is under my protection. If you speak ill of her, you are speaking ill of me." He continues, "And who says I randomly give out nicknames? This is a moniker I have pondered for quite some time." "What? Do you look down upon it?" Song Jungnan, "Is this truly the crux of the matter? How long have you pondered this?" "It is merely a nickname." He cast a furtive glance at Su Yingying, who stood behind him, silently hoping she might interject on his behalf. After all, given the Su family's stature, Su Yingying had no reason to fear Ruoruo. Yet Su Yingying remained passive, her brow furrowed as she regarded the unexpectedly present Ruoruo. It struck her as odd. Was it not said that Ruoruo had a poor relationship with Su Wanruo, one so dire it could lead to withdrawal from the project? So why at this moment? Was he stepping forward to defend her? Not only was Su Yingying puzzled, but even the principal party, Su Wanruo, was equally bewildered. What was this person up to now? She replied coldly, "I apologize, but we are hardly acquainted. If memory serves, just half an hour ago, you were proclaiming that you would withdraw the moment I agreed to perform." A sharp intake of breath rippled through the onlookers upon hearing Su Wanruo's words. It was well known that Ruoruo detested open opposition to his views. Rumor had it that a rookie actor, emboldened by their financial backing, had once brazenly criticized him, only to find Ruoruo unfazed. He promptly went live, exposing the rookie's clandestine affair with a business magnate, complete with evidence he had procured from who knows where, and even graciously shared the information with the magnate's legitimate spouse. The consequences were dire. That rookie had not been seen in the industry since. Such incidents were not isolated. They had occurred multiple times, each concluding with Ruoruo wielding irrefutable evidence like a hammer. Consequently, it became customary for everyone to show Ruoruo a modicum of respect, for he indeed possessed considerable influence and appeared to hold secrets about everyone. In this industry, the greatest fear was exposure, and who among them lacked a few secrets? Su Yingying, understanding Ruoruo's temperament, could not help but smirk with schadenfreude. Su Wanruo, having recently joined the Su family and lacking deep connections within the entertainment world, was surely unaware of Ruoruo's notorious disposition. This promised to be an entertaining spectacle. Yet, To her surprise, the once arrogant tyrant had shed his bravado, now fawning beside Su Wanruo to garner her favor. Sister Wanruo, look at what you're saying. We've met twice now. Surely that makes us acquaintances. Your affairs are my affairs, and mine are still my own. It is I who lack the discernment to recognize your stature. Sister Wanruo, please, show mercy and do not hold this against me, all right? Huarong had lowered himself to the utmost degree, nearly prostrating before her. Witnessing this scene, Su Yingying, who had just been reveling in mockery, could no longer contain her composure. She fixated on Su Wanruo, her eyes brimming with jealousy. What was happening? Was Huarong not supposed to detest Su Wanruo? What had changed? The intensity of her jealousy compelled her to demand, Huarong, did you not withdraw because of Sister Wanruo's departure? You even said, rubbish. Who said I withdrew? Huarong, in a fit of agitation, eagerly sought to interrupt her words to assert his innocence. Sister Ruoruo, you must believe me. I am deeply passionate about this role and immensely pleased to share the stage with you. Anyone who dares to thwart my performance shall incur my wrath. He had finally mustered the courage to declare his intentions before his master. So why was there someone lacking in discernment who dared to disrupt? Should he provoke his master's ire, he would undoubtedly eliminate the meddlesome fool before the order for his own pursuit could be issued. A genuine elimination. The kind that involves skinning and flaying. Humph. Chapter 93. The director's visit. Perhaps the commotion had become excessively lively, for Director Yang, overwhelmed and flustered, had taken notice of the scene. Striding over with a script in hand, he inquired with a fierce demeanor, what is going on here? Is there a monkey performing inside? Has the crew tidied up the set? Are all the equipment and actors ready? What are you all doing here if nothing has been accomplished? Upon witnessing the director's fury, the onlookers, who had been peering curiously, scattered in an instant. Amidst their departure, Yang Jigua's gaze fell upon a figure at the center, a young woman with striking pink hair, and his expression darkened. What brings you here? Hurry up and pack your things and leave. His irritation was palpable, especially with this person daring to linger under his watchful eye. Huarong, however, merely chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the director's anger, and brazenly approached. Director Yang. I've come to act, haven't I? Act. Yang Jigua scoffed. Our humble production cannot accommodate your grand presence. While I remain calm, I suggest you depart immediately. Undeterred, Huarong continued to advance, insisting, there is plenty of room for me. You see, director, allow me to explain. With arms crossed, Yang observed him coldly, curious to hear what this young man would concoct. Huarong proceeded to pour forth his heart, employing every ounce of his theatrical skill. Director, you may not know, but I have harbored a dream since childhood, to star in a globally renowned film. One that even an elderly person of 180 years and an 8-month-old embryo would applaud. Alas, fate has been unkind. I have waited over 20 years without seeing such a film. Just when I believed my dream was unattainable, your script appeared before me like a bolt from the blue. At first, I dismissed it, but upon a brief glance, I was astounded. What a masterpiece. What a monumental work that shakes the heavens and moves the spirits. How could I not act in it, betraying the very earth that nurtured me, the dedication of Director Yang, and the esteemed television networks? Therefore, I must act. It is imperative that I act. If I do not, the performing arts in our country will regress by 20 years, a terrifying prospect indeed. As a renowned director in our nation, surely you would not wish for such a calamity to occur. Yang Jigua was momentarily taken aback, indeed. He had never anticipated such eloquence from Huarong. The audacity of claiming a 20-year regression in the arts was remarkable. Who granted him such confidence? Nonetheless, if he truly resolved to perform, it would alleviate numerous burdens and pressures of public scrutiny. Yet, given Huarong's history of indecision, he remained skeptical. Are you certain you wish to proceed? You want to change your mind again? With a grand gesture, Huarong declared, absolutely not, director. To demonstrate my unwavering loyalty, I have decided to forego my remuneration entirely. Though the words were directed at Director Yang, his unwavering gaze fixed upon Su Wanruo, seemingly pledging his loyalty to her. Yang Jigua raised an eyebrow and declared, let me make it clear from the outset, I will not be replacing the role of Meng Meng. So do not entertain any misguided notions. If he dares to suggest not performing alongside Su Wanruo, I will have security escort him out immediately. Huarong clapped his hands excitedly, exclaiming, I wholeheartedly agree. Meng Meng must not be replaced. If anyone dares to change that, I will fight them. Yang Jigua scrutinized him, uncertain of his intentions, yet resolved to trust him once more. Very well, off you go to makeup. The assistant director observed Huarong, with his flamboyant pink hair, scurrying away as if fearing an interception, and furrowed his brow, expressing doubt. Director Yang, are you certain about allowing him to continue in the role? Yang Zhiguo replied curtly. I will give him one more chance. If he causes any further trouble, I will personally break his legs. The assistant director hesitated, murmuring softly, but we have just contacted those male actors with availability. Some have already arrived. If we change our minds now, it may not reflect well on us. Yang Zhiguo frowned, realizing he had overlooked this detail. Never mind, there are still a few supporting roles unassigned in the script. Inquire if they are willing to perform. If not, collect their contact information for future consideration. The assistant director nodded, accepting this course of action. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something important and hurriedly stated, by the way, Director Yang, assistant to President Jun called to inform that President Jun will be visiting the set later today. Yang Zhiguo frowned, momentarily at a loss for who he meant. Who? Which President Jun? The President Jun of Jun Group, the assistant director clarified. Yang Zhiguo finally understood. Recalling the investor who had pledged 100 million. Has he been informed of our crew? It seems we have no artist from Jun Group, do we? Actually, we do. The assistant director quickly replied. Song Zhengnan, who was called back, is an artist under Jun Group. His career has been thriving these past few years. So it is likely that President Jun is coming to check on him. Realizing this, Yang Zhiguo understood that they could not afford to let Song Zhengnan leave. Coordinate with Song Zhengnan's team and find out which role they are interested in. We must make adjustments to ensure he stays. The assistant director nodded, understood. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Song Zhengnan learned that President Jun would be visiting, he felt a surge of joy, repeatedly asking in disbelief, really? Did President Jun truly say that? Is Mr. Jun truly coming to observe my rehearsal? The assistant director maintained a smile, affirming that indeed, Mr. Jun had stated as much. Song Zhengnan, brimming with excitement, clenched his fist. Had there not been others present, he would surely have leaped for joy. Fortune favors the diligent. And after tirelessly dedicating himself to his craft for so long, he finally caught Mr. Jun's attention. It is rumored that the current leader of Jun Group is contemplating a shift in direction, and with Mr. Jun's unexpected visit at this pivotal moment, could it be an unspoken acknowledgement that he is to be the next in line for leadership? He must seize this opportunity and perform exceptionally well. Chapter 94. I want to honor Sister Ruoruo after the cast's costume fitting and the entire crew's commencement ceremony. Time had grown late. According to the previous plan, there was no need to rush the shooting schedule that day. Yang Zhiguo intended to allow the actors to return to their hotel for some rest, with plans to gather for dinner later. However, Song Zhengnan approached him, earnestly requesting that they commence regular filming that very day. Yang Zhiguo was taken aback by his enthusiasm. Aren't you tired? Don't you need to rest? With his head held high and a spirited demeanor, Song Zhengnan replied, Director, I am not fatigued. The daily expenses for our crew are significant. Each additional day with this equipment and venue incurs more costs. To economize for the team, I am ready to start filming immediately. His diligent and earnest attitude filled Yang Zhiguo with appreciation, causing him to regard Song Zhengnan with a newfound admiration. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. I will inform the crew to notify all actors that we will commence official filming today. Upon hearing this, Song Zhengnan beamed and declared, Thank you, Director. I will give my utmost effort. After Yang left, Song Zhengnan excitedly clenched his fist. Wonderful. The director has agreed to start shooting today, which gives me a chance to showcase my talents before Mr. Jun. I must seize this opportunity and ensure that Mr. Jun sees me in a new light. When Ruoruo received this news, had it not been for his foresight manager, Cui Tianming, who restrained him in advance, he would have leaped up in joy. Despite being held back, he could not help but curse under his breath. What is wrong with that big black egg? Does he truly have such a passion for acting? The director has called for a break, yet he pretends to be some exemplary actor. Should we present him with a certificate? Cui Tianming quickly covered his mouth, exclaiming, Please keep your voice down. We are surrounded by people. It would be quite inappropriate if they overheard you. Ruoruo pushed his hand away and defiantly shouted, I refuse to lower my voice. I wanted to know how I feel. Ridiculous? Am I afraid of him? Seated beside him, Wanruo was so disturbed by his outburst that she expressed her irritation. Ruoruo, your loudness is disrupting my ability to focus on the script. Is this person truly an actor? So arrogant and ill-tempered. It is indeed miraculous that he has not faced dire consequences. As soon as her words fell, the once boastful Ruoruo instantly deflated, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Fine, I won't shout anymore. Cui Tianming rubbed his eyes vigorously, struggling to believe the unfamiliar persona before him. Is this truly the artist he has guided for 3 years? The very same individual who would retort tenfold to a single remark? The one who feared neither heaven nor earth? After much contemplation, he leaned in closer to Ruoruo's ear, uncertainly asking, Did you commit murder in her presence? Ruoruo rolled his eyes, retorting, Would I allow anyone to witness me committing murder? Absurd. Are you questioning my abilities? Cui Tianming automatically reduced his statement to a mere jest, one he never took seriously. Why do you listen to her so attentively? He pondered. Just a short while ago, he had adamantly refused to act alongside this girl, yet now, he clung to her like a shadow. Ruoruo, with her aloof demeanor, raised her chin haughtily and replied, You are not worthy of knowing. Cui Tianming remained silent. Su Wanruo, having overheard their exchange, paused in her perusal of the script. Observing Ruoruo, who lingered beside her, she began to suspect that something was indeed amiss. Why had he suddenly drawn near? Moreover, she sensed that Ruoruo's proximity was not motivated by ulterior motives. Rather, his gaze was strikingly pure, devoid of any malice, almost making her feel as if he were simply submissive. With this thought, a smile crept across Su Wanruo's face. Was she losing her mind? The very notion of submission crossed her mind. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to clarify. Senior Ruoruo, may I have a word with you? Ruoruo blinked, instantly leaning closer with a smile that seemed overly eager. Of course, Miss Ruo, please speak. Upon hearing his address, Su Wanruo frowned. Just call me by my name. Senior Ruoruo, if you call me Sister Ruo, I fear I might lose years off my life. In the entertainment industry, hierarchy is of utmost significance. As a newcomer, she certainly did not wish to be addressed as sister by a top star who was already immensely popular. Her fans would likely berate her mercilessly. She had no desire to tread the path of infamy. Yet Ruoruo widened his eyes, earnestly insisting, If you call me senior, I am the one truly losing years, an S-class loss. Su Wanruo. Huh, is that a new internet slang? She found herself somewhat at a loss. Ignoring her bemusement, he continued, It's all right. We can each stick to our own terms. You call me senior, and I call you Sister Ruo. It's a balance of energy and equivalent exchange. No one loses years. Deep within, Ruoruo silently commended his own cleverness. According to the rules of the underworld, if the gatekeeper called him senior, he would lose years. Conversely, if he addressed the gatekeeper as sister, she would lose years instead. Thus, energy would be conserved, ensuring neither party gained an advantage. When the new gatekeeper ascended, perhaps she would consider his past diligence and not allow his demise to be too disgraceful. With this in mind, Ruoruo tapped his forehead and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, what a clever mind I have. Su Wanruo gritted her teeth, feeling as though she was playing a lute to a cow. With such intellect, how could he ever compete with her fifth brother? Were fans now enamored with fools? Taking a deep breath to quell the turmoil within, she finally asked, Senior Ruoruo, I actually wanted to inquire why you have been following me so closely. Ever since he declared his intention to act today, he had been inseparable from her, even pushing Xiao Tao to the back. Upon hearing her question, everyone around, including Cui Tianming, turned their gaze towards Ruoruo, clearly intrigued by the inquiry. In the face of numerous gazes, Ruoruo sincerely declared, It is because I wish to show my filial piety towards you, Sister Ruo. The crowd was taken aback. Filial piety? Indeed, I previously mentioned that from now on, what belongs to me shall also belong to Sister Ruo. Her enemies shall be my enemies. If anyone dares to bully Sister Ruo, they are, in essence, bullying me. My devotion to Sister Ruo is unwavering, steadfast, and selfless, with a commitment that knows no bounds. Su Wanruo could no longer contain herself. She twitched her lips and raised her hand to interrupt his impassioned declaration of loyalty. All right, I believe I have no need for your filial piety. How can that be unnecessary? It is indeed essential, very much so. Ruoruo immediately protested. Chapter 95. The significance of the bracelet. Su Wanruo exhibited a countenance filled with aversion, yet I felt compelled to assert, I do not wish for your sentiments. I yearn solely for my own. Cui Tianming, unable to bear the conversation any longer, forcefully pulled aside the individual who was on the verge of raising a finger to swear an oath, and earnestly inquired, Ruoruo, speak to me truthfully. You cannot possibly have developed affections for Su Wanruo, can you? I must advise you, you are currently on the path of popularity, with a considerable number of female admirers. You must not jeopardize your future. Shoo. Are you attempting to have my head? Ruoruo exclaimed in alarm, hastily covering his mouth. That is the master. No. Wait, that is Sister Ruoruo. In any case, rest assured, my loyalty to Sister Ruoruo is unwavering. I harbor no ulterior motives. Do you comprehend? Understood, Cui Tianming nodded, nearly suffocating beneath the pressure of Ruoruo's hand, and Ruoruo finally released him. Cui Tianming took several deep breaths, feeling as if he had been reborn. Half a minute later, Ruoruo nonchalantly approached Su Wanruo, who was engrossed in her script, his presence an annoying distraction. Despite the absence of malice in his gaze, anyone subjected to such scrutiny would find it difficult to concentrate. With a sigh, Su Wanruo lifted her gaze to meet his eyes and, exasperated, remarked, Senior Ruoruo, do you not intend to review the script beforehand? We are to commence filming shortly. Ruoruo, reclining with his legs crossed, blinked calmly and replied, why should I peruse the script? My acting prowess is unmatched. I can perform without needing to refer to it. Though Su Wanruo had never witnessed his acting, his confident demeanor lent some credence to his words. After all, one does not maintain a prominent status in the industry solely based on appearance. Talent must certainly play a role. Your acting is indeed remarkable, she inquired. Ruoruo nodded vigorously. Of course. My skills are extraordinary. I am aware of the little golden statue in M. Country, yes? Su Wanruo blinked in surprise. In her previous life, she had ascended to the pinnacle of stardom without receiving such an accolade. Had Ruoruo already attained it? Have you won a little golden statue? Without a hint of embarrassment, Ruoruo replied, no, but I have been nominated. Being nominated for such an award is quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Su Wanruo pressed her lips together. Indeed, being nominated for the little golden statue was a commendable achievement. Instantly, her perception of Ruoruo shifted significantly. It appeared she had misjudged him, for he was truly exceptional, perhaps even more so than her initial impression suggested. Cui Tianming, unable to endure the conversation any longer, quietly turned away and departed. Nominated for a little golden statue? He truly has the audacity to claim that. What a farce. The last time, someone expressed gratitude to the crew, including Ruoruo and other actors, during their acceptance speech, and he insists on inflating his own significance by claiming it as a nomination. Given his acting skills, if he were to be nominated, the ancestral graves would surely erupt in smoke. No, not smoke, but they would explode. After Cui Tianming departed, Ruoruo glanced around, confirming that only she and Su Wanruo remained. She then lowered her voice and asked softly, Sister Ruoruo, may I audaciously inquire about something? Su Wanruo nodded in assent. Clearing her throat, Ruoruo continued, that bracelet you're wearing, it isn't yours, is it? This bracelet recognizes its owner, and it was clearly on the wrist of a bespectacled woman before it found its way to you, which is indeed perplexing. Su Wanruo had not anticipated that he would notice her bracelet. She had been wearing long sleeves all this time to conceal it and prevent misunderstandings. Opening her mouth, she replied, it's not mine, it was a gift from someone. A gift? Ruoruo exclaimed, rising to her feet in excitement. Is it really that easy to transfer ownership of such a bracelet now? Furrowing her brows, Su Wanruo asked, you seem quite agitated? Startled, Ruoruo quickly waved his hands. Not agitated, not agitated. Sister Ruoruo, do you understand the significance of this bracelet? Significance? Su Wanruo echoed, in other words, do you know what it means to wear this bracelet? Upon hearing this, Su Wanruo comprehended his implication. Narrowing her eyes, she questioned, so, you do know, don't you? Ruoruo thumped his thigh. Of course I know. If he didn't he might as well consider digging a grave in the mass graveyard. Seeing him nod, Su Wanruo instantly understood. The bracelet was a relic from the grandfather of the Jun family, said to be an heirloom from the grandmother. Likely a betrothal gift from their affluent family to a future daughter-in-law. The Jun family was a prestigious lineage, with various clans revolving around them. So it was not surprising that the bracelet was recognized. Are there many who know the meaning of this bracelet? Su Wanruo inquired. Ruoruo pondered briefly. Considering all the factions, it seems quite a few know. Yes, indeed. Su Wanruo nodded in understanding. She then looked at Ruoruo and asked, and how many know that this bracelet is in my possession? Ruoruo shook his head. Only I know. Su Wanruo sighed in relief, grateful that only he was aware. This matter must remain confidential. No one else can know, understood? She was determined to return the bracelet. As she had no affection for Jun Guyi and had no intention of marrying him, there was no need to monopolize the bracelet or let more people be privy to it. Ruoruo found himself in a quandary. Does that mean I can't tell Xiao Gu and the others? But if I don't inform them, how can the Ghost Gate manage? Are you truly not going to tell them? They are quite trustworthy, he pressed. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Wanruo firmly rejected, no, absolutely not. Once she returned the bracelet, she would have no ties to the Jun family. The more people who knew, the more complicated her life would become. Seeing her resolute stance, Ruoruo could only nod. Oh, he was perplexed as to why such a matter needed to be kept hidden. Sooner or later, the brothers of the Ghost Gate would find out. Wait, could it be? His eyes suddenly lit up as he inquired. I understand now, Sister Ruo. You are undertaking your own mission, am I correct? It must surely be that the master intends to conceal their identity in order to accomplish a significant task that threatens the Ghost Gate, which is why they chose to remain hidden in the Jianghu, keeping their achievements and name in the shadows. Su Wanruo frowned. Mission? Are you referring to retrieving the bracelet? Well, one could say that, she replied. Upon hearing this, Ruoruo clapped her hands in excitement and exclaimed, I knew it. Who undertakes a mission without concealing their identity? Rest assured, Sister Ruo, I will keep your secret. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek my help. The fact that I am aware of this indicates that we are in the same boat. Should this mission be successfully completed, you must ensure that I receive a promotion. Chapter 96. Mr. Jun has arrived. Su Wanruo was somewhat puzzled as to why he was so elated over her merely picking up a bracelet. Was he hoping for a promotion? By whom? Could it possibly be through Jun Gui? Upon reflection, this notion seemed plausible. Considering the Jun family's entertainment company was quite significant, his intention was likely for her to facilitate a connection with Jun Gui, to introduce more resources and opportunities. If she could distance herself from the Jun family, then this favor was indeed something she could assist with. Su Wanruo nodded in agreement. Ruoruo, filled with exuberance, leapt into the air, exclaiming in excitement, Sister Ruo, you are truly too good to me. Rest assured, I will keep your task a secret. I want to tell a soul. At that moment, Ruoruo's joy was so palpable that her cheeks flushed. Oh, how delightful. The master is about to promote him. This signifies what? It means he can stride confidently through the Ghost Gate in the future, unshackled by the mockery of others for failing to complete tasks. Seated nearby, Su Wanruo furrowed her brow, observing the ecstatic individual with confusion. Was his joy truly warranted? Given his current standing and fan base in the entertainment industry, he should have ample resources without needing assistance from the Jun family. Could it be that the resources provided by the Jun family were exceptionally superior? It was all quite perplexing. The first scene featured Su Wanruo, Su Yingying, and Song Zhongnan. It was a simple affair. Su Wanruo portrayed Meng Meng, who harbored youthful admiration and infatuation for Song Jingnan's character, Qiao Qing. She was willing to abandon her ballet dreams for him. Yet unexpectedly, Qiao Qing fell for another girl, portrayed by Su Yingying, named Lu Wushuang. Upon witnessing the closeness between Song Zhongnan and Lu Wushuang, Meng Meng confronted them, only to leave heartbroken. Director Yang held the script and addressed the trio. This scene, while not overly complex, hinges on your emotional depth, Su Wanruo. You possess the most significant emotional fluctuations throughout the entire scene. Ensure you grasp the nuances of your emotions. As for Su Yingying and Song Zhongnan, you both need not carry any emotional burdens. Speak as you normally would. After confirming that the lighting and set were prepared, Director Yang waved his hand. All right, take your positions. We are about to commence. Su Yingying trailed behind Song Zhongnan, sweetly inquiring, Brother Zhongnan, this is my first acting experience. Could you guide me a bit? Song Zhongnan beamed radiantly. Of course, Yingying. Brother Zhongnan, you are so wonderful. Meanwhile, Su Wanruo felt entirely overlooked. They only begin to seek guidance now? Is last-minute preparation truly effective? After a prolonged display of affection, Su Yingying seemed to remember something, turning back to Su Wanruo. Sister Wanruo, do you need Brother Jingnan's assistance? He is remarkably talented. Song Zhongnan, unable to resist flattery, felt his face flush with pride, his chin instinctively lifting a notch. Wanruo, how about I guide you through the scene later? Wanruo, did they share such familiarity? Su Wanruo softly uttered, thank you, but no need. As she observed Su Yingying preparing to commence her tea ceremony performance, the crew member stepped forward, signaling, Scene 1 of Unnamed Sea, Action. A sigh of relief escaped Su Wanruo as she swiftly entered her role, the unfamiliarity in her gaze dissipating in an instant. Upon seeing Qiao Qing, portrayed by Song Zhongnan, her heart fluttered with joy akin to that of a lover. However, in the next moment, she noticed another girl standing intimately beside him. An overwhelming sense of devastation engulfed her. Her legs trembled slightly as she hurried towards the two. Yang Jiguo, observing Su Wanruo's performance through the lens, nodded vigorously, impressed by her ability to capture the emotions so adeptly during her first acting experience. Even her sprint towards the scene demonstrated her awareness of the camera crew's positioning. Were it not for the fact that he had personally selected her in high school, he might have mistaken her for a seasoned child star. Meng Meng rushed to Qiao Qing and Lu Wushuang, her eyes reddened. Qiao Qing, tell me, who is she? Qiao Qing, taken aback by her sudden appearance, momentarily faltered. Meng Meng, what are you doing here? Breathing heavily, Meng Meng seemed in disbelief, her face exhibiting utter despair, resembling a weeping willow. Even Song Zhengnan felt a pang of sympathy at her sorrowful visage. Cut. At that moment, Director Yang abruptly called for a halt. Frustration etched on his face. He glared at the motionless Su Yingying. Su Yingying, what is wrong with you? Your gaze towards Meng Meng should convey confusion and uncertainty, not hostility. You are the one who has taken her man, not the other way around. While Su Wanruo and Song Zhengnan performed admirably, Su Yingying's emotional control was entirely amiss. Startled by the director's outburst, Su Yingying quickly bowed in apology. I'm sorry, director. I lost my focus for a moment. Yang Jiguo, noticing her earnest demeanor, chose not to chastise her further. All right then, let's try again. The crew member announced. Unnamed C, Scene 2, Action. Su Wanruo closed her eyes, immersing herself once more into her character. Tears welled up in her eyes as if summoned effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, she transformed back into the woeful figure who had endured much. Qiao Qing, tell me, who is she? Qiao Qing hurried to clarify. Meng Meng, it's not what you think. We are just ordinary friends. Cut. Yang Jiguo, exasperated, tossed the script onto the table. Su Yingying, what is the matter with you? Where are your lines? Why aren't you speaking? Cut. Su Yingying, your emotions are off. Cut. Where's your positioning? Do you think the camera is invisible? Who are you acting for? A succession of 6 or 7 cuts, all attributed to Su Yingying's shortcomings, ensued. Not only the director, but even the surrounding crew began to display signs of impatience. Despite feeling a twinge of irritation, Song Zhengnan suppressed his temper at the sight of the young lady from the Su family. Yingying, all you need to do is express your anxiety and deliver your lines, he instructed gently. Su Yingying, her head bowed in dejection, murmured, I understand, Brother Zhengnan. After numerous failed attempts, she felt a sense of embarrassment creeping onto her face. However, when she lifted her gaze to Su Wanruo, she was taken aback to find a subtle smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Was that mockery? How dare she cast such a look upon her? Clenching her teeth, a trace of malice flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, in that very moment, Su Yingying's peripheral vision caught sight of a figure, causing her emotions to dissipate and transforming her expression into one of pitiful vulnerability. She reached out, grasping the hand of the turning Su Wanruo. Sister Wanruo, please don't be angry, all right? Chapter 97. The first kiss is lost. Climax. Unprepared, Su Wanruo was suddenly pulled by Su Yingying, causing her to stumble slightly. What mischief was she up to now? With her eyes reddened, Su Yingying appeared woefully pitiful. Sister Wanruo, I am truly sorry. I did not perform well in my first acting role and caused you trouble. Please don't be angry with me, all right? Su Wanruo rolled her eyes. She hadn't noticed her excellent performance during the scene. Now, however, she was acting quite well. Had she even shown any anger? Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed her impulse to slap her, stating, I am not angry. Let go. I need to take my position. But sister, you look really angry, boo-hoo. Seeing Su Wanruo's increasingly darkening expression, Song Zhengnan assumed that her demeanor had frightened Su Yingying. He quickly interjected, Wanruo, this is Yingying's first time filming. For my sake, please do not be angry. Su Wanruo thought. For his sake? Who gave him the right? Moreover, she had just said she wasn't angry. Hadn't she? Did these two statues not understand human language? It seemed that the ones with fluctuating emotions were not the two of them. They should try crying through 7 or 8 scenes and see how they fared. Song Zhengnan did not know Su Yingying well, but after spending so much time with her, Su Wanruo was all too familiar with her pretentious demeanor. She excelled at feigning helplessness to elicit sympathy and achieve her own ends. With filming being of utmost importance, Su Wanruo could not be bothered by her theatrics and slightly tightened her grip before letting go. At that moment, however, Su Yingying unexpectedly leaned back, propelled by the force, falling into a massive swimming pool behind her, which had been filled to the brim with water for aesthetic purposes. Ah! Su Yingying cried out as she plunged into the water, creating quite a splash. Help, help! I can't swim, help! Su Wanruo was momentarily stunned, and by the time she regained her composure, she had already jumped in. This sudden turn of events left the entire crew in shock. Yang Jiguo was the first to react. What are you all doing? Hurry and save her. But before he could finish his sentence, a figure leaped into the pool ahead of him. Song Chong, observing the suit that had unexpectedly appeared in his hands, was taken aback. The one who had just jumped in was President Jun? Upon entering the pool, Su Wanruo realized something was amiss. The water was clearly deeper than that of a regular pool, intentionally filled for the sake of the scene's aesthetics. Yet more importantly, she was supposed to be able to swim. Why were her limbs completely stiff, as if caught in a massive whirlpool, rendering her powerless? What was happening? She struggled desperately in the water, attempting to raise her head to call for help, but the resistance was overwhelming. After a few futile attempts, she lost her strength and began to sink slowly, her breath running out, consciousness fading away. Was this it? Would she perish here today? Had she known better, she would have refrained from meddling. At that moment, a sudden, thunderous splash echoed in her ears, followed by a resounding thud. Who was coming down? Were they there to rescue her? She strained to open her eyes and saw a white figure swimming vigorously toward her. It was someone coming to save her. Exhausted, just as she began to surrender to the depths, a powerful force gripped her wrist, followed by a soft sensation pressing against her lips. Fresh oxygen surged into her parched mouth. In an instant, Su Wanruo realized he was saving her. Her body reacted before her mind could catch up. Driven by an instinctual will to survive, she clung tightly to the neck of the person before her, like grasping at a final lifeline, her legs wrapping around his waist, her lips fervently drawing in air. She felt no embarrassment at their intimate position. All she wanted was to live. At that moment, Jungia was not faring well either. The girl's lips were sweet and soft, clinging to his as she drew in oxygen. Her clothes soaked and floating in the water revealed her slender, pale waist, which he could easily encircle with one hand. Her long, delicate legs wrapped around his waist in an act of dependence. The girl before him resembled a water nymph, siphoning vitality and spirit from others. Jungia felt his mind clouding, losing its usual rationality and composure. He held the girl tightly, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable desire. Gradually, he sank deeper, an overwhelming urge to possess her enveloping them both. He could no longer restrain himself. He wanted her. As he gripped Su Wanruo's waist, his palm began to warm against her skin. Just then, a cacophony of exclamations erupted above, accompanied by the sound of splashes. Mr. Jun? Are you all right? Mr. Jun? I've sent someone down to rescue you. Hold on. The chaotic shouts jolted Jungia back to reality. He quickly glanced at the girl in his arms. Her face had turned pale from a lack of oxygen and fear, as if she might vanish at any moment. He cursed himself for being so foolish as to consider remaining in the water. His gaze sharpened with clarity. He tightened his grip on the girl, his legs propelling him upward as he burst through the surface. Upon seeing them emerge, Yang Jiguo hurriedly offered towels, and the accompanying doctor rushed to assess the situation. Song Chung jogged forward, draping a suit over Jungia's shoulders. Mr. Jun, would you like to change clothes? The temperature is low tonight. Jungo looked at the now awakened Su Wanruo, pursing his lips, his gaze shrouded in an inscrutable darkness. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Let us return. Yes. Cough, cough, cough. Su Wanruo felt as if her lungs might be expelled from her body. Little Tao, her eyes reddened, handed her a cup of steaming water, trembling in fear. Oh, Sister Ru, why did you act so recklessly? There are so many people here, and you can't swim. What were you thinking? You nearly frightened me to death. The incident had unfolded so abruptly that she had completely lost her ability to react. Now, as she regained her senses, she was enveloped in a wave of trepidation. Once Su Wanruo had composed herself, she gently patted the trembling fingers of little Tao in reassurance. It's all right, don't be afraid. See, I'm fine now. She lowered her gaze, preparing to sip the hot water, but as her lips brushed against the cup, a searing pain shot through her, causing her to hiss in discomfort. Chapter 98. The small wound at the corner of the mouth startled by Su Wanruo's cry of pain. Xiao Tao immediately inquired, What happened, Sister Ruo? Is the water too hot? But you've just been rescued. Drinking some warm water might help. And sweating can drive away the chill. Su Wanruo licked her slightly stinging lip, recalling the injury. Memories of the moments before losing consciousness due to lack of oxygen surged back. A man clad in white had leaped into the water, resembling a deity as he saved her. He embraced her with an aura of aggression, his large hands gripping her waist, rendering her immobile. His desires were palpable, his strength seemingly intent on melding her with his very being. As for the wound on her lips, it appeared she had clung tightly to his neck in a desperate bid for air, forcibly siphoning oxygen from his mouth. Who was the man who saved her? The thought sent tremors coursing through her body. Drawing upon her memories, Wanruo hastily looked around. There were numerous individuals in white attire within the production team. Yet only one, drenched from a dive to save her, was seated beside Su Yingying. Song Zhongnan. Wanruo's expression gradually stiffened, disbelief flooding her features as the muscles in her cheeks trembled, and an overwhelming wave of nausea surged within her. Was it Song Zhongnan who had saved her? Was it he who had shared breath with her? Noticing Wanruo's complexion paling, Xiao Tao, filled with concern, asked, "Sister Ruo, are you all right? Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? Should I call the doctor again?" She started to rise. Wanruo quickly stopped her, her face still ashen, speaking weakly, "I'm fine. No need to fetch anyone. I just feel a bit nauseous." Strangely, when he had given her breath moments ago, she had felt no discomfort. In fact, she had succumbed to her own desires, yearning for deeper intimacy. Yet now, merely the thought of him being Song Zhongnan made her stomach churn with an involuntary revulsion that she could not suppress. Fortunately, with the situation escalating to this point, filming could not continue. Director Yang waved his hand, instructing everyone to return to the hotel and change clothes, declaring that the night shoot was cancelled. After tidying up, they would head straight to dinner. In the opulent private room of the hotel that evening, the atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. Jun Guyi occupied the main seat, his expression frosty, fingers drumming on the table, producing a rhythmic thud that hinted at his agitation. Director Yang Jigua, seated to his right, found it challenging to decipher the thoughts of this imposing figure, having navigated the entertainment industry for years, yet still feeling perplexed. He could only repeatedly dab at the beads of sweat forming on his balding head with a tissue. Having changed into fresh attire, Song Zhongnan sat to Jun Guye's left, a strategic placement arranged by the directors. Though not the lead, the old adage of looking at the Buddha's face applied here. Jun was visiting to check on him, thus the respect must be duly shown. The seat beside him remained vacant, as Wanruo had yet to arrive. Next to him was the lead actor, Ruoruo, the only one unaffected by the peculiar atmosphere. He casually crossed his legs, his fingers deftly tapping away on his phone screen, sending messages to an unknown recipient. Continuing along the table were by Xiao Shuang, Su Yingying, and other supporting actors. Although all the dishes had been served, Jun Guyi remained impassive, his chopsticks untouched. His stillness rendered the others hesitant to move, creating a palpable tension in the air. Director Yang wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and discreetly gestured to Song Zhongnan, urging him to engage with Mr. Jun. However, Song Zhongnan, even more intimidated, lacked the courage to meet Mr. Jun's gaze. Just as Director Yang was about to roll up his sleeves and intervene, a graceful figure suddenly stood up in front of him, holding a wine glass. She approached Jun Guyi and shyly spoke, "Brother Jun, it's been a while. My grandfather mentioned just the other day how much he misses you and would like you to visit him." As her familiar words hung in the air, the attention of everyone in the room converged upon her. Yang Jigua's eyes widened in surprise. "Yingying, you know Mr. Jun?" With a bashful smile, Su Yingying lowered her gaze and replied, "Yes, my grandfather and Mr. Jun's grandfather were comrades in arms during their youth and maintained a close friendship. Our families have known each other for generations, and we grew up together." Her implication was unmistakable, almost overtly declaring their familial ties. Yang Jigua, perceptive enough to understand the underlying message, quickly chimed in with laughter. "Ah, so it's a family affair. No wonder." The others began to echo his sentiments. Indeed, Mr. Jun and Yingying seemed to share a special bond. Yes, Mr. Jun traveled such a long distance to visit, and it turns out it was for Yingying. The absurdity escalated. Seated nearby, Songqing furrowed his brows at the unfolding scene. This was utterly nonsensical. The flattery was becoming increasingly misplaced. Nobody understood better than he the extent of the CEO's aversion to Su Yingying. Were it not for the Su family's influence, she might have long since vanished from existence. As anticipated, he glanced up to see the CEO's expression darken to a chilling degree, as if he were on the verge of unleashing his wrath. Driven by a potent instinct for self-preservation, he hastily interjected, "Everyone, please refrain from making assumptions. The CEO is already engaged." The faces of those who had been flattering him froze in awkwardness. wishing they could slap themselves. The most affected was Su Yingying, caught in a dilemma of whether to stay or leave. Only Jun Guyi, upon hearing this revelation, appeared to have lifted a heavy burden, his previously sullen demeanor softening slightly as he responded with a mere Director Yang, sensing the shift, swiftly changed the subject. Ah, so Mr. Jun is already engaged. We were blind to this. Surely, Mr. Jun's fiancée, he must be an extraordinary beauty. When the day of celebration arrives, we hope to partake in some festivities as well. Engaged? To Su Wanruo? As Jun Guyi contemplated this, a subtle smile formed at the corners of his lips, as though he found the situation rather agreeable. Su Yingying, witnessing this scene, bit her lip in frustration, gripping her cup tightly in her hand. Why should it be this way? Having lived in the Su family for over a decade, she had long been regarded as the esteemed young lady of the household. Surely, even with an engagement, it should rightfully belong to her, should it not? Jun Guyi's fiancée, he ought to be herself. What worth did Su Wanruo possess to dare vie for a man with her? Chapter 99. A sudden collision, however, Su Yingying was not foolish. She was acutely aware that she could not openly contradict Jun Guyi. Thus, she lowered her gaze, swiftly concealing the animosity in her eyes. And when she lifted her gaze once more, it radiated clarity. Standing there with a wine glass in hand, she expertly adopted a pitiful demeanor. Brother Jun, it has been such a long time since we last met. Would you indulge me with a drink? If I return home and my grandfather inquires about you, I would be at a loss for words. She was not naive, knowing well to use old Master Su as a shield. Jun Guyi's brow, which had just begun to relax, furrowed once more. He detested being threatened. Yet, Su Yingying seemed oblivious to this, pouting her red lips in a playful manner as she glanced at Jun Guyi's empty glass, exclaiming, "Oh, Brother Jun, your glass is still empty. Allow me to pour you some wine. This is a vintage 1982 Lafite, a prize collection specially brought out by Director Yang. You must try it." Prior to her arrival, she had deliberately changed into a loose, lightweight cardigan. As she bent slightly, it revealed her slender waist and fair shoulder. Adjusting her angle, her eyes cast downwards, she noticed that the hand Jun Guyi had placed on the table had formed a fist, unbeknownst to her. Unable to suppress a smirk, a flicker of excitement coursed through her. His restraint indicated his desire. She knew that with her figure and beauty, she was incomparable to Su Wanruo. Any man would inevitably respond. With this thought, the elation within her was no longer concealable. Her fingers, adorned with red nail polish, gently caressed the large hand clenched on the table, her voice soft and sultry. "Brother Jun, I." But before she could finish her tender words, a piercing scream echoed through the room. The sudden scene startled everyone in the private room. The once smiling Su Yingying, now crumpled on the floor, clutched her hand, her face pale, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, biting her lip in apparent agony. Meanwhile, Jun Guyi grabbed a handkerchief and vigorously wiped the back of his hand. As though he had touched something vile, a look of disgust etched across his grim expression. What on earth is happening? Yang Zhigua, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events, quickly rose to inquire, "Mr. Jun, what has happened?" Jun Guyi continued to scrub his hand until he was certain it bore no trace of that repulsive sensation before discarding the handkerchief onto the table. His gaze turned sharply towards Su Yingying, who remained on the floor, her eyes red from tears. He squinted his eyes. Had it not been for old Master Su, she would have been rendered incapacitated by now. At that moment, Su Yingying felt as though death had gripped her throat, and her breathing became labored amid an overwhelming surge of fear. "Brother Jun." Jun Guyi stood up, smoothing the creases in his sleeves, his inner agitation reaching a boiling point. Remaining any longer might provoke him to unleash his wrath. "Song Chung, we are leaving." Song Chung dared not utter a word and hurriedly followed suit, replying, "Yes, President." The atmosphere in the room was so tense that no one dared to breathe. The relationship between the Jun family and the Su family was supposed to be amicable, yet it hardly appeared so at this moment. Even someone as oblivious as Yang Zhigua could discern that Su Yingying had displeased President Jun. He quickly stepped forward to mediate, saying, "President Jun, please do not be angry. Is it Yingying who has upset you? She is still quite young. Please do not take her to task." Jun Guyi frowned, clearly disinterested in engaging with him, his entire demeanor radiating an aura of chilling disdain and impatience. "Oh, young? Such despicable tactics and schemes are hardly the domain of the young." Yang Zhigua trembled in fear under the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Jun Guyi, ceasing his pleas and instead turning to Song Chung for assistance. "Assistant Song." What do you think is going on? After all, this was President Jun, a true titan in the industry. Even a director such as himself dared not tread lightly in his presence. Song Qing had a fair grasp of Jun Guyi's mindset. Yet he knew he could not be too blunt. After a moment of silence, he quietly remarked, Yang Zong, our President Jun is rather fastidious. He seldom allows close contact with others. Just now, when Miss Su touched him, he felt somewhat uncomfortable and requires a moment to recuperate. This, indeed, was one of the reasons, but it was far from the fundamental cause of the president's abrupt departure. The underlying issue was that Miss Su Wanruo had not arrived. That was the crux of the matter. The president's aversion to contact with Su Yingying was merely a trigger. He had been fixated on the doorway for a good 30 or 40 glances while the dishes were being served, practically willing it to disintegrate. Ever since he learned that Miss Su Wanruo had completed her college entrance examination, he had been pondering how to contrive an excuse to see her. Now that he had finally discovered she was filming in a project he had invested in, he seized the opportunity to visit her under the pretense of a casual check-in, abandoning his work in haste to arrive. However, after waiting and waiting, his beloved did not appear. It was hardly surprising that he could not remain composed. At that moment, Jun Guyi exuded an unmistakable air of impatience, prompting the attentive staff in the private room to swiftly open the door for him. Just as the door creaked open, a figure clad in soft pink suddenly stumbled in, colliding directly with the imposing presence of Jun Guyi. Su Wanruo, drenched from a recent misadventure in water, had returned to her hotel, sipped ginger tea and cold medicine, and taken a hot bath. Exhausted, she had inadvertently dozed off in the tub. Upon awakening, she discovered a message from Director Yang, stating that the investors were hosting a dinner that evening and everyone was expected to attend. Unsure of the nature of these investors and their temperament, she felt a pang of anxiety. If her tardiness or absence were to offend them, she would be in deep trouble. In a frantic rush, she finally located the private room and was just about to open the door when someone from inside pulled it open first, causing her to lose her balance and tumble forward, landing right in the arms of a figure enveloped in the crisp scent of ancient cologne. In that fleeting moment, she distinctly heard the collective intake of breath resonating throughout the entire private room. However, one must admit, this individual was rather unyielding, despite being flesh and blood. She felt as though she had collided with a wall, leaving her forehead aching. Ouch! Su Wanruo instinctively covered her throbbing forehead and hurriedly offered her apologies. I am so sorry. Did I hurt you? The girl before her had changed into a delicate pink dress, which accentuated her already fair complexion, making her appear even more ethereal. It seemed she had rushed over, as beads of crystalline sweat glistened on her forehead, rendering her figure akin to a captivating oil painting. Chapter 100. The jealousy of Jun Guyi after a prolonged silence. Su Wanruo raised her head in confusion, her gaze colliding with a pair of deep, abyss-like eyes. She stood frozen in place, her almond-shaped eyes widening in disbelief. How could you be here? Wait, the investor that Director Yang mentioned. Could it possibly be Jun Guyi? Seeing Su Wanruo encounter Jun Guyi, Yang Zhiguo was startled, his entire being jolting with alarm. It seemed that the very thing he feared had indeed materialized. Moments ago, Su Yingying had merely brushed past Jun, and he had reacted with such fury that he pushed her down and stormed off. Now, Su Wanruo had practically thrown herself into Jun's embrace. Surely, he would unleash his wrath upon this private room. Anxiously, he urged, Wanruo, remember to be polite. This gentleman is the president of Jun Corporation and also our film's investor. He is about to return to the hotel for rest. You should greet him. Upon hearing Director Yang's words, Su Wanruo secretly exhaled in relief, grateful that she had refrained from directly addressing Jun Guyi by name. Otherwise, the situation would have been truly untenable. Though her heart was troubled, her acting skills proved commendable. After stepping back a few paces to create distance, she donned a smile, adopting a demeanor of respectful aloofness. Hello, President Jun. I am Su Wanruo, portraying Meng Meng in this film. It is a pleasure to meet you today. However, I did not expect you to leave early. It is truly a pity that we could not dine together. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future. What a farce. Knowing he was leaving, her lips nearly stretched to the back of her head in glee. Jun Guyi regarded the girl, now standing 3 meters away, arching an eyebrow, his expression darkening. How heartless of her. Was she genuinely so happy at his departure? With a slight parting of his lips, he inquired, Do you truly believe it is regrettable not to share a meal with me? Su Wanruo was momentarily taken aback by his question. What nonsense was this? Regret? She could happily blow a horn for 3 days. Yet, she understood that honesty was not an option at this moment, and feigning disappointment, she replied, "Of course. It would be a regret. Dining with President Jun is a dream for each of us. A pretense. Hurry and leave." Upon hearing her words, Jun Guyi suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing into hers, as if they could delve into the depths of her soul, whether intentional or not. He broke into a sudden smile, the curve of his lips exuding an exquisite charm. However, upon witnessing this smile, Wanruo felt a jolt of unease, a foreboding sensation washing over her. As she had feared, Jun Guyi nodded and spoke. "Very well, since Miss Su is so fond of dining with me, I cannot let her kind intentions go unfulfilled." With that, to Wanruo's utter disbelief, he calmly returned to his seat. Wanruo, that scoundrel. He is doing this on purpose. Taking several deep breaths, she struggled to suppress the overwhelming desire to dismember him. The entire room was filled with astonished faces. Eyes widened in terror. What was happening? Wanruo had merely brushed against the president, yet not only did he remain unfazed, but he had also chosen to stay for dinner specifically for her. Is this the divide between individuals? In an instant, a wave of sympathetic gazes turned towards Su Yingying. She clutched her aching hand as she returned to her seat, gritting her teeth in frustration. She despised such pitying looks. Who were they to regard her in that manner? Even in the face of humiliation, she remained the esteemed daughter of the Su family. What right did they have to look at her so? What was rightfully hers? No one could usurp. At that moment, a lively and melodious voice rang out. "Ruoruo, come here." It was Ruoruo, who excitedly beckoned her over, patting the seat beside him to indicate for Wanruo to sit down. As soon as Wanruo took her place, Ruoruo leaned in, whispering eagerly, "Ruoruo, you truly missed an incredible spectacle earlier." Wanruo blinked in curiosity. "What spectacle?" "Oh, that's Su Yingying, who is always lurking behind you. Attempted to flirt with Jun Guyi, only to meet with an embarrassing failure. What a shame you weren't there. You would have surely been amused by the sight." Wanruo lifted her gaze towards Su Yingying, who had somehow returned to her seat, eyes rimmed with red, tears glistening. A pitiful sight, indeed. Who would have thought even the top-notch green tea could falter? How unusual, she remarked with a tone of indifference. Indeed, I commend her for maintaining composure here. If it were me, I'd have fled in shame long ago. Meanwhile, Director Yang observed with elation as Jun Guyi resumed his seat to dine, tears of joy welling up as he lavished praise upon him. Yet, Jun Guyi paid no heed to his flattery, his unwavering gaze fixated on Wanruo beside him. As he noticed her leaning closer to a man with pink hair, his expression darkened further. What conversation warranted such proximity? However, the two remained oblivious to his displeasure, continuing their light banter while swiftly eating with their chopsticks. Wanruo, having endured a long day, was ravenous, and the sumptuous spread before her was irresistible. The culinary creations of the five-star hotel chef were indeed delectable. The lemon shrimp balls were fragrant yet not greasy, enveloping the shrimp in a delightful harmony of flavors that perfectly suited her palate. With eyes sparkling, she extended her chopsticks for a second helping, only for the dish to be whisked away. In the next moment, the shrimp balls appeared before Jun Guyi. Gritting her teeth, she muttered a curse at his stinginess and settled for another dish, the crispy pigeon, which was also delightful. However, just as she was about to take another bite, the plate was again moved away. Unfazed, Wanruo picked up another dish from her side, determined not to be picky as she believed she could enjoy anything. Surely he couldn't move every dish to his side. Yet, to her astonishment, he indeed could. Upon Jun Guyi's declaration of preference, Director Yang promptly stood up, a smile gracing his face as he served it to him. Wanruo glanced at the meager selection of dishes before her, realizing that only a few were fit for consumption, while the delectable offerings were all situated near Jun Guyi. Ruoruo, blissfully unaware of the awkward atmosphere, leaned in conspiratorially and whispered in Wanruo's ear, "Sister Ruoruo, I heard you fell into the water. Are you all right?" Taking a deep breath, Wanruo irritably pushed her rice around in the bowl, shaking her head to indicate that she was fine. Yet, Ruoruo's mention of the incident prompted her to recall that it was Song Zhengnan who had rescued her, and she still had not expressed her gratitude. Although she harbored a certain aversion towards Song Zhengnan, she recognized that regardless of her feelings, it was only right to thank him for his timely aid.